At this moment, from a once famous star, Xiao Yishan had become nothing more than a completely suppressed person, defeated both physically and mentally. Ultimately, the one who had once been so arrogant, as if born to be the center of the universe, now had to kneel, clasp his hands, and bow his head to apologize in an incredibly miserable state. "Oh, young lady, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was truly wrong." After finishing his apology, Xiao Yishan felt small and pathetic. "Oh my God, how did I end up in this situation? I was once a star, with more than 1 million fans." Oh Young Sil stood watching Xiao Yishan kneeling and apologizing before her, feeling at a loss for words to express her emotions. Part of her felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Xiao Yishan had gone too far and deserved to be taught a lesson. But seeing him now, from an arrogant star to a pitiful person, kneeling in fear to apologize, she couldn't help but feel a bit of pity mixed with confusion, as the situation had become far more dramatic than she had anticipated. But at this moment, Yang Sison tiptoed like a thief, slowly approaching the messy pile of makeup on the ground as if afraid of being discovered. He bent down slightly, quickly scooping up the red substance on the ground, and did not forget to express his astonishment. "Oh my! This is so realistic. This fake blood package looks so real." This firefighting stunt immediately diverted everyone's attention. In the chaotic scene that had just occurred, the crowd began to look at the blood on Yang Sison's hands with suspicious eyes, but when they discovered that it was indeed fake blood, people were wide-eyed and gaping in disbelief. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Some people in the crowd, still somewhat skeptical, whispered to each other, "Oh, it turns out it was just acting. I thought there was a real fight. If that punch was staged, I almost felt the pain. Indeed, our Xiao Yishan is such an outstanding actor. No wonder he is my idol." At this moment, Yang Sison had to smile to maintain balance in a situation as tense as a stretched string. Then they had to continue to mediate. Yang Sison said, "Everyone, don't worry. This is just a test scene. Chairman Lim, our investor, is trying out for Xiao Yishan. And as you can see, that is how devoted the actor is to the job. So genuine." The old man's smile stretched tightly to the point of making his mouth ache, silently cursing. "Damn it, genuine to the point of needing to call an ambulance for real now. Good luck to you, Xiao Yishan. Come on, crew members, take our leading man to rest. He just had a burst of acting, so he must be tired. Hurry, hurry up." Hearing that, the film crew immediately understood and quietly took Xiao Yishan to the hospital to prevent things from getting worse. Once everyone had left the dressing room, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. At this moment, Oh Young Sil could no longer hold back her emotions. She was like a volcano ready to erupt, rushing to embrace Park Jimin tightly. Then, within Oh Young Sil, an indescribable feeling surged, a mix of gratitude and overwhelming emotion. When I felt like the world was collapsing, Park Jimin stood up without hesitation, disregarding the reputation of the opponent, unafraid of the consequences or the whispers. Like a sturdy wall, he protected me from all storms. This is the feeling of being shielded. Tears were on the verge of spilling, yet I began to hold them back, reflecting the long-suppressed grievance. Thus, grievance and happiness burst forth at once. Just at the moment Oh Young Sil was most hurt, the feeling of being enveloped and the concern brought her heart to beat fiercely. System notification. Oh Young Sil's affection level increased by 1, now reaching 97 points. The object, Simp Lord. Oh Young Sil was moved by the noble act of her master, the affection level breaking through 97 points. Rewards for the master include enhanced affection points by 10, with 69 points left for enhancement. Park Jimin gently comforted. "It's okay, I am here. Xiao Yishan will have to pay dearly for what he has done." Park Jimin continued, "I will take care of everything." Oh Young Sil whispered softly, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. "Park Jimin, I'm fine. I just got slapped once. It's not serious." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin coldly and firmly replied, "Just one slap is enough to deserve death." But when Park Jimin lifted Oh Young Sil's face, his gaze became gentler. "I haven't even had the chance to kiss this face, and that bastard dared to slap you. I will not let him go." Oh Young Sil blushed and then thought about the idea of being cared for without any physical demands. A tangle of emotions that she didn't know how to fully express. This man is truly perfect. He protects me, but never asks for anything in return. I even start to feel like I am in a strange relationship. Am I not attractive enough? Not captivating enough? Time passed, and Park Jimin showed no signs of impatience. But why do I start to feel anxious? If I don't take the initiative, will he ever truly want me? The next day, the incident of Chairman Lim assaulting someone officially broke out. The person who was assaulted was none other than Xiao Yishan, a rising star. In an instant, the event exploded on social media. From Weibo to Baidu, the news was pushed to the front page. Male god Xiao Yishan reportedly assaulted on set, now hospitalized with serious injuries. Outside, the storm raged and various news reports flooded the sky. Meanwhile, Park Jimin and Oh Young-sil were still in that room, warming up their relationship in various ways. Just as things were getting dramatic, Yang Sison burst in, interrupting. It's a hassle with the adoptive father now. The doctor just finished examining Xiao Yishan. He has a cracked rib, severe soft tissue damage. His lower spine is also facing serious issues. According to the preliminary diagnosis, he needs to stay in bed for at least half a year. If the recovery doesn't go well, it could leave him disabled. One kick, and it turns someone into a semi-paralyzed state. The force of the adoptive father's hit is terrifying. If that kick landed on me, I might not even be able to stand up. Then, Yang Sison continued to share the news. Today, the tension continues at Xiao Yishan's management company, Spotlight Media, demands to sue the adoptive father. Moreover, some mainstream media outlets have voiced criticism, questioning whether the actions of the adoptive father violate the law, constituting intentional injury. According to the law, if someone causes another person to suffer serious injury, they could face a prison sentence of up to 315 days. Hearing this, Park Jimin pretended to be unaffected and asked, if he goes to the hospital, then compensation will be appropriate. If he wants to sue, let him sue. I was just acting in righteousness yesterday. Everyone saw that. Upon hearing this, Yang Sison didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then seriously stated, the issue is not that simple. Currently, the chairman of the company is just a puppet. The one who truly controls the company is Jin Jia-mu. Yang Sison struggled to speak, unable to hide his confusion. Park Jimin couldn't believe his ears. What? It's him again. How did that guy Jin Jia-mu manage to insert himself into everything? The whole room fell silent once again. Park Jimin also realized that this situation was much more complicated than he had thought. In particular, this name reminded Park Jimin of an old debt. Jin Jia-mu had once snatched away 30 billion from Yuling Shuang, and that money definitely didn't end up in the pockets of the Jin family tycoons, but was quietly swallowed by him instead. Even now, Xiao Xu was still angry about losing that huge amount of money. That 30 billion is nothing to me. But this guy Jin Jia-mu just keeps irritating me. I really don't understand why he has to keep causing trouble for me. Am I that handsome, or is he just jealous of me? Thinking about this, Park Jimin shook his head, his face clearly showing contempt. Hemph, the Jin family is not even close to being my match. As for that company, it's just an ordinary entertainment company. And to me, they are all just small fish in the ocean. Buying it would be as easy as a snap of my fingers. Seeing Park Jimin's gentle demeanor, Yang Sison couldn't help but raise his hands in front of him. I truly admire this. This is the aura of Chairman Lim. Jin Jia-mu, such a notorious individual, is nothing in the eyes of my adoptive father. In fact, every plan set by Jin Jia-mu is merely a trivial matter. Damn it, this is insane. I used to think that the Jin family tycoon was a formidable clan, especially Jin Jia-mu, a powerful figure in the entertainment industry that no one dared to confront. He thought, just a word from him can determine the fate of a star or put an end to the career of a famous director. The beautiful people, the stars across the country, are just playthings in his bed. But now, seeing how my adoptive father completely disregards Jin Jia-mu, I realize that Chairman Lim is even more terrifying than I thought. Then, Yang Sison awkwardly smiled and replied, you truly are amazing, adoptive father. In the past, I was somewhat timid due to unfortunate experiences. But with you here, I feel like I'm gaining strength. Yang Sison said, facing the Jin family tycoons, I am not afraid of anything. Jin Jia-mu has repeatedly sabotaged our development plans. This time, he even intends to interfere with the new film. It is time for us to counterattack. Hearing this, Park Jimin nodded slightly. Feel free to do as you wish. When necessary, you can contact Haigri, the CEO of Feidong Corporation. She will definitely be interested in helping you. Yang Sison replied, Yes, yes, with you here, adoptive father. Acquiring insider entertainment will be as easy as turning over a palm. Listening to their conversation, Oh Young-sil blamed herself once again, feeling swept up in a wave of uncontrollable emotions. Park Jimin is in trouble because of me. If this gets out, his reputation will be severely damaged. Xiao Yushan is well known, but I do not want to make him a villain in the eyes of the public. Out there, people keep praising him. But does anyone truly understand him? To achieve the so-called ideal image, he has had to sacrifice so much. Countless girls chase after him just because of this title. And then, Park Jimin can no longer be close to anyone sincerely. She thought, now, Park Jimin is not hesitant to confront a giant conglomerate like the Jin family because of me, and even involved in a lawsuit. In that moment, Oh Young-sil suddenly felt like the heroine of a dramatic romance movie. In front of her was Park Jimin, a man who was both rich and capable. Her eyes sparkled, her heart raced as if an orchestra was playing in the background. This is the dream guy, the man who is ready to face the world for me. I just want to scream, I'm so lucky. The system announced, Oh Young-sil's affection level increased by 1. Current affection level 98 points. After finishing his task, Yang Sison quickly bowed and withdrew, leaving private space for Park Jimin and Oh Young-sil. At this moment, in the quiet dressing room, Oh Young-sil looked at Park Jimin with teary eyes, her voice weak and choked. Park Jimin, actually I don't deserve for you to sacrifice so much for me. Hearing that, Park Jimin seemed a bit puzzled. I don't remember doing anything special. I just vaguely remember spending a few billion for her. Park Jimin thought further. But in my eyes, that's hardly worth anything. So by instinct, Park Jimin retorted, Sacrifice? What have you sacrificed? At this moment, Oh Young-sil could no longer hold back, each word bursting forth like a culmination of all the feelings she had suppressed for so long. Why not? Park Jimin, you have done so much for me. You gifted me the rare jade necklace, helped clear away all the rumors. You didn't hesitate to use all your connections to bring me to the hands of the famous director. You even established a media company to help me pursue my dream of becoming an actress, investing billions into film projects just for me. You even initiated the Film City project. If it weren't for me, how could you have faced the Jin family tycoons? If it weren't for me, how could you have fought with Xiao Yushan? Oh Young-sil continued, Park Jimin, everything you have done, I know and I keep in my heart. I know I am just one of many women in your life. But I don't care, I don't mind. Because from the very beginning, we had a clear agreement. I am just a woman you are supporting. Oh Young-sil said, I am willing to be your woman. No need for you to bear any more troubles. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. As soon as Oh Young-sil finished speaking, unable to control her emotions, she suddenly pressed a passionate kiss on Park Jimin's lips. Everything happened too suddenly. Park Jimin could only feel the softness of Oh Young-sil's lips, while his mind had no time to react. He couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. What is this? I got kissed forcefully again. I can't believe what's happening. Are all the girls these days so bold? Is it enough just to like someone to kiss me? Park Jimin told himself in his head. A wave of discontent surged up, but then he suddenly thought, no, if I've been kissed, I have to kiss back. So without any hesitation, Park Jimin immediately switched to counterattack mode, kissing Oh Young-sil back with the sweetest spirit of reciprocity, making this forcible kiss no longer one-sided but equally matched. In Park Jimin's mind, only one thought resonated. If you like it, just go with it. After a fierce exchange of kisses, both Park Jimin and Oh Young-sil were breathing heavily. Their eyes met, but everyone felt awkward, unable to utter a word. Oh Young-sil blushed, hurriedly shoving a card into Park Jimin's hand. This is my room key. You can come over tonight, just to talk. Park Jimin was about to ask, where is the room? But Oh Young-sil quickly covered her face, extremely embarrassed, and ran out of the room. Park Jimin stood there, staring intently at the room key that had just been shoved into his hand, his mind screaming, I just got kissed against my will, and now I receive a room key. Isn't that too fast? What kind of conversation needs a room key? Could this be a form of intimate conversation that I've never known? Couldn't it be an invitation to participate in a mixed-gender game? Just as Park Jimin felt something starting to take root and sprout outside, the film crew began to murmur. Yes, that's right. The kiss scene between OCEO and Chairman Lim was indeed very in sync. This is exactly the feeling that the director needed for the film. Oh, I have to admit, it's so affectionate that I also want to kiss. Everyone was talking. Come on, you have no chance of dreaming. Damn it, don't mention no chance to me. Can't I just imagine a bit longer? The murmurs of the film crew made Yang Sison stroke his chin and think. I already knew Miss O would become my adoptive mother. I just didn't expect there could be so many adoptive mothers. Around 5 p.m., social media exploded with the news that Chairman Lim decided to cover all medical expenses for Xiao Yushan, and the famous star's parents announced they would drop the lawsuit for unclear reasons. However, this did nothing to calm the fury of netizens. Instead, the situation became increasingly tense, attracting thousands of shares and lively comments. I heard Chairman Lim agreed to pay $500 million for medication and emotional distress. $500 million just to hit someone. Chairman Lim, come hit me. I willingly accept to be hit. They debated. Although Xiao Yishan isn't short of money, this kind of compensation is still quite a bargain for him. Would he ever have a chance to earn such a large amount in his entire acting career? Is this a trick to make money? Claiming to be a victim, but then turning around to accept money and drop the lawsuit? Agreed. I have been fed up with this kid for a long time. I support Chairman Lim. Public sentiment was increasingly heated. No one could ignore this shocking news. The story about the compensation was not just about money, but also a strong blow to Xiao Yishan's dignity. By around 9 p.m., after a long day facing relentless news, Park Jimin left home. His destination was a luxurious hotel. Where is room 8106? After a stroll from the first floor to the 18th, Park Jimin finally found Oh Young-sil's room. This is it. Then, Park Jimin held up the card Oh Young-sil had given him to swipe. The sound of the door opening echoed softly, but Park Jimin felt a surge of nervousness. Before he could step inside, a delicate white hand suddenly reached out from the door and pulled Park Jimin in abruptly. In this awkward situation, Park Jimin's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what is this? Is this an action movie? Why does it feel like I'm being kidnapped? The door behind him slammed shut, and before he could catch his breath, Park Jimin realized Oh Young-sil's gaze was fixed intently on him. Oh Young-sil slowly approached. Each step she took seemed to carry the ticking sound of a countdown bomb. The surrounding space felt compressed, narrowing little by little, and Park Jimin felt as if he was being pushed into a corner, with no way out. Especially tonight, Oh Young-sil appeared in a sheer, form-fitting nightgown. Every curve of her body revealed like a work of art. Every movement of Oh Young-sil seems to raise the scorching atmosphere by a few degrees, while Park Jimin can do nothing but swallow and try to keep his breathing steady. When their gazes meet, Oh Young-sil looks at Park Jimin with eyes that are both gentle and challenging, as if knowing what Park Jimin is thinking. And indeed, Park Jimin is unintentionally drawn in. The longer he looks, the more he feels the thrill from that gaze, like an electric current running through him, replacing every normal sensation with a surge of chaotic emotions. Gradually, Park Jimin can only sink deeper into it, like a mesmerized person unable to escape. Oh Young-sil senses the profound gaze of Park Jimin fixated on her. Within that gaze lies a multitude of complex feelings, causing the young girl's heart to flutter lightly. She also feels her face heating up. Her shy voice, tinged with a hint of genuine innocence, rings out, Park Jimin, why are you staring at me like that? Park Jimin's fingers gently lift Oh Young-sil's face, which blooms like a flower. That feminine beauty keeps Park Jimin endlessly excited. Park Jimin felt a pang of regret that he couldn't immediately play with Oh Young-sil right there. It's just that you're too beautiful. Park Jimin's desires were finally ignited by the vibrant body of Oh Young-sil. He embraced her exquisite figure, freely kissing her cherry-red lips, sweet and soft to the point of being irresistible. Unable to hold back any longer, Park Jimin began to assault Oh Young-sil's perky breasts. Completely willing, Oh Young-sil was filled with happiness, enjoying every moment, her expression exuding an indescribable gentleness. A peculiar feeling of stimulation that was hard to put into words made her blush, her skin flushing a tantalizing pink. The rapid breaths turned into enticing moans. Park Jimin ripped at the thin dress like a beast. Her enormous breasts were instantly freed, exposed to the air. Then, he began to ravage Oh Young-sil's body, like a thirsty man encountering a spring after a long drought. Under Park Jimin's caresses, Oh Young-sil's body trembled intermittently, and she could feel herself becoming hot. But a feeling of unease, like a cold breeze passing through, warned Park Jimin that things won't go smoothly and easily. By instinct, he began to probe. There's something I need to confirm a bit. Park Jimin's strange rhythm left Oh Young-sil puzzled, asking, "What is it, Park Jimin?" Park Jimin hesitated for a moment, asking a question that seemed off-topic. You're not on your period today, right?" Park Jimin's question left Oh Young-sil stunned, her cheeks turning red from embarrassment. "Huh? No, I'm not. Why are you asking that?" Park Jimin forced a smile. It's okay, I just wanted to make sure. If not, then that's good, that's good." After finishing his sentence, Park Jimin felt as if he had just lifted a weight off his chest. "You can't blame me for being suspicious. Every time I plan to do something a bit wicked, I face unexpected obstacles. This time, I want to make sure everything is ready." Park Jimin continued to ask, his eyes cautious. "So, is there anything else?" Oh Young-sil hesitated a bit, finding it hard to say. Park Jimin, "Actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. But I'm afraid that if I say it, you might find it bothersome." Hearing this, Park Jimin immediately felt worried. "Damn it, what is it now? I don't want to continue acting with Xiao Yishan anymore," Oh Young-sil said. Then she leaned against Park Jimin's chest, tears starting to well up. After a moment, she suddenly burst into tears, having to endure so much resentment for one to cry like this. The sound of her crying made Park Jimin instinctively hold Oh Young-sil tightly in his embrace. "It's okay, we can change to someone else. I was planning to replace him anyway." Oh Young-sil bit her lip, clearly worried. "But the script has already been shot halfway, and even if we change actors, I still have to act with someone else." She continued, "This movie has many bold scenes. I'm worried that you won't be happy seeing those scenes. I also don't want to, and don't dare to think about the possibility of playing passionate romantic scenes, kissing someone else on screen, even if it's work." Seeing Oh Young-sil looking so hesitant, Park Jimin chuckled softly. "So that's it. It's okay. You just keep filming. If we can't find a suitable male lead, I'll play the lead role for you. It's really not a big deal." Upon hearing Park Jimin agreeing so easily, Oh Young-sil's eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide her astonishment. "Huh? You want to play the male lead?" Oh Young-sil's eyes were filled with affection as she gazed at Park Jimin, gently and sweetly asking, "Do you really agree to act in a movie for me?" Park Jimin nodded with a sincere expression. "Of course." Hearing that, Oh Young-sil keenly felt a bit emotional inside. For others, being an actor is a noble profession, revered by many. But for true tycoons like Park Jimin, actors are no different than puppets in their hands, hardly worth their attention. Yet, someone of Park Jimin's stature would lower himself to act in a movie for me. Moreover, acting isn't just about performing for a few days and finishing. This script could take several months to shoot from the beginning. Rich people have no shortage of money, but Jimin's time is what truly holds value. This sacrifice was truly immense, and Oh Young-sil felt deeply moved. Waves of emotions surged within her, rising higher and higher without end. Notification system. Oh Young-sil, affection level increased by 1. Current affection, level 99 points. The subject Simp Lord Oh Young-sil is deeply moved by the master's sincere actions. Affection level raised to 99 points, reward of 10 enhancement points. Oh Young-sil hugged Park Jimin, moved to tears. "Park Jimin, why are you being so good to me like this? I really don't deserve you doing so much for me. I'm just a person without any talents. When you entrusted me with the Film City project, I messed everything up. The company almost got infiltrated by spies, and I didn't even know. It nearly caused huge losses, and still, you stepped in to resolve everything. I don't even have a sense for business. I'm very stupid. Even when you give me money, I don't know how to use it. Sometimes I even feel really useless. Even the things I used to be proud of have declined so much over the past year. You have done too much for me already." Park Jimin was silent, unsure of what to say. He gently pulled Oh Young-sil into his embrace, his hand softly caressing her face. "You are mine. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Does it still hurt?" She replied, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." But a second later, the system suddenly displayed a series of data. Name: Oh Young-sil. Beauty score, 9.2. Peak aesthetic, body score, 9.3. Peak physique. Health score, 6.8. Nearly healthy but showing signs of depression. Seeing the increasingly melancholic expressions in Oh Young-sil's eyes made Park Jimin ponder. Depression, huh? The girl in front of me is only in her 20s. Yet she has gone through so many ups and downs in life. For over a year, she has had to endure relentless attacks and online violence. Her spirit has endured immense pressure, yet she has not completely crumbled. That shows Oh Young-sil is truly resilient. But no matter how strong they are, women are still the ones who are more easily hurt. Park Jimin gently lifted Oh Young-sil's face and kissed her on the lips. She also closed her eyes, awaiting a moment of happiness. In that moment, Oh Young-sil felt her heart incredibly tranquil. The sincere affection spread like ripples on water, growing more intense by the second. The two tongues in their mouths entwined endlessly, pleasure gradually consuming their souls, kissing, and then embracing again. Park Jimin felt as if he were enveloped in a slender body, both soft and fragrant, warm and taut. Unable to hold back any longer, Park Jimin slowly pushed Oh Young-sil down onto the bed. She still didn't know how to display a seductive pose, but her innocent and pure movements were even more alluring and captivating. Park Jimin, never leave me. Under the swaying pink light, the two were drenched in sweat, immersed in joy and satisfaction. Oh Young-sil's moans echoed steadily, mixed with soft, sweet cries that were enchanting and mesmerizing, making Park Jimin feel as though he was listening to a symphony from a strange instrument. It was unclear how long it had been, but suddenly the sounds quickened, delight surging like a crescendo at the heart of a storm. Finally, everything calmed down when the storm passed, leaving behind a clear and tranquil sky. The whole space seemed to come to a standstill, no more frantic movements, but it was filled with a sweet aftertaste. The following morning, a series of shocking news related to the Gyeongbukgung Pharmaceutical Corporation emerged. According to national virus experts, these two new drugs are truly remarkable for the world. One type has the ability to cure HIV, helping to restore the body's immune system. The second type is highly effective in treating most kinds of cancer. Although they are not completely curative, they are a medical miracle. With these inventions, the average lifespan of humanity could increase by at least 5 years. Experts predicted, with these two groundbreaking drugs, the market value of Gyeongbukgung Corporation will immediately surge, potentially exceeding 1 trillion. Park Jimin was astonished after reading this news. I never expected the drug I casually created to be this incredible. After that, Park Jimin looked at the bedsheets, still stained with plum blossom spots, and could not help but recall the moments from last night. How insane! I can't believe that after the system enhanced my physical abilities, I was able to last for 3 hours. Oh Young-sil was taking a shower in the bathroom. Her legs felt weak, almost too tired to walk. But despite her slightly exhausted body, her spirit was incredibly relaxed and satisfied. Oh Young-sil stepped out and suggested, "Hey, later I'll go to the filming set first. You wait a bit before leaving the hotel, okay?" Park Jimin was very confused upon hearing this. Huh? Why? Oh Young-sil seriously explained, her voice showing genuine concern. Park Jimin, don't get me wrong. Right now, you are the national idol, with tons of fans. If the paparazzi capture a scene of you with me, it would definitely have a huge impact on your reputation. After hearing that, Park Jimin nodded. I've dared to take on the role of the perfect image, so why worry about my reputation collapsing? But if there's a hiccup, then the entertainment company will have a big problem. I don't want to cause trouble for Oh Young-sil either. Thinking about this, Park Jimin suddenly remembered his harem and felt a chill run down his spine. Oh my god, if this scandal breaks out, I won't even have time to explain. Alright, better just listen to her. Keeping away from those paparazzi is the wisest decision. Park Jimin nodded in agreement. Alright, then I'll follow you. At 9 o'clock, Oh Young-sil finally appeared on the film set. But after being cleaned and enhanced by Park Jimin, Oh Young-sil became so stunning that it was hard to believe. Her exquisite aura was now magnified tenfold, appearing ethereal like a celestial fairy descending from the 9 heavens. As soon as Oh Young-sil stepped in, everyone was astonished. Sister Young-sil, you're here. You look even more beautiful today. A fellow actress exclaimed in amazement. Sister Young-sil, good morning. Not seeing you for just one day makes you look so radiant. Oh Young-sil replied in surprise. Oh really? I haven't even put on makeup yet. The actress continued playfully, laughing while praising. Absolutely, oh my. You look magnificent today. Your skin is so smooth, it seems like it could drip water. Maybe it's thanks to the love and care. Oh Young-sil shyly replied. What are you talking about? Don't say ridiculous things. But after saying that, she was also curious in her heart. Could it really be that a relationship between a man and a woman could adjust one's complexion, help nourish the body, and make a person younger and more beautiful? Maybe I should find a way to make Park Jimin adore me even more. Before she could think of how to continue things with Park Jimin, Yang Sison had already walked over. Even though he was the one who provided Oh Young-sil's room number last night, Yang Sison still pretended to be calm and asked, "Oh wow, Oh CEO seems to be in great spirits today. Has father agreed to play the male lead?" Oh Young-sil replied, agreed already. Park Jimin has accepted the role." As soon as he heard that Park Jimin had accepted the role, Yang Sison's eyes lit up and he smiled. Wonderful. As long as father agrees to act, it's all good. Then, Yang Sison stroked his chin, calculating, so that's settled. Even if Chairman Lim doesn't know how to act, it doesn't matter. With my editing technology and effects, turning someone who doesn't know how to act into someone who knows how to act is very easy. Yang Sison continued. If the box office revenue is disastrous, then I can blame everything on Chairman Lim and CEO Lo. After all, if the sky falls, Chairman Lim will be there to support it. Regardless of losses in the tens of billions, it means nothing, and I will just watch everything from a distance with a satisfied smile. Before long, Park Jimin had also arrived at the film crew. He was chewing on a donut while drinking soy milk, then casually found a chair to watch the activities on the film set. After that, Park Jimin began to call the system. "System, please enhance my acting skill." The system replied, "Since the master has already mastered the acting skill, this enhancement does not require the expenditure of skill points. I would like to remind you that each time you enhance your acting skill, the master will spend 1 enhancement point and receive 5 years of acting experience." He responded, "Then enhance 9 points." The system announced, "Enhancement in progress. 9 enhancement points will grant the master 45 years of acting experience. Since the master has mastered acting, after this enhancement, the master's acting experience will reach approximately 65 years. Enhancement completed." In an instant, a vast flow of knowledge about acting flooded into Park Jimin's mind, turning him into a true master of acting. Immediately, Park Jimin felt his acting skills elevated, with a wealth of experience amassed, as if he had lived a lifetime in the profession. Park Jimin confidently stepped into the role with an impeccable demeanor. Damn it, it feels like this skill has something to do with the art of seduction. It's truly powerful in winning over women. At that moment, Yang Sison approached and handed a script to Park Jimin. "Father, if not, would you like to audition first? Here is the script. I will explain more about the content shortly. In here, could you spend an hour memorizing the lines?" Picking up the script to read, Park Jimin's expression immediately darkened. The script was a mere 1 page long, with fewer than 50 lines of dialogue, but he was told to spend a whole hour memorizing it. Who did he think he was that he needed a whole hour to remember this? Then, Park Jimin confidently crossed his legs and replied, "What do I need a whole hour for? Do you look down on me?" Yang Sison awkwardly laughed, unable to believe his ears. "Ha, you've memorized it already? That quickly?" Park Jimin rolled up the script, gave it a hard slap, and his attitude became more arrogant. "Not only have I memorized it, but I also want to revise the script. This part is too boring, and the dialogue is shallow with no depth at all. Bring me a pen. I need to make some changes." Yang Sison thought, as a professional director, the most taboo thing is to be suspected of the quality of the script. Altering the script without permission not only disrespects the screenwriter, but also shows a lack of respect for the director. But before such an unreasonable demand, no matter how dissatisfied Yang Sison was, he could only silently smile bitterly. "It's over. The thing I feared the most has finally happened." He just said a sentence and already wants to change the script. Couldn't it be that a professional screenwriter has written so poorly that the actor feels the need to edit it? But Park Jimin is not an ordinary person. He is the boss, the one who invested money in this film, who dares to go against the boss. So, faced with such a difficult request, Yang Sison said, "Yes, father, here is the pen. "Father, please write it yourself." Saying that, Yang Sison sighed with concern. "I just hope he doesn't change too much. If not, can this film still be shot?" Park Jimin picked up the pen, without hesitation, and began to make changes right away. After 10 minutes, the script had nearly changed completely. Yang Sison felt incredibly anxious upon hearing this. But when he looked at the new script, he couldn't help but be astonished. The script, oh my god, is this really the final version? With just a few adjustments, the entire film has been elevated to a new level, making me feel as if I'd just gained a deeper understanding. The more he read, the more he found the dialogue to be far more profound than the actors, thereby allowing for a stronger expression of emotions, with multiple layers of meaning. Wang He came from the west, breaking through Hunluan, roaring fiercely through the Dragon Gate. Moreover, Park Jimin meticulously refined the details regarding the setting, atmosphere, and cinematic language. He grasped the script with a subtlety that even Yang Sison, in his role as a director, felt. I'm in awe. The use of this script is by no means random, and his talent far exceeds mine. After that, Yang Sison couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Father, this script, your revisions are truly outstanding. What exactly did you study? Was it literature?" Park Jimin quickly responded, "Yes, that's right, it's a major in literature." Hearing that, Yang Sison looked visibly pleased. "Oh, so that's it? No wonder you're so good at revising. You're indeed a professional in the field. But as for the actual performance, we will have to wait until filming starts, Father. Don't worry about the lines. We have a teleprompter. The important thing is to grasp the content of the script, and to coordinate your gaze and actions well with OCEO. Don't over-exaggerate your emotions. Even professional actors can go overboard sometimes, which can easily create a sense of awkwardness. Naturalness is key." Yang Sison kept rambling on, and even Park Jimin began to get annoyed. Finally, Park Jimin waved his hand dismissively, speaking confidently, "No need for all these words. Let's just shoot. I don't need a teleprompter or any dubbing. Just film directly, using my real voice. The teleprompter will only be a distraction." Yang Sison felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. The whole film crew, from lighting to photography to props, everyone was anxious and tense. We're really filming just like this. Returning to his director's seat, Yang Sison felt anxious, but still tried to remain calm. It's not that I don't trust him, but the confidence of a newcomer stepping into the industry is really hard to coordinate. On top of that, he's directing professionals in the field. No wonder everyone is worried. So the father approaches everything with such determination. Let's treat this as an audition to see how he acts. In the past, Xiao Yushan overacted in this scene, and OCEO had to shoot this scene with Xiao Yushan more than 30 times, going back and forth for 2 days until I felt it was somewhat acceptable. Hopefully, father won't follow that path. Quickly, the props lights were set, and the photographer took his position. 1, 2, 3, action. As the camera started rolling, Park Jimin's expression instantly changed. He became extremely cold and sharp. "Do you have anything else you want to say?" This scene is a fierce argument between the male lead and the female lead. Yet Park Jimin's tension carries many layers of different emotions. Even Oh Young-sil, who has performed this scene dozens of times and knows each line and gesture by heart, found herself completely swept up in the powerful aura of Park Jimin, making her a follower of his performance rhythm. What seemed to be luck turned out to be something more, as in the following scenes. Everything from his gaze, expressions, lines, to the emotions Park Jimin conveyed erupted naturally and authentically. Oh Young-sil could hardly believe her eyes. What is this? What's with this intense pressure? I've never felt this way, even when facing seasoned actors. In fact, this was Park Jimin's first attempt at this scene, and I was worried that he might not have memorized the lines or would struggle to keep up with my pace. But now, Park Jimin was completely in control of the situation, firmly managing every tempo of the scene. His aura cannot be overshadowed. He is like a black hole that draws me in, swallowing everything. It's terrifying. Yang Sison sat outside watching, his gaze fixed on Oh Young-sil, who was frozen in place, unable to help but frown. What is going on? Did CEO forget her lines? He glanced over at Park Jimin and saw him exuding an incredibly cool aura, every glance and gesture seeming to devour his opponent alive. Yang Sison swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Good heavens! This is the first time I have seen her so spellbound. Could it be that she has been drained by the male god Park Jimin? If she doesn't snap out of it soon, she might just be completely devoured without a trace. Oh Hyung-sil tried to maintain an awkward smile, but couldn't hide her embarrassment. I'm sorry, Director Yang, I forgot my lines. Yang Sison merely cleared his throat, his demeanor calm as if nothing significant had happened. He slowly raised his hand to signal a cut, but then his gaze bemusedly flickered. My goodness, it's the first time Oh has lost her composure and forgotten her lines in front of so many people like this. Thinking quietly to himself, Yang Sison continued to maintain his composure. My dad wouldn't dare scold my adoptive mother, so I can't be too strict with my adoptive father here. As Xiao Hong prepared the makeup for the next scene, Oh Hyung-sil spoke with evident admiration. Park Jimin, is this really your first acting experience? It's amazing. I didn't expect filming to go so smoothly today. Park Jimin smiled slightly but didn't seem overly enthusiastic, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps it's due to talent. In no time, the prop lights were turned on, creating a lively cinematic atmosphere. The camera began to glide smoothly. The photographer focused intently on adjusting the angle. 1, 2, 3, action. The scene started. It was still a conflict between the male lead and the female lead. Park Jimin immediately changed his expression, his face cold and resolute. Each line of dialogue rang out like hammer blows, striking hard against the heart, flowing with an unbroken dramatic current. What exactly do you want to say? Oh Hyung-sil's gaze was sharp, her lips trembling, filled with both deep anger and profound hurt. What do you want to say? You completely don't understand me. Yang Sison stood behind the camera, his eyes glued to the monitor. The performance between Oh Hyung-sil and Park Jimin unfolded perfectly before him, not only in technical terms, but also in emotional depth. The more he watched, the faster Yang Sison's heart raced. I can't believe it. Park Jimin, whom I was worried would ruin the rhythm of the scene, is now leading every emotion masterfully. The pressure from his acting is so strong that even Oh Hyung-sil is swept along with every breath. Park Jimin's performance has transcended that of a mere celebrity. He thought. What is even more terrifying is that Park Jimin knows how to use light to elevate his performance. Every reaction, every small expression of the other party is perfectly captured and responded to by him. Every action appears as if it occurs naturally. The decision to change actors is a wise choice. Xiao Yushan cannot compare to Park Jimin. Comparing them only highlights the huge disparity, to the point that Xiao Yushan is perhaps not even worthy of carrying Park Jimin's shoes. What is most remarkable is that Park Jimin memorizes his lines in just a few minutes. Not only does he memorize quickly, but he also deeply understands his character. Clearly, he was born to be an actor. Perhaps, but some people are born to be actors in life. Yang Sison thought to himself. No one knows their true face. The way Chairman Lim acts so naturally shows that in life he has performed countless times. That strong aura makes it impossible for anyone to guess what Chairman Lim is really like. Clearly, he is a person of great depth. Indeed, if there were no profound calculations, how could he control numerous financial groups according to his will? How could he execute such large commercial strategies? The more Yang Sison watched, the more he felt that this was no longer just a scene being filmed, but a vibrant reality. Even when the shooting wrapped up, he forgot that he needed to call out cut, prompting Park Jimin to remind him. We're done now. Director Yang, the scene is over. Cut it. Yang Sison was pulled back to reality, his mind still a bit hazy. Cut. He then looked at Park Jimin, a sense of joy rising within him, filled with both admiration and excitement. I've really struck gold. A difficult scene like this, and Chairman Lim hasn't shown any signs of acting. The character he portrays is becoming clearer and clearer. This is not merely satisfying, it exceeds expectations. Yang Sison chuckled softly to himself. Thank goodness he's not passionate about acting, just interested in making money. Otherwise, the entire film industry would be turned upside down. After the subsequent scenes, everyone on the film crew began to truly see Park Jimin in a different light. Previously, scenes that required others to attempt a dozen times to succeed. With Park Jimin, it only took one take to get it right. Not only that, Park Jimin's speed in memorizing the lines left the entire film crew astonished. His understanding and portrayal of the character is incredibly unique. In some scenes, he even made adjustments like a director, mastering every filming process and position with extreme precision. Cut, perfect. One take is enough. With Park Jimin participating, the daily filming progress of the crew was nearly equivalent to a month's work for Xiao Yishan. Any issues that reached Park Jimin were resolved quickly. Cut to the next scene. Cut. Continue. Cut. Cut. Too perfect. As soon as the filming day ended, the crew was lively with conversation, filled with admiration. Chairman Lim is truly amazing. Indeed. Is there even anything more to say? Especially his speed in memorizing lines. While others take a whole day to learn, Chairman Lim just needs to glance once to remember instantly. No doubt about it. Today, Director Yang shot over 600 scenes in one go. The post-production team must be exhausted. Haha, a loud laugh rang out. The man said, initially, the movie was scheduled to be released during the Lunar New Year. Perhaps it will be completed sooner than expected in just half a month. That's right, Chairman Lim. His success is certainly not a coincidence. On the surface, he seems not too concerned, but everything he does reaches perfection. Even acting, though it's not his main profession, he still does it so well that it's hard to believe. Are you kidding? How much can an actor earn? Even if they are a superstar, earning a few billion is already a lot. Just look, Chairman Lim only needs one project to earn hundreds of billions. Acting for him is just a game. Seeing someone lagging behind, a curious member asked, "Hey, why are you just standing there? Is your stomach hurting?" This young man grimaced, tears welling up as he lamented, "Damn it, I'm the one doing post-production here. Tonight, I'll probably have to pull an all-nighter to edit the film. Oh my God, why is my life so miserable?" No matter where it is, strength is what matters. Park Jimin is the same at this moment. He has used his strength to prove everything. When looking at the figure of that young man, Oh Young-sil's heart and everyone in the film crew couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Park Jimin, you are truly amazing. Clearly, this is a professional actor. Park Jimin's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of pride, but not overly ostentatious. It's no big deal. Deep down, Park Jimin knew very well, my acting skills have improved thanks to the system, so these scenes are nothing difficult for me. At this moment, Yang Sison was reviewing the post-production edits of the filmed scenes. Over 600 scenes left him wide-eyed in astonishment. Initially, the entire film crew was in a panic, because Tu Nat Sun was moving as slowly as a snail, causing delays. Everyone thought that this Tet festival would just be spent watching fireworks, with no hope for the film. But no one expected that once Park Jimin got involved, in just one day, with rocket speed and hitting the nail on the head. He thought, the whole film crew now isn't worried about meeting the Lunar New Year deadline anymore, but is instead concerned about what to do with the half-month of spare time after the film wraps up. It's better to finalize things soon. Saying Park Jimin is a newcomer now is no different than telling a 5-star Michelin chef that he's just learned how to chop vegetables. He no longer resembles a newcomer. It feels like he has been struggling on set for 10 years. Living and breathing the camera, performing like a seasoned actor. At this moment, I couldn't help but marvel and wonder. Wow, if it's father's first time acting, and he has succeeded beyond expectations like this, could it be that he's an actor from a past life? Father is truly remarkable. At the same time, Soo Jong-yu and several actresses couldn't hide their admiration in their eyes as they talked about Park Jimin. But above all, it was the scent of money radiating from him. Chairman Lim looks more handsome the more you look at him. Truly a man who is both talented and wealthy, absolutely perfect. Indeed, he is also strict with himself. Everything he does reaches perfection. I wish I could be favored by him. A female actress burst out laughing. That's right, if Chairman Lim has any unspoken rules with me, I would definitely agree immediately. What need is there for favoritism? Just one night with him would already be too generous. If that happens, I could brag about it for a lifetime. Another actress teased, "Are you dreaming? You're not even on the waiting list yet." The more they talked, the more the actresses around laughed and chatted vigorously. Their words became very bold. Yang Sison, who accidentally overheard the conversation, immediately felt worried. It seems it's time to tactfully remind Park Jimin a little. The stage is wide, but the bed is narrow, and there are many female artists wanting to climb up. It's really dangerous. He might end up becoming the leading actor in a romance film, with all the artists fighting for the boss's attention. Thinking of this, Yang Sison couldn't help but sigh. This film set is no different from a spring garden full of colors, filled with young beauties fresh out of school, or even still studying the arts. Everyone is bright and full of life, Gang Sison exclaimed. However, on screen, they are just fleeting supporting roles. No one remembers their faces or names. To climb higher, these girls are willing to take advantage of any opportunity, unafraid to offer themselves at the door. As a director, I have become too familiar with these scenes. It's not always the director who sets traps and forces the girls into unwritten rules. Often, these girls come with their own plans to conquer. Sometimes, they even have to line up for a chance to approach. In the end, who are the ones following the unwritten rules? In this era, reputation must be traded for one's own body. Around 5 p.m., when the shadows of the trees leaned like artistic photos on Instagram, a fleet of supercars began to roll into the film set. Ever since being criticized by Park Jimin for her Mercedes not being classy enough, Yu Ling Shuang promptly switched to a lineup of Rolls-Royce Phantoms, each adorned with a statue of a soaring deity. As soon as she stepped out of the car, Yu Ling Shuang instantly enlivened the atmosphere on set. Oh my gosh, isn't that the CEO of Fei Dongsao, the wealthy and powerful woman? Someone said, that's not right. The Film City project that she is managing has surpassed the trillion mark for a long time. She should be called a trillionaire. It's unbelievable. A young and beautiful person like her is such a prominent figure. Indeed, not only does Fei Dong have 200 billion in working capital, but this corporation also doesn't need to borrow from banks. This means that the Film City project is still as solid as a rock. All construction and planning plans are progressing on schedule. Another person said, now those who have just returned their home purchases are so furious that they almost bleed out. But this time, everyone can't buy homes at the old prices anymore. They regret it so much. If only they had bought a property earlier, they would be making a huge profit by now. Another person cursed. Damn it, my uncle is going crazy right now. Just last week, he returned his house and got his deposit back, thinking he would make a big profit. Who would have thought that the price has now skyrocketed to 15,000? And even 15,000 might not be enough to buy one. Anyone who wants to buy has to act fast. If you hesitate a little longer, the price could soar to 20,000. While everyone was discussing, Yu Ling Shuang walked straight up to Park Jimin. As she got closer, Yu Ling Shuang bowed respectfully, her tone filled with seriousness. Boss, here is the financial report for this month. Please take a look. Park Jimin raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yu Ling Shuang continued. Boss, 2 days ago, after the corporation's working capital was made public, the company's situation underwent an astonishing turnaround. Now, everyone knows you hold 50% of the shares of Jeonbukam Pharmaceuticals, making your financial resources seemingly endless. Therefore, the Film City project has attracted great interest, and real estate prices have skyrocketed to 15,000. Park Jimin took a sip of tea, and upon hearing this, he spit it out immediately. Then he looked surprised and asked again, what did you just say? How much? Yu Ling Shuang was taken aback and asked, 15,000. Is there a problem, boss? Initially, Park Jimin was filled with enthusiasm as Yu Ling Shuang was someone who knew how to spend money. But now, his sister Xiao Yu had become the money-making machine. Park Jimin felt his emotions continuously shift from joy to dissatisfaction, and then to contemplation. Damn it, the house prices have risen to 15,000 already. He sighed. It sounds like those investors have decided to change careers to printing money. But the unfortunate thing is, I still have nearly 90 trillion in my Simp Lord account. Yu Ling Shuang, what do you earn so much for? I can't even spend the money for my Simp Lord. He continued. Honestly, I was planning to spend all of that 90 trillion on my Simp Lords. But at first, I thought each of them was just throwing money out of the window. Who knew that this gang of Simp Lords would consistently succeed beyond expectations? Wherever they invested, that place would bloom like a field full of money flowers. Oh my gosh, how did everyone become a business genius like this? They say doing business is difficult, and one could easily go bankrupt. How come these people are eating so easily? This isn't good. It can't keep increasing like this. Park Jimin stood there, both sighing and smiling bitterly, as if he was falling into a situation with no escape. Yu Ling Shuang stood beside him, initially feeling confused, and then began to doubt what she should say. Nevertheless, she patiently waited, for with Park Jimin, regardless of whether he seemed naive or pensive, He always calculated and strategized like a god. Surely the boss is coming up with some great strategy. But then, Park Jimin suddenly exhaled sharply, turned to her, and said with an expression as if he had discovered the truth. The house prices have risen too high. They can't continue to increase anymore. Can we lower the house prices a bit more? Yu Ling Shuang said with admiring eyes. That's right, boss. You indeed see through everything a long time ago. Park Jimin looked a bit stunned, a question mark appearing in his mind. What do you see through? How do you understand so quickly? Yu Ling Shuang replied, Boss, 15,000 is already the lowest point. Even if we lower it, it won't reduce the enthusiasm of those people outside to buy houses, and forcing them more is futile. But boss, house prices can't just stupidly continue to rise. If they keep increasing, it might conflict with national policies. This is just the first issue. She continued. One more thing is that if house prices keep rising to 20,000 or more, the average income earners will no longer have the ability to afford them. Once it reaches that level, the development of the film city will face difficulties. The city will need price stability so that the working class feels that if they make an effort, they can buy a house. That way, they will work harder because they feel there is hope. Listening to Yu Ling Shuang's explanation, Park Jimin stood dazed for a moment, feeling her words make sense, but something still feels off. Then he thought carefully again, taking money from the workers to hire them to build houses, then selling them at a high price. Meanwhile, the workers have to work their whole lives to pay off loans for up to 10 years. This situation sounds a bit unsettling, doesn't it? Park Jimin pondered. Suddenly, making money from real estate feels somewhat distasteful. Young people today are struggling too much. A monthly salary of 3,000 to 5,000, the highest they can earn is 10,000 to 20,000. Where would they get the money to buy a house? To buy a hammer? Finally, Park Jimin realized, from now on, all housing projects of Feigong will no longer calculate common area. Everyone will only pay for the usable area. Hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang's eyes widened in shock. Boss, do you want to set a precedent for the entire real estate industry in the country? Thinking about having to bear all the losses, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't help but shudder, his scalp tingling. He has decided to stop calculating common area. That means every house will be sold at a reduced price of 10,000. And for larger apartments, the loss could go up to hundreds of thousands. Just one movement, and it shakes the entire corporation. This is not a small matter. This boss is truly reckless, but reckless in a way that makes people deeply admire him. Xiao Yu felt increasingly scared as she thought, the profit from real estate is no longer as high as before. This is due to the inclusion of common areas to make a profit. Cutting out common areas would slash over 100 billion in profit. Moreover, the development momentum of Feidong Group does not stop here. Cinema City is just the beginning. And if we expand the project to other cities in the future, will we also have to eliminate all common areas? Yu Ling Shuang was somewhat unable to believe what she had just heard. She gasped, confirming. Boss, are you really going to eliminate common areas? Abolishing common areas isn't that declaring war on the entire real estate industry? Park Jimin stood tall, his gaze distant, then affirmed resolutely. Absolutely, house prices are already high enough. How many young people cannot afford a home? And if we continue to make money from common areas, isn't that too unethical? From today, all real estate projects of Feidong will eliminate the inclusion of common areas. That's how it will be done. Xiao Yu looked at Park Jimin's calm expression, as if he had carefully considered everything before making a decision. In her heart, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. In business, who talks about ethics? In the business world, who doesn't try to squeeze a bit more profit, calculating every square meter of shared space? And yet Park Jimin decides not to do that. Isn't that just making himself a fool? Above all, he's giving all this away. Isn't that like gifting a pile of money to the public for free? But Yu Ling Shuang understood one thing. Park Jimin's orders were non-negotiable. When Park Jimin had made his decision, even though she was full of doubts, she still had to nod in agreement. Yes, sir. After that, Yu Ling Shuang thought in a more subjective direction. With Park Jimin's cleverness, could this really be about giving money away, or is there a deeper plan that I just can't grasp? Park Jimin placed his hand on Yu Ling Shuang's shoulder, his tone full of implication. Xiao Yu, have you been short on money lately? If the company is facing difficulties, just let me know. Yu Ling Shuang smiled brightly, speaking with full confidence. Sir, what does the corporation lack in money? You just provided me with 200 billion as working capital. She continued. Our financial information has just been made public and the bank hastened to offer loans. The newly released real estate is being purchased a lot, and the prices are high. Currently, the group's account has exceeded 500 billion, to the extent that developing hundreds of projects at the same time is not an issue. Hearing his younger sister Xiao Yu's report, Park Jimin looked on with disdain. If there's no shortage, then let it be. Then, he slapped his forehead and sighed. It's truly hopeless. You don't even understand the hints from the boss. If you continue like this, what excuse will I have to transfer more money to you? Yu Ling Shuang continued her report seriously. That's right, boss. Recently, many corporations want to collaborate with Fi Gong, including the Longhua Group and the Qin Family Group. They even proposed to establish the Longhua school system right in Mayangshizen, from elementary school to high school. Upon hearing the Longhua Group, Park Jimin nodded. I'm not from Mayuan, but I've heard of Longhua. It's a prestigious private school system ranked among the best in the country. He said, every parent wants their child to get into that school, even willing to spend tens of millions to buy a house in this area. Yu Ling Shuang continued. Longhua is not only famous for its teaching quality, but also has a network connection with top universities around the world. Parents spare no expense to send their children here, just for the chance of studying abroad later. Here, the lowest-ranking teacher is a master's degree holder from top universities. Not to mention the talented students from top schools who are also invited to Longhua. They have an extremely elite teaching team. If Longhua moves to Cinema City, it will definitely turn this area into a place where everyone dreams of settling down. Hearing Yu Ling Shuang's report, Park Jimin couldn't help but ponder. If Longhua comes here, I wonder how many families will rush to buy houses. The scene of parents fighting to the point of bloodshed for their children to get an education will surely drive real estate prices sky high, and when that happens, how can I afford to give Xiao Yu any money? After that, Park Jimin continued to ask, what are their conditions? Yu Ling Shuang reported confidently. Longhua wants to offer 10 billion to buy 5% of Fei Gong's shares. But I think this demand is excessive. 10 billion is at most equivalent to 1% of the shares. Considering the growth potential of Cinema City, 5% of the shares in the future could exceed 500 billion. Of course, I rejected this request, but I did not completely dismiss the idea of collaboration. After all, Longhua is a prestigious education brand. Once they appear, the real estate prices around the campus will immediately skyrocket, attracting a wave of families rushing to buy homes. Hearing this, Park Jimin immediately concluded, Longhua School. Don't even think about those people coming here. The real estate prices will drastically rise again. They can't be allowed in. Even though it felt like Park Jimin had just thrown a mountain of gold into the river, Yu Ling Shuang still had to comply. Yes, boss. But right after that, a brilliant idea sparked in Park Jimin's mind. Education. That's right. This is the perfect place to burn money. Park Jimin continued. Building schools requires huge costs. But what if I do things a little differently? Waiving tuition fees for all students, even textbooks, housing, and meals would also be free. Then each year, the costs would add up quite a bit, wouldn't they? Not only that, I could also pay teachers really high salaries, the highest in the education sector ever, and set salaries based on that standard. The more he thought about it, the more excited Park Jimin became. If one school cost 100 million each year, then with 1,000 schools, it would spend 100 billion each year, and with 10,000 schools, it could reach up to 1 trillion. After completing this domestically, I could even open schools abroad. Haha, I'm so smart. That's another reason to spend money. Education, just like healthcare, is all about burning money that helps me help the world. In the not-too-distant future, the amount of 90 trillion can definitely be spent without any more thought. Park Jimin firmly asserted, this doesn't need any further consideration. We will build the schools ourselves. Park Jimin said, starting today, Fei Gong Education is officially established. I will immediately choose several plots of land in Cinema City to build schools. Park Jimin continued, his voice full of determination, each word clear. The school must be grand, from preschool, elementary school, middle school, to high school. We will build the most prestigious, luxurious schools in the country. The area must be spacious, with complete facilities, and the architectural design must be magnificent. The library, sports area, and student housing must all be thoroughly prepared. The student dormitories need to have private bathrooms, air conditioning, refrigerators, and washing machines. Nothing must be lacking. Park Jimin paused for a moment and emphasized further. And especially when the school is certified by the education department, all tuition fees, textbook costs, and living expenses must be completely free. I will transfer 500 billion immediately to start this project. Let's decide on that. Upon hearing this, Yuling Shuang was taken aback, her eyes widening in amazement. In her mind, huge numbers appeared. A tingling sensation crept from her feet to the top of her head, as if all of Park Jimin's plans were beyond her imagination. After that, Yuling Shuang tried to calm down and analyze. Boss, if we implement what you said, providing completely free education and offering a top-tier educational environment, it would be no different from turning a business into charity. My suggestion is to assign this task to the CI Charity Fund. This way, we can also receive support from public welfare organizations. It would be more reasonable for Phi Dong to participate in a supporting role. Furthermore, Suk-won has a father, Ki-jun, who will be a significant driving force. Not to mention, Suk-won also has a wide network of connections, so assigning her to manage this education sector is the most suitable choice. Hearing this, Park Jimin nodded in agreement. Yes, Suk-won is indeed a more appropriate choice. Moreover, Faegong Group is a company operating with the goal of investing and making profits, and the company's expertise lies in real estate development. If we were to engage in education for profit, it would make sense. But if we want to offer everything for free, then it would be nothing short of charity. Park Jimin said. Then it's best to leave it to the charity fund to handle. Park Jimin said. The crux of the matter is. Park Jimin stopped mid-sentence, not continuing. Yuling Shuang, curious, asked with sparkling eyes, waiting for an answer. What is the crux? But Park Jimin evasively turned away in a hurry. Oh, it's nothing. I will find a chance to discuss this with lady. The more he acted this way, the more suspicious Xiao Yu felt. Her curiosity surged like a rising tide in her heart, making her unable to stop thinking about every tiny detail. Nothing, huh? This is the first time I've seen Park Jimin hesitate like this. There must be something shady going on. Could it be that they had a past romance? No way, why would he be so flustered? Recently, the CE Charity Fund has spent a significant amount of money, especially after Suk-won learned that the Gyeongbokgung Group was developing medicine and Phi Dong was thriving. No longer hesitant, she boldly purchased land to build a hospital, recruited talented individuals, and enhanced staff welfare. She even expanded aid to include patients with mild illnesses that incur high medical costs. In just 3 to 5 days, Suk-won spent 10 billion VND from the charity fund, while unilaterally broadening the scope of support from Gyeongbokgung to the entire province. This led to an uncontrollable chain reaction. People from other provinces quickly took advantage of the opportunity to receive assistance, causing actual patients in Gyeongbokgung to miss out on support, while those from outside the province received aid. This disparity created dissatisfaction, fueling public outrage and demands for explanations, even leading to protests in front of the hospital. Suk-won's heart softened upon seeing the gasping patients, unable to refuse anyone, resulting in the charity fund being drained. Even the money for building the hospital ran out, but the pit was still not filled. Kim Jenny anxiously reported to President that the current financial situation is very serious, even though the charity fund is not a profit-making organization. Kim Jenny continued, but if we keep spending like this without any revenue, sooner or later we will be drained, and the charity fund could collapse in a short time if this situation is not controlled. Suk-won sighed, his voice weary. I understand. In the past, I was indeed a bit naive. But now looking back, it's too late. The situation is chaotic. Can we still recover the money spent like this? At this moment, Suk-won began to feel deep regret. It's all due to my impulsiveness. With the emergence of the new drug from Gyeongbokgung Pharmaceutical, I thought the treatment cost for severe patients would significantly decrease. However, the number of patients coming from other provinces to Gyeongbokgung has exceeded expectations. This situation is hard to manage. Every time I think about the donation money, it ultimately ends up in Park Jimin's pocket, and it makes me feel frustrated. This guy is so cunning. Moreover, for the past few days, Park Jimin hasn't picked up my calls. This petty guy probably thinks I'm calling to ask for money. Kim Jenny continued to suggest, President now only Chairman Lim can solve this issue. Should I call him? Feeling ignored, Suk-won could not accept this situation. Now, hearing Kim Jenny mention Park Jimin again, Suk-won became furious. Don't bring him up again. I'm getting frustrated. He hasn't contacted me. Should I reach out to him? The hospital isn't finished yet. Not many patients are being helped, and society keeps criticizing the charity fund incessantly. Reputation doesn't hold any value. I've spent billions only to be criticized by others. What did I spend this money for in the end? Just then, the assistant rushed in. Kim CEO, President another batch of severely ill patients has been admitted to the hospital today. There aren't enough beds. Kim Jenny remained composed, showing no sign of agitation. Sumo, don't hurry. Lead me to the hospital. I will coordinate a bit. He replied, Yes, Kim CEO. The door slammed shut, leaving the atmosphere in the president's office heavier than ever. Suk-won sat there, feeling as though he was rowing a boat that was taking on water from all sides. It wasn't exactly lack of experience, but self-blame was abundant. The problem had now gone far beyond my personal anger. Honestly speaking, I truly don't know how to face Park Jimin. He entrusted me with the charity fund containing tens of billions. And now what? The capital for development has been completely drained, and even the money to build the hospital has disappeared. The current situation is beyond control, and the consequences are continuously worsening. I have not only failed in management, but also ruined the credibility of the entire charity fund. The number of critically ill patients continues to flood into the hospitals without pause. Suk-won thought further. A person's life is more important than anything. But calling Park Jimin means asking for money. Only by receiving an enormous rescue package can the charity fund continue to operate and new projects be launched properly. Otherwise, everything will fall into a state of freeze, and the consequences will be even more serious. The more Suk-won thought, the more she realized she was in an extremely difficult situation. The issue isn't just asking for a few $100 million for the sake of it, but rather tens of billions. Who would dare to ask for such a huge amount without feeling embarrassed? So, Suk-won held her phone in hand, constantly looking at the screen, but hesitating to dial the number. I mean, do I really have to ask for that much money? Tens of billions, not just a few coins. What if I call and he asks why I'm spending it so fast? How would I respond? If I must take the risk, how could I let the charity fund go bankrupt on my watch? It's not just about asking for money. I'll also ask for his opinion on the situation. That way, it's both a request for funds and a discussion, which makes it a bit easier. After an hour of contemplation, Suk-won finally decided to press call. At that moment, Park Jimin was on set when the phone rang. Seeing Suk-won's name appear on the screen, he briefly hesitated, a glint of thought in his eyes. Oh, Suk-won. Tell her I'm on my way. Currently, among all the individuals I am taking care of, Suk-won is the one with the highest potential to bring in a lot of money. I definitely have to seize this opportunity skillfully. But when he picked up the phone, Park Jimin pretended to speak in a nonchalant tone. Hello, lady what's going on? Suk-won calmly asked. I have something very important to discuss with you. Can you spare some time to meet me? Park Jimin replied. What a coincidence, I also have something to talk about with you. Come to Tianmen, I'm here filming. What? Suk-won was surprised, unable to believe. He's a billionaire. How can he be at a film set right now? After that, Suk-won pleaded, his voice full of seriousness. Park Jimin, the situation with the charity fund is much more serious than you think. Can you let me explain? Suk-won was preparing a long explanation, hoping that Park Jimin would listen and understand the gravity of the issue. But before he could finish his first sentence, he heard Park Jimin's voice, full of arrogance and laziness. All right, I'm very busy. Handle it yourself. Park Jimin continued. It's just a small amount. I'll transfer it right now. No need to worry. With that, Park Jimin hung up the phone, not allowing Suk-won to say another word. This left her truly disappointed, and the system notified. Suk-won feels her affection for Park Jimin has decreased by 2 points. currently at 92 points. Suk-won was so furious that she felt like exploding, her heart filled with resentment. That damn guy. I intended to have a serious conversation, but he hung up. Could it be that in his mind, the word serious only means asking for money? This mindset is also too childish. Damn it, how can a man be so petty? When did something small turn into a long-lasting grudge? There's still a grudge. Does the heart need to be that tiny? I'm so infuriated. Just as Suk-won was about to smash her phone out of frustration, a notification from the bank message chimed. Huh. She looked at the screen in surprise. Account number ending in 6789 received 300 billion. Please check again. Suk-won opened her phone and looked at the number displayed. What? 10, 100, 1,000, oh my god, 300 billion? She stood there dazed, unable to close her mouth, completely stunned by the long string of numbers on the phone screen. Her vision started to blur. Everything around her seemed to come to a halt, and there were no words to describe the chaotic emotions she felt at that moment. Suk-won could only stand there, her mind spinning, trying to digest the unbelievable reality she had just witnessed. Is this the small amount of money he mentioned? Who would casually transfer 300 billion like this? In less than 30 seconds, strangely, Suk-won no longer felt disappointed or angry. Instead, she even felt a bit excited. Finally, she exhaled a sigh, her body feeling incredibly light. At this moment, a warm and unprecedented feeling welled up in Suk-won's heart. 300 billion transferred without a frown, without hesitation. Doesn't this clearly prove how important I am to him? But then, Suk-won suddenly felt a heavy heart. The self-blame surged in waves, and she felt extremely ashamed. Park Jimin doesn't make money easily. That money didn't fall from the sky. So why had she never thought about the difficulties he faced? She had only relied on the fact that he had money, freely spending it without any restraint. He wasn't obligated to do charity. That was his kindness, not his duty. Yet how could she dare to reprimand him? A person like him would rather bear the pressure alone, not saying anything, but still quietly helping others. So why had she not realized this sooner? Thinking of this, Suk-won felt her eyes sting. She found herself truly to blame. System notification. Suk-won's affection level increases by 1. Current affection level, 93 points. In Park Jimin's mind, Suk-won's lickability immediately dropped to 92 points, then increased by 1 point again. But strangely, Park Jimin did not feel dejected or sad at all. Instead, he felt a bit at ease. Finally, the heat has cooled down. I really love the feeling of spending money like water, smooth and relaxed. There's nothing difficult in this world, as long as you have money. But Park Jimin's sense of ease hit Xiao Yu like a tidal wave, causing even Seoul to be shaken. 300 billion, just like that. That amount clearly doesn't come from Feidong's working capital, nor does it touch the finances of the Gyeongbukgung Pharmaceutical Group. So where does this enormous sum of money come from? Yu Ling Shuang began to calculate in her mind. Park Jimin has previously transferred more than 300 billion to me, not to mention 50 billion for Zheng Jilu. And then there are purchases of planes, villas, yachts, investments in live streaming, hotels, e-commerce, and shopping applications. These expenses alone likely exceed 8 trillion. Yu Ling Shuang thought to herself, and that is just what I know. But how many more investments are there that I do not know about? Then she recalled, the reason Jin Jiamu had sent me as a spy was to learn about Park Jimin and to uncover the forces behind him. But even after truly aligning myself with Park Jimin, I still knew nothing about that mysterious power. The more she pondered, the more she felt both fear and admiration. It felt like standing before an unfathomable abyss, with the bottom being a massive power, invisible yet terrifying. A shiver ran down her spine, making it impossible to suppress the excitement in her heart. Park Jimin is truly mystifying and terrifying. Hundreds of billions can be summoned effortlessly. The strength behind him is indeed frightening. Even top international financial conglomerates would not dare to be so arrogant. She continued to think. Even the most prestigious clans like Morgan, Worlton, Rockefeller, Rothschild, or the royal family of Nation AR can only reach such a level. I am curious. I want to know the mysterious power behind Park Jimin. But I fully understand that there are some questions that are taboo. Yu Ling Shuang thought to herself, it's best not to get involved. Even the Jin family tycoon with so many strict rules, can't compare to the Park Jimin clans, which definitely have even stricter protocols. The personal power of Park Jimin has far surpassed that of the Jin family tycoon. Just imagine how formidable the clans behind him are. If not, how could Park Jimin transfer a gigantic amount of money to Suk-won so easily? Alright, the number one principle of a personal secretary for the boss is professionalism. Don't ask about things that shouldn't be asked. I just need to trust the boss. At this moment, Yang Sison approached with a bright smile and asked, "Father, did you call for me?" Park Jimin appeared serious and said, "Yes, I have something I want to ask you for help with." Hearing Park Jimin's request, Yang Sison was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, father trusts me. However, on the outside, he tried to maintain a calm expression, but couldn't hide the bright smile blooming on his face. Father is joking again. It is an honor for me to work for you. Instead of appearing serious, Park Jimin simply shook his head lightly, a half-smirk mixed with a hint of jest. Anyway, you are a famous director. Don't always bow your head like an eunuch. He continued, "Here's the thing. I'm planning to organize a birthday party, make it a full concert, inviting all A-list singers." Upon saying this, Park Jimin couldn't help but think of the cute yet endearing image of Jung Ji-lu. Haha, Ji-lu's birthday is coming up. The girl probably thinks I've forgotten and is sulking, especially with that cute pouty face full of discontent. Park Jimin chuckled softly, recalling Ji-lu's words. "Hemph, fraud. You men always use being busy as an excuse to flirt. Isn't it true that you do nothing but chase after girls?" He thought to himself, "Haha, how clever this girl is. I will surprise her." Yang Sison replied, his gaze reflecting agreement but also a hint of hesitation. Inviting them is not a problem, but the time is too tight. It might clash with the artist's schedules. Moreover, the cost is. Hearing this, Park Jimin raised an eyebrow, his voice cold as ice, full of arrogance. Money isn't the issue. Anything that can be solved with money is not an issue. He turned to Xiao Yu. "You get someone to survey and gather all the fireworks in the province for me, and also prepare an extra 10,000 drones, the kind that can create a light show and all sorts of displays. At that time, I have to throw Jung Ji-lu a truly grand birthday party. It must light up the sky and astonish the entire city." Yu Ling Shuang bowed her head, showing her agreement. "Yes, Mr. Park. Miss Joan is the vice president of the corporation. Her birthday should be celebrated grandly by Fei Dong Corporation." Park Jimin suddenly remembered something, and casually asked, "All right, Xiao Yu, when is your birthday?" Upon hearing Park Jimin's question, Xiao Yu was slightly taken aback, as if a cold breeze had suddenly swept into her mind. "My birthday." She hesitated for a moment, her eyes gently lowering, avoiding Park Jimin's gaze. The sorrow in her heart flowed like a silent, rushing river, sweeping away all emotions. Have I lived too strongly, too rationally, to the point of forgetting the simple joys that everyone has, like a birthday? Gradually, Xiao Yu's eyes grew hazy, losing the sharpness they usually held. Biting her lip painfully, she tried to dispel the rising feeling of choking in her chest. Then, she forced her lips into a smile, but it was merely a strained smile. I don't know either." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yu's voice suddenly became weak and faltered. A hint of sadness passed through her eyes, as she struggled to recall a not-so-bright past. "Me? A birthday? I don't have a birthday. Since I was a child, I have wandered the streets, and later I was taken in by the Jin family." The more she spoke, the feelings of disappointment and solitude surged back, making her heart feel like it was being squeezed. A bit of being touched, a bit of heartbreak, and a quiet loneliness filled her when she thought about the fact that she had never had a proper birthday. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly felt her throat tighten, and she had to struggle to speak. "I have never had a birthday." Upon hearing Yu Ling Shuang recount the fact that she had never had a proper birthday, Park Jimin didn't think twice and immediately decisively raised his hand in a grand gesture. "Then it's simple. You should just celebrate your birthday with Jung Ji-lu. This time, I want the whole city to celebrate for both of you. Just setting off fireworks isn't enough. I want this birthday to be a grand event for the entire province. After all, art comes from life." Yu Ling Shuang was stunned to hear this, her heart suddenly racing. A mix of indescribable emotions surged within her, both happy and surprise. "Boss, Do you really want to do that? Park Jimin, without a moment's hesitation, grasped Xiao Yu's shoulders and sincerely replied, "Of course, for both of your birthdays, all expenses will be covered by me. Moreover, on this occasion, I'll have the entire company take 2 days off. I want to invite all the DJs in the province to come here and get the entire city buzzing with excitement." Xiao Yu had never thought that she would receive such special attention. During her orphan childhood years, devoid of love, she had never had a complete birthday. All those painful memories suddenly vanished, giving way to a surge of emotion. And then tears began to flow, but not tears of sorrow. They were tears of indescribable happiness. Park Jimin could feel the tremor in Xiao Yu's heart. Unable to hold back, he pulled her into his embrace and gently comforted her. Who would have thought that a strong woman who dared to shake up the business world had never had a birthday celebration? "You truly are a pitiful girl." Held in his arms, Xiao Yu felt a mix of shyness and emotion. She couldn't help but feel like a warm stream was spreading in her heart. In her entire life, she had never felt such sweetness and happiness as at this moment. In fact, being embraced by the one she loved was so warm and joyful. In Park Jimin's heart, aside from feeling pity for Xiao Yu, he couldn't help but secretly take pride in his acting skills. These acting skills are truly powerful. Park Jimin thought, the mood can shift in any direction, deeply longing like it's real. Meanwhile, Yang Sison stood there, watching Park Jimin embrace Yu Ling Shuang, and could only shake his head and suppress a sigh. Oh heaven, another mother figure has appeared. Truly, nothing escapes the father, transforming everything into a perfect romantic drama. It seems I have to rewrite the script of Chairman Lim's life. At 8 a.m. the next morning, at the International Hotel in Gyeongbokgung, the bodyguard reported with a seemingly relieved tone. "Miss, everything has been handled smoothly. The Gyeongbokgung police have also taken care of everything. The news about the 6 robbers thrown from the vehicle and dying on the spot has been covered up. No media outlet dares to touch it. Furthermore, the Feidong Group has also outright rejected the settlement condition in Cinema City from Longhua Education, which is not outside their calculations." Dai Han sipped a cup of coffee, her expression calm and unblinking. "Have you obtained any information from the hotel manager?" The bodyguard bowed his head, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. "Ma'am, there is still no news." The bodyguard continued. "The hotel's surveillance video from that night has been completely cut, to the point where technical recovery is hopeless. Moreover, it seems that a group of hackers has infiltrated the hotel's surveillance system. We absolutely cannot trace who brought you and Miss Kin back here. Even the service staff didn't see anything, despite us having questioned all of them." Upon hearing this, Dai Han and Qin Wusong stared at each other blankly, a series of question marks appearing in their minds, as if they had encountered something supernatural. Qin Wusong expressed her thoughts. Han, based on my analysis, the person who rescued us surely isn't just one individual. It's very likely a whole team. Because how could one person take care of both of us while we were in a coma, then bring us back to the hotel in such a short time without anyone noticing, and erase all the surveillance footage? They even surpassed hackers. This is truly professional. Dai Han did not deny it and continued to probe. "All right, let's put that aside for now. What about the robbers? Have you investigated their identities and backgrounds yet?" The bodyguard replied, his tone somewhat serious. "Those 6 are all newly released prisoners. 8 years ago, they were involved in numerous cases of kidnapping, robbery, and extorting women. Generally, they specialized in causing trouble. It's unexpected that they have resumed their criminal activities right after being released. Miss, the chairperson, has already instructed that Gyeongbokgung is not a very safe place, so please don't get too involved. It would be better to go back to Manhwa for a quieter time." Dai Han responded decisively, her tone sharp as a knife. "I will only leave once everything is clarified. Today, I have a meeting with CEO Song of the Gyeongbokgung Group. If the negotiations with Feidong do not succeed, I will shift to the pharmaceutical sector. Our Longhua Group has a wide network that can help them easily expand into international markets. CEO Song will surely be very interested in this proposal." As she finished speaking, Dai Han could not help but think. The Longhua Group deals in all sorts of businesses, from aviation, automobiles, education, steel, real estate, mining to import and export. But the ultimate prize must be in pharmaceuticals. because this is indeed a gold mine with huge profits. Dai-han thought to herself, getting hold of this piece of cake, the profits will surely be quite substantial. Before long, Song Joong-ki arrived at the hotel. He politely knocked on the door and greeted, "Hello, is this the room of Dai, the CEO of Longhua Corporation?" But the moment he saw Dai-han and Kim Woo-song, Song Joong-ki paused for a bit. Oh, this girl looks familiar. Especially when he glanced at Kim Woo-song. Song Joong-ki's face crinkled up, almost causing him to faint on the spot. Wait, aren't these the two eldest misses that netizens have been speculating about on WeChat, claiming they have bank accounts with 10-digit balances? On the other side, Dai-han and Kim Woo-song were equally surprised. Song CEO looks so young. Seems like we've met somewhere before. Song Joong-ki replied with a polite smile. Dai CEO is much younger than I thought. Last time, we met at a bar, right? Kim Woo-song innocently chimed in. And you even got stabbed in the back. So it was you who drank with Park Jimin last time, right? Song CEO, don't take it to heart. I honestly didn't pay any attention to you back then. After hearing this sentence, everyone felt as if a cold wind swept through. Song Joong-ki also felt his heart ache. Dai-han hurriedly explained, trying her best to mitigate the situation. CEO Song, please don't take it to heart. Woo-song, my husband, is just straightforward like that. Song Joong-ki smiled brightly, showing that he wasn't bothered. It's okay, really. I'm used to it. Well, since we are acquaintances, shall we get straight to the point? After that, Dai-han and Song Joong-ki started discussing the cooperation plan. The newly established Gyeongbukgung pharmaceutical group was still fresh and needed a solid partner to support them. The discussion went smoothly like a Formula One race. The two sides exchanged ideas, and the more they talked, the more they found common ground, eventually reaching a consensus on several crucial areas. CEO Dai, indeed, this cooperation is mutually beneficial. Our Gyeongbukgung group is honored to have a partner of your caliber. CEO Song, you are being too polite. Our group also looks forward to developing together with Gyeongbukgung. Dai-han replied. Kim Woo-song unexpectedly interjected with an off-topic question. I heard rumors that you recently went through a breakup. It seems like CEO Song even went drinking with you at the bar. So what time did you two end up coming back? Song Joong-ki happily recounted. Oh, you girls don't know. That night, just as you all left the bar, that guy Park Jimin rushed right in. Truly a guy who values love over friendship, leaving me all alone. Song Joong-ki continued to lament, his voice filled with a sense of grievance. Here I am, heartbroken. And he just tossed me aside, leaving me alone in the bar. As a result that night, I had to roll around so much I lost myself completely. Guys these days really are dangerous when they go out. But this sentence hit the two girls like a thunderclap. Something felt off about this situation. So Kim Woo-song suddenly asked in surprise, her eyes wide open. You mean to say that Park Jimin didn't stay over with you that night? Song Joong-ki was just as astonished, his eyes wide with doubt. What's going on? Wasn't Park Jimin supposed to take you two home that night? Where did he go? Seeing Song Joong-ki's attitude, it was clear that he did not seem like he was lying. Kim Woo-song and Dai-han locked eyes, their hearts filled with turmoil. Clearly they had called Park Jimin earlier, and he himself said that he stayed over to drink with Song Joong-ki until they were completely wasted all night. So who is really lying here? Kim Woo-song and Dai-han exchanged glances once again, feeling as if they had just uncovered a shocking secret. If Song Joong-ki isn't lying, then the liar must be Park Jimin. Could it be that the one who saved us that night was him? Wait, can he really run faster than a car? Taking down 6 robbers with his bare hands, and he knows how to hack the hotel system too. Oh my god, is he a superhero? Hold on, isn't the Emperor Hotel owned by Park Jimin? This is too suspicious. We can't let this go. We must investigate to the end, and get all his secrets out. Dai-han was resolute in her heart. Her eyes were sharp and filled with determination. Beside her, Kim Woo-song was puffy with anger, her expression on the verge of bursting. What a fraud, doing good deeds without wanting any recognition. Do you think this young lady likes you or something? The more Kim Woo-song thought about it, the more furious she became. Could it be that my looks aren't beautiful enough? Could it be that my family background isn't good enough? Kim Woo-song thought, how many rich young masters are lining up to curry favor? I wouldn't even bother to glance. Yet now, that bastard Park Jimin saved them, and acts like he wasn't the one who saved them, refusing to take any credit. Not to mention I was unconscious at that time, completely unable to resist, and yet he didn't feel a thing. On top of that, he actively brushed off any connections. This is nothing less than insulting my charm. Beside her, Daihan's face also paled slightly. To be honest, I only see a bit of talent in Park Jimin. He's somewhat special. I prefer someone who is dedicated, and clearly Park Jimin lacks that quality. So no matter how skilled he is, in my eyes, he is still missing the most important thing: loyalty. Suddenly realizing he had accidentally revealed something, Song Joong-ki was taken aback, with a question mark clearly evident. Good heavens! What kind of game is Park Jimin playing? How dare he offend both wealthy young ladies? What lies is he telling? Don't tell me this guy is flirting with both sisters and got found out. Song Joong-ki thought. So now people are coming to settle scores, huh? This guy is really quite the flirt. Should I send a text to give him a heads up? Park Jimin, oh Park Jimin, why have you become the kind of person you once despised so much? At this moment, Daihan's eyes were sharp as knives as she asked. Park Jimin is at TM, right? I heard he is filming over there. Song Joong-ki felt a chill run down his spine, as if the temperature in the room had just dropped by several degrees. Oh, I think that's the case. Kim Woo-song could no longer hold back and furiously confronted. Han, let's go to Tianmen right now, confront him directly, and see if he dares to lie anymore. Daihan simply replied with a short but determined word. Okay. Hearing this, Song Joong-ki stood there, his face extremely pale and his eyes wide with worry. Oh no, Park Jimin, I can't save you this time, buddy. Every so often, Kim Woo-song slammed the table, startling Song Joong-ki. Oh my god. Without further ado, Song Joong-ki turned to escape. Jimin, just fend for yourself. This morning, Park Jimin decided not to go to the film set and sneaked back to his private villa in his estate. Speaking of this estate, it must be called a masterpiece. The area of the estate stretches over 10,000 square meters, supermassive. Right from the main gate, there's even a runway for airplanes, where several of Park Jimin's planes were parked. Entering this luxurious estate, Park Jimin couldn't help but be amazed by its grandeur. The path was paved with shiny marble, and the architecture resembled that of a royal palace. It was both extravagant and harmonious with nature. However, before he could fully tour the entire estate, Park Jimin received a call from Jung Ji-lu and Wang Mengmeng. We just landed at the airport, and we are on our way to Tianmen. Jung Ji-lu spoke in a sultry yet authoritative tone. Park Jimin, I want fried rice with egg made by you. It has to be made by you, for it to be delicious. I can't eat what others make. Park Jimin indulgently replied. All right, once you all get off the plane, just head straight to the villa. I'll go prepare the ingredients for cooking right now. As soon as he hung up, Suk-won called, Park Jimin, I just got off the highway. Are you at the theater troupe? I'm on my way to find you. Park Jimin coldly responded. I'm not at the theater troupe. I'm at the villa. Suk-won asked in confusion. What? Where is the villa? Is it related to the education project? Park Jimin reiterated. All right, I'll send you the location. I need to clarify a bit for you. It would be such a waste if you end up with 300 billion and don't know how to spend it. All right, you'll arrive in about half an hour. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Park Jimin asked, Is there anyone in charge here? Immediately, a professional voice answered. Hello, sir, I am Emmy, the butler invited by CEO Yu to manage the villa. I graduated from the International Butler Academy in country HL. She continued. With a master's degree, fluency in 3 foreign languages, and proficient skills in managing the estate. Whatever you need, please just let me know. In front of her, Park Jimin was a beautiful maid who had stepped forward, looking to be around 27 or 28 years old. She had a slender figure and a remarkably sharp face. She truly embodied the European royal standard. Park Jimin gave orders while reiterating a few things. Emmy, that's enough. Please go prepare the cooking ingredients for me. Prepare a bit more, please. Oh, and don't address me so formally. It sounds a bit odd. You can just call me boss. Emmy bowed her head slightly and replied gently, Yes, boss. The villa has a professional chef, and even a 3-star Michelin head chef. Do you need that? Park Jimin waved his hand dismissively, his expression showing that he was relaxed. No need this time. I'll cook myself. Emmy nodded, slightly bent forward, then began to gracefully step back 5 paces. I don't know how other wealthy families hire maids, but this seems just fine, right? During this time, Yang Guibai, thanks to Park Jimin's scar treatment formula, began to build her career. The ointment, after being packaged, was renamed CI, and it healed bones. Before long, this name became a sensational brand with profits growing 58 times. Indeed, making money was faster than robbing a bank. In her heart, Yang Guibai always hoped for the day she could stand before Park Jimin and proudly show off her success, to let him know that she was not just a pretty face. But fate was unkind, as unexpected news shattered that dream. The Han Cheng Jiak Group had just developed a new drug that sent Chairman Lim's value skyrocketing. Rumor had it that Chairman Lim was about to become the world's leading tycoon, with personal assets surpassing 1 trillion. Upon hearing this news, Kang Sanha's heart burned with frustration. Even if she earned tens of billions, in that man's eyes, it would still be insignificant. What was most infuriating was that Park Jimin could live well without his daughter. Kang Sanha couldn't bear to think of her daughter being overshadowed by other women. To avoid long nights full of dreams, she began to think of various skills to manipulate Yang Guibai's mind, figuring out how to make her quickly move towards Park Jimin. As soon as Yang Guibai returned, Kang Sanha began her tactics. Her voice was sweet but filled with hidden meanings. "My daughter, your opportunity is coming. Don't miss it. Park Jimin is at Tianmen." Yang Guibai still seemed naive, not fully understanding her mother's hints, casually replying, "I know, a few days ago, he told me he would be filming there soon." Hearing that, Kang Sanha could no longer contain herself. She was unable to suppress her anger and asked sternly, "Then why are you still sitting here eating fruit?" Yang Guibai continued to bite into the apple in her hand, chewing it loudly, and nonchalantly replied, "Oh, why shouldn't I eat?" After saying that, she took another bite of the apple, while raising her eyes to look at her mother with a defiant expression. Kang Sanha wanted to give up on this knave daughter. Taking a deep breath, she was determined to brainwash her immediately. She began with a gentle voice, "My silly daughter, do you know that happiness must be grasped with your own hands? If you just sit here waiting, the opportunity will slip away." Seeing her daughter still not understanding, Kang Sanha decided to use her golden memory technique to recount. "You know, your father was quite famous back in the day. I had to defeat 5 or 6 other women to win his heart. Love isn't easy. If you want it, you must fight for it. You must compete for it." Kang Sanha continued to sweet talk, each word resonating deeply. This society is so realistic that there aren't many wealthy guys who aren't flirtatious. Park Jimin, regardless of the circumstances, has not played around. He's already considered quite good. How could there not be a few competitors? At this moment, Kang Sanha saw that the timing was right and began to unleash her final move. "My daughter, listen to me. Park Jimin is now alone at Tianmen. In the cold weather and the blowing wind, he must feel very lonely, and you are opening a company nearby. A man and a woman showing up next to him. Wouldn't that solve everything?" Kang Sanha did not hold back. She shot a glance and continued, "Don't deny it. Lonely men are the easiest to sway, you know. Right now, just your appearance is enough for him to fall for you. As long as you can capture Park Jimin's heart, the Yang family will reap benefits for a long time." Her words pierced through Yang Guibai's heart like a needle. Her face began to heat up, feelings of embarrassment and confusion flooding her body. "What are you talking about, Mom? How shameless!" As she rushed out of the room, Yang Guibai's mind suddenly began to spin. Reflecting on what her mother said, she started to wonder, maybe Mom isn't entirely wrong. Then, Yang Guibai stopped, resting her chin on her hand, as if contemplating something, looking like a clumsy love expert. "If I meet him right now, I can surely bridge the gap from before. All right, it's time to set off." Meanwhile, on the other side, Park Jimin walked into the kitchen. But this was not just an ordinary kitchen. Inside this mansion, there was an actual mini supermarket. Every day, the kitchen imports various types of fresh vegetables, fruits, and all kinds of meat and fish, even having ingredients imported from abroad. The preparation of cooking ingredients is very convenient. Housekeeper Emmy continues to introduce in a professional manner. "Sir, let me introduce a little. The kitchen in this mansion is divided into 3 areas: the worker's kitchen, the guest kitchen, and the luxurious private kitchen of the owner. Then, Emmy points to each person and continues to introduce. This is Master Yang, specializing in spicy Sichuan dishes. Next is Master Liu, the chef specializing in Guangdong cuisine. This is Master Jin, who specializes in local specialties. Next to him is Master Bob from Nation AQ and Master Tom from Nation P, both skilled in Western cuisine, from French dishes, Italian pasta to Mexican flavors. And here is Yamato Zuko, a master representing Japanese cuisine. After that, Emmy smiles. Whatever dish the owner wants, we can cater to it. Park Jimin waves his hand confidently. All right then. Today, let the masters assist me. Just help me prepare the ingredients. The professional chef stood there, appearing respectful toward Park Jimin from the outside. But internally, they were thinking, goodness, wouldn't it be more comfortable for a rich boss like him to relax and enjoy? Why does he suddenly throw himself into the kitchen? Does he not trust our skills, or does he think his cooking is better than that of professional chefs? Noticing the rather unenthusiastic demeanor of the chefs, Park Jimin merely smiled slightly. Wow, it's true that the more skilled someone is, the more pretentious they get. Just wait, I'll show you what true class looks like. When Park Jimin actually picked up the knife, everyone was astonished. They watched as he picked up a radish and gently swept the knife. The blade in his hand moved so swiftly, it was like lightning, striking 20 times in just 1 second. The more they looked, the more they saw Park Jimin's technique was so fast that it became a blur. Even more astonishing was that each slice of the radish was thin and uniform, as if it had been cut by a machine, precise to the millimeter. Immediately, all the masters were left gaping. What is this? I've been honing my knife skills for 30 years and can only manage 7 cuts in 1 second. 10 cuts in a second is already the pinnacle. How could he possibly cut 20 times? At that moment, Liu Master widened his eyes, shocked to the core. Wait a minute, boss, is this a professional chef? This knife skill must have been honed for 50 years, no joke. But his age. Park Jimin stopped cutting. The slices of radish were, oh my. To say they were perfect would be an understatement. They were lined up so straight, like a parade formation, with each piece no more than a hair's breadth apart. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Park Jimin is the legendary master of vegetable slicing. Park Jimin glanced at the bewildered chefs and asked, "So would you like to learn?" After witnessing this extraordinary display, who would dare to say anything else? The head chef's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. Oh my, this is truly the master. Now everyone could only bow in respect, immediately turning into die-hard fans of Park Jimin, willingly giving up all pretense of pride. Without hesitation, Park Jimin immediately began preparing 108 dishes for the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, coordinating the team of assistant chefs while handling 10 stoves at the same time. Normally, a skilled chef only manages to master about 20 to 30 dishes to be considered good. As for 50 dishes, that's beyond doubt a mastery. But having a repertoire of 108 dishes is something that anyone who hears about it must respect. It's truly a feat that not everyone dares to dream of. Among those are rare dishes like pufferfish, snake soup, California tuna, or even bear paws. Once proud chefs have now transformed into obedient elementary school students. They attentively observe every technique and method of Park Jimin, not daring to miss a single moment. Wait, isn't this dish considered lost now? Oh my god, the boss can even make this dish? This is true cuisine. After being a chef for a lifetime, I only just realized I'm still a beginner. Did you remember how to make those dishes a moment ago? Write it down quickly in your notebook while you still can. Oh my gosh, incredible. I never knew this dish could be made that way. Doing it this way enhances the freshness and aroma dramatically. A somewhat shy Western chef, his voice full of elegance, but tinged with hesitance, asks, "Boss, may I have a taste of this?" The Western chef continued, "It smells so good, I can't resist." Park Jimin smiled, displaying a generous demeanor. "It's okay, just give it a try." The Western chef bowed his head in thanks, then gently tasted a piece. He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, standing still as if frozen, unable to move. A surge of sensations danced in his mouth, his taste buds stimulated to the maximum. Half a second later, he felt as if he had sprinted all the way to ancient nation BC, even seeing a bear roaring to welcome him. Then, the Western chef raised both hands, eyes closed, as if he had just realized the profound truth of life. Oh heavens! How can Eastern cuisine be so famous around the world? It's truly miraculous. I wish I could learn all of your skills, then return and open a restaurant to share with the whole world. Part Jimin crossed his arms, smiling in response. Sure, having dreams is good. Follow me, and I will invest in you to open a global chain of restaurants. Indeed, when successful figures make a statement, it sounds impactful. The chefs immediately believed. What? Is it true that the boss is talking about a global restaurant chain? But if the boss said so, it means there's a plan in place. Opening a global restaurant chain sounds distant, but for someone wealthy like the boss, nothing is impossible. Indeed, when successful people make casual remarks, the world still takes them seriously. Time passed, and before long, it had been half an hour. Zheng Jilu and Wang Mengmeng finally arrived at the gates of the villa. Is this the place? Before the two could wonder, Butler Emmy had rushed over, politely greeting them. Hello, ladies. May I ask, are you Miss Zheng and Miss Wang? Zheng Jilu nodded, a bit excited. That's right. Where is Part Jimin? I'm hungry. Wang Mengmeng teasingly joked. Jilu, don't get too happy too soon. You're quite round now. I saw you sneak a peek at your weight yesterday. You're already 95 kilograms. Just don't eat too much later. Zheng Jilu puffed her cheeks, protesting. What? When have I ever been fat? You're 98 kilograms yourself. Wang Mengmeng, hearing this, became furious. But I'm taller than you. 5 centimeters taller, you know. Touching on a sore spot, Zheng Jilu breathed heavily. Why do we have to talk about height? It's so annoying. Just you wait. Maybe one day I'll be taller than you. Seeing this scene, the butler Emmy could only smile wryly. At that moment, another car sped up from the gate. Kim Jenny and Suk-won had also arrived. Chairperson, we've reached the right place. Park Jimin set the location here. All right, let's go in. The butler Emmy politely asked, with an impeccable tone. Hello, Miss Kim and Miss Chairman Lim has been waiting for a long time. Please, allow me to escort you inside. As soon as she finished speaking, the butler Emmy bowed and gently gestured for the two guests to enter. As the gate to the mansion opened, Suk-won couldn't hide his surprise. Wow, the lives of the rich are really different. This is just too luxurious. I never imagined this mansion would reach a world-class level, far beyond my expectations. Upon entering the mansion, a long line of attendants stood neatly at attention, bowing in unison, creating an atmosphere that was breathtakingly luxurious. Everywhere you looked sparkled, as if you had stepped into a star-studded movie. Oh my God! If someone claimed this was a 7-star hotel, no one would dare to doubt it. There was a young man, rumored to have a high salary, who eagerly came to take a job at the mansion. On his first day at work, as soon as he set foot inside, he was greeted by a parade of beautiful women appearing one after another. Struggling to maintain his composure, he couldn't help but feel shaken inside. Oh my God, this is amazing. The owner is definitely a playboy of the finest caliber. In no time, 4 stunning ladies had gathered from every corner. There were noble women, elegant and refined, and tall, model-like beauties. He pondered to himself, is there anyone else missing? Then, thinking about his fate of never having been in a relationship, this young man could only sigh and cry internally. Indeed, some people are born to be princesses, while I was born to be a servant. Well, it's my destiny. I have to accept it. At least here, I still get to admire the beautiful flowers and strange grasses every day. Moments later, noblewoman Dai and Kin charged towards the mansion with great vigor. This time, the 2 young women were not alone. They brought along a team of bodyguards, as if they were going to confront an enemy. The young man looked on, nearly fainting on the spot. What is happening here? In front are 2 exceptionally beautiful ladies, exuding an aura of luxurious elegance. And behind them, oh my gosh, there's a group of bodyguards in black, their faces cold as if straight out of an action movie. Seeing the group approach him, the young man's heart raced, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Oh no, is there going to be a commotion at the mansion? Are these 2 here to settle scores with the owner? I'm just a minor character. What should I do? As luck would have it, Kim Woo-song chose to approach this young man. He stood frozen in place, sweat pouring down his face. Oh no, why is the queen coming near me? Why not go ask someone else? Kim Woo-song raised her chin, her tone extremely arrogant. Inform Park Jimin that Kim Woo-song has arrived from manhwa. Tell him to come out and welcome me immediately." The young man felt his soul leave his body upon hearing this, his hands and feet trembling. Huh? What the hell? Out of the blue, you want me to go inform the boss? He tried to regain his composure and replied, Yes, miss, I'm just an employee, you see. Please wait a moment while I go get instructions from my superiors. But Qin Wusong wouldn't let him say another word. Her voice is hard as steel. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Just go notify them now. What are you standing around for? The young man was sweating profusely, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. Oh my God, why is my luck so bad? It's just my first day at work, and I've already been put in this situation by her. The housekeeper Emmy noticed and immediately picked up the intercom to report the urgent situation at the gate. Sir, there is a person named Qin Wusong at the entrance, requesting you to personally welcome her. Moreover, she has brought along a group of bodyguards, looking like she's come to cause trouble. Park Jimin replied irritably, still skillfully stirring the pan. I'm not free, tell them to come in themselves. I'm busy cooking here. Hearing Emmy's announcement, Qin Wusong muttered, his voice suddenly turning contemptuous. Cooking, huh? He's a wealthy tycoon, with assets worth $1 trillion, and he's personally cooking. Oh my, obviously just making excuses. He's deliberately trying to play me here. You all hear that? Who does he think I am? Does he expect me to trudge all the way to the kitchen to meet him? It's just provocative. Fine, let's see me go straight into the kitchen and catch him red-handed cooking. The young man looked at the two storming in, feeling relieved in his heart. Oh my, that was close. Today, I almost met my end by stepping into the wrath of these two queens. Poor boss, he's definitely going to get a mouthful today. When these two queens unleash their fury, this whole mansion won't be stable anymore. Very quickly, the girls, without anyone saying a word, all headed towards the villa. As soon as they stepped into the living room, an irresistible aroma wafted straight into their noses. This aroma is completely different from ordinary dishes. It seems to be a combination of many delicacies, making everyone dumbfounded. Oh my God, it smells so good. It's so fragrant that I could faint. How come just by sniffing it my stomach is already growling? Wang Meng confidently asserted, her face full of pride as if she had just discovered the secret of the universe. It must be you cooking. Only you could create such a delightful smell. Just then, a group of more than 10 waiters came in, bringing each dish one by one. Each dish was a delicacy, a table full of dozens of dishes, both beautiful and exquisite, causing Zheng Ji-lu and Wang Meng to widen their eyes in astonishment, nearly fainting on the spot. Zheng Ji-lu stood there in a daze, pointing at each dish, mumbling like a machine. So fragrant. It's really too fragrant. Stir-fried beef, braised ribs, stewed duck feet, steamed lobster, braised salmon, Hokkaido sashimi. Oh my goodness. What is this? It looks so grand, and I haven't even recognized it yet. Wang Meng listened in amazement, her eyes shining like headlights, continuously nodding. Right. If you don't eat this, it would be a shame for the stomach. At this moment, Suk-Kwan, Kim Jenny, Dai Han, and Qin Wusong also entered one after another. The scene in the living room became lively but also very tense, especially when Suk-Kwan and Zheng Ji-lu faced each other. Both were a bit surprised. Zheng Ji-lu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide as she looked at Suk-Kwan and asked Sister Suk-Kwan, "Why are you here?" Suk-Kwan was equally surprised. "Oh, Jenny? Aren't you supposed to be studying at manhwa? Why did you come back here all of a sudden?" Zheng Ji-lu replied nonchalantly, as if nothing was wrong, but her eyes darted at Suk-Kwan with curiosity. "I just missed Park Jimin too much, so I came back. By the way, Sister Suk-Kwan, did you come because you missed Park Jimin too? Thinking about having to compete for the person with her cousin." Suk-Kwan felt a bit uncomfortable. "I knew it, I bumped into my cousin again. Oh my God, competing with her is like inviting trouble." Then, Suk-Kwan cleared her throat a few times, trying to appear calm. Yes, not at all. I'm here to discuss work, just work, okay." At this moment, Wang Meng beside her widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Hey, Ji-lu, aren't those Miss Qin and Miss Dai from manhwa? Why are they here too?" Zheng Ji-lu nodded while confidently striding over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I don't know, but let me go say hello." Zheng Ji-lu approached, smiling brightly and confidently greeting. Sister Dai, Sister Kin, it's me, Jung Ji Lu. Do you remember me? We met at the party in Maiyuan. At Maiyuan, you two are called the queens of all queens, super ladies. I can't believe we can meet here. Suddenly recalling something, Kin Musong was taken aback. Ah, I remember now. You were the miss of the Jung family, based in Gyeongbokgung, right? It seems like your brother once pursued me, but unfortunately, I wasn't interested. Upon hearing this, Jung Ji Lu's face turned bright red, feeling as if she wanted to dig a hole and hide. Oh my gosh, Jung Dick, you're making me so embarrassed. Flirting with girls is one thing, but if it doesn't work out, then there's no need to brag about it. At home, it's all talk, boasting that every girl would fall for him. And now? He couldn't even win over Yang Guibai, and now he's failing with Miss Kin too. At that moment, Dai Han gently spoke up. Miss Jung, didn't we meet on the cruise ship last time? Jung Ji Lu joyfully exclaimed. Oh, that's right, Sister Dai. But why did you all come all the way from Manhwa to 10 men? Dai Han replied, her sharp tones suddenly making the atmosphere tense. We came to find Part Jimin, as we have something to confirm with him. The tension in the room abruptly froze for a few seconds, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everything came to a standstill. Both Dai Han, the spokesperson, and everyone else in the room collectively thought, what's going on? Why is everyone looking for Part Jimin? What kind of trick is this guy playing? This situation is so strange. The eyes of each person began to spark with fire, yet their outward appearances remained composed and elegant. However, internally, there seemed to be a high-level underground battle. You want to play? I'm not afraid. Let's see who's the real queen. All right, let the battle begin. The atmosphere was as tense as a guitar string, and this string seemed ready to snap at any moment. But hold on, the drama didn't just stop there. A brand new character made her entrance. Yang Guibai walked in, fulfilling her mother's wishes. She came here to secure Park Jimin. But life is unpredictable. Who could foresee what would happen? Before Yang Guibai could open her mouth, she was met with an extravagant banquet table that resembled a five-star restaurant, surrounded by stunning girls who looked like beauty pageant winners. Frozen for 5 seconds, Yang Guibai thought to herself, oh my gosh, why didn't anyone warn me about this situation beforehand? I just wanted to meet Park Jimin. Who would have thought I'd end up in this beauty pageant show? Although she was trying to maintain her composure on the outside, inside, Yang Guibai was worried. I wonder how I should react to this scene next. First, her gaze landed on Seok-won, the daughter of Ki-jun, the most notorious mob boss in Gyeongbokgung. Yang Guibai's father wasn't exactly a nobody, but at lavish parties, Lee Hee-jun didn't even have the standing to pour wine for Ki-jun. So when she saw Seok-won, Yang Guibai thought, oh no, where have I ended up? This girl is so powerful that I don't even dare to breathe too loudly. Next, there was Jung Ji Lu, daughter of the Jung family, who also resided in Gyeongbokgung. Wait, I know this one. Just the other day, this girl was putting on a show of innocence in front of Park Jimin. But who would have thought Jung Ji Lu was such a prominent figure, akin to a princess of the entire city, boasting power rivaling that of Seok-won. Just when it seemed enough, it wasn't. The surprises were far from over. While Yang Guibai was quietly assessing the situation, Jung Ji Lu introduced 2 new characters. Oh ladies, let me introduce you a little. This is Dai Han, vice president of Longhua Group. And over there is Kin Woo-song, eldest miss of the Kin family group. This situation was quite unusual. Yang Guibai's mind was racing with a myriad of questions. Wait, where am I? What is this gathering for? Who is Park Jimin that he can summon such extraordinary figures to this place? Why didn't anyone inform me this was a summit so I could prepare myself mentally? Gradually, Yang Guibai's feeling at that moment was like a child who accidentally fell into a party of giants. Park Jimin, who is he that has the power to summon such remarkable individuals? And me, I'm just a minor character, caught in the middle of a power conference, desperately trying to hold on and not get swept away. Yang Guibai thought, no kidding, even my parents would have to bow their heads when meeting those young ladies, and they wouldn't even dare to offer them a drink. Thinking this, Yang Guibai's face still tried to show no worries, but inside she was a bundle of thoughts like, Oh no, do I even have a chance to win? Family background aside, let's forget about beauty. Well, I'm not bad, but compared to these young ladies, I probably don't stand a chance. But wait, I do have an advantage of having studied with Park Jimin, and I even know he used to like me. But now what? In the past, whenever I ran into Kim Jisoo, I was confident because I thought I was not worse off. At least I was prettier. But now, standing in front of this super elite group of young ladies, each radiating high spirits and dazzling power, I feel like a poor girl lost at a royal party. Oh my, will Park Jimin choose me? By this point, Yang Wei-bai's confidence had vanished. She stood there feeling her limbs go weak. This meeting felt like a showdown of the dominant ladies from a historical drama. But in reality, this meeting resembled more of a gathering among close sisters. Everyone wore bright smiles, outwardly friendly, just like longtime close friends. There was laughter and playful interactions, as if they weren't there to confront Park Jimin at all. If anyone thought there would be a showdown, then I'm sorry, but you got the wrong idea. This group doesn't entertain the notion of speaking ill of one another. Instead, it's all about those deep, subtle sidelong glances, incredibly sophisticated. Classy ladies only need a glance to create damage. There's no need to be harsh, right? The standout among them was none other than the energy powerhouse, Jung Ji-Lu. This youngest member was like a TikTok livestream host, introducing each person as if organizing a year-end gathering. Her words flowed charmingly, yet every phrase was laced with the scent of gunpowder. In a flash, the banquet table transformed into a feast filled with tempting delicacies, with an aromatic scent that engulfed the entire room, plunging everyone into a world of exquisite culinary delights. Everyone stood there, eyes feasting while their stomachs grumbled, unable to resist, yet no one dared to step forward. You have to maintain the upper-class facade. After all, you can't let the image in front of these chick ladies be damaged. But then, this upper-class guys can't last long either. The first one to break the atmosphere of the upper-class sisters was none other than Jung Ji-Lu. The youngest girl, bursting with energy, stood in front of the food table, imagining all sorts of things in her head. It smells so good, I should just grab a piece to satisfy my cravings. Without hesitating for a second, Jung Ji-Lu immediately snatched up a super juicy piece of beef with lightning speed. In an instant, the piece of meat had safely landed in her mouth. While chewing, Jung Ji-Lu let out a satisfied exclamation, her eyes sparkling like shooting stars, her mouth saying, "Oh my God, it's unbelievably delicious." This piece of meat seems to have been born only to take a person to the pinnacle of ecstasy. It's indescribably good. The explosion of flavors in her mouth made Jung Ji-Lu unable to stop exclaiming, her face full of joy. "So delicious, the aftertaste lingering in my mouth makes me feel like I just stepped through the gates of heaven." Seeing Jung Ji-Lu dance like a happy child, Suk-won, who sat elegantly beside her, couldn't help but gently tap her sister's shoulder. "Ji-Lu, you eat so fast. Be careful not to choke." But Jung Ji-Lu was completely unconcerned, still raving about the piece of meat, eating while pointing at the plate of beef. "No way, sister. This piece of meat is just too delicious. I think it would be a waste of a lifetime not to hire the chef to cook for us personally." Upon hearing this, Suk-won couldn't hold back any longer. Although she initially intended to maintain the aloof and distant demeanor of a lady, her gaze was swayed by Jung Ji-Lu's exaggerated praise. After a moment of inner struggle, Suk-won finally relented and picked up a piece of beef. As she picked it up, she said, "All right, let's see if Ji-Lu is exaggerating." Suk-won initially picked up a piece of beef with an elegant demeanor, fitting the image of a high-class young lady. But oh my, the moment the piece of meat touched her tongue, her eyes lit up as if she had just discovered the secret to the deliciousness of the world. Initially, Suk-won intended to just have a taste of one piece, but then one piece led to another, from one piece to 2 pieces, 3 pieces, and soon the entire plate of beef disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed on the banquet table. Jung Ji-Lu, sitting next to her, stared wide-eyed, incredulous at what she was seeing. Everything was happening too fast, too dangerously, like scenes from an action movie. She froze for a few seconds, then blinked in shock, and turned to ask Suk-won, "Hey, Suk-won, are you really doing that? Just a moment ago, you said you would only taste a bit, but now you've eaten it all." Jung Ji-Lu was boiling with anger. Unable to control herself any longer, she stomped her feet furiously, as if about to explode. Suk-won. You're such a glutton. You better compensate me with meat right now. Suk-won, though a bit embarrassed, still tried to maintain a calm expression, not revealing her feelings about sneaking food. Oh, I just got a taste of it, and I need to try more to know for sure. Jung-ji-lu was so furious that she couldn't think of anything else to say, only able to stomp her feet continuously, as if she were about to burst. Meanwhile, Suk-won didn't care about her sister's rage. Her eyes quickly wandered around the other dishes. Come on, there are many other dishes. Oh, is this braised pork? Let me try it. Saying that, she quickly picked up a piece and put it in her mouth with a look of pure delight. The moment Jung-ji-lu saw her favorite beef dish being snatched away, and then noticed that the braised pork was about to be devoured as well, she couldn't hold back any longer and screamed, Suk-won, no more taking food from me. And so, the two girls plunged into a battle, fighting over the remaining pieces of braised pork on the plate. The scene left everyone sitting there, wide-eyed and completely stunned. The room fell silent for a few seconds, as if everyone was trying to process what had just happened. Is that really true? Two wealthy heiresses fighting over meat like that? Where did their ladylike demeanor go? At that moment, Kim Woo-song suddenly caught a whiff of an exquisite aroma from the banquet table. Her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a diamond mine. Before she could blink, she exclaimed, "Dae-han, these dishes smell so good. I can't wait any longer. I have to eat them right away." Dae-han was more cautious, lightly furrowing her brows. "Sister Woo-song, is it really okay to do that? After all, this is someone else's place, and the host hasn't even shown up yet. Dating in first would be a bit strange, quite rude actually." But Kim Woo-song paid no attention to such trivialities. She shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, it's Park Jimin we're talking about. What's the need to be polite with him? He's just a fraud anyway. Why should we care?" After speaking, Kim Woo-song immediately grabbed a spoon and confidently took food without any hesitation. As soon as it touched her mouth, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had just discovered a worldly delicacy. "Oh my God! Han, this food is so delicious, it's unbelievable. The chicken egg soup looks simple, but is incredibly delicious." Dae-han, who had been skeptical from the start, couldn't hold back any longer when she saw Kim Woo-song's genuine reaction. Curiously, she tried a bite, and oh my goodness, just as it touched her tongue, her eyes lit up, feeling the flavors explode in her mouth. "Oh my God, it's really so delicious. What shrimp soup is this? It's beyond imagination." Kim Woo-song snapped back to reality after the flavor shock, excitedly shouted, "Who cooked these dishes? We definitely have to bring that person back to be a personal chef. With this skill, paying 1 million in salary every month is worth it." Jung-ji-lu immediately switched to a confrontational mode, opposing right away. 1 million? You're saying it's too cheap. I'll pay 5 million. Don't mess with me. I won't easily give up this dish. It's the first time in my life I feel like eating more. Kim Woo-song resolutely refused to back down. 5 million? I'll pay 10 million. The chef who can make this dish definitely must belong to me. Thus, the two girls, who always competed for things far grander than life itself, were now arguing over a hidden chef. But just as the tension was rising, Kim Jenny suddenly said, "Stop arguing anymore. These delicious dishes definitely can't be made by just one person, but must be the work of an entire army of chefs. So let's each recruit a head chef to take home. Simple and effective." While everyone was nodding in agreement, contemplating a reasonable plan to divide the chefs, Kim Jenny suddenly had another idea. "How about this? For anyone who likes spicy food with a stronger taste, we should hire a guy specializing in Sichuan dishes. As for those who prefer manhwa, let's choose a chef who makes Cantonese food, more gentle and light to suit the palate. Or should we go down to the kitchen and take a look?" Finally, the whole group decided to head down to the kitchen to uncover the truth behind the delicious dishes they had just enjoyed. No one could contain their curiosity any longer. As they walked, Wang Mengmeng looked at Jung-ji-lu with a suspicious glance. "Don't tell me you cooked all these dishes by yourself. It sounds a bit hard to believe, but it also seems somewhat reasonable." Jung-ji-lu tried to keep some logic, shaking his head in analysis. "You think I cooked it, Park Jimin? The fried rice is good, but cooking such fancy dishes by yourself is just incredible. Even a 3-star Michelin restaurant chef wouldn't be able to whip this up in one night. Kim Woo-song seized the opportunity to tease, raising an eyebrow and letting out a full of doubt. Park Jimin can cook. That sounds ridiculous. After saying that, Kim Woo-song's thoughts became increasingly tangled, her head in a muddle. She thought, he is good at boasting. Making headlines every day is believable. But if he can cook this well, that's a dream. If he can cook, I will change my name for sure. Thinking of this, in Kim Woo-song's mind, the image of Park Jimin appeared clearer than ever. Why do I think about him so much? The feeling became increasingly vivid. An uncontrollable embarrassment made Kim Woo-song's cheeks begin to heat up. She instinctively raised her hand to her face, as if to check whether she was really blushing or not. No, I can't keep thinking about him like this, she told herself, trying to shake her head to get rid of Park Jimin's image in her mind. Very quickly, the 7 girls Jung Ji-lu, Wang Meng-meng, Yang Wei-bai, Kim Woo-song, Dai-han, Kim Jenny, and Suk-won gathered in the kitchen with immense curiosity. They completely forgot their usual high society elegance. Now everyone was only concerned about one thing. The truth about Park Jimin. Was he really a chef? As soon as they entered the kitchen, the group froze, their eyes wide open. Each person reacted in their own way to the surprise, but the common feeling was disbelief at what lay before their eyes. Jung Ji-lu was the first to respond. Her eyes opened wide in astonishment, speechless to the extent. Beside her, Dai-han, who usually always appears calm, today frowned tightly, her eyes wide open but filled with confusion. The rest are sparkling gazes, seemingly unable to believe what is happening before them. In the kitchen, Park Jimin is alone, managing to handle 12 stoves at once. This scene is no different from a performance in a movie. Moving at high speed, Park Jimin glides through each stove effortlessly, as if he is strolling through the streets rather than cooking. Everything is smooth, without a hint of clumsiness, as if he was born to be a chef. He stir-fries vegetables, pours oil, seasons ingredients, checks the fire, all performed with the precision of a machine, without a single mistake. The movements are swift yet beautiful, as if every flick of the spoon is a work of art. Watching how Park Jimin controls each vegetable strand, each drop of oil feels like witnessing a top-notch culinary show, where the star is none other than Park Jimin. Not only are they surprised, but the girls are almost captivated by each rhythmic and alluring movement of his. You focus intently on your work, with confidence and skill, creating an irresistible charm. Gradually, all 7 girls are captivated by the brightest star in the kitchen, causing them to completely melt. Especially Kim Woo-song and Dai-han, both standing with their mouths agape in disbelief. Oh my God, is this really Park Jimin? Not the lazy guy who brags about his wealth all the time. How has he become a super chef like this? Thus, the image of the billionaire CEO of Park Jimin in the minds of the 2 girls officially shatters. Who would have thought that the cold, calculating business strategist could whip up the kitchen like a professional? It turns out, Park Jimin not only knows how to run a company, but is also skilled at controlling pots and pans. While Meng happily switches to hardcore fan mode, her eyes sparkling like stars as she follows every movement of Park Jimin. To her, Park Jimin is not just rich. Now he also knows how to cook exceptionally well. Truly a masterpiece of humanity. My brother is simply unmatched. No one can compare to my brother. Kim Jenny thought to herself. A feeling that was hard to describe began to rise within her. Wait, what is going on? Remembering back to when we were in Kinyuan, Park Jimin would always avoid the kitchen like it was a disease, leaving everything up to me. Yet now he's chopping vegetables, stir-frying like a 5-star chef, behaving just like a true restaurant mogul. From here, a chain of self-constructed, highly delusional thoughts began. Could it be that he likes me and is letting me have my way? It must be. He used to let me toil away in the kitchen all by myself. No, it must have been because he was afraid of hurting my self-esteem. He ate the dishes I cooked, even though they weren't that great, without a single complaint. Clearly, he has feelings for me, doesn't he? Suddenly, Kim Jenny felt a surge of excitement, as if she had just uncovered a great secret. I always felt like a tiny blade of grass amidst towering trees, full of glory, standing next to beautiful girls. I can't help but compare and always feel overshadowed. These ladies seem like they stepped right out of a textbook. From their appearance to their background, they all surpass me. Because of this, I often carry a bit of inferiority in my heart, feeling like I have no chance of competing. She thought to herself, But then, all of a sudden, the universe gave me a ray of light. It turns out, in Park Jimin's heart, I still have a place. Not a small one, but a place that is extremely proud. This scene could only be described as explosive, not just because of Park Jimin's cooking skills, but also due to the comprehensive impact on the psychology of the simp lords who were watching from outside. The system notified. Wang Meng Meng. Affection increased by 1. Current affection, level 97 points. Target simp lord Wang Meng Meng. Affection broke through 97 points. Reward for the master. 10 points enhancement. Qin Wu Song. Affection increased by 1. Current affection, level 94 points. Suk Wan. Affection increased by 1. Current affection, level 94 points. Dai Han. Affection increased by 10. Current affection, level 30 points. At this moment, Qin Wu Song teased Dai Han with a statement full of lethal impact. Hey Han, even with a payment of 10 million, you still wouldn't definitely be able to bring this chef in. All the delicious dishes so far have been made by Park Jimin himself. He's better at making money than you. So if you want to eat for free for the rest of your life, the only way is to marry him. Han concluded with a simple but firm sentence. Sister, don't talk nonsense. I'm not the type to be obsessed with those nasty guys. Besides, Park Jimin is not my type. Park Jimin was standing in the kitchen. Hands busy, but his mind felt like it had an electric shock running through it. The feeling was both surprising and somewhat predictable. After that performance just now, it's clear that I caught quite a few admiring gazes. But the biggest problem right now is how to handle the 7 girls who just rushed into this kitchen. Park Jimin still tried to act like he wasn't paying attention, pretending not to see anything, and continued to playfully stir-fry vegetables, and not just any ordinary stir-frying. He even took the opportunity to show off his 1-second 20 cuts technique while stir-frying. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, speechless. The lickability factor kept increasing. Every time he poured oil or seasoned the dish, there was a clinking sound. However, Park Jimin sighed and thought despairingly, I've gone big this time, now what? How am I going to deal with this group of 7 little sisters? I think this situation is really tense. It requires some tact. Otherwise, it could backfire easily. First, I need to deal with my little sister Meng Meng. Although there's no reason for her to be jealous, her goodwill towards me has skyrocketed to 97. That's a bit risky. For now, I'll just consider Meng Meng a beloved little sister. Handle this delicately first, and figure things out later. As for Kim Jenny, Yang Gui Bai, and Zheng Ji Lu, those 3 have always had a high level of goodwill, so I don't need to worry about them. But Dai Han and Qin Wu Song will definitely not let go of what happened last night. It's not easy to come up with a reasonable excuse for that. Otherwise, I could end up losing my chance. After careful consideration, Park Jimin approached the 7 girls and suggested, All right, you all go outside first. Let me finish cooking the last few dishes. If you're hungry, feel free to eat first. Don't be polite. We're family after all. As soon as they heard Park Jimin say there was no need to wait, the group of 7 girls, Zheng Ji Lu, Wang Meng Meng, Yang Gui Bai, Qin Wu Song, Dai Han, Kim Jenny, and Suk Wan, immediately rushed out to the living room. Zheng Ji Lu, the number 1 foodie, immediately picked up her chopsticks. Park Jimin said no need to wait, let's eat. I'm really hungry. Qin Wu Song added, That's right, this is truly culinary excellence. With 108 dishes like this, it's no different from the Grand Imperial Banquet. Park Jimin truly couldn't believe it. Just like that, the 7 girls were eating while constantly praising, from gasping to cheering, especially Zheng Ji Lu, famous for her love of food, stuffing her mouth full while rubbing her round, full belly and lamenting, Oh my, I'm so full already, but I still haven't had the fried rice with eggs that you made, Park Jimin. Time passed by just like that. More than half an hour went by and Park Jimin still hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, the 108 dishes on the table were only half eaten. The 7 girls in the living room all had full bellies and couldn't fit another bite. What a pity. We've only eaten half yet, we're already so stuffed. In the midst of the lively chatter in the living room, suddenly, the butler Emmy walked in. With a gentle, flawless voice. Miss I am Emmy, Mr. Park's butler. The owner has just instructed me to invite you to the study. He has something to discuss privately. Upon hearing this, Suk Wan couldn't help but feel a slight stir. Oh, Dai Han and Qin Wu Song are here too. So why am I being called first? Am I somehow special? Thinking of this, she felt a bit exhilarated, as if she were about to be invited on a secret date. The other girls sat still, but their eyes were full of meaning. Everyone maintained a calm facade, but inside it felt like a storm was brewing. What does it mean that Suk-won was called first? However, everyone was subtle enough not to reveal their emotions on their faces. Suk-won followed Emmy into the elevator, her heart curious yet somewhat nervous. Why am I feeling so excited? It's just a meeting with Park Jimin. What's so tense about it? I am someone who knows how to control myself, or am I actually happy? The elevator took Suk-won up to the 6th floor, where Park Jimin's mansion sprawled like a luxurious resort. Suk-won thought to herself in awe. Although there are only 6 floors, the amenities here are undeniably top-notch. From the outdoor pool, basketball court, volleyball area to even a helipad. It's no surprise that a billionaire CEO has everything. Stepping out onto the rooftop terrace, Suk-won spotted Park Jimin, the quintessential CEO, wearing sunglasses, casually seated on an outdoor sofa. On the table were refreshments, and his hands were engrossed in his phone. He looked like a scene straight out of a movie. In that moment, Park Jimin appeared to embody the charmingly cold CEO stereotype, making Suk-won pause for a few seconds. But then, the entire image shattered when she glanced at the phone screen and discovered that Park Jimin was playing a game. So what if he's a billionaire CEO? He's still just a kid like everyone else. It took a while for Suk-won to remember the real reason she came to see Park Jimin today. Wait, I'm not here to admire handsome guys, but to discuss money matters. She recalled the important point, quickly regaining her cold and serious demeanor, and got straight to the point. Park Jimin, I'm here today to talk about that 300 billion. Park Jimin remained relaxed, playing a game, his tone unhurried, as if nothing significant was at stake. Oh, 300 billion, huh? Suk-won sighed inwardly, understanding that dealing with Park Jimin had never been easy. This guy always put on a calm facade, but it was hard to predict his responses. Determined to explain more clearly, she tried to persuade Park Jimin. You know, 300 billion is not a small amount. Don't let pride make you toss a huge sum of money into my hands heedlessly. Even though I know you're a billionaire, I don't want you to throw around money needlessly over something trivial. Still looking at the screen, Park Jimin just smirked slightly as if he was listening to a fun story. Building a hospital is no big deal. It's just a small matter. Suk-won is not easily swayed by Park Jimin's cold and indifferent demeanor. She continued speaking in a more persuasive tone, as if trying to reset his brain. Listen, it could take an additional 30 billion to recruit the medical team. But 300 billion is too much. No one is going to spend that much money on a project like this. Not to mention, charity work can't last forever. She explained clearly while secretly guessing what Park Jimin was thinking. Suk-won was a bit puzzled. There really isn't a need for 300 billion. Why would he say to give it all to me? He must be planning to play big to make an impression. But money is not like chewing gum that you can just throw away. This time, Park Jimin's gaze became serious. Actually, that 300 billion is not just for building a hospital. I want to discuss with you a much larger project. I intend to establish an education corporation, from preschool to university, to build a comprehensive educational system. Upon hearing this, Suk-won was stunned, unable to hide her surprise. Wait, so you're talking about a corporate education system, the whole chain from kindergarten to university, right? In her mind, the image of Park Jimin becoming an education tycoon immediately appeared, like in a television drama, where he would stand at the pinnacle of a colossal empire. Park Jimin took off his glasses, his voice this time serious and filled with determination. That's right, education is the foundation of the future. I want to create a place that not only teaches knowledge, but also cultivates character and life skills for the younger generation. Parents will rush to send their children here, because they know it's the best place for holistic development. The important thing is that the students attending my school won't have to worry about tuition fees, textbooks, meals, or any other costs. School should be a place for learning, not a headache for parents over finances. Not only will students be offered a comprehensive free experience, but the teachers at the school must be the best, with a starting salary of at least 20,000 a month to attract talent. After hearing Park Jimin's enormous plan, Suk-won felt as if her brain had temporarily short-circuited. She couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with astonishment. Wait, are you joking? Studying at this school is not only free, but also includes meals, accommodation, and textbooks. It's like an all-inclusive package, isn't it? So, you're not just aiming to provide education in the usual way, but planning to do it luxuriously instead. Students not only study for free, but also receive services fancier than a hotel. Learning feels more like a vacation. Still amazed, after the series of grand plans, Suk-won nearly stumbled when he heard Park Jimin add another statement. Of course it's real. The school project will be trialed right at Tianmen, near the film area. After that, it will be rolled out nationwide. Suk-won was astonished to hear this. This school is even more than just a dream for any student. If parents hear about this, there will definitely be a flood of people wanting to enroll their children. But where's the money coming from? Let me calculate it for you. A student under your luxurious standard must cost 100 each day. If a school has 1,000 students a year, that's 36 million. She said, if there are 1 million students, the number is 36 billion each year. If the whole country has 100 million students, the loss will reach 3.6 trillion each year. Are you really confident in this plan? Calculating like that without worrying about a heart attack. Being bombarded with a rain of figures, Park Jimin still maintained his calm demeanor. Before he could say anything else, Park Jimin continued to calculate casually, beyond the scope of the universe. Each year only loses 3 trillion. 10 years is 30 trillion. 100 years only loses 300 trillion, and 1,000 years is just 3 quadrillion. Even after 10,000 years, it's only 9 quadrillion. Besides, I won't live to 30,000 years to worry about so much. Seeing Park Jimin's serene demeanor as if nothing was happening, Suk-won continued to futilely try to persuade him. Hearing such a large amount of money, and you aren't scared? If everyone in the country wants to study for free, you will go bankrupt before you succeed. Moreover, this issue is a financial vortex with no way out. You will definitely go bankrupt. But the next sentence from Park Jimin rang out like a powerful declaration, making Suk-won admire him. Yes, I still want to do it, and I have to do it vigorously. Such low standards are unacceptable. I also need to intensify investment in building schools, purchasing land, and improving infrastructure. Furthermore, I must increase the dining expenses for students as well. Indeed, the low student enrollment is due to the high cost of education. Young people are reluctant to start families because they are worried about financial burdens. So, I must change. I must do something to alleviate the pressure on society. Park Jimin's voice was confident, as if preparing to save the whole world. Each sentence hit like a direct blow to the brain, leaving Suk-won no chance to escape from this peak psychological manipulation. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at Park Jimin's boundless confidence. He is indeed proclaiming himself a hero uninvited. However, it cannot be denied that there is something touching about it. Indeed, while others are still pondering how much they earn, he wants to change an entire generation's future. If he doesn't do it, who will? If he saves the whole world, surely people would have to rename the country to Nation PJ. Park Jimin continued, I want to create a place where people can confidently send their children to school without worrying about finances. An educational environment that is not only good but also free, so children can develop properly, and their parents no longer have a burden. Park Jimin went on as if he was having an epiphany about life. In fact, living just to chase after money has no meaning at all. Money is only valuable when it helps us achieve the things we believe in. Life is not just about making money, but also about living in a way that's worth living. Suk-won listened, feeling as though she had just experienced the greatest lecture in the universe. Gradually, she was falling into an emotional whirlpool that she herself couldn't fully comprehend. I used to think he was just a wealthy guy who liked to spend money for fun. Who knew he had such profound philosophies? Oh my God, indeed, romance is not just in books. He truly is a man with ideals and vision. Wait, what am I even thinking? She thought. Park Jimin is 2 years younger than me. Moreover, he's the one that only my cousin Lak likes. Why on earth am I suddenly falling for my cousin's future boyfriend? Suk-won couldn't help but shake her head, telling herself, I shouldn't think like that. But her heart was in turmoil. However, deep down, Suk-won knew that her feelings wouldn't be easy to shake off. Thoughts were racing chaotically in her mind. This can't be happening. If this gets out, Jui-lu will definitely be angry with me. What should I do? I'm not the type to interfere. But this feeling is so strange. All right, I won't think about it anymore. The room was silent at that moment. Park Jimin glanced over and noticed Seok-won, after their conversation, was feeling a mix of emotions. Even her brain seemed to be nearly at capacity. Ha, this silly girl must be shocked by what I just said. Then, Park Jimin nonchalantly said, "All right, Miss you can head downstairs first. I still have some work to wrap up." Seok-won wanted to say something more, but hesitated and only replied, She walked downstairs, but her mind kept replaying their conversation. Wait, what are Park Jimin and I now? Previously, I only considered him a friend, but now, why do I suddenly feel admiration for him? Just as the elevator door opened, Jung Ji-Lu breezed in like the wind, her eyes shining bright with curiosity. Sister Seok-won and brother Park Jimin talked for so long. What were you discussing? Were you having a heart-to-heart on the rooftop or something? Upon hearing Jung Ji-Lu's sudden question, Seok-won immediately came up with a fictional scenario in her mind. Oh my, if I told the truth now, Ji-Lu would surely faint. But Seok-won's expression remained very natural. She replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just discussing work with Park Jimin. Park Jimin intends to open a private school and asked me to help him with some connections." Jung Ji-Lu, upon hearing this, relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Oh my God, I thought it was something serious, and here I was worried to death. Just as the atmosphere was starting to stabilize, the butler Emmy appeared from nowhere, his tone polite and in perfect butler style. "Miss Dai, Miss Kin, the master requests your presence on the rooftop." Upon hearing this, Dai Han and Kim Woo-song exchanged a glance, their eyes full of meaning. However, neither spoke a word. They simply stood up and quietly followed Emmy into the elevator to head to the rooftop. When Dai Han and Kim Woo-song arrived on the 6th-floor rooftop, they were taken aback by the peaceful scene, completely different from the hustle and bustle below. Park Jimin was comfortably sprawled on the sofa, but this time he was no longer playing cards as he had before. Instead, he was engrossed in shooting and racing games. His face looked extremely focused. Kim Woo-song couldn't stand Park Jimin's nonchalant attitude any longer. She immediately switched to a mode of confrontation. "Park Jimin, don't try to dodge. I know everything. Not only have I heard rumors from Song Joong-ki, but I also have a pile of detailed information, accurate as a private investigator." Kim Woo-song continued her tirade. "That day, when Dai Han and I just left the bar, you were following us. Someone even saw you chasing after our van at a terrifying speed, surpassing even 90 horsepower. At this point, the faces of the two girls were brightened up, as if they had just uncovered a monumental secret. As for Park Jimin, instead of reacting, he merely gave Kim Woo-song a calm glance and replied, his deep voice resonating. "So it turns out you two have known everything all along." Kim Woo-song was determined not to give up. She continued to expose him. "A driver even told that you barehandedly removed the car door, then chased after the vehicle at a speed of over 100 horsepower. Don't think we don't know. It's just that you've never fully showcased your abilities." It is true that they are digging up every secret of Park Jimin, leaving no detail behind. However, after listening to everything, Park Jimin simply shrugged, responding with a nonchalant attitude, as if nothing was serious. "If you two are so sure, then why bother asking me?" Kim Woo-song and Dai Han's eyes widened, mouths agape as if they had just received earth-shattering news from the universe. "It really is Park Jimin. Did you take them all out in an instant? Oh my, I really can't believe it." Dai Han, still maintaining a calm demeanor, continued like a detective presenting a case. "Park Jimin, I have information from the kidnapping incident that day. The kidnappers we encountered, only one survived. Furthermore, the police said there was an internal struggle among the robbers, but they couldn't explain how someone managed to jump onto a vehicle moving at over 100 horsepower. The story is becoming increasingly suspicious, yet you appear to be completely unfazed. What really happened that day?" Park Jimin merely let out a sigh, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. Kim Woo-song and Dai Han stood there waiting. The two of them seemed to be screaming inside, "Say something already." But Park Jimin remained carefree, as if to say, "Let me think a bit more." Finally, unable to bear the silence any longer, Kim Woo-song decided to speak first. "Don't pretend anymore. Everyone already knows everything. You are the one who ran the fastest, even faster than the wind, right?" Park Jimin calmly replied, Yeah, actually that day I was just taking a stroll, saw their car, and decided to chase after it for fun. Was it really necessary to make a fuss over it? Hearing this, Qin Wusong frowned, irritated. Stop lying. Say it quickly. Dai Han maintained a more composed appearance, but internally she couldn't help but feel anxious. With her determined personality, she wouldn't let Park Jimin's vague answers slide. With a serious, questioning gaze, Dai Han asked, "So just speak frankly. That night, how could you run faster than a car going at 100 horsepower? Are you a real-life superhero?" After finishing his words, Qin Wusong and Dai Han stood there, waiting with a feeling as if they were about to explode. However, Park Jimin remained completely calm. Then slowly, with a mysterious air, said, "Do you really want to know? Long ago, there was a sect called Kunlun Mountain, known throughout the immortal world. But over the thousands of years, spiritual ki gradually depleted, making the path of cultivating immortals increasingly difficult. The great sects gradually faded away." Upon hearing this, Qin Wusong was stunned, unable to believe it. "Ha! Are you telling a fairy tale? What year is this that you are bringing up the Kunlun Mountain sect? Do you think we're children?" But Park Jimin did not change his demeanor, just smiled and gently nodded. "I am not joking. This is a story that I have kept secret for so long, and I am the last headmaster of Kunlun Mountain." Dai Han and Qin Wusong found it hard to believe what they had just heard. Their mouths agape as they confirmed, "Headmaster, really?" Without giving anyone a chance to react, Park Jimin continued with pride. In the past, Kunlun Mountain was famous as a gathering place for spiritual ki from the 5 elements, making it an ideal land for those who aspired to cultivate, enhance their cultivation, and seek immortality. The disciples of Kunlun not only possess high morality, but are also well-versed in mysterious techniques with abundant spiritual power, aiming to protect the world and preserve the legacy of spirituality. However, with the decline of spiritual ki and the continuous wars, Kunlun has gradually entered a period of decline. Today, I am the last remaining headmaster of Kunlun Mountain, the only one bearing the heavy responsibility of preserving the last legacy of the sect. Known for its profound martial arts, especially the combination of Taoism and martial arts, creating a powerful wind and 5 elements formation. He said, "That night, I used swiftness to chase after that vehicle. Even running faster than the car was not an issue." Listening to Park Jimin recount his story, Dai Han and Qin Wusong struggled to hold back. With tightly pressed lips, she stifled her laughter, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. The two kept nibbling on their lower lips to restrain themselves, especially when looking at Park Jimin's serious face. They found the situation increasingly amusing. The corners of their mouths twitched a little, uncontrollable. Soft sounds began to escape, as if laughter was desperately seeking a way out. In the end, their laughter became completely uncontrollable. The more they tried to hold it in, the funnier it became, causing Dai Han and Qin Wusong to lean over, clutching their stomachs, bursting into laughter. Qin Wusong laughed as she spoke. "Oh my! I've never seen anyone claim to be the headmaster of Kunlun with such a straight face. Haha, what kind of headmaster has an icy demeanor like that? You must be practicing the ice-sealing fist, right? If you really are the headmaster, then I'm definitely the personal disciple of Tian Shan. But swift. That sounds just like a skill in a game. Oh, forget it, don't let us give ourselves a headache any further." Han also wouldn't concede defeat. She gently winked at Park Jimin. "If you are truly the headmaster, why not open a class to teach us some skills? Who knows, after practice, Wusong and I might reach the primal spirit stage, traveling around the world to gather disciples." Park Jimin continued. "The primal spirit stage. Huh. You make it sound so simple. 1,000 years ago, no one achieved it. Even Zhang Sanfeng, the martial arts master, only reached the realm level of celestial Taoist, and right now, I am just at the key training stage." Qin Wusong couldn't help but laugh and then teased. "You, a distinguished old man worth 100 billion, Chairman Lim, yet you enjoy reading Sanxia novels. Why not just claim you have a system to unlock your powers and become a god?" Suddenly, Park Jimin switched to a serious mode. He spread his arms and took a step back. "Don't ask any more questions. Let that stay buried forever. This world is not something that can be completely explained by science." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, as if someone had accidentally pressed the pause button in the middle of a tense movie. Kim Woo-song went from being the cheerful girl to a switch of anger being flipped. Her face turned bright red as if she were being teased. "Speak quickly, stop beating around the bush." Upon hearing that, Park Jimin simply shook his head, his feet stretching up to the railing as he responded. "You are just ordinary people with shallow understanding. Don't try to use your tiny brains to define things beyond your comprehension." Kim Woo-song froze for a few seconds, then stammered, "What are you talking about?" As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes became sharp, her chest heaving, her expression caught between an impending explosion of anger. Just when Kim Woo-song was about to argue with Park Jimin, he unexpectedly made a move that could blow the tension sky high. Without a word, Park Jimin gently placed his hand on the railing and elegantly leaped over it, much like the actors in martial arts films, exuding an undeniable coolness as if he were a superhero. Kim Woo-song and Dae-han stood frozen in place, their eyes wide open, unable to utter a single word. The atmosphere, which was already tense, now reached a breaking point. The two girls couldn't believe their eyes. Park Jimin just did what? Jumped off the building without a word. 3 seconds passed, and both of their psyches were heavily impacted. Kim Woo-song froze, not knowing whether to scream or cry. Her mind was in chaos. Wait, is he really crazy? Who jumps off a building with a face as calm, as if nothing is wrong? Dae-han was no better off. She stood still, her face blank, as if someone had sucked out all the oxygen, unable to breathe. "Hold on, this is the 6th floor." After 10 seconds, Dae-han and Kim Woo-song looked at each other, still shocked, pale-faced without a drop of blood remaining. Then, both girls hurriedly rushed to the railing as if they wanted to check what disaster awaited below. But oh my god, the scene down there left both Dae-han and Kim Woo-song standing frozen like statues. Down there, Park Jimin landed extremely lightly, as if he were playing some children's games in kindergarten. Not only that, he casually stood up and acted as if nothing had happened, running towards a nearby park, as if he had just gone for a walk, rather than just jumping off a building. Kim Woo-song and Dae-han were speechless. The two girls were completely stunned. This scene looked like a martial arts performance from a Jin Young novel, rather than real life. The theory of gravity seemed to have been kicked out into space by Park Jimin, and who knows if it would ever want to return to Earth. Kim Woo-song, watching, exclaimed with a voice full of horror and disbelief. "Dae-han, did we just hallucinate?" Park Jimin jumped from the 6th floor and didn't get hurt at all, saying that Kim Woo-song tried to find a reasonable explanation, but the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Dae-han stood there like a telephone pole, her mind feeling stunned like she had been electrified, unsure of what to say. After a while, she just sighed and confidently declared, "It's not a hallucination. I saw it too." Kim Woo-song continued to mutter, "Could it be that Park Jimin is telling the truth and not lying? Oh my god, if so, have we been fooled all these years studying science?" The more she thought about it, the more Dae-han found this matter incredibly interesting. Her eyes lit up, shifting from confusion to a strange curiosity. Is it possible that there are many things in this world I still don't know? Park Jimin, who on earth are you? The more Dae-han thought, the more curious she became. All the data about Park Jimin suddenly appeared in her mind like a movie rewinding, showcasing basketball, singing, dancing, playing the piano, pulling the violin, as well as combat and medicine. And then there were Go and calligraphy too. Oh my god, each thing has reached its peak. He's like a living dictionary. No, he must be an encyclopedia. The more Dae-han thought, the more she was drawn into an unending train of reasoning, especially with the laughter of Park Jimin echoing back, each word carrying a strong heroic quality. In that moment, Park Jimin's handsome appearance seemed to exude a powerful aura of authority. System notification. Dae-han, relationship points plus 10. Dae-han, relationship points plus 10. Current relationship points, 50. Beside her, Kim Woo-song suddenly shouted with longing, "No, I also want to be his disciple and learn about cultivating immortality like him. I want to soar and jump off buildings without a care like Park Jimin." Park Jimin almost laughed. He thought to himself, his lips curling up smugly. That leap from the rooftop earlier looked truly cool. But seeing Dae-han's and Kim Woo-song's expressions, I just want to burst out laughing. Those two girls must have been so scared stiff, not knowing What to say anymore? They probably think I'm a superhero now. So Park Jimin decided to drop a few poetic lines. The virginal dress of the worldly life disappears into nothingness. This wandering appearance is forever free and unconcerned with time. Haha, I'm not a mediocre person. How could I be constrained by trivial matters? After a while of mental sparring and battling with her own brain because of Park Jimin, Dae-han finally had to stop. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then declared as if she had just attained enlightenment. Woo-song, I think I might be ready to go back on my word. I might actually like Park Jimin for real. He is so mysteriously infuriating. I'm dying of curiosity. I must uncover the secret he's hiding. Upon hearing this, Kim Woo-song was astonished. His eyebrows raised as if to ask, "Wait, what did you just say?" Woo-song said, "Dae-han, you used to declare that you weren't involved with those playboys." Park Jimin, his eyes shine like headlights when he sees a girl. It's so annoying. But now, are you really planning to fall in love with that headlight guy? Dae-han sighed, just realizing the truth of life. Her tone filled with bitterness. Sorry, Woo-song. Maybe I'm a bit overestimating myself. People often set life principles and think they can stick to them. But after meeting Park Jimin, I finally understand myself. I don't like playboys. But Park Jimin, he's not an ordinary person. He's different, very special. Kim Woo-song, upon hearing this, felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Wait, you just said he's not an ordinary person. Are you okay? Or are you saying everything is special, just because you like him? Let me remind you, he's still a person, a genuine playboy. Dae-han's mind was chaotic. She didn't need to know anything anymore, yet she still tried to reply with a tangled tone. I know I shouldn't, but I don't understand why this curiosity keeps pulling me down. Dae-han said, the more mysterious he is, the harder it is for me to look away. At this rate, sooner or later, I will fall head over heels. I'll be straightforward. I'm afraid that if I end up liking him, it will make things awkward for us. I have to say it clearly in advance to prepare myself. Otherwise, it'll be a disaster. Kim Woo-song, after hearing Dae-han's confession, not only didn't soften, but immediately switched to battle mode. All right, Dae-han. Listen, I'm telling you in advance. Let's compete fairly. Don't think that because we're close, I'll let you have an easy time. There's no such thing as concessions in this matter. I am Kim Woo-song, and I will never give up. The more we compete, the more determined I will be. Thus, the two seem to have just signed an unspoken contract to vie for Park Jimin's love. The system announced, affection level increased by 1. Current affection level is 95 points. The target Simp Lord Kim Woo-song. Regarding the owner, affection successfully broke through 95 points. Congratulations, owner. Reverse attack successful. Kim Woo-song successfully transformed into the owner's Simp Lord. Reward, 50 enhancement points. Remaining enhancement points, 130. The notification system. Congratulations to the owner for mastering firearm skills. Mastery in firearms, combat, dance, antiquities appraisal, psychology, English, table tennis, racing, and piloting aircraft. In just a second, Park Jimin fell into an unbelievable state of bliss. The system in his head suddenly activated the skill loading mode, as if it were updating to the latest software, and not just a few trivial skills, but an entire long list ranging from shooting guns, playing table tennis, flying planes to appraising antiques. But thinking about the money, he clutched his head and exclaimed, a young lady of noble birth like that getting caught in this kind of bait feels a bit regretful. If I had known, I should have done something to heighten the drama earlier. Maybe I would have received an extra reward. But with skills like excelling in both table tennis and racing, as well as knowing how to appraise antiques, is living like this a bit too extravagant? After the rooftop date with Park Jimin, Dae-han and Kim Woo-song stepped out of the elevator with an unmatched aura. Their faces were serious as if they had just heard news that had fallen from the sky. Whoever is nearby must pause their life for a moment to take a look around and see if anything is amiss. In Wang Meng's head, a huge question mark erupted. It took 5 minutes to go up, but why is it so fast to come down? What did they talk about that made Park Jimin's face look so tense? And I remember last time Miss Kin had a little clash with him when they were in school, but now they seem like close friends. This feels a bit off. Yang Weibai, who was standing next to her, also started to eavesdrop. True, it must just be work-related. But how did they know each other before? Wine Meng Meng began to speak, recounting the time Park Jimin met Qin Wusong and Dai Han. Miss Qin was picked up by him when going to school. There was even a little conflict back then. As for Miss Dai, I met her on a yacht during a grand birthday party. Over half of the guests were prominent figures in manhwa. That party was organized just to celebrate Miss Dai's birthday. He and she met on the boat, but I didn't see them interact much afterward. The whole group in the living room began to stir. In Yang Gui Bai's mind, a huge question suddenly arose. What's going on? Why are they getting close so quickly? And then encountering Park Jimin in this mysterious way. What does it mean? Suddenly, everyone turned to the window. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if they were watching a detective movie. Wait, is that him? How did he get downstairs so fast? Hearing that, Qin Wusong darted towards Park Jimin like a bullet. Then she stood in front of him, her face clearly showing determination. Park Jimin, I believe in you now. Teach me cultivating immortality. I want to cultivate immortality too. Well, that makes sense, right? Just witnessing Park Jimin's jump from the 6th floor and still being alive would rattle anyone. People can die from jumping from the 2nd floor. What could cultivating immortality possibly be? As for Park Jimin, he stood there looking very serious. But inside, he was anxious. Oh my God, please don't ask for that anymore. I just want to live in peace. But this girl must really be going crazy, cultivating immortality and all. He thought, I still don't even know how to cultivate. How can I teach anyone now? Thinking that, but still managing to swallow his laughter, Park Jimin continued to maintain his serious expression like a true master. He waved his hand, as if shooing away a buzzing fly near his ear. No, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's that you don't have a spiritual root. No matter what you do, you can't cultivate immortality. That statement hit Qin Wusong like a hard blow to her fragile hope that had just flickered. However, instead of giving up, she became even more confused. Huh? What is a spiritual root? How do you know I don't have one? Back in high school, I always scored high in math and English. Does that not count as a spiritual root? Park Jimin maintained the composed demeanor of an older brother, shaking his head in refusal. Do you think being good at studying means you become a god? You're smart, that's good, but the spiritual root is something that no matter how good you are at studying, you cannot obtain. Got it? Stop daydreaming. Qin Wusong stood there, her eyes blazing like fire, mumbling as if she were rapping. Spiritual root? What is this spiritual root? I'm good at both math and English. Does that really not count? Wusong said, You always blame everything difficult on random things. No, don't think that by refusing me, it's over. If I didn't have a spiritual root, how could I get one? Just teach me how to obtain a spiritual root, and that's all there is to it, right? Qin Wusong was indeed a stubborn person. Once he set his mind to something, he wouldn't care what anyone else said. Park Jimin was really helpless, feeling quite helpless. He spoke while picking up a small stone and said, Listen, I'll give you 1 month. If you can feel the spiritual key, I'll teach you how to cultivate immortality for real. But before he could even dream about having powers, Park Jimin shocked Qin Wusong. In Park Jimin's hand, the small stone acted like a bullet charged with magical abilities. The stone zipped through the air as if it were equipped with a jet engine, flying past Qin Wusong at high speed. The stone flew over a distance of more than 10 meters, suddenly colliding with a 12mm industrial glass. A cracking sound echoed. The glass immediately shattered into pieces like a spider's web. Both Qin Wusong and Dai Han were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Qin Wusong even shouted, thinking, This must be some kind of secret martial arts technique. Could this be the divine finger bullet? Her entire world collapsed in an instant, but not out of sorrow or despair. Rather, her heart was racing in her chest from astonishment and admiration. She began to think, Oh no, Park Jimin is indeed not an ordinary person. If he told me I don't have a spiritual root, there must be a reason for it. Dai Han was equally dumbfounded and chimed in, saying, I wonder what other amazing tricks Park Jimin has. Even if I have to become a disciple, even if I have to start from the very basics, I want to follow Park Jimin. However, Park Jimin remained very calm and criticized. This glass is of poor quality. They must have skimped on the materials. This left both girls surprised and amused. Part Jimin seemed like someone who could bend reality with just a few flicks of his hand. Not willing to back down, Daihan decided to try her luck. She picked up a larger, heavier stone, ran at full speed, and with all of her strength threw it straight at the glass. Seeing her confident expression, the result seemed destined to be even more spectacular than Part Jimin's throw. But life is not a dream. The stone struck the glass with a loud thud before bouncing back. Nothing cracked, nothing shattered. The glass stood cold and unyielding, seemingly challenging Daihan's every effort, while the stone rolled helplessly on the ground. Daihan froze, her eyes wide in disbelief at the outcome. How could this be? I clearly threw harder than Part Jimin. Part Jimin, with a knowing glance, simply stood there without saying anything further, allowing Daihan to ponder on her own. The glass is too thick, exceeding all expectations for durability. The impact force of Part Jimin's throw, by my calculations, is even stronger than that of a handgun, comparable to that of an AK-47. The more Daihan thought, the more she felt that all the physics theories she had learned had been turned upside down. Her mind was in chaos, while her heart began to show signs of disbelief in reality. Part Jimin sneered, full of self-satisfaction. It's very simple. Do you know what true source power is? Just focus the cultivation realm into both hands, then casually throw it and you can kill someone invisibly. Unfortunately, my current cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I could stand on swords and kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. At that moment, Part Jimin's image could not have been cooler. His silhouette stood there like a solid mountain, full of vigor yet mysterious, difficult to predict. His expression seemed as if he had just stepped out of a martial arts movie, with a carefree, ethereal demeanor like a forerunner indifferent to worldly affairs. Daihan, who had never believed in abstract things like practice, was now convinced. She found herself being drawn into the fantastical world that Part Jimin had painted. Have I missed something in my life? Is it true that there are things beyond the reach of ordinary people? If I do not seize this opportunity, perhaps I will never know in my lifetime. Thinking of this, Daihan's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened with a new determination. After that, she looked at Part Jimin and pleaded, "Mr. Park, do you think I have the potential to practice?" But Part Jimin was not so naive. He did not hesitate to reply bluntly, "It's a pity. You don't have a spiritual root. If having a spiritual root just requires asking, then wouldn't the whole world be racing to become fairies?" Concise and to the point, it felt like a slap in the face to Daihan. After hearing it, she suddenly felt frustrated and unwilling. "All right, Mr. Park, but can we exchange WeChat? In the future, if anything happens, I hope to receive your sincere guidance." Daihan's determination made the atmosphere a bit tense. Part Jimin didn't think much and confidently took out his phone, opening the QR code. "All right, you can scan it." Kit Woo-song, watching the two of them scan the code, felt a bit stirred in his heart. Daihan is not someone who easily takes the initiative like this. In fact, in her entire life, she has never asked for a boy's WeChat. This is indeed a special exception. Part Jimin felt the atmosphere calm down, and couldn't help but feel smug. Finally, I managed to fool these two. Being followed around like a tail was driving me crazy. Then, Part Jimin suddenly became serious and said, "Remember, today's events must not be mentioned carelessly. The practice members have been hiding from the world for a long time. If you happen to let something slip, it could bring trouble upon yourselves. Misfortune comes from people you least want to encounter." Upon hearing this, both girls could only respond affirmatively, but their gazes were sharper than ever. No matter what, they were determined. "We will absolutely not give up. In the past, we didn't know who you were and didn't care. But now that we know, we cannot let this opportunity slip by. Even if you don't want to teach us, we will cling to you until you yield." Despite the two girls' unwavering determination, Part Jimin sighed. "Oh my God, just take a break, ladies." Thus, instead of a lengthy negotiation, Part Jimin decided to ignore everyone. At that moment, the group consisting of Jung Ji-lu, Yang Gui-bai, Suk-won, and Wang Meng-meng approached the zoo area. "Brother Part Jimin, are you all right?" Jung Ji-lu looked at the broken glass and couldn't help but be surprised. Who broke this industrial glass? Daihan and Kit Woo-song remained calm and indifferent, as if nothing had happened, replying, "We just wanted to check the quality, but it seems not very good." While everyone was preoccupied with the incident involving the glass, Jung Ji-lu was captivated by something else. Her eyes lit up when she saw a group of adorable animals in the zoo. The alpacas, with their fluffy fur as soft as cotton, made it impossible for her to look away. So, Jung Ji-lu felt as if she had struck gold and rushed straight to the herd of alpacas, without thinking twice. Wow, alpacas. They're so adorable. Can you get me one alpaca? Park Jimin chuckled softly and put his arm around her, saying, "All right, choose one." Fortunately for Park Jimin, Jung Ji-lu only asked for one alpaca. If she had asked for a Dongbai tiger, things would have undoubtedly become much more complicated. But the story doesn't stop there. Park Jimin's gaze quickly shifted to Yang Guibai, who was standing nearby and seemed a bit anxious. He said, "Guibai, you mentioned you wanted to discuss something with me. Let's go outside and talk for a bit." Initially, when he arrived at this villa, Yang Guibai was quite confident, but now, under Park Jimin's sharp gaze, all his confidence seemed to evaporate, leaving only a feeling of nervousness. Following Park Jimin, Yang Guibai felt both anxious and confused in her heart, much like the first day of school, a distance of only 100 meters, yet long enough for people to say many things. However, between the two of them, not a single word was spoken, truly the kind of emotion that was too overwhelming to articulate. In Yang Guibai's heart, there were many things she wanted to say to Park Jimin, from feelings to the affection she was lacking. But not knowing how to start, the result was that they silently walked on, leaving those thoughts within Yang Guibai's mind. Time passed, and Park Jimin didn't seem to care to ask or show any concern. She thought, could it be that I made a mistake in letting my heart skip for someone like him? But what confuses me even more is the way he treats me. If Park Jimin doesn't care, then why is he willing to give me everything? What drives me crazy more than anything is that Park Jimin has never officially acknowledged our relationship. He just remains silent, acting as if love doesn't matter at all. With the frustration building up inside, I feel like I am falling into a bottomless pit of ambiguity. She thinks, I don't really know if he truly sees me as his girlfriend or just a temporary companion to stave off loneliness. Meanwhile, there are plenty of girls around him. Every time I think about it, I can't help but sigh. No, Yang Guibai, I can't linger waiting for this cold guy's nod. I have to confess my feelings. They continue to walk silently, like two actors in a silent film screen in the winter, until Yang Guibai inadvertently glances down and notices that Park Jimin's shoelace has come undone at some point. She decides to break the awkward silence. Wait a moment, Park Jimin, your shoelace is untied. Park Jimin casually replies, "Oh really?" Then he prepares to sit down to tie it. But before he can bend down, Yang Guibai seizes the opportunity to suggest, "Let me tie your shoelace for you." Saying that, she doesn't wait for Park Jimin to agree and quickly sits down, carefully tying his shoelace, even adding a pretty little bow, just like tying a ribbon on a Christmas present. Park Jimin has always been haunted by the image of the school goddess. Now that goddess is voluntarily bending down to tie his shoelaces, leaving Park Jimin at a loss for words. What is happening to this world? Yang Guibai is actually doing this. How many people admire her from afar? They will surely be heartbroken to see this. This is just crazy. Yet this small act warms Park Jimin's heart. He holds her slender, cold hands like precious jade. The last time we were at Jeonbakon, I didn't contact you. That was my fault. I'm sorry. The long overdue apology, after months of delay, finally comes out, leaving Yang Guibai with a torrent of unexpressed emotions. She also candidly admits, "It's okay, really what I care about is not that. What worries me is the unresolved tension between us that has existed for a long time. I know well that you still care about what happened at the car exhibition that day. Jung Dick asked for your WeChat, and I gave it to him. You happened to witness that, and since then, no matter how much I explain, everything seems to have gotten worse." Yang Guibai said, "Since that day, your attitude has been much colder. Although you still treat me well and always give me everything I want, I can feel the distance between us gradually growing apart." When she got to this point, Yang Guibai's voice gradually fell, her eyes showing signs of pain. "I am very afraid of this feeling. It is truly agonizing when both of us understand that the feelings are no longer as pure as they once were, but we don't know how to piece things back together. The more I try, the more hopeless everything seems." Park Jimin embraced Yang Guibai, gently comforting her. I forgave you a long time ago, so don't keep feeling guilty. At first glance, it seemed warm, but in reality, Park Jimin had stopped caring from the moment you walked out of the car exhibition. In Yang Guibai's mind, the burdens of her worries kept piling up, and she was determined to ask everything clearly. Park Jimin, have you really forgiven me? Wanting to find a little more certainty, Yang Guibai continued to ask. So am I really your girlfriend? A direct question, without beating around the bush. But Park Jimin responded vaguely. If you want, it could be like that. So Yang Guibai boldly decided to test Park Jimin's level of seriousness. She threw out an ultimate question. Then, will you marry me? Indeed, it was a question that anyone could evade, both unexpected and pressuring. In that moment, the space seemed to freeze. Yang Guibai held her breath, her heart racing as she awaited Park Jimin's answer. To heighten the tension, the camera zoomed in on both of their faces, the spotlight shining on her features, and everyone held their breath waiting for Park Jimin to utter a phrase filled with romance. However, the result was not what Yang Guibai had hoped for. After a brief silence, Park Jimin didn't hesitate to say two words. I won't. Concise and to the point. But it felt heavy like a stone falling, shattering all the fragile hopes within her. That feeling was indeed so painful. In that fleeting moment, the pain seemed to spread throughout her body, making Yang Guibai feel as if everything was collapsing. She gasped out the question again. Why? Why don't you want to marry me? But the next words from Park Jimin were like pulling Yang Guibai down into an endless abyss. If I marry you, someone else will be hurt, and I cannot ignore their feelings. But that's not all. Park Jimin's voice rang out full of helplessness, and this next response was no different than pouring fuel on the fire. It may be too early to discuss this now, but since you asked, I'd rather be straightforward. I love you, Guibai, truly love you since middle school. But right now, I also love someone else. This doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. It's just that in my heart, there's room for others who are equally important. I cannot easily choose. Oh my God, what kind of reasoning is this? Yang Guibai was shocked, but still determined to dig deeper. Who do you love the most? Who do you want to marry? Do you want to have multiple wives? This question was like exposing his innermost thoughts, forcing Park Jimin to confront a choice he had never thought about before. But Park Jimin bluntly replied without hesitation. That's right. Yang Guibai collapsed. This feeling was like eating noodles only to find out that the seasoning packet was forgotten, bland, empty, and full of disappointment. Yang Guibai could no longer control her emotions. Tears streamed down her face like a waterfall. How outrageous, shameless. Bastard, you really are trash. I hate you. While shouting, she sobbed uncontrollably and ran straight out of the villa. After receiving a response that was not cold at all from Park Jimin, Yang Guibai was in so much pain that she broke into tears and rushed out of the villa like a storm. Hoo! Park Jimin, you are such a bastard. Not understanding what was happening, Wang Meng was extremely curious and stepped forward to ask. Bro, just now Sister Guibai ran out crying. Did you guys have a fight? Seeing the curious look in Wang Meng's eyes, like a kitten spying fish, Park Jimin let out a long sigh full of exhaustion and replied, It's nothing. There are some things that sooner or later have to be said, to avoid leaving things unfinished for others. Hearing this, Wang Meng didn't need to guess much and jumped to conclusions. Brother, what exactly did you say? Sister Guibai is crying so sadly. Could it be that she confessed to you, and you rejected her? The knave's statement was surprisingly accurate. Indeed, a little sister with a super talent for reading people. Park Jimin furrowed his brows, feeling uncomfortable, but still admitted, You can understand it that way. The situation is somewhat similar. After speaking, he sighed once again in his heart. It feels like I've just shattered a beautiful painting. The reason? Yes, all because Yang Guibai suddenly asked about marriage. That daunting question was no different than throwing a nuclear bomb, making me feel cornered. Marriage? Now, I'm only 22, intending to live freely for at least another decade. I haven't had the chance to develop, haven't reached the pinnacle of life's craftsmanship yet. Why bring up such a monumental question in life? Wang Meng pulled on Park Jimin's sleeve, her expression serious. Brother, I have something to talk to you about. He replied. Go ahead. Wang Meng said, Recently, a number of television companies have been contacting me continuously. They not only want to invest, but also invite me to star in films, and even as the female lead. Particularly, one of these companies has offered a super flexible contract condition of just 1 year, with no penalty for breach of contract. So of course, I really want to give it a try. At the same time, in a luxurious nightclub in manhwa, where the rich gather for fun, in the spacious and lavish space, Jin Jia-mu, the main character of the party, is enjoying life like a king. One hand raised a glass of wine, the other arm wrapped around beautiful girls, including models and well-known figures in the entertainment industry. Amidst the festive atmosphere, a wealthy individual named Young Master G approached to invite Jin Jia-mu for a drink. He not only seemed curious, but also had a hint of regret in his tone. "Come on, young Master Jin, I invite you for a drink. I heard you just signed a contract with a new artist, a freshman from Manhwa University, named Wang Mengmeng, right?" Jin Jia-mu responded with a smug expression. "Young Master G, your sense of smell is really sharp." Jin Jia-mu said, "That's right, Wang Mengmeng is the latest artist that my company has just signed. She not only has outstanding academic achievements and a beautiful appearance, but her singing voice is also very captivating. It can be said that she is a top-grade product. Previously, she once live-streamed on Recap TV and attracted millions of fans. I plan to focus on nurturing her. Are you interested?" Young Master G, upon hearing this, felt an ache in his heart. In his mind, from the first time he saw her on livestream, he had been enchanted. The beauty of Wang Mengmeng did not only rest on her face or figure, but also on her naturally alluring demeanor. Young Master G had once gone to great lengths to visit Manhwa University just to meet Wang Mengmeng once, and from that moment, he felt utterly captivated. What was even more special was when young Master G discovered that this girl was still a budding flower, which only fueled his passion and desire further. After that, young Master G sighed with deep regret and replied, "I was also planning to invite her to my company. I didn't expect you to be quicker than me." Seeing young Master G showing interest in Wang Mengmeng, Jin Jia-mu decided to play a trick by appearing generous. "If you like her, giving her to you isn't out of the question." He paused for a moment before continuing to provoke young Master G's competitive nature. "But there's one thing to consider. This girl comes from a wealthy family. Ordinary coercion or seduction might not work. Furthermore, I recall that Chairman Lim has also gifted her. It's likely that he's keeping an eye on this girl. Do you really want to go head-to-head with him?" Upon hearing this, young Master G showed no signs of worry, even sneering. "Chairman Lim, he's just a shadow in Gyeongbokgung. Here in Manhwa, he means nothing. Do you really think I'm afraid of him?" At this point, young Master G became even more irritated. What's the point of gifting flowers to many female streamers and declaring them as his? It's ridiculous. If Chairman Lim can pick flowers, then why can't I? Jin Jia-mu, on the other hand, was becoming more calculating with every word he heard. Wang Mengmeng is none other than the sister of Park Jimin. He thought, "There is a character that I am very concerned about, and no one else knows this but me." Just thinking about the scene where Park Jimin discovers his sister getting caught up in the tricks of the entertainment industry, I can't help but feel amused, haha. Returning to the conversation between Park Jimin and Wang Mengmeng at the villa in Tianmen, in front of Wang Mengmeng's confident demeanor, Park Jimin felt that something didn't quite add up. A 1-year contract? No termination fee. That sounds suspicious. In the television industry, companies never sign short-term contracts with female artists like that. Usually, contracts last at least 3 to 5 years, and sometimes even 10 years are not uncommon. And there's always a hefty termination fee, as there's a fear that the artist will become famous and run away. Could it be that they are setting a trap to profit off Mengmeng? But seeing Mengmeng full of excitement with her new plans, Park Jimin couldn't bring himself to discourage her. He generously said, "If you want to act in a film, let me take care of it. Don't worry about this television company or that one. I will invest in a whole production team just for you. Whatever the best director is, I will invite them all. How about Zhang Yimou? In 2 days, I will call him to direct for you." Hearing this, Mengmeng couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. "Really? Thank you. You are the best." Park Jimin continued to make a suggestion. "Mengmeng, I still think you shouldn't trust so easily. I have a theater troupe in Tianmen, and we are currently filming. If you want to learn, I can take you to watch tomorrow. If you want to try your hand at acting, you can play a few guest roles, no problem. As for the contract with the television company, think it over carefully. If you have to compensate for the contract, I will take care of it for you. Wang Mengmeng, not wanting to always stand behind Park Jimin, confidently replied, her eyes full of assurance. You don't have to worry. I've grown up, and I'm not easily deceived by others. I've also consulted a professional lawyer thoroughly about their contract. This is a formal contract with no ambiguous clauses. Moreover, this television company is also a large company, not some small-time scam. However, an overly lenient contract made Park Jimin unable to help but feel suspicious. He immediately called Yang Sison to inquire. Director Yang, a talent agency is recruiting my sister. Please help me check it out. Yang Sison confidently replied, All right, father, give me 5 minutes. While waiting for Yang Sison's response, Park Jimin still felt anxious. Which company would be so easygoing? They want you to take the role. And if you don't want to, you can just stop. It sounds too strange. In this day and age, there are countless scams. Meng Meng may be very smart, but she is still naive when it comes to significant matters. How could she understand the hearts of people in the sea? Meng Meng could get hurt if she places too much trust in the sweet promises of those companies. 5 minutes later, a hurried voice came from the other end of the line. Father, the company contacting your sister is a firm under the Superstar Group. It is run by Jin Jia-mu. Upon hearing the last sentence, Park Jimin was startled and turned pale. As soon as the name Jin Jia-mu was mentioned, Park Jimin's body immediately tensed up, his facial muscles twitched slightly, and his jaws clenched tightly in fury. His eyes were filled with rage, and its cold glare seemed to want to tear apart the very space in front of him. Jin Jia-mu. This bastard never stops. Director Yang, it seems Jin Jia-mu has been too idle lately. Let's find him something to do. Yang Sison, still not understanding Park Jimin's intention, immediately asked, Father, what you mean? Park Jimin calmly spoke, but each word that came out was as sharp and cold as a razor's edge. The weather is getting colder. Let's make Star Group go bankrupt. As soon as Park Jimin finished his phone call, Wang Mengmeng curiously asked, Brother, what did you say on the phone? Park Jimin casually replied, Nothing much. I just called the film crew's director. You can go with me to the audition tomorrow. After Yang Sison reported Park Jimin's ultimatum to Yu Ling Shuang. An hour later, a tense conversation took place between Yu Ling Shuang and her assistant, Suo. Help me with something. This USB contains all sorts of interesting things, from Jin Jia-mu's bribery to underground transactions, money laundering, and even how he exploits celebrities. All the evidence is here. After hearing this, the assistant became somewhat more alert, but still felt uneasy, as if he had bitten into a grain of sand. But even if this evidence is real, it would only be enough to take Jin Jia-mu down, not completely ruin his entire group. The Jin family is like a towering tree. It's not easy to bring it down. Yu Ling Shuang smiled again, her thin smile sparkling with layers of schemes. You're too naive. This is just the starting act. When public opinion joins in, the stock of Star Group will plummet like a rocket in reverse. Also, I have prepared a hefty amount of money to bet on this, short-selling them. Not only that, but I'm also targeting other businesses of the Jin family in the market. Once this snowball starts rolling, they will have to drink their tears instead of water. And with 500 billion in working capital at my disposal, I will be like a storm ready to sweep everything away. Jin Jia-mu was initially thrilled with his plan to take revenge on Park Jimin, completely unaware that a storm was about to hit him. The next morning, the name manhwa, young Master Jin, suddenly became famous. Never before had this name caused such a sensation. In an instant, social media was turned upside down. From the young to the old, from housewives to office workers, everyone was discussing the name Jin Jia-mu. The content was a shocking video accompanied by images and a series of clear evidence that was posted online. Anyone who watched it was left astounded by the unbelievable content. In the video, a series of shady transactions between power and beauty were laid bare. And of course, the focal point was none other than Jin Jia-mu, the son of the Jin family. What's significant here is Jin Jia-mu's involvement with over 30 famous female artists in the entertainment industry. From promising young actors and singers to even married women, all had connections with him through dubious dealings. The bright stars of the entertainment world, figures who were always praised for their purity, unexpectedly appear in the video as one-night stands with young Master Jin. Moreover, the video reveals a massive network of a group where female artists are exploited to bribe officials, aiding in not-so-straightforward business deals. Viewers can only stare in shock, not expecting that behind the handsome facade, Jin Jiamu is actually the mastermind, operating a sophisticated system of power and beauty transactions like this. I am really about to collapse. Tong Ji Yen, Liu Shu Chun, Wang Gong Yu, Zhu Mai Ni, Fang Kai Yi, Zheng Chao Nei. All are high-traffic people, yet involved in such filthy deals. My idol, how could he do such disgusting things? Hold on, there's more. The most disgusting thing is Xiao Yishan. Who would have thought he would get promoted by dating a wealthy woman? I have always regarded him as the ideal man, but now I see how dirty he is. Quickly share this, everyone. This video will probably be taken down soon. While the internet community is panicking and frantically sharing, Star Group has been thrust into the eye of the storm. The market value of Superstar has vanished by 200 billion. At this moment, Qin K. Yan was continuously contacting the media team. This is big news. I demand it be taken down immediately. A few hours later, at Jin Jiamu's villa in Maiyuan, where he was indulging in a nap next to two female artists after a night of partying, at exactly noon, the phone rang noisily, causing Jin Jiamu to wake up groggily, still half asleep. He reluctantly picked up the phone, his face contorted in annoyance from being awakened mid-slumber. The voice of Qin K. Yan rang out anxiously from the other end. Young master, something big has happened. For Jin Jiamu, he only frowned, irritably replying, "What is it? Can it wait? I'm not even fully awake yet. Damn it, don't bother me." Qin K. Yan refused to back down, her tone serious and urgent. "Young master, this is truly serious. Last night I tried calling you 100 times and you didn't answer. Now everything has gotten out of control. You need to check the news right away." Jin Jiamu began to feel that something was off. He recalled that he had partied hard the night before, unable to remember exactly what he had done, but he was certain he hadn't paid any attention to his phone. Immediately, Jin Jiamu checked the news. His fatigued eyes suddenly shifted to panic upon seeing a barrage of articles, videos, and reports related to Star Group exploding on the internet. News about shady transactions and shocking scandals regarding the company had spread everywhere, and the worst part was that it all revolved around him. At that moment, before Jin Jiamu could even put on his pants, he was confronted by a group of well-dressed individuals who burst through the door. Jin Jiamu grimaced and asked, his voice filled with both surprise and irritation, "What are you doing here?" One person from the group spoke up, the tone polite yet firm. "We apologize, but we are from the Financial Crimes Investigation. This is a search warrant, and we hope Mr. Jin will cooperate." Before he could comprehend what was happening, the group brazenly stormed in, seizing Jin Jiamu. But that wasn't all. Just as Jin Jiamu was being escorted out to the gate, a swarm of media reporters suddenly rushed in from nowhere. The continuous clicking of cameras echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, a series of photos were taken. One of them captured the moment Jin Jiamu was flustered, trying to cover his radish, creating a moment that he would certainly never want to see on any newspaper. Jin Jiamu shouted angrily, his eyes red as he looked around. "Everyone get the hell out of here. Who allowed you to barge in? Do you think I won't sue you for trespassing?" However, in contrast, the crowd of paparazzi grew larger. "Young Master Jin, it really is young Master Jin. Your life seems quite comfortable, huh? Oh look, that female artist. Isn't she the new star of Star Group? I've heard she's the pure and innocent Jade Maiden. Who knew she'd get involved in this?" Jin Jiamu fidgeted like an ant on a hot pan, prompting one member of the Financial Crimes Investigation team to raise his voice in warning. "We sincerely apologize, Mr. Jin. We hope for your cooperation. If you continue to resist, we will not hesitate to use coercive measures." At the same time, in the villa in Tianmen, Qin Wusong suddenly turned to Dai Han and began to express doubt. "Dai Han, we sat in meditation all night yesterday, but didn't feel any spiritual kai at all. Do you think Part Jimin is deceiving us?" Dai Han agreed. "I feel the same way. There's nothing special about it. But this isn't an easy thing to say. If merely sitting for one night could allow us to sense the spiritual kai of heaven and earth, then wouldn't everyone become a fairy?" Hearing that, Qin Wusong couldn't help but agree. You're right, but we must admit the air here is very fresh. After meditating, even though I didn't see any spiritual key, I still feel much lighter in my head, as if all my thoughts suddenly became clear. Dai-Han nodded, her expression brighter. Exactly, usually we spend too much time scrolling through our phones, glued to social media, leaving us no time to think about the future. But when we actually pause and focus on meditating, I find my mind at peace, allowing me to think clearly and plan better for what's to come. Perhaps meditation really is beneficial. But then Qin Wusong couldn't shake off the doubt. Dai-Han, do you think that we haven't truly entered the proper state, which is why we can't feel the spiritual key? I researched online, and they say that to meditate, one must reach a state of not thinking at all. But clearly, we can't stop thinking completely. How can one stop thinking entirely? This is truly harder than you think. Dai-Han heard this and smiled gently, her eyes reflecting a deeper understanding. Meditation isn't about stopping all thoughts. It's about high concentration, while keeping the mind relaxed. We may not have reached that level yet, but just take it slow, and eventually, we'll come to understand. And just like that, even though they had not yet felt the heavens and earth, or the spiritual key, as Part Jimin had mentioned, at least they had gained something more precious, a calmness in their soul, and a clear direction for the future. At this moment, the two girls no longer worry about their current lives, studies, or jobs. Instead, there was a strong belief in exploring the secrets that Part Jimin held. Dai-Han continued, her tone a bit puzzled. Sister Wusong, do you think this is a bit crazy? I just got appointed as vice president, and before I even had a chance to do anything, I already want to give it all up to pursue spiritual key and meditate. But you know, ever since I met Part Jimin, everything around me seems boring. I guess I need something to challenge myself. Qin Wusong nodded vigorously, deeply empathizing. That's right. I feel the same way. Before, I thought that as long as I studied well and got a degree, that would be enough. But now, I don't know why, cultivating immortality seems much more interesting. You know, if we could absorb spiritual ki, we would become immortal. Just think about it. We could achieve immortality and do things that others wouldn't even dare to dream of. As Qin Wusong excitedly said, but do you think Part Jimin is trying to hide something? He appears too mysteriously, and I guess he is not just an ordinary person. He knows too much about cultivating immortality. He must be holding on to some secrets. Dai-Han also laughed along, her eyes filled with infinite longing. Yes, he looks cold on the outside, but I am sure there are many things deep within him that we have yet to explore. That is why I want to stay here. I want to learn more about him and the world he lives in. Who knows, he might be the key for us to truly become those who cultivate immortality. Both girls laughed coyly, as if they had just planned for an exciting adventure. They decided to find a way to convince Part Jimin to let them stay at the villa to continue their journey of cultivating immortality. At that moment, Dai-Han suddenly received a phone call. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she answered, Miss, Ma Yuan is in big trouble. The voice on the other end was urgent, causing Dai-Han to immediately become serious. What? What happened? The bodyguard continued to report. Jin Jia-mu has been arrested by the authorities and the Star Group is facing a massive amount of negative news. This morning, their stock price plummeted sharply. Over 100 billion has disappeared in an instant. Not only that, many companies under the Jin family are also being targeted by mysterious investors. The entire entertainment industry seems to be under attack from a powerful capitalist force, causing stock prices to drop across the board. Someone is short-selling the entire entertainment market. Dai-Han, upon hearing this, was filled with confusion. She took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down her spine. Before this, I had read some news this morning and only thought that Jin Jia-mu was arrested due to being involved in some familiar scandals in the entertainment industry. But I didn't expect the situation to be this serious, with such vast scale and terrible impact. As her thoughts lingered, Dai-Han continued to ask, Have you uncovered who is behind this yet? The bodyguard's voice echoed again. The manipulator is likely the Fei Gong Group. They are the ones behind the release of negative news about the Star Group. And it's clear this is a plan that has been arranged in advance. The bodyguard continued. They are taking advantage of public opinion to buy up the entire entertainment industry at a low price. Hearing this, Dai-Han decisively ordered, Understood. continue to monitor all movements of the Fei Dong group. In addition, investigate more about Park Jimin. He seems to be holding many secrets that I am not clear about. I need a full report on him as soon as possible." The bodyguard replied, "Understood, miss. I will carry it out immediately." Hanging up the phone, Dai-Han contemplated for a moment. Her mind whirled with a series of considerations. This man is indeed frightening. Just yesterday, Park Jimin was busy in the kitchen, showcasing his cooking skills with remarkable finesse. Who would have guessed that outside, he was silently taking action in the entertainment industry, knocking out an entire large group. Jin Jia-mu and the Jin family had repeatedly attacked Park Jimin, deliberately creating difficulties. But each time they were met with a counterattack. By the time Park Jimin took action, just a light move was enough to make the entire Jin family wobble, suffering severe losses. Jin Jiamu's arrest was just part of the story. The Fei Dong group is bending the entire entertainment market. But Park Jimin is the central figure that I feel needs to be examined more closely, she thought. He always appears at crucial moments with secrets that I am sure no one knows clearly. What is happening behind his back? To grasp the whole picture, I need to understand this person better. Dai-Han and Kim Woo-song carried many complex thoughts as they sought Park Jimin. When they arrived at the villa door, they saw Park Jimin bidding farewell to Suk-won. Park Jimin, don't worry. Regarding the development of the education group, I will immediately get started on it. Last night, I thought a lot about building the school. We cannot rush. Even if we start right away, it will take at least half a year to complete. It's expected that we can only begin the opening and enrollment next year. But for now, I will proceed with early promotions and simultaneously apply for the license to build a private school. Currently, there are many workers from rural areas working in Tianjin City, and the education of their children is a significant issue. Solving this will be very important for the long-term development of the city. Park Jimin simply nodded in agreement, neither rushing nor hurrying. "All right, Miss have a nice trip." Park Jimin asked Kim Jenny. "Jenny, are you going with Chairwoman as well?" Kim Jenny sat in the car, her eyes sparkling with excitement yet mixed with a hint of mischief. "That's right, Park Jimin. I also have some work to take care of." Park Jimin simply smiled without saying anything more. In his heart, he probably knew everything. But Kim Jenny was filled with curiosity. It's strange. A few days ago, Chairwoman was furious and upset with Park Jimin, to the point where it felt like the company was about to go up in flames. Yet today, her tone is gentle, as if nothing ever happened. How odd. Just as Suk-won and Kim Jenny left in the car, Dai-Han and Kim Woo-song approached Park Jimin. Park Jimin casually replied, "Oh, Miss Dai, Miss Kim, you two are also preparing to leave, right? Then I won't see you off. I wish you both a safe journey." But before they could celebrate for long, Kim Woo-song immediately frowned, his tone sounding like he wanted to blame someone. "Hey, Park Jimin, who said I wanted to leave. We have already decided. Don't even think about stopping us. We want to stay here to cultivate. We want to learn more about cultivating immortality. And you definitely have some secrets that you're not sharing." Park Jimin waved his hand, his expression showing little concern. "Oh, I thought you two were just stopping by for a bit and then leaving. Who knew you wanted to stay long-term?" Dai-Han gently stepped forward, responding slowly yet sharply. "Mr. Park, Woo-song and I have discussed this thoroughly. This place has fresh air, scenic beauty, and gives a peaceful feeling like a countryside. Therefore, we have decided to stay a bit longer. Of course, the room rate will be calculated like a 5-star presidential hotel. No problem at all." Kim Woo-song nodded vigorously, more excited than ever. "We are ready." Inside, Park Jimin felt like crying out loud, but on the outside, he still spoke in an extremely relaxed tone, showing no concern. "All right then, if you want to stay, go ahead. There are plenty of rooms left. It would be a waste to leave them empty," he said. "But remember, cultivating immortality is not just simply sitting in meditation. There are many complicated things that you both do not know yet." At the same time, the news of Jin Jiamu's arrest had become hot gossip, spreading with astonishing speed, causing an explosion in the entertainment industry. Everyone was rushing to the internet to discuss it eagerly. Freshly debuted actors were competing to share that they used to be his secret lovers. Who doesn't remember the golden age of the powerful Jin young master, around whom everyone had to curry favor and step aside? And now, what? The winds have changed, the horse has fallen. and many are rushing to kick him while he's down. Truly, when you're rich, you're respected. When you're poor, you're shunned. The story quickly spiraled out of control and reached the highest tiers of the Jin family. Jin Wangzun, the father of Jin Jiamu, who is famous throughout manhwa. Upon hearing this, Jin Wangzun was furious. Damn it, a little brat dares to touch my son. Does he not know the rules? At first, I wanted to see what that kid had the guts to do, but now it's unnecessary. He should just disappear. At this moment, a cautious person reported. Through the investigation, it was discovered that it was carried out by Park Jimin and Yu Ling Shuang. Upon hearing this, Jin Wangzun roared again. His anger was like a flood, sweeping away everything in sight. A traitor! A young man who dares to touch my son! Does he not know how to write the word death? After that, he immediately ordered, post a bounty on the dark web, $200 million. I want Park Jimin's life. The person immediately received the order. Understood, sir. From that moment on, Park Jimin's life fell into an endless hunt, like a game with no exit. If the assassin took the mission and failed, the money would still be hanging there, and the hunt would continue. After the tense family meeting of the Lai family, the tycoon Jin Wangzun returned to his private room. He slowly took out his phone and made a call. The Jin family has taken root deep in manhwa. How can we let others easily mock us? After Director Huang answered the call, Jin Wangzun seemed to have calmed down a bit. He began to speak, his voice filled with the determination of a father who cannot abandon his child. Director Huang, regarding my son, I rely on you for this matter. When he goes outside, I will personally manage and educate him strictly. Director Huang responded in an extremely friendly manner. Mr. Jin, you are being too polite. Young Master Jin will be well taken care of with us. Don't worry, I have instructed everyone thoroughly. Absolutely no one dares to touch him. To be honest, your young master hasn't really committed any serious crime. It's just that the public opinion out there is too loud. We cannot release him immediately. Let's wait a little longer for things to settle down, and then everything will return to normal. Jin Wangzun nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank you, Director Huang. I appreciate your trouble. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the city was illuminated by bright lights. Suddenly, the first two fireworks burst in the dark sky, marking the beginning of a spectacular display. Just seconds later, thousands upon thousands of firework clusters exploded in succession, as if competing to shatter the sky. The sound echoed from every corner of the city, as if someone had cranked the volume to max on a gigantic sound system. The sky was devoid of any dark spots, replaced instead by dazzling, vibrant colors of blue, deep red, and sparkling gold, bursting everywhere. So much so that anyone looking up couldn't help but tilt their heads in admiration. Oh my, the fireworks are so magnificent. It feels like the entire sky is about to explode. It's just so grand. Whoever is launching these fireworks must be someone extraordinary. Oh my God, with such grandeur, it must cost at least $1 million for just a second, right? I heard today is the birthday of Yu Ling Shuang, the CEO of Fei Dong Group or something. And there's also Vice President Zhang Zilu. Chairman Lim really went all out, throwing money to secure all the fireworks in the province, and even bought several fireworks factories from other provinces. It's estimated to cost around $2 billion just to celebrate the birthdays of these two people, going big at the expense of others. Hearing this, a girl standing nearby couldn't help but sigh dreamily. Wow, that's really Chairman Lim. So romantic. I think I could never dare to dream of having such an extravagant birthday in my lifetime. Some people said, I wish someone would lavish money on me for my birthday like that. Come on, wake up. For your birthday, your parents might just give you a cake, and that's already a blessing. Yet the fireworks continued to explode non-stop, lasting for who knows how many minutes. Each time, a new color and a different light effect appeared, captivating people to watch without getting bored. And even if they wanted to get bored, they couldn't, because the booming sound echoed so loudly that sleep was impossible. But perhaps, the fireworks were not the only thing that amazed everyone. At that moment, another colossal spectacle was unfolding at Simp City, hosting a massive party with the participation of 50,000 employees of Fei Dong Group. When the fireworks ceased, many people thought this was the end. But no, that was only the beginning. A multitude of drones appeared in the sky, shining brightly, and not only shining, but also forming intriguing shapes. The crowd couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the drones arrange themselves into a gigantic message in the night sky. Jung Ji-lu, happy birthday. Before people could recover from their astonishment, another set of drones began to move and form yet another message. Yu Ling Shuang, happy birthday. Jung Ji-lu today donned her favorite Princess Lolita dress, looking perfectly cute, playful, and extremely fitting for the festive atmosphere. Especially tonight, a fireworks display erupted in the sky, elevating the grandeur of the party. Jung Ji-lu stood amidst thousands of admiring gazes, stunned to realize that everything dazzling and magnificent unfolding before her was all for her. Oh my God, Park Jimin, I never expected this. You truly made me feel so emotional, I could die. I love you so much. With that, Jung Ji-lu couldn't hold back her emotions and hugged Park Jimin. Park Jimin responded casually, as if he were chatting with close friends. Oh come on, what's the big deal? It's Zilu's birthday, and this is all I could do. If you had told me a month in advance, the whole province could have thrown a birthday party for you. Easy. Hearing that, Jung Ji-lu felt like she could fly up to the clouds from the joy. The girl's sparkling eyes looked at Park Jimin, then suddenly exclaimed a sentence that left everyone speechless. Park Jimin, you are too good to me. I don't know how to thank you. How about I repay you with my body? Upon hearing this, Park Jimin was bewildered. Ji-lu, what are you saying? Do you even realize what you're talking about? But the more frightening thing was that Jung Ji-lu was not joking at all. She was completely serious. My heart has made up its mind long ago. Park Jimin, you are the only one worthy of me. No matter what the future holds, right now I just want to give you everything. You are the only man in my life. This determination caught everyone off guard. Park Jimin found himself in a precarious situation, unsure of how to navigate through it. On one hand was the innocent girl, giving her all, and on the other was a multitude of curious gazes from the crowd witnessing this moment. Park Jimin awkwardly stammered. You stay calm for now. Yeah, Ji-lu, let's just stay calm. I think we can talk about this later. At that moment, Xiao also stepped forward, her eyes filled with affection. Thank you for helping me organize my birthday. Drink this glass of water as a token of my gratitude. Xiao stood there, her legs seemingly frozen in place. She could neither move forward nor turn away. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, each weak beat heavy in her chest. That moment seemed to stretch on endlessly as she saw Park Jimin next to someone else. The scene felt like a cold knife stabbing deep into her heart, the feeling of being lost and lonely enveloping her. I am really jealous of Jung Ji-lu. When will I be able to be held in his arms like that? Not only Xiao Yu, but her younger sister also had sharp glances from Qin Wusong and Dai Han, constantly looking at Park Jimin. Qin Wusong then looked at Dai Han and said with a hint of jealousy, Dai Han, I have to say that Park Jimin is really generous. Throwing such a grand birthday party. My birthday before this was never that extravagant, right? Han smiled in response. Indeed, it's very generous. But for him, that's just normal. He goes all out with all the girls around him, from supercars to villas, and even private jets. Money flows like water, and it never seems to run out. That said, both understood one thing. Park Jimin is not an ordinary person. Who says he is an immortal cultivator with a mysterious background spanning thousands of years? For someone who has experienced countless centuries, possessing such a vast fortune is hardly surprising. In less than half a day, the name Park Jimin had made every assassin on the dark web remember. The bounty reached up to $100 million, enough to make any assassin's eyes gleam with excitement. Gyeongbokgung Airport that afternoon looked quite normal. People rushed about, and planes took off and landed routinely. However, among the crowd, there was a striking girl with blonde hair. Holding her phone, she was scrolling through videos of Park Jimin online. This girl's name was Annie, but don't let her appearance deceive you. Behind that exterior was a joker who operated deep throughout the world. Annie was a heavy-hitting assassin. From thousands of meters away, she could take down a target with precision. Annie was the soul of the team. She glanced at her phone screen and quietly asked, William, has the gun arrived in Nation H yet? William, who was standing beside her, immediately replied, Don't worry, Annie. Even though Nation H had strict gun control, this won't be a challenge for us. The sniper rifle you requested has arrived safely. When mentioning the target, he lowered his voice, his expression turning significantly more serious. As for Park Jimin, he's not as simple as we think. His assets are incredibly vast, far exceeding any speculation. The biggest surprise is that he is actually the one behind the Gyeongbokgung Pharmaceutical Group. Upon hearing this, Annie let out a sardonic laugh. The Gyeongbokgung Pharmaceutical Group? Isn't that the company that just successfully developed a vaccine praised by the international press? After this mission, we'll achieve a record of 100 consecutive successful assassinations. At that point, a comfortable rest will be more than deserved. The one assigned this mission bears the title Viper. The number of completed missions stands at 99, with a 100% completion rate. The international assassin ranking is 36. Clearly, this is an exceptionally terrifying group of assassins, having killed more than 99 people without a single failure. Just one more target, and they will achieve a milestone of 100 assassinations. To be targeted by such a formidable entity is the worst nightmare for anyone. The target this time is none other than Park Jimin. As soon as this group of assassins planned the assassination, Park Jimin was still completely unaware. As usual, he was heading to the film set to shoot. Young-sil, I'm almost there. Please let the light into the camera angle as you instructed. Everything seemed to proceed normally and leisurely. But no, Park Jimin's life could never be normal for long. As the car neared the end of the highway, suddenly, an enormous truck appeared from nowhere, speeding towards them like a bullet at over 100 kilometers/. That truck seemed to have one sole target, to crash straight into Park Jimin and his BMW. Everything happened so fast that those inside the car couldn't help but break into a sweat. Park Jimin had just caught a glimpse of the truck barreling towards him, and before he could say anything, the truck was almost upon them. The space to dodge was practically non-existent. The most bizarre thing was that the truck showed no signs of slowing down at all. Instead, it accelerated even more. It was clear to anyone that this truck clearly did not intend to stop before taking down Park Jimin. Normally, when faced with a situation like this, people would scream and panic. But for Park Jimin, everything was different. He didn't shout, but instead, immediately pressed the gas pedal hard and adjusted the steering wheel with skills no different from a professional racer. However, fate wasn't going to let him off that easily. Another car suddenly appeared behind him, blocking any chance of retreat. At that moment, Park Jimin had no place to turn around. In the split second when everything seemed to hang by a thread, Park Jimin decided to do something no one could have expected. He unbuckled his seatbelt. It sounds illogical, as unbuckling the seatbelt in this situation is akin to putting oneself in a deadly position. But for Park Jimin, the moment the seatbelt was released, everything changed as if by a miracle. No one knows exactly what Park Jimin did, but one thing is certain: within an instant, that gigantic truck couldn't hit him. Perhaps with his lightning-fast reflexes and superhuman speed, Park Jimin narrowly escaped disaster. A loud crash echoed, shaking the very space around. The front of Park Jimin's BMW crashed directly into the truck, shattering the front of the car into pieces, as if it had just gone through a clash with a steel storm. On the nearby rooftop, Annie, holding a pair of binoculars, stared intently at the scene below and scoffed. Successfully killed. This mission was as easy as candy. Now just need to clean up everything. The truck driver was also a foreigner. He called to report, not even glancing back at the wreckage before him. But just as he placed his hand on the car door, preparing to open it, there was a gentle knock on the right window. The driver jumped and turned around, unable to believe his eyes. Park Jimin, indeed Park Jimin, who had just been in an accident, was standing there with a calm expression, slightly frowning. Upon noticing the driver looking at him, Park Jimin broke into a cold smile, accompanied by a mocking gesture. "Hey man, is this how you drive? Driving like you're out to kill someone, not just joking around, huh?" Without saying a word, Park Jimin slammed his fist into the right window, the sound of shattering glass ringing out. Then, the car door could not withstand the extreme tug and shattered into tiny pieces. At that moment, the driver looked at Park Jimin as if he were a monster. He panicked, his face filled with concern, unable to react in time. Meanwhile, Park Jimin merely flashed a friendly smile in greeting. As if that were not enough, a low sound echoed from afar. Boom! A bullet from a sniper rifle was hurtling straight towards him. The bullet was fired at incredible speed, aimed directly at the center of Park Jimin's forehead. If it hit, his head would undoubtedly explode like a smashed watermelon. In that split second of danger, Park Jimin showed no sign of fear. His gaze remained cold and focused. He quickly directed his sight towards the incoming bullet, and then suddenly dodged as if it were a natural reflex. On the rooftop, William of Viper, who was observing everything through binoculars, suddenly fell into a state of panic. The scene of Park Jimin not only surviving but easily dodging made him realize one thing. This target is not an ordinary person. He is a true monster. The entire area was now engulfed in absolute silence, as if time had frozen. The Viper team, once confident in their flawless plan, was now left with utter confusion. William tried to remain calm, but his voice clearly betrayed his fear. Fall back. Retreat now. The target is too dangerous. Meanwhile, Park Jimin's gaze was firmly locked onto William from a distance. Their eyes met in the air, creating a thick layer of hostility, as if the very atmosphere around them was tense enough that even a blink could cause an explosion. Park Jimin smiled, a smile laced with danger. I never expected someone would dare to assassinate me. Do you really think you're old enough to play with me? Park Jimin began to approach the first truck with a chilling gaze. He walked over, his eyes cold as ice. His hand gently touched the neck of his opponent, a light touch but filled with the promise of death. The foreign young man felt a shiver run down his spine at Jimin's touch. Without a word, Jimin's hand twisted the opponent's neck slightly. A cracking sound echoed, the neck of the man snapping like a dry tree breaking in a storm. His eyes widened in panic for a brief moment before all sensations of survival disappeared. After that, Park Jimin turned and walked away, as if nothing had ever happened. Dare to insult someone. At that moment, the driver of the car saw the situation escalate and decided to run away. The girl screamed as if she had seen a ghost, simultaneously kicking away and calling for help repeatedly. But unfortunately, in Park Jimin's world, escaping was not an option. Jimin casually picked up a stone and aimed it with precision. A normal stone in Park Jimin's hands became a deadly weapon, with power rivaling that of bullets. The stone shot straight through the girl's chest, and just like that, it sent her off to meet her ancestors. The entire area fell silent, as if frozen for a moment. William stood on the rooftop, a 16x magnifying telescope pressed against his eye, staring intently at Park Jimin in the distance. But what startled William was that Park Jimin's gaze was locked onto him. From afar, William shouted, "What is this? Over 300 meters away, and he can still see me clearly. This is outrageous. Get out of here quickly. This young man is not human. He is a monster." What was even more terrifying was that Park Jimin was not using a telescope like him. He could still see William perfectly with the naked eye. Park Jimin stood there coldly, his sharp gaze fixated on his opponent. Then, Park Jimin casually picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it with force. The stone shot from Park Jimin's hand into the sky, traveling at the speed of light, crossing almost 400 meters and striking William directly on the head. The throw was so powerful that the tiny stone pierced through his skull and lodged into the wall behind him. In an instant, before completely losing consciousness, William lamented his dream of retiring, traveling around the world. Unfortunately, that beautiful dream was now forever shattered. The last two assassins hiding nearby could only watch William leave, their faces pale and speechless. All their confidence had vanished, replaced by an indescribable fear. Jack trembled, his lips stammering. "Annie, this is not a person. He is a demon. He must be a demon. I knew it. The final mission always has problems. No one escapes the hand-washing law." Annie was also filled with fear. She glanced at the stone embedded in the wall. Not looking was fine, but once she saw it, a terror from the depths of her soul crashed over her. It's not a bullet but a stone. With years of experience as an assassin, I have never encountered anyone who could use a stone as a bullet. This was beyond her ability to understand. But before Annie could contemplate further, Jack had thrown down the sniper rifle, deciding to retreat immediately. This target cannot be killed. Let's run. This place is too dangerous, horrifying, suffocating, and hair-raising. The last two assassins in the Viper team rushed out of the scene and quickly made their way down to the floor above, where a prepared car was waiting for their escape. They hurried along, their hearts pounding. Both of them suddenly realized that they were racing against death. Annie kept murmuring in her head like a final boss being defeated. The sniper rifle can only shoot for about 350 meters. That guy will take at least 5 minutes to get here. We have enough time to get away. Damn it! Next time anyone dares to suggest a mission like this, I swear I'll cut ties with them. Just run, forget everything. The elevator continued its descent to the upper floor. There was only 1 minute left until they would escape. But life, you see, is never that easy. As the elevator came to a stop, a door opened, and standing in front of them was none other than Park Jimin, handsome and sophisticated. But at that moment, to Annie and Jack, he was no different from the death waiting in front of them. The air felt frozen, and Annie and Jack's hearts nearly stopped beating. They couldn't process the shock. All they could do was stare wide-eyed with their mouths agape at Park Jimin, who had just appeared on the highway, standing right in front of them like a miracle. Fear rose up to their throats, and both were completely paralyzed, unsure of what to do. Their worlds seemed to be collapsing. Park Jimin stood there, his smile curling in a way that felt dangerously inviting. Before they could react, they were pulled back into the elevator, and the elevator doors slowly began to close. In her mind, there was only that question, unanswered. How on earth is this guy so fast? As for Annie, she looked into the handsome eyes of Park Jimin, but still had no chance of escaping. She could clearly see that there was no way out for her. Her heart raced wildly, and she trembled uncontrollably. Her body was completely paralyzed, as if frozen solid by ice. She didn't know what to do. Park Jimin continued to gently question her, as if nothing had happened. He even used English to interrogate. Speak, who sent you? If you confess, I might let you leave with your bodies intact. Jack was a master in hand-to-hand combat. The three-bladed dagger in his hand could end an opponent's life in an instant. He had killed many times with just a swift strike, causing his targets to lose their lives without even realizing it. But before Jack could even draw his knife, Park Jimin effortlessly snapped his neck like a dry twig, a sound that sent chills down the spine. Park Jimin continued to stare intently at the girl before him. His voice was not loud, but enough to make anyone listening shudder. Confess quickly. Who sent you? Annie glanced at Jack, who was deeply asleep against the wall. The girl didn't know what to do other than pray for herself to survive for a few more seconds. Then, she immediately switched to her best acting mode, starting to play the role of remorseful. Please spare my life. I will tell you everything. Just don't kill me. Park Jimin levered down, looking at her as she appeared incredibly weak and pitiful. With this appearance, it would be hard for any man to resist. I don't know who wants to kill you. We only received a mission from Dak Nest. Someone has offered $200 million for your life. Hearing about the $200 million, Park Jimin remained unfazed, muttering, This bounty seems quite high. Please forgive me. I am willing to do anything to atone. Annie said, while slowly unbuttoning her shirt to reveal a deep cleavage. If he were an ordinary man, he would surely melt away. She said, Please spare my life. I will follow you, just don't kill me. But Park Jimin was not an ordinary man. He looked straight at her, his gaze unwavering, and asked further, What is the dark web? Annie replied, but did not forget to prepare to draw the hidden dagger. The dark web is the largest international site for assassins. Only a few people know about it, and the missions are kept under tight security. Park Jimin asked, So is there a way to trace who placed the order? Annie shook her head, her face showing a bit of regret. No, the identity of the person hiring the assassin is always protected. The mission will continue until... Park Jimin paused, his gaze hesitant on her. Until what? Annie answered, but her tone was completely different this time. She no longer seemed weak. Instead, there was determination. Until you die. With that, she immediately drew the knife, intending to stab Park Jimin directly in the neck. But she made a mistake, poor little girl. Park Jimin was not the kind of man easily deceived by such seductive tricks. With beauty like that, he probably wouldn't even notice her, let alone care about a few unbuttoned shirt buttons. For Park Jimin, only those with a score of 9 or higher could even be considered for his attention. Annie thought she had an advantage by attacking up close, but it turned out she was just digging her own grave. Park Jimin was as quick as lightning, effortlessly pinning the girl's knife before she could stab him in the neck. He simply smirked, as if he had anticipated everything. Meanwhile, Annie stood frozen, her face pale and her heart filled with fear. The girl had made a mistake in underestimating Park Jimin, who was not only skilled in banter but also a master in close combat. In an instant, all her plans shattered like soap bubbles. Immediately, Park Jimin grabbed Annie by the throat, tightening his grip without hesitation. It seems I gave you a chance, and you did not appreciate it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cracking sound echoed, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. The once feared female assassin, who had made countless people tremble worldwide, was now just a soulless corpse. Meanwhile, Park Jimin simply took out his phone and rummaged through some information from the unfortunate souls, then gently vanished from the scene. Not long after, Park Jimin appeared at the film set, relaxed as if nothing had happened. Wang Mengmeng looked at Park Jimin, suspiciously asking, "Hey, why did you take so long to get to the set? Where's your car? It's almost time to shoot. I'm so stressed out I could die. I couldn't find you anywhere." Park Jimin knew that he was being pursued relentlessly, but still calmly replied, "Oh, just a little hiccup, my dear. There was a traffic accident up ahead. I couldn't get through. But it's okay, I'd call the helicopter. Today we'll go back by helicopter. Recently, there have been too many people not obeying the law, and as a good citizen, I really don't feel safe." After being urged by teachers with phone calls every hour, Wang Mengmeng could not help but sigh. "Hey, tomorrow Jai Lu and I have to go back to school. We delayed a few days, and the teachers are calling to push me here." Upon hearing this, Jung Ji Lu stubbornly hugged Park Jimin tightly, refusing to let go. "No, I don't want to go to school. I want to stay and play with Park Jimin. What's fun about going to school? It's just boring theory all the time. Only with Park Jimin can I learn so many useful things." Wang Mengmeng, who believed in academic pursuits, tried to shake Jung Ji Lu and persuade her. "Ji Lu, what are you thinking? You're already a university student and still skipping class. If you don't study, how will you get a degree?" Jung Ji Lu wouldn't listen and retorted sharply, "What's the point of a degree anyway? To apply for jobs. I'm already the vice president. Graduates can't even run a 100 billion group like I do." At this moment, Wang Mengmeng was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. It is indeed a question too difficult for anyone when facing a girl who not only creates chaos with her reasoning, but also possesses an undeniable aura of authority. Park Jimin felt that this internal conflict was not going well, so he quickly intervened. "Settle down, Ji Lu. Go back with Meng Meng. Let's board the plane back to Maiyuan. I also feel that it wouldn't be good for Meng Meng to go back alone. Besides, recently there's been someone offering a bounty to find me, which isn't safe at all." Jung Ji Lu's eyes began to fill with tears, about to cry. "No, I don't want to go back. Park Jimin, are you sending me away too? Who? I don't want to be apart from you." Park Jimin didn't know what to say, but in his mind, he was thinking quickly. "Right now I'm being hunted by assassins, and I can't say it out loud. Saying it would only make everyone worry more. To be honest, with today's situation, if Dai Han, Qin Wusong, Wang Mengmeng, and Jung Ji Lu are all in the car together, it would be disastrous. If that brutal truck crashes into us, surely none of them would escape. The sisters would be done for in an instant. How can I convince everyone to return to Maiyuan?" Park Jimin made a surprising turn. He said seriously, "Ji Lu, I'm not just sending you back to Maiyuan for school. There is a crucial mission involved. I wouldn't feel at ease handing this mission to anyone else. Only you, my Ji Lu, can accomplish it." Just that single sentence snapped Jung Ji Lu, who was crying, back to being alert and eager. "Is it true, Park Jimin?" Seeing Park Jimin's serious expression, Jung Ji Lu hurriedly asked, "What kind of mission is so important, Park Jimin?" As soon as Park Jimin finished his words, Qin Wusong, who was not far away, was left speechless. Hasn't Park Jimin always catered to this girl's requests? Dai Han thought for a moment and also nodded. It does seem a bit strange. After handling Jung Ji Lu, Park Jimin approached Dai Han and Qin Wusong, using a similar tactic. "Miss Dai, Miss Qin, you surely don't plan to stay with me forever, do you? How about returning to Maiyuan, as having you here for too long puts me in a bit of an awkward position?" Seeing Park Jimin chasing them away, Qin Wusong did not hesitate to respond. "Oh, are you planning to chase us away? This big villa is so spacious. We aren't taking up any of your space. Plus, we are paying in full, so it's not like we're eating your food. Why are you worried?" She pouted her cheeks in a sulky manner. It feels like Park Jimin suddenly turned against us. He was so nice while acting. Why is he suddenly asking us to leave now? There's no sense of loyalty at all. Just then, the loud siren of a police car rang out, startling everyone. The intersection ahead was completely blocked off, leaving no room for any vehicles to pass. A series of police cars rushed in, their flashing blue and red lights resembling a light show. Jung Ji-lu immediately switched to gossip mode. Why are there so many police cars here? Park Jimin remained calm, but his expression had grown several shades more serious. At that moment, a close bodyguard of Dai-han quickly approached and reported, "Miss, there's a big issue." Dai-han was startled but maintained her calm expression, asking again, "What is it?" The bodyguard lowered his voice, looking around as if afraid someone would overhear. "There has been a car accident ahead, but more seriously, 2 foreign men have been killed. The police found knives and guns on them. They are currently investigating their identities. There is a possibility that these are disguised assassins, and they might even be involved in international crime." Upon hearing this, not only Dai-han, but also Kim Woo-song turned pale. A frightening thought emerged in both of their minds. If they are indeed assassins, could they be targeting us? After all, they have gone through a major kidnapping incident and someone has put a bounty on their heads. This is not surprising, especially since Dai-han is Miss Dai family, still young yet holding the inheritance of a Longguo group worth 100 billion. If something were to happen to her, many people would undoubtedly benefit. Dai-han immediately realized that the situation could be much more serious. It was not simply a traffic accident. Although she maintained a cold demeanor on the outside, a wave of anxiety was rising within her. If someone truly wants to kill us, this is no joke. The 2 girls looked at each other anxiously, then took a deep, cold breath. Not even half an hour later, the bodyguard next to Dai-han rushed over, his face tense. "Miss, we've uncovered 3 more assassins, lying motionless. This time, the whole city police department is in an uproar. Next to these men, the police found an X-16 scope and a M24 sniper rifle, initially confirming a total of 5 assassins. They arrived in 10 men 3 days ago. On the surface, they accepted an invitation to perform at a bar. But in reality, they've just been loitering around the theater troupe to observe. The sniper's position was set on the street opposite the troupe, a place extremely convenient for an ambush. Miss, if we leave the theater troupe, we will fall right into their sights." The bodyguard paused briefly, then continued. "Moreover, the death scenes are extremely suspicious. Some of these assassins had their necks broken, while others had their heads crushed by stones. Who's so brutal to do that? A stone piercing through someone's head sounds like an unbelievable story. It's too suspicious." Upon hearing this, both Dai-han and Kim Woo-song felt a chill run down their spines. Both of their eyes widened in disbelief as they realized they had just brushed past death by a hair's breadth. But right after that, a question full of doubt sprang up in their minds. Wait, a rock pierced through the head. Isn't that just like Park Jimin? Kim Woo-song pondered this, her heart welling up with emotion. Was it Park Jimin who secretly dealt with those assassins to help us? Earlier, he urged us to go back to manhwa. Surely that's what he meant. But why did he hide it and say nothing? Dai-han worriedly nodded. Exactly. No wonder Park Jimin kept pushing us to return to manhwa. This can't be allowed to spread any further. We need to suppress this quickly before it blows up. Park Jimin has quietly done so much already. He cannot be blamed for murder. With the determination to help Park Jimin, Kim Woo-song immediately called her family to leverage the power of the Kim family to handle everything and put an end to the rumors. After the call, she felt a little lighter in her heart, knowing that Park Jimin had silently protected them. This man, always shouldering everything by himself, matters that shouldn't even concern him, yet he boldly faces danger so quietly. However, Dai-han, with her more rational personality, began to analyze the situation. She offered a quite logical observation. Sister Woo-song, have you considered the possibility that these assassins may not actually be targeting us, but could be aiming for Park Jimin instead? While the likelihood of the assassins coming to assassinate us is quite high, given Park Jimin's position in the business world, it's not impossible that he has offended someone. Kim Woo-song nodded upon hearing this. You're right, Dai-han. It could very well be as you say. These assassins coming for Park Jimin might not have anything to do with us. But even so, we still owe Park Jimin a significant favor. If we do nothing to repay it, I feel uneasy about it. Moreover, the chances of them targeting us are still greater, aren't they? Dai-han agreed with Kim Woo-song, but still reminded her. That's correct. Sister Wusong makes a valid point. I just wanted to analyze all possibilities. We will handle this together. I'm sure Park Jimin wouldn't want to reveal his identity as someone cultivating immortality. But this time he's gone a bit overboard. I wonder how we can resolve this smoothly. Then thinking about using a rock to shoot through the head, Dai-Han and Kim Woo-song felt. This situation really is a mess. But we must admit, this is too unbelievable. Who could be so domineering as to use a rock as a bullet? It's too absurd. Explaining this to the police would likely take all night without any resolution. Kim Woo-song smacked his lips and then continued to propose a plan. Just make up a story to the police that we were attacked by assassins, and our bodyguards dealt with it. As for how they handled it, let the police imagine whatever they want. I don't know anything. After all, those guys are indeed assassins. Their identities have already been exposed. We're just acting in self-defense. In any case, we need to spend as little money as possible. Settling this smoothly is the goal. Dai-Han shook his head, his voice filled with concern. I'm not worried about this matter. My concern is about who is behind the scenes pulling the strings. The first time was a kidnapping. The second time was hiring assassins. These guys are getting more and more outrageous, not respecting anyone. If we don't investigate to the bottom, who knows, there might be a third wave, a fourth wave. That is what we should truly worry about. Upon hearing this, Kim Woo-song nodded. That's right, Dai-Han is not wrong. There's certainly no shortage of money to settle things. But the problem is that those behind are still lurking in the shadows, while we are fully exposed. How can we sleep soundly in this situation with the enemy in the dark and us in the light? Kim Woo-song suddenly came up with a bold idea. Dai-Han, if international assassins are hunting us, then the best way is to stick closely to Park Jimin. He is a cultivating immortality, possessing bizarre and terrifying abilities. Who could protect us better than him? Just look at those assassins. They haven't even gotten close before Park Jimin blasted their heads off with a rock. Dai-Han immediately agreed. That's reasonable, Sister Woo-song. We just need to closely follow Park Jimin. It's both safe and gives us a chance to learn more about how powerful a cultivating immortality really is. I'm quite curious about that. As a result, after a few times of Park Jimin driving them away, they ended up getting even closer. He found himself helpless. At the same time, in Tianmen City, the police were at their wits' end, not knowing who these foreign assassins were targeting. Who would have guessed that on that very day, Dai-Han and Kim Woo-song had proactively reported to the authorities, revealing that they were the targets of the assassins. The whole city was in an uproar, from the powerful Qin Tian-hong of the Qin family to the 5 old men of the Dai family, all furious. Once this matter broke out, there was no stopping it. Yet Dai-Han and Kim Woo-song, no matter what anyone said, refused to return to manhwa. In the end, the old men had no choice but to send an elite team of bodyguards to Tianmen, preparing to protect these two precious young ladies at all costs. This time, Dai-Han and Kim Woo-song made the old men so furious that they felt like they were stepping one foot into the grave. The patriarch of the Qin family kept propping his chin and stroking his beard, his gaze sharp as a razor. These kids are really stubborn, insisting on not going back despite the protection offer, wondering what game they are playing. I heard that some assassins were taken down with nothing but a stone. At that moment, Park Jimin had just returned to his villa and sneaked straight into his private computer room. He glanced around at the high-end equipment he had spent tens of millions to acquire. Turning on the computer, Park Jimin immediately took out the assassin's phone and began his usual hacking operation. For him, breaking the code and unlocking this phone was very simple. Park Jimin's super-speed computer ran at lightning speed, effortlessly allowing him to quickly access all the information, from messages and social media accounts to bank transactions of these assassins. Unfortunately, being professional assassins, they certainly did not reveal any obvious news in regular messages, and there were no suspicious conversations or transactions. Instead, they used motion codes and secret signals to exchange information. Park Jimin smiled confidently, knowing that with his extensive knowledge of the universe and geography, he was also skilled in decoding motion codes and many different languages. After a thorough inspection, he finally discovered an important clue. These assassins had utilized an underground website known as the Dark Web, where assassins could receive missions and conduct transactions discreetly. Interestingly, this website was not accessible to just anyone. as it was hidden beneath the depths of the internet that ordinary people could not reach. This website can change its domain name continuously, and accessing it is not simple at all. It requires going through many jumping steps, but with Park Jimin's super hacking skills, he easily found a way to access it. In the end, he successfully logged into the interface of the dark web. Park Jimin scoffed. Indeed, those assassins couldn't fool me. But with this little security, they won't get past my eyes. After understanding the operational mechanism of the website, Park Jimin also gathered the account and password of one of the assassins known by the nickname Viper. Without hesitation, he logged into Viper's account and began to explore deeper into the secrets of the dark web. Park Jimin glanced through the information and saw that this team was ranked 36 in the international assassin rankings. The more he read, the more puzzled he became. What? The title of Viper has completed up to 99 assassination missions. Could it be that he has killed at least 99 people? That's impressive. But why does it feel a bit weak? He furrowed his brow and told himself, I find these people a bit weak. It's not that I'm arrogant or self-important, but honestly, I think these assassins are pretty ordinary. It's simply that I've handled them easier than eating a bowl of instant noodles. He said it like that, but these cases of arranging trucks to hit targets are not to be taken lightly. However, what truly took Park Jimin by surprise was when he scrolled through the list of missions on the dark web. These were not just ordinary assassinations. It was a black market for murder contracts, with rewards starting from several $1,000,000 and up. Notably, on this list, there were even internationally famous names, with bounties reaching up to hundreds of millions of dollars. This was clearly the playground for seasoned assassins. Easy missions with low rewards were indeed bait for a bunch of run-of-the-mill hitmen to flock in and hunt. Park Jimin was scrolling through the mission list in the living room when he suddenly saw his name prominently displayed on the wanted board with a bounty of $200 million. Hey, I'm a businessman. Why is there a $200 million price on capturing an honest trader like me? He was astonished, but then truly understood. This amount of money is no small matter. With $200 million, even kings cannot escape scrutiny, let alone a businessman like me. And the assassin who grabs this contract would only need to make one move to secure a lifetime of wealth. But while Park Jimin was scrolling through his missions, suddenly the mission status board changed from gray to green. Huh. What's this? Just got rejected. And now a killer is interested. Before he could catch his breath, Park Jimin's mission suddenly turned gray again. Bloody Rose has accepted the mission. Park Jimin clicked to check and saw the information about the assassin Bloody Rose, with 36 completed missions, a 100% completion rate, and ranked 5th among assassins globally. Oh my god, the 5th best assassin in the world is after me. That's pretty impressive. He thought to himself. Even though I'm confident in my skills, I can't underestimate my opponent. But world is vast. I'm not the only one who is skilled. There are plenty of people out there who are better than me. What made Park Jimin feel a bit more at ease was knowing which assassin was targeting him, and this gave him a significant advantage. Park Jimin muttered, but he did not forget that, even if I can deal with Bloody Rose, there is still a greater threat. The one behind this assassination plot is the old owner, the one who has spent $200 million to kill me. As long as this person is alive, the hunts will never cease. And so, Park Jimin began to shift from dealing with the assassins to devising a plan to uncover the identity of the old owner. For an ordinary person, tracing the one behind could be an impossible task. But for a top hacker in the world like me, hacking into the system is as easy as going to the market. Just wait, I'm coming for those guys hiding behind the screen. This time, Park Jimin did not have to fight unarmed, but also had the assistance of a supercomputer by his side. Coupled with his computational abilities, they must have increased 100-fold now. No matter how strong the firewalls of the dark web are, to Park Jimin, they are just dry branches easily snapped. On the other side of the ocean, in a secret research facility, more than a dozen top hackers in the world looked grave as they witnessed the dark web system they once prided themselves on being impregnable, now being breached bit by bit, until it became uncontrollable. The group opened their mouths wide enough to seem like they would swallow the screen. Everyone was in an uproar. This is bad. Our firewall has been breached. Someone is taking control of the backend. What's going on? How did it happen so fast? The attack is like a whirlwind. We can't hold it off. The backend is out of control. There's no way to cut off the data stream. Wait, which hacker is this skilled? Could it be Sia? Someone said, "Come on. Sia attacked us just last month and we pushed them back. They don't stand a chance against the firewall of the dark web like this." The dark web has existed for 15 years, having faced all kinds of attacks from top security networks. Yet it remains standing. Even the CIA of Nation M has been frustrated when they couldn't shake the firewall built by the world's leading hacker, Mr. X himself. Someone suggested, quickly contact Mr. X and report the emergency situation. The only way to stop this is to cut off the physical connection. Hurry up, someone said. No, that's not possible. The internal data is too important. If we cut it off abruptly, we might lose everything. Who will take responsibility? A worried person replied, so are we just going to wait until all the data is gone to take action? Don't you people have any brains? Mr. X still hasn't responded. We're done for. It's all over. While they were still fumbling to plan, suddenly all the computer screens in the secret base lit up with an arrogant middle finger image. Oh my God, this guy is so arrogant. He dares to steal and then taunt us. Unable to tolerate this humiliation, the hacker team leader angrily commanded, boot up the backup machines immediately. Deploy all satellites. Trace the source of the attack for me. The hackers immediately got to work, starting the hunt for the hacker who had infiltrated their system. Why can't we trace it and get no results? Is it a fake IP? Oh my God. This hacker is truly impressive. Like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. Could it be that we've fallen behind? How could such a powerful hacker suddenly appear in the world? This technique must be on par with or even surpassing Mr. X. While the group of hackers was in an uproar, Part Jimin sat over here, breathing a sigh of relief, murmuring, I almost revealed my real ID. Fortunately, I used a supercomputer. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to win this time. After calming down, Part Jimin smiled radiantly, feeling quite proud. Who would have thought that my actions today would be hailed as legendary in the hacking community? Next time, I have to buy a private satellite. How can a hacker operate without one? Just look at today. I nearly lost my mind. It was such a struggle. On the side of the dark web assassins, Part Jimin realized that they suddenly could not access it. For them, the dark web going down was as common as rice for meals. Usually, it would be taken offline by the governments of various countries, only to be revived shortly after. Tracing through each line of information, he finally discovered the identity of the person behind the assassination attempt. Aha! Found it. The previous owner is a guy named DDS, who used an anonymous bank card to post a bounty, and he's also a veteran member who registered a whole 10 years ago. He said, the longtime member has registered 3 assassination tasks, all aimed at people from Nation H. It's highly likely that he is from Nation H as well. Well, that's understandable. I haven't traveled abroad, so how could I have any grudges against foreigners? This guy DTS is 90% likely to be a fellow countryman. A person from Nation H who can throw down $200 million to kill me is definitely not an ordinary type. He must be someone with money. Part Jimin continued to check for more information. Previously he had hired a hitman to kill 2 people. One named Zhang Jun, and another named Wang Chao. If I can track down information on these 2 people, I might be able to narrow down who the previous employer is. He continued to follow the traces, and Part Jimin began to delve deeper into the 2 targets who had previously been assassinated by DTS. Part Jimin believed that by researching Zhang Jun and Wang Chao, he could piece together the entire picture, thereby discovering who bore a grudge against him to the extent of spending a vast amount of money to kill him. But then, just as he opened the data vault, Part Jimin couldn't help but exclaim, oh my God, the dark web operates like this. Who could possibly compete? It turns out that this website is not only a place for assassins to receive missions, but also an extremely detailed information gathering machine. Each assassin registering an account on the dark web believes that their identity is absolutely secure. But in reality, it is completely the opposite. This underground website has secretly recorded every personal detail of each assassin, from their identity and activities to their transaction accounts. Damn it, the dark web is indeed a scam. On one hand, it pretends to ensure security, while on the other hand, it documents people's identities in its database. Not to mention, the information of those who offer bounties is also fully exposed. Those anonymous accounts are just a trick. How can one shield themselves from the dark web? when with a simple IP lock, everything is revealed. The dark web is truly dark in every sense. After that, Park Jimin continued to browse information about Bloody Rose, the assassin ranked 5th in the global leaderboard, clearly receiving special attention from the dark web. There is an abundance of information about her. Bloody Rose has completed more than 36 assassination missions, but what is remarkable is that all her victims have been men, and her primary method of assassination is poison. He said, after completing her work, she always leaves a bright red rose on the victim's body, which is why she has the name Bloody Rose. It sounds simple, but her targets are all high profile, from the leader of the Black Dragon Society in Nation, and the mafia godfather in Nation Y, to the governor of Nation M, and even financial tycoons. None of them are ordinary figures, yet all have fallen at the hands of Bloody Rose. Of course, these cases are never reported due to their significant impact. The sensible way to handle it is to keep it hidden. Only those in the know understand just how dangerous she is. And now I am her 37th target. What was even more interesting that Park Jimin discovered was that the personal information of Bloody Rose and other top assassins had been manipulated. Park Jimin murmured, "What could be so secretive? These people must not be just lone assassins, but have a major organization backing them." Park Jimin realized that it is the organizations and financial groups behind that have helped these assassins remain anonymous and continue to exist in the underground world. Therefore, information about them is kept secret and thoroughly protected. In the end, Park Jimin concluded, it turns out that without a large organization backing you, you can forget about making it to the top 10 assassins. Assassins like Bloody Rose have a whole support system behind them, helping her not only carry out missions but also disguise her identity meticulously. The dark web, serving as an underground marketplace, seems to even demand respect from these organizations, to the extent that information about top assassins is entirely concealed. Thus, the dark web is not merely a marketplace for assassins, but also a part of a network of underground power among financial organizations and hidden forces. These organizations not only back the assassins, but can also negotiate with the dark web as well. While Park Jimin was engrossed in researching and analyzing highly important data related to the dark web, suddenly, the door swung open. Wang Mengmeng stepped in, holding a plate of freshly sliced apples. "Brother, I just finished cutting the apple. Would you like some?" Park Jimin was startled and hurriedly closed the database. Thank goodness, just in time. Wang Mengmeng approached, casting a glance at the computer screen. The situation was quite strange. Questions began to swirl around in her head. Hey, what are you watching? Not only that, but Park Jimin also put on a guilty look, typical of someone who says, "No, I'm not watching anything." But his face revealed everything. And Wang Mengmeng immediately asserted, "Park Jimin is watching adult films." Feeling embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. "Oh my gosh. You sneakily watch this?" Typical of guys, always watching such unwholesome things. So embarrassing. Park Jimin flustered and pleaded, "Meng, let me explain. It's not what you think." However, before Park Jimin could even explain, Wang Meng had already flushed and rushed out of the room, not forgetting to leave a shout, "I don't need to hear anything. You truly are a lecherous man. So shameful. So shameful." In her mind, thoughts about Park Jimin, the strong, charming, and highly intelligent older brother, the ideal image, seemed to have completely collapsed. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Jung Ji-Lu rushed into the room with a curious expression. "Park Jimin, why are you here too?" Jung Ji-Lu's face immediately transformed into the same expression as Wang Mengmeng earlier. Blushing, she began to tease Park Jimin. "Oh my, Park Jimin, you are so annoying. Hiding in the computer room watching adult films. You lecherous man." Park Jimin hurriedly explained, "Ji-Lu, you guys misunderstood. I was just looking for important information, not what you think." Jung Ji-Lu winked, grinning mischievously, and added, "You're a $1 trillion man. What do you want that you can't have? Why you have to sneak around like this? But hey, the short films you watch look cute. Next time, remember to invite me to watch these things with you." Park Jimin was about to try to explain again, when Jung Ji-Lu interrupted. "Oh come on, I get it. Men sometimes have their needs too. But remember to take care of your health, Park Jimin." After finishing her words, the girl quickly stuffed a roll of paper into Park Jimin's hand, her face flushed like a ripe tomato. Once done, she darted out like a gust of wind. The entire sequence of events happened so fast that Park Jimin stood there in a daze. In the end, all he could do was scream in desperation. "Oh my God! Why did you give me this roll of paper when I don't need it? Jung Ji-Lu, come back here right now." With the roll of paper in hand, a glance was enough for anyone to understand its profound meaning. But unexpectedly, before dashing out of the room, Jung Ji-Lu added one more sentence full of implication. "Park Jimin, tonight at midnight, come to room number 6. Meng Meng and I won't be sleeping together. I have to go back to Manhwa tomorrow, and before I leave, I'd like to chat with you a bit." Upon hearing that, Park Jimin stood there blankly, eyes wide open, his mind in turmoil. What does this mean? Ji-Lu, what are you up to again? Want to chat but wait until midnight to do it? What kind of game is this? The more he thought, the faster Park Jimin's heart began to race. The feeling of breathlessness and excitement intertwined. Instead of plans and schemes for hacking, he suddenly found himself engulfed in a muddle of mixed emotions, unsure of how to handle this situation. On the other side of the globe, Mr. X was having an emergency meeting. On the video were the financial root tycoons and several important old men. The meeting unfolded in a truly sci-fi manner, with 3D projections like in the movies. No need to be physically present. The house could hold a meeting. During the meeting, Mr. X assured the tycoons, "I will quickly find the person behind the dark web attack and ensure that all confidential information will not be leaked. The condition is that we must catch this hacker before things get worse." The meeting quickly concluded, but even during the session, Mr. X remained cloaked in mystery with his mask on. No one knew what he looked like, maintaining his enigmatic style until death. After analyzing how the hacker had attacked, Mr. X realized, this person is not an employee of any national security agency. There is a high possibility that he is a freelance hacker, but with exceptional skills. Mr. X said, "But why, after the mission was reported as a failure, did Viper's account log in to the dark web at 9 p.m. in Nation H? This is too strange. We need to investigate immediately. We need to check if the 5 members of Viper are still alive. If they are dead, it's very likely that their accounts have been hacked by someone." A hoarse voice replied, "All right, I'll take care of it." Then a shadow appeared in the wooden house on the small island and quietly vanished into the night. Few would suspect that this shadow was none other than apocalyptic reincarnation, the #1 global assassin, also known as the King of Assassins, a figure that even the big bosses trembled at the mention of his name. This is someone who can deal with anyone without leaving a trace, perfectly going unseen and unheard. Who would have thought that apocalyptic reincarnation was actually Mr. X's personal bodyguard? Mr. X's reasoning was not wrong at all. It's just a pity that Park Jimin had inadvertently made a small mistake. But this small mistake is something that normally no one would pay attention to. Just ask, who has the time to scrutinize the login times of assassins on the dark web? In the early morning, when the sky was not yet fully bright, Park Jimin stepped outside, feeling the gentle chill of the morning air. He stretched, feeling his body lighter and more agile than ever. Little did he expect that just as he stepped out the door, he would run into Dai-Han. She flashed a gentle smile, though with a hint of curiosity. "Oh, Mr. Park, you're up early as well. Exercising this morning." Park Jimin glanced at this young lady, dressed in tight sportswear, looking both energetic and alluring, perfectly embodying the goddess style. Without thinking much, he nodded. "That's right, Miss Dai. Are you going to exercise too?" Seeing this, Dai-Han seized the opportunity. "Then, why don't we run together?" In his heart, Park Jimin wanted to escape but couldn't, so he cheerfully agreed. All right then, running together would be more fun. Thus the two of them stepped out of the villa together. The air was still cool, around 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still groggy, not fully awake, as the two began jogging along the roadside. Dai-Han suddenly spoke up, her eyes full of curiosity. "Mr. Park, recently I have been trying to meditate, seeking some sense of heaven and earth's spiritual key, but I still can't find anything at all. Do you really think there is something in this world called heaven and earth's spiritual key, or cultivating immortality?" She continued, her tone becoming increasingly serious. "I have read countless materials and books, all of which only prove that these things are mere novels, ancient myths. Mr. Park, right now there are only the two of us. Can you honestly tell me the truth?" Park Jimin, upon hearing the question, calmly responded with a question of his own. You don't believe, do you? Dai-Han even more resolutely declared. I don't believe, Mr. Park. I am a person of science. I am even more rational than Wusong. So I cannot believe that there are people cultivating immortality, unless you can prove it to me, or make me feel what is called heaven and earth spiritual kai. Otherwise, don't dream of making me believe in these baseless stories. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin couldn't help but reply. All right then, you want to experience the heaven and earth spiritual kai. I'm not stingy. I'll let you taste this flavor. After saying this, Park Jimin gently raised his hand above Dai-Han's head. A second later, a data panel appeared in his mind, and the system notified him. Name, Dai-Han, beauty score, 9.7, a beautiful girl. Body score, 9.5, a devil's figure. Health, 6.9, a bit weak picky eater. Low resistance. Remaining enhancement points, 130. Enhancing subject Dai-Han consumes 10 enhancement points. Would you like to enhance? Park Jimin looked at the information that appeared before him and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly while not showing any emotion on the outside. He thought to himself, oh, so this young lady has a picky eating habit and weak vitality. Well then, let's conveniently give this girl some enhancement so she knows who I am. System, enhance for me. The thought had barely finished when a stream of energy began to emanate from Park Jimin's hand, flowing through the top of Dai-Han's head and filling her entire being. Dai-Han felt as if her body was being reborn, a comfort like never before. For the first time in her life, the always confident and proud young lady was completely stunned. Is there really something called heaven and earth spiritual kai? Can it truly allow people to feel such wonders? Dai-Han looked at Park Jimin in bewilderment, her eyes filled with surprise and fear. She had never imagined I could actually catch heaven and earth spiritual kai with my own hands. It's mind-blowing who would believe that. At this moment, all of her doubts vanished completely. In her heart, there remained only an unwavering belief. A new information board appeared. Name, Dai-Han. Beauty score, 9.8, goddess. Body score, 9.6, perfectly proportioned. Health score, 9.5, healthy. Remaining enhancement points, 120. The feeling of being reborn was not just a term to describe a sensation, but a genuine experience. In a matter of fleeting seconds, Dai-Han's beauty had been elevated to a new height. If she had previously been a very beautiful girl with a beauty score of 9.7, now she resembled a goddess. Every feature on her body seemed sculpted. Her skin was fair and smooth. Dai-Han's whole body glowed, as if it had just been upgraded to the highest version. Every small movement, like a furrowed brow or a smile, was enough to make others hold their breath. Park Jimin, who had seen enough beautiful girls, was not exempt. He had to be stunned for exactly 2 seconds. But if Park Jimin was stunned for 2 seconds, Dai-Han must have been in a daze for 10 seconds while looking at him. In that moment, she suddenly felt a surge of admiration rise in her heart. This is not an ordinary person. This is a true forerunner. He is the embodiment of mystery, with a pure soul completely different from the mundane. And indeed, he is really handsome. After completing the impressive performance, Park Jimin smiled slightly, one hand resting behind his back, his gaze lazily drifting towards Dai-Han, exuding an air of a bored fairy. Do you believe it now? Dai-Han, startled, nodded. I believe it now. This time is for real. At that moment, she also marked a significant change in her heart, from doubt to absolute trust. At the same time, Dai-Han's favorability towards Park Jimin soared by 10 points, reaching a total of 70 points. A clear sign that this girl has started to have feelings for Park Jimin. With the current fondness, it is inevitable that she would fall for him. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin not only breathed a sigh of relief, but also acted as if he were an extremely mysterious character, always lost in deep thoughts about great matters beyond the reach of ordinary people. But once on stage, one must perform to the end. So Park Jimin immediately switched to his outstanding actor mode. He raised his hand to his mouth and started to cough violently, his whole body swaying as if he were about to collapse. Dai-Han hurriedly supported him, worriedly asking, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so weak?" Park Jimin weakly replied, "It's nothing. Just to help you feel the heaven and earth spiritual key, I had to use the truest source power of my being. You might feel it just for a moment. but in reality, I have lost 10 years of cultivation. This statement left Dai-Han stunned. She had not expected that her actions had caused Park Jimin to lose so much. Not stopping there, Park Jimin continued to act. His entire body was weak, barely able to breathe, and then he suddenly collapsed onto Dai-Han, truly a master taking advantage of the moment. He spoke in an extremely feeble manner. "Oh, by the way, your body has always not been in good condition. It must be due to your picky eating and anxiety. Your weak blood circulation since childhood must have led you to take quite a few medications, right? So you've had to train to maintain your health, haven't you? Now it's fine. My 10 years of cultivation must have helped you become strong again. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this cause and effect." Dai-Han began to deeply appreciate the sacrifices Park Jimin had made for her. Indeed, with 65 years of acting experience, the image of a movie star is well-deserved. His performance is profound beyond measure. I wonder if he's biting his tongue to let some blood flow out, as Park Jimin's complexion has turned noticeably pale, while Dai-Han seems to have just recharged, strong as an ox. Park Jimin, standing at 180, around 5'11", and weighing over 70 kilograms, is easily supported by her, as if he were a child. This realization weighs heavily on Dai-Han. Understanding the sacrifice Park Jimin has made for her, she feels flustered and remorseful. "Oh my God, I truly didn't know things were this serious. You're just over 20, yet you've lost 15 cultivation, just because of me." Despite his weakness, Park Jimin tries to reassure her. "It's okay, as long as you help me get back to rest. Right now, I'm just a little tired." Although he says it's okay, Park Jimin's weary appearance makes Dai-Han even more panicked. She realizes that this incredible strength comes from the 15 cultivation that Park Jimin has sacrificed. A noble sacrifice that can never be repaid. As Dai-Han supports Park Jimin, she looks at him with a noticeably changed gaze, a mix of gratitude, shame, and the hint of budding feelings. "Thank you, Park Jimin. All right, let's go." Park Jimin pretended to be weak to the extent that anyone who looked at him would believe it immediately. Dai-Han already felt a bit ashamed for making Park Jimin sacrifice so much, and now she felt an even heavier debt. How can I repay this? 15 cultivation is not something that can be easily returned, and money won't help either. In the early morning, Dai-Han anxiously helped Park Jimin back to the villa. This was the first time she entered a man's bedroom, and although she felt a little shy, she still tried to remain calm, as she placed Park Jimin on the bed and carefully covered him with a blanket. Dai-Han sat quietly by the bed, her eyes following every weak breath of Park Jimin. His face was pale, but it still radiated a sense of resilience and calm. For a moment, Dai-Han fell into a deep reflection. "Oh my, this person really has power. He probably thought I was too clueless and decided to give me some cultivation to help me run faster. This is just like hacking a game. With a little boost, a noob can instantly become a pro," she thought. But I have to say, the price to pay is no joke. The person who transfers their power will lose energy at a rapid pace, as if they are erasing all their gaming progress accumulated over the years, and they might even regress, from a master level to a cripple. That is why almost no one would be foolish enough to do this, because you lose far more than you gain. Yet suddenly, Park Jimin transferred his power to me. This is truly playing for keeps. That thought made Dai-Han's heart ache, each heartbeat in her chest feeling heavy with guilt and sadness. Why does he have to endure all of this? She silently questioned, but no answer could soothe the emotions swelling within her. Thinking of that, Dai-Han hurriedly rushed out of the room. "Park Jimin, you should rest for a bit. Let me go make you something to eat." As soon as the door closed, Park Jimin began to open it. In this situation, Park Jimin immediately analyzed the situation like a supercomputer. "My acting has surpassed even that of a genius. Pretending to be weak makes people pity me more than a little abandoned kitten." Dai-Han felt increasingly uneasy, a sense of owing him a huge favor. And this debt, if it were money, Dai-Han might be able to repay. But how could she possibly repay for 15 cultivations? After leaving the room, Dai-Han quickly headed to the kitchen to prepare food for Park Jimin. However, just as she stepped out of the room, she unexpectedly bumped into Kim Woo-song. Kim Woo-song froze for a few seconds before hurriedly asking, "Sister Han, did you just come out of Park Jimin's room?" Dai-Han was worried about Park Jimin's health and didn't want to waste time explaining in detail. So she bluntly replied, "Yeah, the thing is, Part Jimin is very weak right now. I'm just going to make some food for him." Having said that, she immediately ran into the kitchen, leaving Qin Wusong standing like a statue in the hallway. Qin Wusong's mind was spinning with a multitude of questions. Why did Dai Han come out of Part Jimin's room so early in the morning? Why did she say Part Jimin was weak? And what does she mean by, "I'm going to make food for him"? Qin Wusong's eyes widened, his mouth agape, and his brain began to race at 200 kilometers per hour. Weakened? Part Jimin weakened? What did they do last night that made Part Jimin so weak? How weak could he possibly be that Dai Han had to cook for him himself? The more he thought, the more dark thoughts began to invade Qin Wusong's mind. A series of inappropriate scenes flashed through. Could it be that these two had a night of intense activities? Thinking of this, Qin Wusong felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of electricity, his hair standing on end. Damn it, what is going on here? Qin Wusong's blood started to boil, a surge of jealousy rising within him. Dai Han, that's quite impressive. Always appearing cold and aloof, never showing concern for Part Jimin, yet actually taking decisive action like this. On top of that, he suddenly rushes into the guy's room in the middle of the night. Isn't that practically delivering himself to the door? Truly shameless. Talking about fair competition, and now he's already made the first move without a word. Qin Wusong grew more and more furious, feeling like a tangled mess inside. We were never particularly close to Dai Han, and with this incident, our relationship will surely turn into no harmony in meals, no sweetness in soup now. Meanwhile, Dai Han had just rushed into the kitchen to prepare food for Part Jimin, feeling quite strange about herself. In the past, just holding a frying pan felt heavy, but now my hands moved gracefully as if dancing. Cooking eggs or baking used to be quite a tiring task, but now everything has become light and simple. Could this be the benefit of the 15 cultivations that Part Jimin sacrificed? Dai Han felt ashamed when thinking of this. The more she realized the benefits she gained, the heavier her heart felt with a sense of indebtedness to Part Jimin. At that moment, a familiar sound echoed in Part Jimin's mind. Dai Han affection level plus 10, current affection level, 80 points. Hearing this notification sound, Part Jimin suddenly broke into a wide grin in bed. It's true that without tears, there are no candies. Wang Meng Meng leaned her head against the wall last night, filled with a sense of emptiness. She had prepared herself, gathering all her courage, determined to reveal her earth-shattering secret to Part Jimin. Actually, I am not Part Jimin's biological sister. But life is not as easy as a dream. Wang Meng Meng had planned everything out. She thought it would be convenient to talk when they were alone. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. If anyone overheard, it might make Part Jimin change his mind too quickly, and she was worried he wouldn't be able to handle it. However, all night long, Part Jimin didn't even step into the room, leaving her waiting for a long time. As soon as she opened her eyes in the morning, Wang Meng Meng packed her things to prepare to return to manhwa with Zhongji Lu. She didn't forget to remind her best friend, "Jai Lu, are you ready? We're leaving soon." From the bathroom, Zhongji Lu's voice came out in response. "Meng Meng, I'm showering." Wang Meng Meng happily ran off, not forgetting to add, "All right, you take your time. I'll go say hi to my brother, and then we'll go." Wang Meng Meng, after leaving the room, did not hesitate to head straight to Part Jimin's room on the second floor. However, as she approached the kitchen, she immediately felt that the atmosphere there was somewhat strange. Dai Han was bustling around in the kitchen, looking quite cheerful, while Qin Wusong had a slightly displeased expression, her gaze full of scrutiny. Wang Meng Meng wondered to herself, what's going on with these two today? Normally, they follow each other everywhere, but today they seem distant. Being a friendly girl, Wang Meng Meng walked over and greeted politely as usual. "Sister Wusong, how are you?" Qin Wusong, still preoccupied with her thoughts, was startled by Wang Meng Meng's voice and screamed in panic. "Aha!" Seeing Qin Wusong react so strongly, Wang Meng Meng made a puzzled face. "Sister Wusong, what are you doing here?" Qin Wusong, hearing this, couldn't help but feel guilty and awkwardly replied, "It's nothing. I just happened to walk by, haha." Just at that moment, Dai Han walked out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of soup. Not missing the opportunity to compliment, Wang Meng Meng looked Dai Han up and down and exclaimed, "Sister Dai Han, why do you look so beautiful today? You look like you're glowing." I almost fainted from dazzlement. The mentality of wanting to be the most beautiful is something everyone understands, and Meng Meng is no exception. She looked at Dai Han with a bit of envy, but had to admit. Today, Dai Han is radiant, comparable to a pearl, making it impossible for people to look away. Hearing Meng Meng's praise, Dai Han shyly replied, "Oh my, it's not as you say. Meng Meng, you are the beautiful one." But Meng Meng wouldn't stop there. She continued with curiosity. "No, really, you are so stunning today. What did you do to make your complexion so good? What's your secret, sister?" Seeing Wang Meng Meng's eager desire to learn, Qin Wusong felt an indescribable annoyance in her heart. She suddenly interjected, "Come on, Meng Meng. Do you even know you're poking at sister's hidden pain?" Meng Meng asked, "What you mean?" She said, "What do you think? It's because a man is taking care of her. What kind of care that can drain someone like Park Jimin?" The more Qin Wusong thought about it, the angrier she became. In her mind, she imagined Park Jimin being exhausted by Dai Han, while Dai Han remained healthy, not even bothering to feel shy. After thinking for a moment, Dai Han nonchalantly replied, "It must be because your brother is helping me." Immediately, Qin Wusong, who was listening beside her, felt like she was about to explode. That's right, being taken care of so well by a man. Who wouldn't be cheerful? And on top of that, how utterly shameless. Do you even know what it means to feel embarrassed? How dare you say such things? While Qin Wusong was still agitated, Wang Meng Meng, curious and innocent, asked, "Sister Dai Han, what exactly did your brother help you with? I want to know more." Dai Han awkwardly blushed and lowered her head. "How can I tell this little girl about Park Jimin's cultivation transmission? If I say it, it will surely lead to more misunderstandings." Thinking this way, Dai Han decided to evade the question and cleverly responded, "Oh, you can just ask your brother about it. It's not really convenient for me to say." After speaking, Dai Han didn't even know why she had said such things, but she couldn't help but smile shyly. Qin Wusong, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes in disdain, feeling truly incredulous at Dai Han's excessive nonchalance. "I'm really impressed by you, Dai Han. You truly open people's eyes. Your face is as thick as a city wall." Afterwards, Qin Wusong began to imagine all sorts of wild things, her mind swirling from the overload of information. Good heavens, am I really hearing this correctly? The scene in my mind is so vivid that it's about to blow my brain. Dai Han is simply outrageous. She not only did it, but also dared to say it right in front of Sister Park Jimin. This is too much. Wang Meng Meng, the more she listened, the more strange it felt. A giant question mark exploding in her mind. What does this mean? Why does it sound weird the more I hear it? Yet she still tells me to ask him. All three girls had their own thoughts, but no one dared to speak out. Thus, Wang Meng Meng decided to stop overthinking and head straight to Park Jimin's room to ask for clarification. Arriving at the place, Wang Meng Meng saw Park Jimin still sleeping lazily in bed, looking quite exhausted after a long night. She asked with a sulky tone, "Brother, why didn't you come to my room last night? I have something very important to tell you." Park Jimin still hadn't woken up but tried to explain. "Ah, I was afraid you would be tired, so I didn't want to bother you. Whatever it is, we can talk about it today." Seeing Park Jimin looking weak, Wang Meng Meng worriedly asked, "Wait, are you sick?" Park Jimin quickly replied, "Yeah, I accidentally caught a chill last night, but it's nothing serious. As long as I rest, I'll be fine. You and Jai Lu just relax and go to manhwa. I'm okay." Wang Meng Meng was about to say more when Dai Han interjected, "Park Jimin, I cooked porridge for you already. Are you feeling any better now?" She said this while poking her head in to take a look, her expression full of worry, yet her face couldn't hide the gentle care. Seeing Dai Han, Park Jimin immediately turned on his acting mode. "Yeah, I'm feeling better now. It's all good. Thank you." Ending his words, Park Jimin still had to cough a few times to perfect his performance. Seeing this, an indescribable feeling surged within Dai Han. Wang Meng Meng seems completely unaware that Park Jimin has lost 10 years of cultivation because of me. Park Jimin hasn't said a word about this sacrifice, only silently enduring everything. This is a man who knows how to bear responsibilities, quietly sacrificing without needing anyone to know. Why is it that every time I look at him, I feel this way? Thinking of this, a warm feeling, mixed with deep gratitude, rose in Dai Han's heart. But now, that feeling seemed to have surpassed the limits of ordinary admiration. There was something deeper, something difficult to articulate, rising within her. System notification. Dai Han's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability is at 85 points. When sending off Wang Mengmeng and Zhongji Lu, Park Jimin casually asked, "Mengmeng, do you have anything you want to say?" Wang Mengmeng was taken aback upon hearing this, quickly shaking her head. "No, there's nothing. Please remember to take care of yourself. I'm going back to school with Zhe Lu." Hearing that, Park Jimin nodded with an air of decorum, embodying the caring brother figure. "All right then. I've already arranged the private jet on the rooftop of the 6th floor. You guys can head up there and fly back. It will only take a few hours. If you're free this weekend, you can also fly back to visit." Wang Mengmeng, upon hearing this, was thrilled. "Wow, that's fantastic, Hyung. Goodness, a private jet parked on our rooftop. How luxurious can it get?" Even though she had lived with Park Jimin for quite a while, such extravagant things still caught Wang Mengmeng by surprise. When boarding the plane, Zhongji Lu didn't forget to turn back, sending a heartfelt wink to Park Jimin. "Hyun Park Jimin, I'll miss you." She even made a heart shape with her hands, although her heart still ached. Meanwhile, Park Jimin merely stood and watched, a deep smile on his face, fully aware of what the two girls were pondering. He didn't say much, just stood still, gazing at the two small figures gradually diminishing on the plane. Park Jimin was in a vast mansion, but his mood was slightly gloomy. Without the cheerful laughter of the two of them, everything suddenly felt so quiet that Park Jimin found it unusual. Indeed, when they were there, it felt noisy. When they were gone, it felt lacking. While lost in thought, Park Jimin took out his phone and called his close assistant, Yu Ling Shuang. Just after a few rings, the eager voice of Xiao Yu came through. "Is there anything you need me to arrange today, sir?" He got straight to the point. "Xiao Yu, 2 things. First, I need the highest level security detail." Xiao Yu immediately replied without hesitation. "Yes, sir, I already handled this matter. After the assassination attempt yesterday, I contacted the top international security company. For you. They provide the best bodyguards. I have also compiled a list of those close to you, including family and friends who need protection. I will send it over to you shortly, and if you need to add anyone, just let me know." Park Jimin nodded and added, "Oh, and one more thing. I want to purchase a private satellite, so please take care of that for me as well." Xiao Yu calmly replied, "Yes, boss. Private satellites are now just commodities. I will handle it, but it might take some time because this is not a cheap item." Park Jimin nodded, his voice steady. "All right, I'll leave it to you. Take your time with it." On the other side of the ocean, after 12 hours of intense investigation, a dark figure silently appeared behind Mr. X, bowing respectfully and presenting a report. "Sir, the incident has been investigated. The Viper team, consisting of 5 members, has been completely eliminated at the scene." Mr. X heard this, his eyes did not waver, only nodding calmly. "Is that so? Go on." The dark figure continued, his voice hoarse and mysterious. "They had a very carefully laid plan, employing familiar tactics, such as causing car accidents and sniper shootings. However, the target did not suffer a single scratch. Instead, all 5 members of Viper died in a bizarre manner." Mr. X frowned, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Bizarre in what way?" The dark figure immediately responded, without hesitation. 3 of them had their necks broken by someone using one hand, while the other 2 were shot through the head with a rock. Hearing this, Mr. X couldn't hide his excitement. A person can break a neck, that's not too surprising. I could do that too. But shooting through a head with a rock? What tool was used for that rock? Those 2 must have thrown it with such force that it had the penetrating power of a bullet fired from a gun. Can you do that? The shadowy figure replied honestly. If it's close range, it could be possible. But it's far. Then no. The strength of this person definitely exceeds mine. Mr. X nodded, looking even more intrigued. Well, that's fine. Being an assassin doesn't only require strength. Comprehensive ability is necessary. Then he continued. Park Jimin. This name is indeed childlike. He doesn't know fear at all. There's no respect for the dark web, yet he dares to meddle with it. He clearly doesn't want to live in peace. And this time, it's no longer just about the bounty. This organization is already irritated, so they will definitely eliminate him. Even if someone cancels the bounty now, the dark web is determined to settle this debt. At this moment, Mr. X remembered an important piece of information and continued to speak to the shadow. Ah, right, Bloody Rose. Didn't she receive the mission to put a bounty on Park Jimin? Let's see how she fares with that. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. Park Jimin's life revolved solely around the manor. Occasionally, he would venture out to meet Oh Young-sil to discuss the film project. After finishing his work with the theater troupe, he would sit chatting about the path of cultivating immortals with Miss Dai and Miss Kin. It was the epitome of a leisurely life, devoid of storms. However, one thing left Park Jimin feeling restless. Why hasn't that assassin Bloody Rose shown up yet? He began to feel frustrated. Waiting is tiring enough. Waiting for someone to kill Lee is even more exhausting. Honestly, if you're coming, hurry up. If not, let me go out and enjoy myself somewhere else to pass the time. Who has the luxury to just sit at home and wait forever? Knowing that Park Jimin was concerned about the Jin family, Kim Woo-song promptly informed him. The young master Jin at manhwa has been invited for tea for various reasons. It seems he has been released on bail recently. I suppose the tea was a bit bitter. As for the star group, this individual not only gained fame, but also skillfully clarified various rumors circulating online. Kim Woo-song continued. To handle this neatly, they did not hesitate to push all the responsibility onto a few managers. These people reportedly could face up to 30 years in prison for large-scale money laundering. Indeed, taking responsibility for others without a hitch. Star Group even pretended to promise that they would fully cooperate with the tax department and financial inspection agencies. Everything unfolded like a grand play. But in the end, public opinion was silenced. Park Jimin could not help but feel indignant. The evidence leaked online is glaring, yet it is still not enough to push Jin Young Master or even the entire group into a corner. Dai-han next to him added, although public opinion is gradually calming down, some losses are inevitable. All entertainment companies belonging to Star Group have suffered damage. The biggest loss is certainly in the stock market, where a wave of acquisitions swept through. Kim Woo-song continued. There's another thing. Superstar Della Hathaway, the multinational goddess, has just been voted the most beautiful female star in the world for 3 consecutive years and is preparing to hold a grand performance in Yanjing. Della holds not just one, but a total of 6 nationalities in her possession. She said, rumor has it that her father is a combination of Nation A, Nation N, and Nation H, while her mother is a blend of Nation K, Nation S, and Nation M. No wonder she's stunning from every angle. Della debuted at just 15 years old. Her very first song exploded worldwide, with the media praising her as a living music legend. It's as if anything she does can turn into a classic. This time, with a major performance in Yanjing, she embodies the perfect combination of Western sensuality and Eastern elegance. Beautiful, intelligent, and talented. A truly infinite combo. Who wouldn't be captivated? She continued. Speaking of fans, there's no doubt about it. At just 23, Della has amassed 2 billion fans globally, surpassing many other prominent superstars. But the most interesting thing is that she can speak Chinese and has even composed a song in Chinese, driving her fans wild. She continued. Thanks to that, Della's position in the hearts of fans in Nation H has never been more revered. Kim Woo-song wandered around the house, so bored that she just wanted to vent her frustration. So she turned to Park Jimin, eagerly suggesting, Park Jimin, how about we go to Yanjing to see a show? It's been so dull lately. My dad even sent bodyguards to follow me around. It's so annoying. I can't even make any progress as an immortal cultivator. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin suddenly came up with an idea. Bloody Rose, I've been waiting for you for a whole week, and you still haven't shown up. If you don't come, I'm going to Yanjing to see the concert myself. Being an assassin like this, with such an attitude towards work, is not professional at all. It's not even comparable to that bunch of vipers. Is the assassin profession really lacking motivation these days? Upon hearing this, Park Jimin did not object, but it was clear that he was being lazy, enjoying his luxurious life in the manor. Nonetheless, considering the idea of going to see Della's performance, he pondered a little. All right, I will go with you to Yanjing. I also like Hathaway. As soon as Kim Woo-song heard Park Jimin agree, her heart was overjoyed. Great, He said yes. All her dreams of a romantic moment began to spark in her mind, imagining the two of them strolling down the street to Yanjing. The wind blows gently, leaves fluttering, sweetly affectionate. Oh my God, finally I get to go out alone with him. Just as she was beginning to dream a little, Dai-Han appeared like a bomb, shattering the dream. She ran over, her voice sweet like, "Are you going to Yanjing? I want to go too." Frustration slowly crawled up all over Qin Wusong. Her mind tangled like a spider's web. What annoyed her most was Dai-Han's innocent gaze. Why did she have to interrupt at the exact moment I was about to flirt? Qin Wusong forced himself to endure, but he couldn't hide the awkwardness on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You can't go. You don't even like Hathaway." Dai-Han, however, did not give up. She looked up with wide eyes at Qin Wusong, her voice soft like a kitten. "I just have a little question to ask Park Jimin about cultivating immortality. Recently, I've noticed some significant changes in my body, so I need to ask him for sure." Oh my God, Qin Wusong was screaming in his head. All my sweet flirting plans are now a tangled mess. Imagining the scene of me and Park Jimin being lovey-dovey on the street, now with an extra person, I can't stand it. Having nothing more to say, Qin Wusong sulkily nodded. "Fine, do whatever you want." After that, it felt like the flames of love had been extinguished halfway, still lingering. A surge of irritation rose within Qin Wusong. All the sweet dreams had now turned to smoke, leaving only frustration. "Hemph, you vile one, trying to ruin my plans, aren't you? You really don't want me to be with Park Jimin." Meanwhile, in Park Jimin's mind, he was only thinking about Bloody Rose. This girl is definitely beautiful. Her tactic is to use her beauty to get close to her target. He thought, gain their trust before acting decisively. But to lure these big shots just based on appearance, what kind of beauty must one possess to achieve that level? As this thought crossed his mind, Park Jimin suddenly had an idea pop up as if it fell from the sky. Could Della Hathaway be the assassin Bloody Rose? But just as that insane idea sparked, he immediately extinguished it at lightning speed. Oh come on, no way! Della being an assassin? She's an international superstar, so rich and famous that her income each year must be in the billions. Who would choose to be an assassin, while making several times more as a celebrity? I clearly remember that Bloody Rose was involved in an assassination in Nation M, while Della was busy organizing a concert in Nation S, one person in Asia, another in Oceania, separated by thousands of kilometers. Even teleportation wouldn't be quick enough to commit a murder, right? Thus, the notion of Della being an assassin, which had barely surfaced, was crushed by Park Jimin himself, leaving no chance of survival. Why bother thinking hard for nothing? It's definitely not her. In the afternoon, around 5 p.m., Park Jimin led two young women, Qin Wusong and Dai-Han, onto his private jet. Before takeoff, he meticulously checked the crew, ensuring there were no mistakes. The impressive entourage for the trip included 3 powerful individuals, 12 extremely cool bodyguards, 8 beautiful flight attendants, and a captain and co-captain in top form. Everyone was heading to the capital, Yanjing. By 8 p.m., the group had arrived at a luxurious 5-star hotel. Park Jimin generously booked 3 presidential suites with room numbers 3601, 3602, and 3603. Although the 2 young women could easily share a suite, as they were spacious enough to accommodate a soccer team, somehow, Qin Wusong decided to stay alone. Perhaps there was a strange atmosphere between the 2 women. As soon as he opened the door to his room, Park Jimin quickly sprawled out on the sofa, relaxing with his phone in hand. Rather than worrying about the lurking dangers, he chose to entertain himself with a familiar game on his phone. Suddenly, a mysterious knocking echoed outside the door. Concentrating on his game and interrupted, Park Jimin couldn't help but frown. "Who's there?" Outside, a sweet yet sultry voice rang out. "It's me, Qin Wusong, Park Jimin. May I come in to talk to you for a bit?" Park Jimin opened the door, and before him stood none other than Miss Qin in a striking red dress, cinched at the waist to accentuate her figure, highlighting every contour of her body. Curves were curvy, and dips were dip. Standing at about 1.7 meters tall, with skin as smooth as butter and large, sparkling eyes, she truly looked like a goddess. As soon as she appeared, the atmosphere seemed to become more gentle and alluring than ever. Indeed, the belle of the school, her presence always created a sensation. Park Jimin closed the door, his tone nonchalant. All right, come in. What could the esteemed Miss Kin want to see me for at this hour? Kin Wusong immediately stepped inside, her sparkling eyes carrying 1,000 unspoken words. If I had nothing to do, could I not come to see you, Part Jimin? Hasn't it been long enough for you to understand my feelings for you? Hearing this, Part Jimin immediately said a heart-wrenching sentence. Wait a minute, calling me bro seems a bit off. If I remember correctly, Miss Kin is a year older than me, right? With just one casually joking remark, Part Jimin completely ruined the romance in the room and left Kin Wusong so annoyed that she felt like stomping her feet. What? But no matter how angry she was, the angry look on Kin Wusong still carried an irresistible cuteness. Tonight, she carefully changed into a dazzling red dress and rushed to Part Jimin's room in hopes of having a meaningful private conversation. But what made her do that? Wasn't it due to being upset? At this moment, Kin Wusong was struggling with a series of thoughts in her head. To be fair, Dai Han was sneaking around like that. It was truly insidious, definitely a green tea girl. All right then, if she dares to act on the first day of the month, then I dare to act on the full moon. Kin Wusong was determined to eat Part Jimin tonight no matter what, but suddenly she started to feel tense, her heart racing, with all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. Is this too fast? I haven't known Part Jimin for long. What if I act recklessly and end up being seen as easy? While Kin Wusong's feelings were twisted and extremely complicated, Part Jimin didn't seem to care at all, calmly waving his hand and saying, Miss Kin, if you have nothing to do, then go rest. Part Jimin seemed to be living in a completely different world, completely unaware of Kin Wusong's rising frustration. She felt, I am being looked down upon, even feeling a bit embarrassed. Kin Wusong decided to go all out, switching to a mode of pouring out all her feelings. Just as Part Jimin was leaning back against the chair, she knelt down beside him. Her eyes sparkled, as if she wanted to capture his soul. As for Part Jimin, oh my! What is that indifferent expression? A mere glance is enough to see he was trying to act uninterested. But inside, he was in turmoil. Oh dear, that gaze! One look, and it's clear she's sending signals. So bold, she blushed, her cheeks turning red. Her eyes sparkling, full of shyness yet not lacking in determination. Part Jimin is playing games more interesting than me. I thought this would be a scene of love blossoming, but it seems she had wandered into a barren land of emotions. Part Jimin remained seated there, unperturbed amidst the ever-changing world. But in reality, his mind was tense, just like lighting in a game. He thought, does this woman have some kind of illness, or what? The strong posture of Kin Wusong, but her heart began to be chaotic, like a cricket. Oh no, I've stepped forward, there's no going back. But why is Part Jimin still standing there like a telephone pole? Oh my. But with the spirit of playing without fear, she was determined to stand her ground. Just at that tense moment, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. A series of sounds startled both Part Jimin and Kin Wusong. Unable to hold back, Kin Wusong shouted, Who is it? It's so late. Why are you bothering me? A familiar female voice replied, It's me, Dai Han. Part Jimin immediately froze. Ha! Are these two girls really teaming up today, coming one after another to my room like this? He opened the door. Dai Han walked in with a surprised expression. Oh Wusong, why are you here? Kin Wusong immediately retorted. Ha! How come you can come into Part Jimin's room, but I can't? Actually, I just wanted to say that the tickets for Della's concert are all sold out, and I couldn't buy any. Dai Han still put on a playful innocent look and went with the flow. Don't worry, I'll take care of the tickets for you. I'll get front row seats, just wait and see. But before they could chat for 2 or 3 more lines, Part Jimin decided to wrap up the meeting. All right, you all go rest early. Tomorrow I plan to stroll around the capital, visiting Gugong and Chongqing. As for Dai Han and Kin Wusong, both accepted Part Jimin's suggestion and left room 306. However, each harbored different thoughts and feelings within. Kin Wusong already felt a bit rushed in coming to Part Jimin's room, but this only intensified her annoyance at Dai Han for unwittingly ruining her plans. Dai Han, what did you come to see Part Jimin for? Oh, just a little issue that I need him to clarify. Hearing that, Kin Wusong was filled with jealousy and indignation. What a schemer! Just when everything was settling down, she showed up right here. If I hadn't come, she would have probably made her move by now. Then in his heart, Kim Woo-song was more determined than ever. If you don't let me do it, then I want to do it even more. If you don't let me take Park Jimin, then I will stubbornly take him by any means necessary. The next day, as the sun just began to rise, Park Jimin quickly left the hotel, deciding to take a luxurious tour around the city, from Gugong, Yigi-Yuan to Shu-Li-Fang. He even stopped by Yenching University and Hucheng University. He walked and admired, but it wasn't entirely about sightseeing. What he cared about the most at this moment was whether he could use this trip to lure Bloody Rose out into the open. Thus, while Dai Han and Kim Woo-song were still secretly battling against each other, Park Jimin maintained his calm and tranquility like a large fish, leisurely swimming through the current, indifferent to the turbulent waves around him. However, everything did not go according to the script he had hoped for. It turned out that the younger girls at these prestigious universities were not as he had imagined. Instead of beautiful girls with flawless makeup, gracefully draped in flowing dresses, Park Jimin only encountered a sea of plain faces. Each girl was simple, seemingly uninterested in makeup, looking like they are diving into their studies, like seasoned warriors. Because for them, just a bit of makeup can affect their studies. Park Jimin wonders, wow, getting into these two universities is hard enough, yet they still don't take care of their appearance. Just as he was pondering, at exactly 5 p.m., Park Jimin's phone rang. On the other end was Dai Han's cheerful voice. Park Jimin, I've got the tickets. The performance starts at 7 p.m. tonight, but we need to get into the venue by 6, so remember to come early. Oh, I bought 3 tickets, right in the front row. We might even get to hang out with Della. Okay, wait a minute, I'll be there soon, Park Jimin replied, then hung up. As he was about to leave Yenching University, Park Jimin suddenly noticed a tall girl who seemed to be lost. She approached and asked in fluent Mandarin, "Excuse me, could you tell me where the school gate is? I seem to have taken a wrong turn." Though Park Jimin was a bit surprised, he couldn't resist the urge to help, thinking to himself, maybe it's because I'm handsome that I'm being asked for directions, but I'll still pay attention to this girl a little. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, standing out in the crowd like a stork among a bunch of chickens. What was even more remarkable was her perfect figure, every curve defined. Each smooth contour was so captivating that no one could take their eyes off her. It was inexplicable how this girl didn't need to dress revealingly yet still exuded an oddly compelling sensuality. It was a kind of allure deeply ingrained in her being, effortlessly making others feel flushed. It was just a pity that this girl wore a tightly secured mask, preventing Park Jimin from seeing her face clearly. Park Jimin then asked her back, "Aren't you a student here?" The girl shook her head. "No, I'm just here to travel. I've heard of Yenching University being a top institution, so I wanted to come by for a visit." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin kindly gave her directions. "Just go straight down this road. Turn right up ahead. Walk another 300 meters, and you'll reach the main gate." The girl nodded in thanks and started walking in the direction Park Jimin had indicated. But just at that moment, a gentle breeze blew, causing her loosely fitted mask to suddenly fall off. The moment the face mask fell, before it even had a chance to touch the ground, the entire space seemed to freeze for a second. The male and female students passing by suddenly halted, their eyes wide open and mouths agape as if they had just seen something unbelievable. Gradually, cheers began to rise, followed by a wave of emotions. "Oh my God, is that Della? This is definitely Della. Right here at Yenching University. I can't be dreaming, can I?" A male student suddenly shouted, "Oh my God, someone pinch me. I just saw Della in real life." Within a few seconds, the atmosphere became extremely chaotic, from the incredulous gazes to the endless cheers, all focused on the girl in front of Park Jimin. Della, after being spotted, was clearly a bit panicked. She never expected that simply dropping her mask would cause everyone to recognize her so quickly. Watching the crowd of fans begin to rush towards her, Della hurriedly stepped back, trying to maintain her composure. But it was evident that the situation was spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was still standing there in a daze, unable to react. What is this? Did I just give directions to an international superstar? At that moment, a group of crazy fans rushed towards Della, making her even more panicked. In a moment of distraction, Della unexpectedly turned her head back and glanced at Park Jimin. Just a fleeting glance, lasting a mere 0.2 seconds. But it felt as if time stood still. The world came to a halt. Just 0.2 seconds. Yet enough to etch itself into the mind of any man, and plunge them into the feeling of love at first sight. Della's beauty was not just a gift from the heavens. It could be said to enchant people perfectly. Her stunningly alluring face, combined with that legendary glance, made everything seem to pause at that moment. Della was so beautiful that one couldn't help but wonder, is there really a woman in this world who is as beautiful as this? In the meantime, Della sensed the overwhelming attention from the fans. But with the professional demeanor of an international star, she quickly regained her composure. I'm so sorry, everyone. I have a performance to prepare for. See you at the show tonight. Della ran quickly towards the exit with the escort of her bodyguards. Park Jimin frowned. Not because he had just met a world-famous superstar, but because he still felt a bit of doubt in his heart. But what's suspicious about Della Hathaway? She only asked for directions, and didn't show any hint of malice. The way she asked was even very polite, and she didn't ask for contact information or try to reach out in any way. It must just be a coincidence. Besides, if Della really were an assassin, I believe that any type of assassin wouldn't be able to fool the system. It's probably just a coincidence, but a strangely odd one. For an ordinary person, meeting a global star like Della Hathaway is an experience that makes the heart flutter, a memory that's hard to forget. But for Park Jimin, who is in the sights of an assassin, he always has to stay on high alert. Leaving the school, Park Jimin also headed to the venue of Della Hathaway's performance at the largest stadium in Yanjing. Here, he was playfully scolded by Kim Woo-song and Dai Han for being late, as they had been anxiously waiting. Park Jimin, why are you being so slow? The performance is about to start. Hurry up, Dai Han urged anxiously. While everyone was in a frenzy, Park Jimin remained calm, as if nothing was happening. Just relax, it hasn't started yet. Take your time. Everything will fall into place. At that moment, Dai Han handed Park Jimin a ticket. Looking closely at the seat number, he saw he was seated in seat number 8. Although he suspected the price was high, Park Jimin still pretended to ask, Miss Dai, how much did you buy this ticket for? When Park Jimin curiously inquired about the ticket price, Dai Han replied nonchalantly, not much, around 600,000. This made Park Jimin's heart surge with waves of surprise. What ticket could sell for the price of an apartment in a Tier 2 city? The world of the rich is truly suffocating. Dai Han explained with a sense of normalcy. This price is reasonable. In our country, top-tier singers want to sit in the front row. They have to spend at least 100,000. Della Hathaway is even higher than that. She is the top goddess of the world. Her performances are not just for viewing. They are a class of their own. She continued. Anyone who wants the good seats has to spend for it. Though he wasn't stingy with his money, 600,000 for a ticket to a performance really jolted him awake. Just as they passed through the security checkpoint, Park Jimin, Dai Han, and Kim Woo-song were led through the exclusive VIP entrance, luxurious from A to Z. Since I've already splurged, I might as well enjoy this kind of treatment to justify the expenditure. At that moment, a buzz of whispers arose from the row in front as the three entered. Oh my God! Look! Young Master Jung! Do you see those two? They're top-notch, perfectly shaped. As soon as Park Jimin settled into his seat, he overheard Jang Chen-yu and his friends discussing Kim Woo-song and Dai Han, using quite rude and peculiar language. Immediately, he recognized that the person seated in seat number 10 was Jang Chen-yu, a figure he had dealt with back at Jeongbokgung. Park Jimin then decided to switch seats with Kim Woo-song, positioning himself right next to Jang Chen-yu. He crossed his legs and sat there with a confident expression. Oh, who do we have here? Young Master Jang is also in attendance. Not long ago, Park Jimin gave Jang Chen-yu a painful blow at Jeongbokgung, and now meeting again in Yanjing. Jang Chen-yu couldn't hide his frustration. Park Jimin, do you dare to come to Yanjing again? Park Jimin seized the opportunity to tease. He gently raised his left hand, seeming to prepare to play the old trick. Young Master Jang, did you forget the pain now that the scar has healed? By reflex, Jang Chen-yu dodged, raising his hand to cover his face, feeling that the previous pain hadn't faded yet. Park Jimin joked, his mouth curled in a challenging smirk. Haha, young Master Jang, I just intended to style your hair a bit. Why did you react so strongly? Jang Chen-yu was so angry he felt like he might explode. Damn it, being humiliated by this guy right on my own turf. How can I still have any face left? A young master sitting next to Jang Chen Yu spoke up, glancing at Park Jimin. Young Master Jang, do you know this one? Jang Chen Yu immediately showed a haughty demeanor, his voice laced with provocation. Of course I know him. Isn't he that Chairman Lim or whatever, famous for a few petty coins and showing off everywhere? Back in his hometown, he thought he was something special. But here in Yanjing, he doesn't even know the sky is high and the earth is wide. At this point, Jang Chen Yu was flaunting his authority, also warning Park Jimin. Keep putting on airs, but remember, this is the city, not some backwater where you can do whatever you like. Don't make me have to escort you out of here without a ticket. To add further emphasis, that spoiled young master chimed in. In the city, everyone knows the rules of the game. If you're a dragon, then coil up nicely. If you're a tiger, then keep still. Don't think just because you carry the title of Chairman Lim that you're something to be feared here. Hearing this, Park Jimin merely laughed lightly, but a crafty glint sparkled in his eyes. Young Master Jang, it seems you're trying to intimidate me. Fancy that, just recently, I'd narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. You said, to be honest, I can't help but suspect you are behind this. By the way, I have recorded your recent threats. If anything happens to me again, you can be sure that this recording will be submitted to the court, and I will sue you for conspiracy to commit murder. The unexpected counterattack put Jang Chen Yu in a difficult position. His face turned pale, but he still tried to sound defiant. Who is trying to kill you? Don't slander me. As he finished speaking, Jang Chen Yu was in a tangled mess of thoughts. I know well what Park Jimin has been through lately, that he has attracted the attention of international assassins, but he swears he is not involved in that incident. Yet now, Park Jimin is launching this arrow toward me, as if he wants to dump all the unjust blame on me. This is no joke. If the clans get entangled in a murder conspiracy accusation, the Jang family's reputation in the city will suffer tremendously. The elders of the clan have already warned me about this before, and if it happens again, it would be like digging my own grave. This Park Jimin is truly unbearable, but I have to endure, just endure. A wave of discomfort surged. Jang Chen Yu silently gritted his teeth. A single step made him not only angry, but also forced him to retreat. Park Jimin grinned maliciously, true to the nature of someone who had nothing to lose. Young Master Jang, you should pray for my peace here in Yanjing, enjoying good food and restful sleep. Because if anything happens, this recording will go straight to social media. In just one day, you will be famous across the internet. Everyone will know you, young Master Jang, are upset with me, hiring international assassins on the dark web at a price of $200 million. Rumor has it that recently quite a few assassins have been glaring at me. Could it be that you are indeed behind this? Jang Chen Yu was furious to the point of turning purple, but could not utter a word. His mind began to spin. What? That guy Park Jimin has a bounty on the dark web, although I've never been involved with that place. Just hearing the name is enough to give me the creeps. If this guy is involved with that site, sooner or later he'll be pushing up daisies. Wait a minute, a bounty of up to $200 million on the dark web. What did Park Jimin offend to have such a serious price? He thought, how could this person keep slandering me, as if they wanted to place the entire burden on my head? The dignified face of young Master Jang in front of so many people. This time, it's no different than being mercilessly trampled on. Well, I have to endure this time. If I don't bear with it, I might lose both my face and my life. Instantly angry, but in Jang Chen Yu's heart, there was still a sense of glee. Aha, truly self-inflicted. Consider it karma coming around, wanting to act tough, huh? Now you know fear. Wait for your reckoning. It's best not to get involved with this person right now. Anyone who wants to touch him now might as well poke a hornet's nest. Qin Wusong stared intently at Park Jimin, his eyes filled with concern. Have you really been put under a bounty by someone? Park Jimin appeared calm, smiling slightly in response. It's fine. Last time those assassins targeted me too. This has nothing to do with you all. On the contrary, I should thank you and Dai Han for helping me clean up the aftermath. Qin Wusong couldn't help but question further. But what about now? Last time the assassins failed. Could it be that the mission was called off? Park Jimin shrugged, his expression as if this was nothing to worry about. It's not that easy to cancel a mission. According to the regulations of the dark web, to cancel a mission, the client must forfeit 50% of the contract's compensation fee. If not, the assassination order will continue. 200 million US dollars hanging over one's head is equivalent to several billion. This amount is enough to make any assassin covetous. Dai Han, sitting next to Qin Wusong, had a worried expression, slightly furrowing his brows. So the target all along has been you, not what we thought. The more Dai Han thought about it, the more he blamed himself. Park Jimin has lost 10 years of cultivation because he helped me, and now he is facing an even greater danger. Can he withstand the next powerful assassins? The answer remains a mystery, and it's all my fault. Feeling sad, Dai Han sighed, his heart full of regret, while Qin Wusong anxiously said, Park Jimin, how about we don't watch the performance anymore? There are so many people here, mixed in all kinds. What if the assassins have their eyes on you? We need to find a place to hide, Qin Wusong urged. Park Jimin just chuckled lightly, showing an extreme nonchalance. No need. It took a lot of effort to get these tickets, and I spent quite a bit. Let's just enjoy the whole performance. Nothing will happen. But deep down, he felt even more excited and anxious. Whatever comes, let it come. I'm not afraid of anyone. His indifference to the lurking dangers made Qin Wusong feel both scared and thrilled. His fearless demeanor, viewing danger as merely an opportunity for amusement, was captivating. Park Jimin was like a solid rock, unwavering and undisturbed, regardless of the dangers surrounding them. Qin Wusong thought to herself, oh my, why do I feel this is so masculine? Enjoying the thought, she couldn't help but be drawn in by the domineering aura that Park Jimin exuded. It was both dangerous and thrilling. System report. Qin Wusong, affection level increased by 1. Current affection level is 96 points. The subject Qin Wusong is attracted by the owner's willpower. Affection level has broken through 96 points. Reward. Enhancement points awarded, added to the person in front. Remaining enhancement points, 130. In Park Jimin's mind, the system chimes in with an announcement. But before he can react, the entire venue suddenly erupts with a piercing scream. The roar of the crowd surges like waves. Stage lights flash on, beams of intense light shining directly down onto the center of the stage, creating an incredibly grand moment. And then Della Hathaway appears, dressed in a pure white feather outfit, looking like an angel just descended from the sky. The shimmering feathers on her unique costume make the stage appear enchanting, like a dreamland. It was as if Della Hathaway had just landed from heaven. 100,000 fans immediately went wild, screaming as if the world was ending, unable to contain their emotions upon seeing their idol. Familiar melodious sounds begin to resonate, weaving their way into the hearts of everyone, making them feel as though they were returning to the intense emotions of the past. Della, with her captivating voice and top-notch performance skills, only needs to sing a note to immerse the audience in every melody. She sang in a way that captivated everyone, drawing them into the emotional flow. The entire stage seemed ready to explode with cheers and shouts. Even Jiang Chenyu, who always considered himself to be at the top, was left speechless. Young Master Jiang, Della Hathaway truly is the pinnacle of excellence. If I could win her over, I would have something to brag about to my friends, wouldn't I? Jiang Chenyu smirked arrogantly, putting on an air of mystery. Just a celebrity. Really? She may be hard to approach for others, but what's so formidable about that for me? I've already contacted the event organizers. After today's performance, I will invite her to dinner. The look of self-satisfaction on Jiang Chenyu's face was as if he had already secured victory. Park Jimin raised an eyebrow and smirked, showing no signs of being impressed. Haha, what's there to brag about by inviting a star to dinner? So what if she's an international superstar? Try getting her to invite you out instead, and then we can talk. Park Jimin's final words landed like a punchline, leaving Jiang Chenyu at a loss for words, staring wide-eyed without knowing how to respond. Feeling utterly helpless, Jiang Chenyu began to argue back. Park Jimin, don't think just because you have a mouth that you're impressive. Talk all you want. Let's see if Della Hathaway invites you to dinner. Park Jimin shook his head, glancing at Jiang Chenyu with a disdainful expression full of artistry. Oh, I'm not boasting, Jiang young master. Whether she invites me or not is of no concern to me. It's not like you just bragged that Della has to invite you to dinner. Yanjing is the territory of the Jiang family after all. You must have quite the reputation. Now I'm also looking forward to seeing how impressive you are, Jiang young master. The way Park Jimin spoke made Jiang Chen-yu's veins bulge with anger. The fire of rage within him flared up. Just as the atmosphere was growing tense, Della Hathaway had just finished a song. The entire audience erupted with shouts, dancing, and energetic singing. Della was moving closer to the audience as she sang. The atmosphere in the stadium was heating up, as if everyone was engulfed in a wave of emotion. With enthusiasm building, Della began reaching out her hands, grabbing the hands of the audience members sitting in the front row. That's right, only the VIP seats can experience this feeling. Park Jimin, Dai Han, and Kim Woo-sung naturally enjoy this special treatment as well. Kim Woo-sung was so excited that it felt like he was about to fly. Park Jimin, wake up. Dai is here, she's waving at us. Della approached, just a few steps away from Park Jimin. The audience in front seemed ready to explode with endless screams and waving hands. Della walked past, holding the hands of every fan, but when she reached Park Jimin, everything seemed to slow down. She paused for 2 seconds longer than necessary, neither fast nor slow, her expression slightly surprised, as if meeting an old acquaintance. A light nod towards Park Jimin lasted just 1 second, but it was enough to set someone's heart racing. The system announced, Simp Lord action activated. Name, Della Hathaway. Nickname, Dai. Age, 23 years. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Beauty score, 9.8 out of 10. The female student's affection towards the master is not bound. Simp Lord makes a connection with the female. If the affection exceeds 95 points, a reverse attack will succeed. Notification system. The identity is transformed. The counterpart will turn into the Simp Lord of the master. Reverse raid completed. Reward, 10% Simp Lord currency. Reward enhancement points, 60 points. Reward, music composition skill proficiency. Master level performance. Master level action proficiency. Master level dance proficiency. Master level charm. Proficiency in Chinese. Proficiency in Korean. Proficiency in Japanese. Proficiency in English. Park Jimin thought immediately after tying the relationship with Della. All her information appeared before him like a biography. She possessed all kinds of skills, but not a trace related to being an assassin. What is this? She is not an assassin. An international superstar who doesn't know martial arts, yet claims to be a top 5 assassin in the world. Seems a bit far-fetched. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Or is it because I'm really handsome, and she just noticed me at first glance? In that moment of contemplation, Park Jimin began to think deeper. Or is she deliberately enticing me? There must be something going on. He thought, a person's feelings are often not wrong, especially the sixth sense. When someone has malicious intent or bad intentions, no matter how friendly they seem, it is easy for people to sense something unusual, like a vague signal that cannot be ignored. Park Jimin continued to analyze, using all the information he knew about Bloody Rose, the 5th-ranked assassin in the world, a master of all sorts of deadly skills, such as assassination, poison-making, and marksmanship. But this doesn't quite align with Della, the beautiful superstar standing on stage. She shines so brightly, she is not an assassin. The truth is, if there is no real malice, then I shouldn't worry at all, right? Overthinking only leads to exhaustion. Being associated with the world's top goddess is already a gain. Park Jimin told himself, gradually dismissing his doubts. Della Hathaway's performance had a power that made countless viewers not just cry, but sob uncontrollably. The crowd could no longer contain themselves. The whole auditorium was filled with emotion. People seemed to be drawn into the performance, forgetting everything around them. Only Della and the enchanting voice remained. Since Jiang Chen-yu learned that Park Jimin had a bounty on the dark web, he felt like he was sitting next to a rabid dog. Anyone who touched him would get bitten back immediately. Just a glance could make Jiang Chen-yu turn pale instantly. This kid thinks that his gaze has become so terrifying. Throughout the performance, Park Jimin couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. Indeed, when his name had been put up for a bounty on the dark web with an astronomical figure, it was not unreasonable to be worried. But as the performance ended and everything remained safe and sound, with no signs of any assassins appearing, he began to feel that his anxiety was just overthinking. Kim Woo-sung walked alongside, surprised, asking. Other men who meet Della Hathaway either scream like crazy or have their eyes shining like headlights, drooling all over. Yet when it comes to Park Jimin, He frowns. Could it be that the girl possesses world-class beauty, the goddess of 2 billion fans, and still doesn't make him swoon? Park Jimin replied nonchalantly, "She's pretty, but a bit heavy." Just as they were about to leave, the assistant quickly reminded, "Hey, the VIP audience can receive a signed album from Dai Dai." Upon hearing this, Kim Woo-song became really excited. "Oh wow, we can get it too. Oh right, every VIP gets one. And there's also a mystery prize inside." Kim Woo-song was so curious that he was almost bouncing with excitement. "Wait, what kind of prize is it? Is it a dinner invitation with Dai Dai?" The assistant replied, "It's quite delightful. Just accept it, and you'll find out." The three of them quickly lined up to receive their albums. Even though the line was long to the point where they could very well return to their presidential suite for a nap, everyone was thrilled because there were only 100 valuable albums reserved exclusively for VIPs. Holding the beautifully packaged gift, everyone was curious. "I wonder what's inside. Could it be the golden ticket to meet the idol of our dreams?" Park Jimin, upon receiving the gift box, immediately opened it without hesitation. Inside, besides a fantastic album, there was also an invitation letter, and that was it, nothing more. Kim Woo-song shook his head sadly. "I didn't win anything. The box only has the album." Dai Han finished checking and found herself in the same situation. "Me too, just the album. It turns out all the other fans are in the same boat, only albums. No one else has an invitation besides Park Jimin." Someone said, "Hey buddy, am I the lucky winner? Is this invitation the mysterious prize?" Immediately, Park Jimin was showered with fireworks and congratulations. "That's right, sir. Any fan who receives an invitation will become the luckiest one. Tonight, there's a chance to have dinner with Dai Dai and meet the idol up close." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin felt a bit unsure. "If I had known I was this lucky, I would have bought lottery tickets earlier. 1 out of 100 people winning the prize. The odds are just 1%. Is this fate, or something murky going on? If it's fate, I have nothing to say. But if it's due to someone manipulating things behind the scenes, then those odds must definitely be 100%. Kim Woo-song gasped in astonishment. "Park Jimin, is it true that you actually won? This luck is simply outrageous." Park Jimin held the shimmering gold invitation letter in his hand. But his mind was anything but at ease. The joy of winning lasted only a few seconds before rapidly being replaced by doubts and a heightened sense of caution. An invitation to dinner or a death threat? An evening meal could be the perfect opportunity for an assassin to approach me and strike. If Bloody Rose is truly behind this, I might not survive the night. He mumbled, "I cannot underestimate anyone, especially not this skilled assassin." Thinking of the dinner with Della, Park Jimin couldn't help but contemplate the worst-case scenario. Just at that moment, Jiang Chen-yu's complexion had turned as white as a sheet. He felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. "Wait, didn't I tell the organizers that I would be dining with the Hathaway tonight? What's going on with this award? Winning is one thing, but why isn't it me who won?" He thought, "Damn it, I've shown off to so many people. How am I supposed to explain this now?" Park Jimin chuckled derisively, his tone sounding as if he wanted to stir up trouble. "Young master, didn't you say you would go out to dinner with Dai Dai?" Well, it seems like there's a bit of a mismatch here, isn't it? Someone invited me to dinner, and luck seems to be on my side today. No one can stop it." The audience around, especially those influential figures in Yanjing, began to get curious. They wonder who the person who just won the award was that dared to tease Jiang Chen-yu right in public like this. The young master behind Jiang Chen-yu, feeling furious, pulled out his phone, ready to sort this out. Young master, let me call and ask how the organizers arranged this." Jiang Chen-yu was so furious he felt like he was going to explode. But before he could finish his curse, Park Jimin innocently made an outrageous suggestion. Young master, there's no need to call. I'll give you this invitation back. I have something else to do today. You just need to transfer me 1.8 million, and the chance to have dinner with Della Hathaway will be yours." Park Jimin's words hit Jiang Chen-yu like a straight punch to the face. 1.8 million is not a small amount, but for someone like Jiang Chen-yu, it's merely a trivial matter. However, what drives young Master Jiang mad is the fact that Park Jimin casually dismissed the dinner invitation with Della as nothing more than garbage. Damn it, I really want to explode with anger. But not everyone shared Jiang Chen-yu's perspective. The crowd around them was shocked into silence. Della rarely agrees to dine with fans. Even a foreign noble who once offered $1 million to invite her for dinner was outright rejected. In this country, there are plenty of people willing to spend their entire fortune just to sit at the same table with her. Don't mention 1.8 million. Even 18 million would find someone agreeing immediately. Yet here is Park Jimin casually discarding the chance to have dinner with an international star that so many long for. Without a second thought, as if he couldn't care less. He looked around, relaxed as if selling something cheap. "So, young master, aren't you interested?" he said. "All right then. Anyone here who feels interested in this gala, I'll leave the invitation for just 1.8 million. Park Jimin's proposal was no different from throwing a stone into a pond, stirring up waves throughout the VIP space. Immediately, everyone began to compete to bid for that dinner. A chubby uncle laughed, raised his hand excitedly. "I'll take it. I'll pay 2 million. Kim Woo-sam also chimed in. "I'll pay 3 million. People buzzed. "I'll pay 5 million. The invitation belongs to me. I'll pay 7 million. The intense auction took place right on the spot, the wealthy not only eager to meet Della Hathaway, but also wanting to play big to assert their status. Jiang Chen-yu's face turned pale. He almost gritted his teeth to utter the number. 10 million. The invitation belongs to me. Holding the ticket ready for transfer, Park Jimin smirked. "All right, deal." Fearing someone would bid higher, Jiang Chen-yu immediately transferred money to Park Jimin. "Your Alipay has received 10 million. Holding the ticket, Jiang Chen-yu felt both frustrated and pained in his wallet. Just because he hesitated for a moment, he now had to pay an extra 8.2 million. But if he doesn't do that, Jiang Chen-yu will not only lose face in front of Park Jimin, but also in front of that wealthy crowd. This time I will let it go, but there will definitely be a day of revenge." Before leaving, Park Jimin intentionally sneered at Jiang Chen-yu, saying, "Thank you, young master, for generously spending 10 million, haha." Kim Woo-song curiously asked, her eyes sparkling. "Park Jimin, why did you give up this reward? An opportunity to dine with Dai Dai is so rare." Dai Han also chimed in, confused. "And you don't lack 10 million either." In response to the surprise of the two girls, Park Jimin simply replied, "You two are asking unnecessary questions. If I went to dinner with her, who would take care of you? Besides, there's already a fool throwing 10 million tonight. We can just enjoy our meal without worrying about the bill." Upon hearing this, both Kim Woo-song and Dai Han were taken aback for a moment. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel warm, a little unexpected emotion rising up. Della Hathaway, with her beauty, fame, and seductive figure, is enough to make any man swoon. Two people thought. Park Jimin resolutely refused the opportunity to have dinner with this international goddess just because he didn't want us to feel left out. That action shows that in his heart, we are more important than a superstar like Della. On the other side, Jiang Chen-yu held the ticket, feeling extremely excited. Tonight, getting to interact closely with goddess Della Hathaway, who wouldn't be thrilled? While young Master Jiang was still floating in the air, imagining the scene of slipping something into Della's drink, and what it would be like in bed with her. Who knows? Della might even consent without needing any drugs. I've heard the Nation M is quite open-minded. Just thinking about it made his heart feel like it was about to leap out of his chest. This is truly exhilarating. At that moment, a polite foreign assistant approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Chen-yu excitedly replied, his eyes shining. "Yes, I am the winner of this event." The assistant said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Della's assistant. I'm very sorry, but today Della is not feeling well. Perhaps due to her enthusiastic performance, leading to exhaustion. The dinner party tonight has to be canceled." The assistant said, "Della sends her sincere apologies to you." What? Cancel? Jiang Chen-yu was frozen for a second. His heart was boiling like a volcano about to erupt. What is this? I just forked out $1 million to win this prize, and now they tell me it's canceled. After all, Jiang Chen-yu only received an apology and could do nothing more. An extremely bitter ending. After a moment of shock, his heart felt like it was on fire. It was amusing to think. Just casually throwing away 10 million just to buy a signed poster, truly the joke of the year. Damn it. But as a wealthy man, one must know how to maintain one's face. Young master tried to swallow his anger. forcing himself to appear polite. All right, if Dai is tired, we can reschedule any day. Perhaps the universe was also playing tricks on Zhang Yum Master. The assistant did not hesitate to deliver another painful blow. I'm very sorry, Mr. Zhang, but I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Della's time is incredibly valuable. She doesn't have a fixed schedule, and she may have to fly back to Nation M in a few days. To make up for the inconvenience to you, we would like to give you a limited edition Della gift set. The assistant said, along with her super exclusive signature. This is also extremely precious. The assistant's words made Zhang Chen Yu seethe with fury. Young Master Zhang gritted his teeth, his face flushed with humiliation. I burned a pile of money to get this golden opportunity, yet you guys gave me a picture with a signature. Do you think I'm a beggar? This is too disrespectful. You really think I'm trash? Get Della Hathaway out here right now. Surely you don't know who I am, right? She must eat at this party, whether she likes it or not. Damn it, I don't have time to jest with you all. The phrase must eat whether she likes it or not was truly asking for a beating. The female assistant didn't bother to care, waving her hand to signal, hey someone, where are the security guards? Drag this guy out for me. Zhang Yum Master's eyes widened like a chicken egg. Before he could utter a word, two burly security guards gently picked him up and then mercilessly kicked his backside out. Get lost, get out right now. Indeed, it is true that heaven does not favor the rich. Without even having caught a glimpse of Della, he was already humiliated like this. Although the Zhang family has influence, Della is a foreigner. Once she is back in Nation M, what can they do to each other? So no matter how frustrated he is, he has to endure the humiliation. Not long after, Park Jimin and the two girls arrived at the Emperor Hotel, one of the top hotels in Yanjing. It boasts a 7-star standard, with entertainment, dining, and accommodations all among the best in the country. Park Jimin hadn't even had the chance to style his hair to look handsome when suddenly, a massive Mercedes sped towards them. The car door swung open, and an assistant stepped out first, followed by long legs that gracefully emerged from the vehicle. Both the bodyguards and the manager standing nearby couldn't help but follow with curious gazes, their hearts nearly leaping out. Stepping down was none other than Della Hathaway, the international superstar who had just concluded a performance at the Yanjing Stadium, where tens of thousands of fans had crowded in such a way that the stands were completely full. Yet this girl arrived quietly at the hotel without any noise or prior notice, without anyone realizing it. 3 people, Park Jimin, Dai Han, and Kim Woo-song, also had to pause for a second, especially Park Jimin. This was the 3rd time he had encountered Della that day, and Kim Woo-song surprisedly asked, wait, Park Jimin, am I mistaken? How is Dai here? Isn't she supposed to be at a party with that Zhang Yum Master guy? Dai Han was just as suspicious. Couldn't it be that the party ended already, so fast? Or is the lucky draw party being held here as well? Quite a surprise indeed. Park Jimin frowned slightly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, let it be. Everyone eats their own meals at their own parties. A hotel this big. We eat our portion, they eat theirs. What's there to be concerned about? She probably just finished performing, must be tired. It's perfectly normal for her to be hungry and come eat. With that, Park Jimin feigned indifference, and the 3 continued into the hotel lobby. However, they couldn't ignore the fleeting glance from Della Hathaway as it briefly crossed over Park Jimin. In that moment, although the gaze was short, it was enough to create a slight highlight in the atmosphere. However, Della did not come to greet but merely brushed past like a stranger passing by. When caught in that soul-stirring gaze, Park Jimin couldn't help but wonder. She has appeared in front of me for the 3rd time now. The first time was when she asked for directions at Yanjing University, looking no different than the school's beauty. The second time was at the Yanjing Stadium, where she made thousands of spectators cheer. And now I meet her for the 3rd time at this hotel, going out for dinner. Does she have any more tricks up her sleeve? Appearing this often seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? There was no need for words. Just walking a few laps in front of him was enough to make countless hearts melt. But for Park Jimin, the continuous encounters with Della had become somewhat haunting. Although he was not completely immune to the goddess, his unwavering heart, amidst the ever-changing flow of life, was indeed commendable. At that moment, the elevator dinged as its doors opened. 2 groups of people dispersed, heading to 2 different elevators, going straight to the highest floor of the restaurant inside the Emperor. From the 5th to the 10th floor was an absolute paradise for pleasure. The 5th floor is an upscale Western restaurant. The 6th floor is a bar with dazzling lights. The 7th floor is a KTV where you could sing to your heart's content. The 8th floor is a hot pot restaurant with steam rising. The 9th floor is a Chinese restaurant run by a Japanese wife. And the 10th floor is a buffet that's sumptuous and filling. From the 20th to the 50th floor, there are luxurious hotel rooms that look expensive just by glancing at them. The 52nd floor is truly the pinnacle. Zhonghua Yuan Restaurant, a place rumored to be extremely chill. From up here, looking down through the French windows offers a sweeping view of the vibrant Yanjiang. The entire city is in the palm of your hand. Qin Wusong suddenly turned and asked, Park Jimin, I just saw Della looking at you. Do you two know each other? Park Jimin nonchalantly replied, Know each other? No way, I don't know who that is. Qin Wusong's eyes shone like a radar flashlight constantly switched on. Ha, how come she just shot you a really sharp glance a moment ago? Dai Han chimed in, this is really something only girls can pick up on. Park Jimin proclaimed as if it were a given. Well, it's probably because you're good looking. It's normal for girls to look at handsome guys. Qin Wusong laughed and added a line. Wow, so confident. The three were about to step in when suddenly two muscular bodyguards blocked their way. Sorry, but you'll have to go downstairs to dine. The Zhonghua Yuan restaurant is fully booked today. But before Park Jimin could say anything, Qin Wusong indignantly jumped forward. Excuse me, but we just arrived and didn't see anyone make a reservation. How dare you say it's fully booked? I'm booking this restaurant, double the price. Now please escort yourselves downstairs. If it's someone to mess with, it's definitely her. When Qin Wusong got upset, no matter how famous Della Hathaway was as an international star, she still didn't care when she saw herself being cornered. The hotel manager watched the situation with fear. On one side was an international superstar, and on the other, these guests were definitely not pushovers either. It was indeed a tense situation. Just then, Della Hathaway approached from a distance, her demeanor still top-notch. Mike, you don't need to do all this. It's just dinner. No need to be overly cautious. After that, Della walked straight up to Qin Wusong and the group, bowed slightly, and spoke very sincerely. I apologize for my bodyguard's behavior. He just worries about me being bothered by fans, or being secretly photographed by reporters. I hope everyone can understand. I'm truly sorry. Everyone was taken aback. Here was an international superstar bowing and apologizing so politely and gracefully. Who could possibly hold on to their anger? Qin Wusong's irritation immediately cooled down, and with a smile, he explained, It's all right, Dai, we understand your situation. She said, The only thing is that we are not those who are chasing after you. Speaking of which, it is truly a coincidence. We just watched your performance, and now we meet here for dinner. It really is destiny. Hearing this, Della pretended to be surprised. Oh really? You all watched my performance too? Qin Wusong eagerly continued. That's right, we even sat in the front row and shook hands with you. Do you remember? Della thought for a moment and then smiled. Ah, yes, I seem to have some impression. But there were so many audience members. I can't remember everyone clearly. By the way, this gentleman here, I feel like I've met him somewhere before. He looks familiar. With that, Della pointed towards Park Jimin, her gaze full of scrutiny. They naturally began to chat as if they had known each other for a long time, with no tension at all. Everything unfolded very casually and gracefully, like they had met without a fight. Qin Wusong quickly explained, and also took the opportunity to promote Park Jimin a little. Ah, you mean Park Jimin? It's only natural that you feel familiar. He is quite famous around here, often trending on Hot Search. You must have seen him in some videos. Della seemed to recognize who Park Jimin was, looking a bit excited. Oh, now I remember. This is Chairman Lim, right? The one who is super famous in your country. I've heard he's not only extremely wealthy, but also very talented. After the small talk, Della turned to engage in conversation with Park Jimin. Mr. Park, it's a pleasure to meet you. Park Jimin, as the host, politely replied. Hello, Miss Della. Della continued with interest. I remember once watching a video of you playing the piano on a foreign website. I really have to say, you are amazing. Even I have to admire you. I wonder if you could play a piece for us here. There's a piano available. Park Jimin was taken aback, wondering. Huh, am I famous enough to be known overseas? Honestly, if people in my country know I can play the piano, that's already normal. But to the point that girls from foreign countries know about it is truly a miracle. Kim Woo-song eagerly chimed in. Part Jimin, don't let us down. Play a piece for everyone. Last time at Daihan's birthday party, I was really looking forward to it, but only got to hear you play the violin. Even though that was amazing, it's a pity we didn't get to hear you on the piano. Hearing this, Daihan also seized the opportunity to chime in. That's right, go ahead and play. After all this time hanging out with you, I've never seen you play the piano, only seen you lost in thought. The whole group gathered around, leaving Part Jimin with no way out. He said, all right, if you want to hear it, then fine, but don't you dare criticize it. It's been a while since I last touched this toy, so I'm not even sure if I can still play smoothly. Kim Woo-song, laughing and teasing, replied. It's all good, Part Jimin. It's normal if you've lost a bit of your touch since you haven't played in a while. You're not living off the skill anyway. We just want to have some fun. It's rare to see Dai interested. At least let them direct and give feedback to you. Part Jimin, hearing this, just smiled, then casually walked over to the piano. All right then, I'll entertain you all. Inside, Part Jimin was also thinking. Actually, I'm feeling a bit itchy to show off. I'm a man after all, and sometimes it's necessary to flaunt my skills, especially in front of three pretty girls like this. Especially thanks to the Simp Lord system, my guitar playing skills have accumulated over 100 years of experience. Previously, with only about 60 years of experience, I managed to make the online community go wild. Now that I've surpassed the 100-year mark, I honestly don't know what level I've reached, but I'm sure I have no rival. Part Jimin is not the type of person who enjoys boasting, nor is he overly confident. Even Alfred Cortot, who made waves for 85 years, would be hard-pressed to still be performing at 110 years old, let alone playing the piano. Daihan, Kim Woo-song, and Dela Hathaway began chatting among themselves, and the atmosphere became much livelier. The three girls laughed and talked happily, showing no signs of shyness. Della was particularly polite and approachable, exhibiting no hint of arrogance. Even though she was an international superstar, she didn't care about who Daihan and Kim Woo-song were. She spoke naturally, as if they were friends from a past life. The more they talked, the closer the three of them became. Kim Woo-song smiled brightly. Dai, your Chinese is amazing. There's not a hint of a foreign accent. If you covered your face, everyone would think you were from Nation H. Della replied with a light laugh. Really? Actually, I have 1/6 of my bloodline from Nation H. Time passed quickly like a blink of an eye. Suddenly, it was more than 3 minutes. Part Jimin was deeply immersed in the piano, slowly closing his eyes, his hands gently gliding over each key. The familiar sensation had seeped into his very blood. Every note of music was as clear to him as the palm of his hand. At that moment, the piano was no longer just an ordinary musical instrument. It resembled a lifelong confidant that had been with Part Jimin for over a century. Understanding each melody, each breath, he was truly one with the instrument. And as the first note rang out, the entire atmosphere seemed to pause. Part Jimin's aura suddenly became indescribably elegant. The radiance from him shone brightly, unforgettable. Like a prince who had long been hidden, he now shined again, revealing his true identity, a dazzling brilliance sweeping across the mortal realm. Gradually, Part Jimin's fingers glided over the piano keys as if they had transformed into ethereal streaks. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. The sound that emerged was melodious and smooth, like a stream flowing endlessly. At times, it was powerful, like a hero traversing the martial world, and at other times, it was as gentle as a young woman's love story. The music made everyone who listened feel a wave of emotion. Incredible. I've never heard anything as beautiful as this. Oh my God, it's truly explosive. I don't know what words to use to describe it anymore. Over 100 years, this is it. Part Jimin has broken all limits. He not only plays music, but also infuses soul into every melody, reaching straight to the hearts of everyone present. Everyone in the room seemed to be frozen, eyes wide open, watching Part Jimin perform. She thought, having played the piano for 20 years, I now realize I still have a long way to go. I can't believe it. A true forerunner indeed. Perhaps only those who have lived for centuries like him can possess such a special ability. It's so cool, I can't express it in words anymore. She thinks. It feels like I've just exploded inside. I love him so much. As for Della, having witnessed countless top-notch performances, she suddenly stands frozen. I remember a master pianist from Nation M, someone whom the whole world admires, called the master of the piano. But even such a figure has never reached the realm that Park Jimin is displaying right before my eyes. This not only surprises me, but also truly shocks me, like a real jolt. Looking at Park Jimin sitting there, his demeanor truly exquisite. The three girls cannot hide their eyes filled with admiration, each in their own way, but in their eyes sparkled a strange mixture of respect and excitement. Just as Park Jimin is performing with full charisma, suddenly a dangerous incident occurs from the crystal-like window. He is being targeted by a heavy sniper rifle. Speaking of guns, it's the kind that makes you shiver, where just one shot can blow a head apart like a ripe melon. Once shattered, the body doesn't fare much better. Its power surpasses that of cannonballs, penetrating walls a meter thick as if it were child's play. All three girls, Della, Dai-han, and Kim Woo-song, looked towards Park Jimin. He was sitting in front of the piano, exuding an outstanding charisma. Their gazes began to change, no longer just admiration for his talent, but something deeper and more reverent. The emotions in their eyes became more diverse and profound. System notification. Della Hathaway, affection level increased by 10. Della Hathaway, affection level increased by 10. Current affection level, 30 points. Dai-han initially criticized, thinking Park Jimin was just playing a few notes for fun. But the more she listened, the more captivated she became, falling completely into a state of infatuation. Each note that Park Jimin strummed felt like arrows piercing straight into her heart. Park Jimin truly is someone who can always surprise me. Only a genius like him could grasp the spiritual root and express it so brilliantly. System notification. Dai-han affection level increased by 5, current affection level, 90 points. As for Kim Woo-song, her blood was boiling in her chest, filled with an indescribable intense feeling. Is this really Park Jimin's true level? I thought he was at level 10, but it turns out he's at level 50. The notification system announces, Kim Woo-song's affinity increased by 1, currently at 97 points. The Simp Lord Kim Woo-song is attracted by the master's talent, stemming from an inner appreciation, breaking through to 97 points. Reward, 10 affinity enhancement points. With 140 enhancement points left, Park Jimin has just completed a stellar performance, causing the affinity of all three girls to increase rapidly. Truly, talent ensures one does not suffer losses. A second later, thunderous applause echoed throughout the space, filled with excitement from the restaurant staff. Although it was not a full-fledged concert, the applause was still quite lively. However, right at the peak moment of ecstasy, while everyone was still immersed in the aftertaste of the music, the assassin had locked onto the target. Bam! A bullet suddenly flew straight from the building across the street, shattering everything in an instant. Indeed, it was a life hanging by a thread, taut as a bowstring. Park Jimin had just bowed, looking extremely suave, just like a true gentleman. Just at that moment, a bullet from a heavy sniper rifle whizzed past Park Jimin's head, barely 3 centimeters away. It felt as though the goddess of luck had chosen him, allowing him to escape in an instant. A loud explosion rang out behind him as the bullet pierced through 3 thick walls, ultimately shattering a precious 1982 Levy bottle into countless fragments. From here, the chaos truly began. The staff members scrambled in panic, running everywhere, the sound of screams ringing out like a market in disarray. "Oh my God! So scary! Call 110, report to the police immediately. My God, it's a sniper! There's an assassin in the building across trying to kill someone." The trio of Della, Dai-han, and Kim Woo-song also began to feel stunned. The loud cries of those around them were enough to make their hearts race, especially since it was an assassin. In an instant, the panic grew even more overwhelming. Breathing became heavy, and fear crept into their minds. Park Jimin's eyes narrowed, his mind immediately weighing the situation before him. Am I being assassinated? In my dreams, I think. With the ability to react 15 times faster than the average person, a strong spirit and absolute sensitivity to my surroundings, I can see the trajectory of the bullet as it rushes towards me. This is not just luck. When the bullet was fired, I quickly calculated, bowed my head to the audience while dodging with a lightning-fast reflex. I thought further. Not only that, I even wondered if I could perform a bare-handed bullet catch like in those action movies. Of course, if it were a bullet from an ordinary six-shooter, I might give it a try, but a bullet from a heavy sniper rifle is different. Its power could penetrate armored vehicles, so it's best not to take the risk of trying. After that, Park Jimin stared at the Shuangze building. The marksman on the other side, seeing that he had missed his target, quickly withdrew without firing a second shot, perhaps not wanting to play another round. He knew that firing another shot would surely lead to his capture. He thought, the distance from the Shuangzai building to Imperial Capital is about 800 meters. He thinks, being so far away, with so many people passing by, even if I wanted to chase after the sniper, it would just be a waste of effort. Not to mention, the surrounding environment is too complicated. Is the position I'm sitting in to play the guitar truly coincidental, or has it been calculated in advance by the Shuangzai building? What's more, this guitar was suggested for me to play by Della Hathaway. Why did she request that? Just because she saw a video of me playing on the internet? It sounds so awkward. Della, this girl is really suspicious. Just as Park Jimin is contemplating, Kim Woo-song shouts in panic. Park Jimin, what's wrong with you? Lie down. Find a place to hide quickly, or you might get shot now. Park Jimin replies calmly, without a hint of worry. It's okay, I'm still intact. I've been very lucky since I was a child. Bullets usually never hit me. So while everyone else is in a panic, Park Jimin walks around defiantly and doesn't forget to wave his hand to order. Server, bring me something to eat. Wait, are you planning to order food or call for a bullet to the head? Just return to the dining table. Daihan anxiously asked, staring at Park Jimin without blinking. Park Jimin, are you okay? Being shot at right through the head, and yet you're still in the mood to order food. Park Jimin replied, I just stood waiting for about a minute, but the other side remained silent. It seems the sniper really has escaped. It's a pity he didn't fire again, which would have allowed me to follow his trail. Besides, I also thought about the fact that if I chased him down, you and Kim Woo-song might be in danger, so I had to stay behind. Kim Woo-song couldn't help but bang the table in anger. Who on earth is so bold? This is the Imperial Capital, and they're daring enough to shoot heavy sniper rifles. They really don't care about the sky at all. So arrogant. Not only arrogant, but they must surely be terrorists, with no regard for the law whatsoever. The hotel manager, upon hearing this, quickly stepped in to calm everyone down. Everyone, please stay calm. The police are on their way. There's no need for anyone to panic. Kim Woo-song comforted Della, saying, Dai, are you okay? Don't worry, the police will be here soon. Della softly replied, Thank you, I'm fine. Park Jimin furrowed his brows, walking slowly but heavily. His cold gaze locked onto Della as he asked bluntly, Miss Della, you are Bloody Rose, aren't you? The sniper just now was arranged by you, wasn't it? If you've already shot, then why act anymore? Just lay it all out, don't hide anything further. Della's face turned flustered upon hearing this. Mr. Park, I don't understand what you mean. Park Jimin squinted, unable to contain his irritation. Still acting, huh? Keep it up. The position I was sitting in, while playing the guitar, just happened to be a spot easily shot from the building across the street. I have reason to suspect that you deliberately arranged for me to sit there to make me a target for the sniper. If I hadn't been lucky enough to bow to everyone at just the right moment, my head would have exploded like a watermelon by now. Upon hearing this, Kim Woo-song was left speechless. An international superstar as a killer. What kind of joke is that? Daihan frowned, agreeing with Park Jimin. Although the idea of a world-class star turning into an assassin seemed a bit off, Della's recent actions were indeed suspicious. Moreover, Della clearly looked frightened, trembling like a scared cat. At a glance, it would also be a bit off to say she was an assassin. Immediately, Della's manager rebutted angrily. On what basis do you suspect Della of being an assassin? Della is an international superstar. Why would she turn to assassination? Do you think she is so broke that she needs to become an assassin? What you just said is downright laughable. I think you should see a psychiatrist. There might be an issue there. While speaking, Della's manager gestured to the bodyguards surrounding them. The towering bodyguards, over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, immediately surrounded Park Jimin. Although he stood at 1.85 meters in front of these men, he looked as tiny as a little bunny next to a telephone pole. The atmosphere grew tense. as if a major battle was about to unfold. At this moment, Della changed her demeanor, her voice sweet yet full of worry. "Mr. Park, you must have misunderstood me." Della continued speaking. "I truly don't understand why you think I am an assassin. I don't know if someone wants to kill you, and I sincerely apologize for putting you in danger. This is my fault. I am really sorry." As she spoke, Della bowed at a 90-degree angle, her expression earnest, her tone full of remorse, even a bit aggrieved. Her legs trembled slightly as if she were afraid. An ordinary person might not notice, but Park Jimin, with his keen eyes, detected something unusual. Della is clearly very frightened yet tries to appear composed. If Della is Bloody Rose, the fifth-ranked assassin in the world, then such a weak mentality makes me really reconsider. How could she complete difficult missions and eliminate 36 targets while trembling like this? But then, his thoughts continued to create a conflict. If Della is not an assassin, then why are there so many coincidences? Coincidentally meeting at Yenching University, coincidentally asking me for directions, coincidentally her mask fell at just the right moment when the wind blew, then coincidentally holding my hand at the performance, and coincidentally she appears right here. While I was playing the guitar, a bullet flew straight at my head. He thinks. So many coincidences. Who would believe this? Thinking this, Park Jimin spontaneously comes up with a hypothesis. Unless she has an identical twin sister, and she's just using her looks and status to approach the target, then waiting for her twin sister to show up and carry out the assassination while the target is unsuspecting. So when she performs in Sydney, thousands of kilometers away, an old man in Tokyo gets assassinated without anyone suspecting her. Because there's perfect alibi evidence. Even though I have no specific proof, one thing is certain: Della Hathaway and Bloody Rose are related. Either this girl is genuinely cooperating with the real assassin, or this knave girl is just a pawn being used. While Park Jimin is still reasoning like a detective, Dai Han gently reminds him, "Don't get too worked up, the police are on their way." Park Jimin raises an eyebrow, looking completely calm, and replies, "Who's getting worked up? I'm very alert right now." Then he turns back to Della with a gentle smile. "Miss Della, I'm really sorry, I was a bit suspicious earlier. Being assassinated multiple times has made me somewhat rash. I hope you can understand." Della gently nodded, her voice softer. "Mr. Park, I understand why you might doubt me during the day at Yenching University. I did ask you for directions." Park Jimin replied frankly and profoundly, "Of course, I'm not someone with such a poor memory that I would forget immediately." Della continued, her gaze earnest. "I understand that you might think I approached you on purpose, but everything was truly just a coincidence. God must enjoy orchestrating such coincidences. In fact, I once thought you were a paparazzi or an obsessed fan following me, but then my assistant mentioned that you are Chairman Lim, a person famous throughout Nation H with a $1 trillion fortune. It was then that I started viewing you differently." She emphasized, "I'm serious. Today has been filled with many coincidences, but I mean no harm. If I had malicious intent, how could I expose myself this much for people to be suspicious?" After hearing this, Park Jimin began to see some logic. If Della truly were a top assassin in the world, would she act so recklessly? An assassin encountering coincidences like this continuously would be equivalent to revealing her actions. Just by stretching the time a little, a few days apart, everything would seem far less suspicious. And it is true that from this perspective, Della does seem innocent. Park Jimin smiled gently, nodded and replied politely, "Miss Della, you are quite straightforward. I believe you are not deceiving me." Not long after, the police arrived at the scene. With a luxurious place like this restaurant, and involving an international superstar like Della, along with the god-richest Chairman Lim like Park Jimin, as well as Miss Kim family and Miss Dai family, of course, the police could not be negligent. Despite the importance placed on the situation, the outcome was disappointing. The police searched everywhere in the Shuangzai building, but that night they did not obtain anything significant and naturally did not find the sniper. Adding to the time taken from when the police began to secure the area to when they inspected the scene, they had spent over half an hour. By this time, the sniper had probably gone home to sleep under a blanket, no longer waiting to be caught. Moreover, given the extremely important status of Park Jimin, the leaders even propose, "After a night of searching, we have also discovered a heavy sniper rifle, but the person has long been out of sight." Additionally, we will assign someone to protect you for 24 hours. Park Jimin eagerly cooperated, saying, "Thank you very much, we feel safe with you here. Could you tell me how many people have been assigned to protect us?" Hearing this, the police officer nonchalantly raised two fingers and replied, "Just two, and Della Hathaway is also considered a victim in this case. After our preliminary check, she is not suspected and has 12 special agents protecting her 24 hours a day." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin nearly spat out blood. I am a trillionaire about to make the Forbes list, yet the police only assigned 2 plainclothes officers for my protection, while Della has 12 special agents. What is this? Am I not worth more than a movie star? It seems she is being taken care of even better than heads of state. Nevertheless, Park Jimin still managed to force out a reluctant smile, seemingly very unwilling. Is it really possible that there are only 2 people for protection when it comes to a matter of life and death? However, the police refused to comment. Shortly after, Park Jimin, Della Hathaway, Dai Han, Kim Woo-song, and the hotel manager along with the service staff were all successively called into the police station to provide their statements. Della's meticulous protection has its advantages. Being safeguarded is akin to being under constant surveillance. Given she's an international superstar, the police sit there like gods, who would dare to attempt assassination or hatch any dark schemes in their presence. They'd probably be invited for tea before they could even make a move. It wasn't until 6 a.m. that Park Jimin, along with Dai Han and Kim Woo-song, returned to the hotel to rest after a stroll at the police station. Early in the morning, just as they arrived at the hotel, Park Jimin hadn't even had a moment to rest when his phone rang. Looking at the screen, he saw it was a call from Yu Ling Shuang. He yawned lightly as he answered. "Xiao Yu, any leads yet?" Yu Ling Shuang revealed, her voice tense. "Boss, Zhang Jun and Wang Chao. Their identities have been clarified." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin instantly woke up. "Really?" Yu Ling Shuang continued to report. "Both of these men are notorious tycoons. One was a shareholder of Star Group, and the other was the former vice president of the Manhua Business Association. However, both gentlemen have passed away. Zhang Jun died in a car accident 5 years ago, while Huang Chao suddenly collapsed and died in his villa 3 years ago." She continued, "The suspicious thing is that both of these individuals have previously been involved in business dealings with Jin Wangzun, the father of Jin Jiamu, the current president of the Maiyuan Trade Association, and the head of the Li family." Park Jimin furrowed his brows and asked, "Jin Wang's son?" "That's right, boss," Yu Ling Shuang confirmed. Park Jimin nodded. "Got it." Then he realized the issue and couldn't help but feel frustrated. This guy is the type who brings trouble wherever he goes. The information that Xiao Yu gathered isn't much, and there's no clear evidence to accuse Jin Wang's son of being behind this incident. But I'm not the police. I don't need evidence. Just a gut feeling is enough to know that this guy definitely has issues. According to the top-secret files from the dark web, both Zhang Jun and Wang Chao were staged in accidents. And how coincidental that after Jin Jiamu's fall from grace, I suddenly find myself on the International Assassins Wanted list. This is bad. Jin Wang's son cannot be innocent. Couldn't it be that he's the one behind the bounty on my head? This old man has money. A few billion is nothing to him. As for Zhang Chenyu, no matter how wealthy he is, he can't possibly throw around a few billion to put a price on my head. Thinking it over, Park Jimin suddenly saw it more clearly. The only person who can and has enough money to do this, apart from Jin Wangzun, is no one else. This old man is really asking for trouble. In the past, I didn't even pay attention to the Li family, treating everything as just a business game. But the old man dared to put a bounty on my head. I play fair, but the old man has broken the rules. So don't blame me for going all out. Thinking of this, Park Jimin immediately instructed, "Xiao Yu, listen carefully. Spare no expense. Suppress the entire Li family company. I want their stocks to plummet." Yu Ling Shuang, on the other end of the line, almost fell over, her voice filled with worry. "Boss, doing that could cost us quite a bit too." Park Jimin sneered. "It's okay, I'll transfer another 500 billion to you. The goal is to ensure the Li family goes bankrupt." Upon hearing this, Yu Ling Shuang immediately dropped her phone to the ground in shock. In her mind, she began to whirl. Transferring an additional 500 billion, that's a lot of money. Before this, Park Jimin had already spent a fortune on various projects, from film and pharmaceuticals to major media conglomerates like Youngsil. He even invested in recap TV and manga apps. The amount spent so far has exceeded 6 trillion, and that doesn't include the fact that Park Jimin has contributed to charity funds, built hospitals, schools, and a bunch of other miscellaneous expenses. In total, I calculate it has surpassed 10 trillion. But now, Park Jimin says he can transfer another 500 billion right away to defeat the Lee family. The boss truly doesn't play unless it's all in. When he plays to the end. Xiao Yu, while filled with curiosity inside, also knew. I'd better not ask any further. Some things are better left unknown. Then, while Yu Ling Shuang was still figuring out how to implement the plan, she turned back to look at her phone screen and was startled. A transfer notification appeared with a dizzying array of zeros. Dane, your account ending in 5678 has just received 500 billion. Please check again. Staring in disbelief, all she could feel was fear upon fear. 500 billion? Oh my God, it changed hands in less than a minute. The boss is really going big. At first, she thought to compare Park Jimin to Jin Jiamu, but now she realized she had made a huge mistake. Jin Jiamu. No chance. Compared to Park Jimin, Jin Jiamu isn't even worth a fraction. Not to mention Jin Jiamu, even his father, Jin Wang Zun, doesn't stand a chance against my boss. Had I known my boss was this formidable from the beginning, I wouldn't have needed to be so careful or prepare so many things. With this kind of money, if the boss wanted to buy the entire city or even Divine Cinema, it would be a piece of cake. The more Yu Ling Shuang thought about it, the more confident she felt than ever before. She quickly regained her professional demeanor and said, "Boss, I have one more thing I want to report." Yu Ling Shuang continued to report, "Boss, regarding your private satellite, I found a supplier. The cost for one satellite is around 2 billion, including the satellite, rocket, insurance, and operational fees." Park Jimin, after hearing this, did not seem surprised or take long to think. He responded nonchalantly, "Only 2 billion? Then just buy 10 for me. Make it quick." Yu Ling Shuang was taken aback for a few seconds, but nodded to follow the order. "Yes, boss. Adding 10 more satellites is no big deal. With the 500 billion you just allocated, buying satellites for you is like buying a bunch of vegetables at the market. My boss, whenever he buys something, only complains that it's too cheap and never finds it expensive." After hanging up the phone, Park Jimin opened his laptop and started working. Recently, he had been glued to the screen, typing away at programming. The reason was that Park Jimin was nurturing a programming project aiming to replace the dark web, a hidden web that he decided to take over and hack clean. It sounds serious, but for Park Jimin, this hacking issue is as normal as eating broken rice. It's simply about writing some code, jumping into the system, and creating a new website to welcome all the hitmen from the dark web to his server. After all, this task is not easy at all. The immense workload left even Park Jimin, who has a brain that can be considered divine, admitting that he couldn't handle it all by himself. Therefore, he thought of creating an artificial intelligence sequence to help him deal with all the tough tasks. Saying it is easy, but doing it is hard, because the current AI system has only reached the level of a 3-year-old, as smart as a child just learning to walk, and to manage an entire dark web, at least his AI must reach a 10-year-old level, meaning it should have some understanding, be able to do homework, and have the capability to solve difficult problems on its own. Park Jimin chuckled to himself, envisioning a scenario. If my AI is both smart and quirky, those clueless hackers won't know which way to turn. At this moment, he also planned to create 10 satellites to support the expansion of his AI system's power. Park Jimin imagined that, when he has enough 10 satellites in hand, his system will be 100 million times more powerful, to the point that it can operate autonomously without the need for any engineers to manage it. Then he wouldn't have to worry about security, because the entire dark web would fit neatly in his pocket. And if there were any complex techniques that had yet to be resolved, it wouldn't matter, because Park Jimin could always upgrade his hacking skills by himself. He was confident in his abilities. Hacking the dark web was as simple as breakfast, nothing more, nothing less. Park Jimin was sitting there, crunching numbers, unaware that from head to toe, every move he made was under the watchful eye of a formidable figure. This person was observing Park Jimin, while confidently asserting, The name Park Jimin escaping a bullet is beyond my expectation. I don't know if he got lucky, or if he has some trick that I haven't discovered. But it doesn't matter. This time, he won't get away. In Nation H, there is a proverb that says, "I will act when the enemy is at their most careless." He thinks that having special forces protecting him makes him safe. But this is when he is at his weakest. Today will be his last day. But there is one thing that no one expected. Bloody Rose, the one whom the world still believes to be a cold beauty, with a murder style full of artistry. In reality, Bloody Rose is just a fat and ugly man. The entire international assassin community has been deceived. Much like the story of a notorious bandit named Jean the Pockmarked. Everyone believes his face is covered in scars, but in truth, his skin is smoother than that of a baby. Don't be too pleased. This is just the warm-up. As soon as Plan A fails, Plan B is immediately activated. That is the specially concocted poison, hidden in bottles of purified water. Each bottle is carefully sealed, showing no signs of tampering, ensuring that everyone believes this water is absolutely safe. Who would stay awake all night without taking a sip of water? Who would think that the clear bottle, unopened, could contain poison? Park Jimin is still busy with his computer, typing away for 2 straight hours. Finally, he stops, seeming a bit thirsty. He reaches for the bottle of water next to him, twists off the cap without a second thought. The cap is still pristine. Untwisting it produces the sound of plastic being removed, guaranteeing absolute safety. Park Jimin took a sip confidently, unaware that he had fallen into a trap. But as soon as he drank, he felt that something was wrong. A burning sensation coursed through his throat and stomach. Unfortunately, by the time he realized, it was already too late. This poison was no joke. Even an elephant would be unable to withstand it, let alone a human. Even if an ambulance were to arrive, it would be useless. In less than a few minutes, Park Jimin began to writhe, continuously coughing up blood uncontrollably. His whole body rolled on the floor, as if it were being burned from the inside. In another room, the fat man wore a sneer filled with disdain. He lazily observed through the control screen, clearly seeing Park Jimin enjoying the bottle of poison with satisfaction. No matter how they try to save him, it will be in vain. Once he encounters poison number 008, even if he is a superhero, there is only one outcome: death. He thought to himself. So the plan has been completed. I don't need a sniper rifle or a dagger. Just a bottle of purified water is enough to end Park Jimin's life. Park Jimin felt the pain from his stomach rising, immediately shouting in his mind, "No, I won't die. System, enhance my physicality by 50 points right now." The system announced, "Ding, enhancement completed. Personal information immediately displayed. Name, Park Jimin. Age, 22. Height, 1.85 meters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Strength, 135. Physique, 185. Spirit, 135. Agility, 135. Compared to an average person, which has a median level of 10, current status, mild stomach pain. Humph, just a mild issue. Even though I just ingested a toxin that could kill an elephant. In a moment, Park Jimin felt the excruciating stomach pain caused by the poison. But after adding 50 points to his physique, the pain significantly diminished. This poison should be enough to take down an elephant, huh? Sorry, but against Park Jimin, it's just a mild menstrual cramp. After the sense of pain gradually subsided, Park Jimin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the power of the system never lets me down. If necessary, I could keep increasing my physique points to completely fend off the effects of the poison. The higher my physique, the better my resistance to toxins. You think you can kill me with poison? You must be dreaming in broad daylight. However, thinking about the work style of Bloody Rose, Park Jimin did not hastily stand up or do anything, knowing full well that the enemy would come to visit him sooner or later. He lay still, trying to analyze the situation carefully. Even though this time I carelessly drank the poisoned water, I still have time to contemplate how the drinking water, which had not been opened, was poisoned in the first place. This Bloody Rose clearly tracked my schedule, knew that I was under police protection, and even had information on what time I returned to the hotel. He thought, perhaps he's lurking somewhere nearby. Maybe even right in front of me without me realizing. Bloody Rose could be playing the role of a servant, a protector, or even one of the guests strolling through the hotel, or Della's assistant. With a series of hypotheses and reasoning flashing through his mind, Park Jimin could only draw one conclusion. Wait, could it be that I have been tricked into thinking? Who said Bloody Rose had to be a girl? Why have I kept thinking that way? It's true that I was wrong. Men can also be assassins. Right, this assassin could very well be that unpredictable manager, the one who has been controlling everything around Della. I was wrong to only suspect the beautiful women and forgot about the men. Fine then, if he wants to give flowers, I'll give him a shock even bigger than that. Thus, Park Jimin patiently continued to wait. This assassin had a habit of gifting flowers to his victims after completing a mission. A deep red rose like blood, as if to flaunt his success, and he knew for sure that this guy would come. Sure enough, Park Jimin had just settled in when something interesting happened. A delivery guy wearing a helmet, holding the blood-red rose like the color of blood, walked over. Just as he arrived at room 3602 of Park Jimin, the delivery guy casually knocked on the door. However, before he could hand over the rose, a heavy team of police officers suddenly burst in, tackling the young man down as if they had just captured an international criminal. The delivery guy, feeling miserable, was almost in tears. "Oh my God, what are you doing? I'm just delivering. I don't have any illegal goods or bombs." A fierce Special Forces officer shouted, "Speak up quickly. Who are you? What are you doing here?" The delivery guy panicked and shouted in protest, "It's nothing at all, boss. I'm just here to deliver a bouquet of roses. Someone ordered to send it to the president's room 3602, saying it's a surprise. It's just roses. Come on, check it out. There are no bombs." The captain, still somewhat doubtful, glanced at the rose. But this was not an ordinary flower. It was a stunning blood-red rose, beautiful to the point of being terrifying. Immediately, the captain became more vigilant than ever. "Oh no, this isn't good. Hurry, knock on the door to check on Mr. Park." The whole team immediately changed direction. The sound of knocking echoed urgently. "Mr. Park, are you okay? Mr. Park?" But no matter how much they knocked, there was no response. The team exchanged anxious glances. A feeling of fear began to spread. No one knew if Park Jimin was still alive or not. Without thinking, the captain shouted, "This isn't good. Let's kick the door in." The loud thuds reverberated through the hallway as the police officers kicked the door repeatedly, creating an unexpected tense scene. In less than 10 seconds, the door burst open like in an action movie, and the officers rushed into the room. But before their eyes, Park Jimin lay still, and everyone thought he had met his ancestors after drinking that deadly bottle of water. The captain's face was drenched in sweat. He quickly stopped his subordinates and crouched down to check, fearing that Mr. Park had encountered something dire. "Secure the scene. Call headquarters for backup," he said, "both the forensic experts and the trace examination specialists too. Damn it, they dared to kill right under my nose. Mr. Park, it's my fault. I couldn't protect you. So how can I still call myself a detective?" At that moment, Park Jimin suddenly stirred and patted his shoulder, replying, "All right, you all just calm down. I'm not going anywhere." The team leader, still teary-eyed, looked at Park Jimin in confusion. "Huh. Then, why didn't you react just now?" But just a second later, he jumped in shock, astonished. "Huh. You were still alive." The group of police officers behind him was also taken aback to see Park Jimin slowly getting up from the floor. This scene was no different than watching a horror movie. Park Jimin replied, as if he had just played hide and seek with death, "Yeah, I just like to lie down and think for a bit." As soon as Park Jimin slowly stood up, Bloody Rose in room 3601 seemed almost frozen. His face was blank, as if someone had just dealt him a hard slap. What? How is he still alive? The poison didn't work at all. Even an elephant would die from that. While Bloody Rose was furiously confused, Park Jimin over here calmly opened his laptop, starting to work as if nothing had happened. His fingers skillfully danced over the keys, a true hacker in action. He began checking the surveillance camera system around the room. If there were hidden cameras in the room, then these would certainly have to connect to a nearby electronic device to transfer data, as the range of such cameras was usually quite limited, unlike wired devices. As long as he could catch the connecting device, he would instantly know who was behind it. With a hacker skill set like Park Jimin's, this was a simple task. Not only that, but he also took the opportunity to break into the hotel management system. accessing information about the guests who had made reservations. Within just a few seconds, all the information from the cameras to the hotel guest list appeared fully on his screen. Focused, Park Jimin scanned the surveillance screen and immediately spotted a hidden ultra-small camera, less than 3 meters away from him. He continued to scroll through the registration list and noticed the name Repri Dawson, Della's manager, in room 3601. Everything was just too perfect, making Park Jimin suspicious that this was a large-scale operation. This camera is the latest type, a technology invented by Nation M, capable of transmitting signals over roughly 30 meters. Rooms 3601 and 3602 are close together, just the right distance of 30 meters. There's definitely something off. Although the sender of the roses might not have been Bloody Rose personally, as long as I follow the clues, I can still narrow down the suspects more accurately. This time, there's no way they can escape. Just as Park Jimin was calculating everything, Kim Woo-song and Dae-han rushed in from the adjoining room. Both of them asked in rapid succession, their voices full of concern. "Park Jimin, are you okay? The noise just now startled us awake, and when we looked over, we saw the police all around your room. What just happened?" Looking at him is also pitiful. Everyone is tense, feeling around in front and behind. Park Jimin can only scratch his head and smile wryly. The captain stands by, eyes wide open. How is this guy so fortunate? He was almost assassinated yet still has 2 beautiful girls by his side caring and inquiring about him like this. Not only do Kim Woo-song and Dae-han possess extraordinary beauty, but they also have a captivating aura that leaves everyone in awe. Park Jimin just smiles gently and replies, "It's okay. I just discovered that this bottle of water contains poison after drinking it." As soon as he finishes speaking, Dae-han and Kim Woo-song's faces turn pale as if they've seen a ghost, and their mouths are agape as they exclaim, "What? Poison?" Before the two can calm down, Park Jimin casually takes the bottle, opens the cap, and pours it straight onto the floor. The moment the water touches the ground, it foams vigorously, as if someone has just poured a whole bottle of dish soap onto it. Dae-han gasps in shock, stammering, "Oh my gosh, you drank it and aren't scared." Kim Woo-song, equally worried and with a pale face, is about to ask if he plans to meet his ancestors soon. Park Jimin merely shrugs and replies, "If it's poison, then it's poison. But let's see if it can take me down. There have been times when poison saw me and decided to back off." After that, Park Jimin turned to the team leader and seriously said, "Officer Jen, please take these bottles for testing and check the cameras from noon yesterday until now to see who has entered and exited my room. While you're at it, please check this room as well. I suspect there may be hidden cameras. I would appreciate it if you could inspect carefully." After using a scanner to check, one policeman shouted, "Captain, we found a small camera that matches the color of the ceiling. Luckily, we checked thoroughly. Otherwise, no one would have noticed." The police captain immediately responded seriously, "Mr. Park, please rest assured, from now on, the entire hotel will be thoroughly checked." Saying this, the tension on this person's face increased. Thinking about the fact that someone dared to poison right under his nose was truly beyond words. Kim Woo-song and Dae-han exchanged glances, feeling a chill down their spines. This killer is really too insidious, daring to play the game of poisoning, right under the eyes of the special forces. Truly bold beyond measure. Bloody Rose stood by the hotel window, looking exasperated as he muttered, "I never expected the mission to be this ridiculous. It seems it's time to implement Plan C. Thankfully, nothing is directly tied back to me. Whether the cameras get discovered or my impersonation of the hotel staff gets revealed, there's no way to connect it to me. Even the roses were ordered through Della's assistant, so there are no pieces of evidence pointing at me. Is it possible that the dosage wasn't enough?" Thinking back, Bloody Rose felt a twinge of regret and a hint of irritation bubbling up. But he quickly extinguished it as he opened the window and threw his tablet worth several $1,000s into the lake below. The tablet fell silently without a sound. He merely nodded, pleased with his own perfection. Even if Park Jimin has suspicions, he'll probably think of Della Hathaway first. But how did Bloody Rose know that Park Jimin had identified through the Simp Lord system? He had already ruled Della Hathaway out of suspicion. When there was no Della to blur the view, he began to see through other murky matters. The case became clearer, no longer chaotic. Meanwhile, The police were still scratching their heads in search of evidence. Park Jimin was going big, relying on his intuition to shed light on everything. Nevertheless, in the end, they still could not catch the killer, and the police had to regretfully report back to Park Jimin. Right after discovering suspicious activity, we delved deep into the case. But just when we focused on the room service attendant, who had cleaned Mr. Park's room, he had an accident and was out of the game on the spot, ending his life without leaving any traces. Park Jimin asked again with a tone full of skepticism. Car accident, dead. The police nodded, then continued to explain. We also organized a hotel inspection, rummaging through every nook and cranny to find anyone suspicious, but did not uncover any employee showing any signs of wrongdoing. He continued. The only noteworthy thing is that someone sent him a bouquet of roses, and the name on this bouquet was Della Hathaway, and Della's assistant was the one who ordered it. Afterwards, we went to Della to ask. Della sincerely explained that she saw Mr. Park being attempted to be assassinated, so she sent the rose bouquet as an apology. The roses were just a way to express her regret, so why does everyone think it was an assassination attempt? Hearing what others said, Park Jimin also felt tired, and he asked directly, but everything is still vague. There are no clear signs to reach a conclusion. Hearing that, the police chief smiled bitterly and clarified. There is no evidence to prove she is the perpetrator. Although we also sense something is off, without clear evidence, how can we dare to arrest someone? Moreover, this case involves an international superstar like Della Hathaway, so we must handle it cautiously. Otherwise, it could become a huge issue. Feeling helpless, the police chief regretfully said, Mr. Park, we sincerely apologize, but we will look for more evidence to arrest the assassin. He continued, Oh, the type of poison you ingested has been analyzed. It is an extremely toxic substance with code number 008. Just under 1 milliliter is enough to send someone to the afterlife. Even though you spat it out, I still advise you to visit the hospital if anything feels off. Park Jimin calmly replied without a hint of fear, I understand that you have your principles, and I am very well aware of that. As soon as he bade farewell to the police and closed the door to his room, a faint smile appeared on his lips, but Park Jimin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even though I'm not a police officer, with my innate reasoning skills, I am confident I will bring the mastermind to light, no matter how skilled they are at hiding. I have never liked to take matters into my own hands, especially when it involves people like Bloody Rose, a cunning assassin. Why should I get involved with such cases and tire myself out? With the intention of playing big, Park Jimin decided to use a clever tactic. He entered the dark web, an underground realm online where no one knows who is who, and immediately invested $100 million for this special mission. Park Jimin remained calm as usual, adding Repri Dowson to the blacklist, clearly noting his identity and occupation alongside a verifying picture. Once done, he broke into a gentle smile. Well, let others do it quickly. If we're going to play, we have to play the right way. This is what we call using a stick to hit the man with the stick. After placing the bounty, within 5 minutes, the dark web erupted in chaos. Everyone was buzzing. Who is working so boldly like this? $100 million is at stake. Pulling this off would mean a lifetime of profit. The assassins scrambled to take on the mission, all curious about Repri Dowson. This name is not simple at all. He's not just an agent, but is also involved with several A-list stars like Della, Angela, and Mina. Another assassin nodded in agreement. Huh. This guy might even have another identity that hasn't been exposed yet, but it doesn't matter. With such a large sum of money, we have to take action. Just take the money and do the work. Everyone volunteered for the mission, as if heaven had just thrown them a piece of cake. Assassins lingering around Ho-Ha, or not too far away, suddenly perked up. Oh my God, Repri is right under my feet. Someone said, this is a golden opportunity. If you don't act, you'll miss out. Just 3 days. Let's wrap it up quickly. He confidently patted his chest, determined to eliminate Repri before anyone else could. But life is not a dream. Immediately, another assassin reported, Hey buddy, you're late. The mission has already been claimed, and it's $100 million, a sum too tempting. Everyone wants their share. And thus, the mission to hunt down Repri Dowson was launched. A wave of assassins from everywhere began to take action, targeting this objective. Even those who hadn't accepted the mission were waiting like tigers stalking their prey, just waiting for someone else to fail to jump in and take their place. Meanwhile, Repre seemed to have entered a deadly game of which he was completely unaware. Park Jimin stood by watching everything, as if it were a thrilling action movie. I don't need to worry because everything is firmly in the hands of those who want the money, ready to do anything for that $100 million. This truly is a high-stakes game that terrifies the world. At 9 p.m., Repre had just gone through a busy day, wrapping up a pile of work and dealing with a tangled web of brokers. Finally, Repre dragged himself back to the hotel. As soon as he entered his room, he took the opportunity to pull out his phone and check. He logged into the dark web as usual, preparing to input his mission card. This was a simple task, but once he accepted a mission, he had to regularly input his card. Otherwise, the dark web would consider the mission a failure and impose penalties. After inputting the card, Repre scrolled through the bounty list for fun. It was no big deal if he didn't look, but once he glanced at it, he was taken aback. Wait, why is my name showing up here? Who did this? Repre froze in shock. The fifth-ranked assassin in the world now had someone putting a bounty on him on the dark web. He became even more alarmed as he scrolled through the forums and saw a multitude of assassins discussing who would take on the mission to kill him and how they would send him to the other side. After reading that, Repre nearly choked on his own blood. He thought, what a paradox. No matter how powerful one is, nobody expects to become a target one day. Who knows where danger lurks? From that moment, he understood that his life would be intertwined with panic, no different from the prey he had hunted for so long. As he was trying to focus, Repre heard a soft footstep behind him. He turned around quickly, his heart racing. Who's there? He forced himself to take a deep breath, pretending not to be afraid. But it was clear that cold sweat had broken out. Show yourself. Don't play hide and seek anymore. All right, I promise I will behave from now on. At that moment, he suddenly realized he was in the role of the prey, not the hunter anymore. Life had turned too fast, faster than his friend's quick turns when inviting him to eat and then asking him to pay. But when he clearly saw that the person standing there was Kevin, he let out a sigh of relief. Kevin was someone Repre had personally trained from a young age, specializing in becoming an excellent assassin. He took orders without question and was ready to kill at a moment's notice. Repre absolutely trusted Kevin, whom he regarded as a son, always loyal, and doing everything just as he wanted. Although Repre relaxed, he did not forget to warn. Ah, so it's you, Kevin. But I told you not to come looking for me when there's nothing important. Do you know that showing up like this makes it easy for me to get exposed? Kevin calmly replied, Yes, Daddy, I know. But don't worry, I will arrange a private jet for Daddy to leave here right away. This place is no longer safe. Repre did not need to think much and immediately ordered, That's right, prepare the plane immediately. I need to return to the base safely right away. The longer I stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. But who would have thought the adopted child that Repre trusted the most suddenly pointed a gun at him? In his last moments, Repre still pushed through his extreme fear to ask, Why are you doing this? Kevin just let out a sneer, a smile tainted with a bit of bitterness and sarcasm. Why? Ha ha. Before he could even hear the answer, the adopted child had already shot him in the head without blinking. This hotel was soundproof enough that even with the gunfire, no one knew a thing. After taking care of Repre, Kevin continued to speak with a tone full of arrogance. Daddy, for all these years, I've handled all the dirty work. But in the end, all I got were just scraps. Kevin continued. You only need to move your mouth, and instantly there are millions of dollars. The infamous Bloody Rose reputation in the assassin world that I built for you. But in the end, what did I get? No fame, no profit. Do you think this is fair? Kevin went on, his voice calm yet icy. To be honest, the bounty of $100 million is my assignment. Once I kill you, I'll never have to worry about food and bills for the rest of my life. So you can go in peace, Daddy. Repre lay there, eyes wide open, unable to close them. His whole life, the fifth-ranked assassin in the world, had been brought down so easily, and the one who struck was none other than the adopted son he trusted the most. Until his death, he could not have imagined his fate ending like this. After taking a farewell photo of Repre, Kevin uploaded it straight to the dark web to claim his reward. He just needed to wait for approval, and then the money would automatically find its way into his pocket. 3 days passed. Meanwhile, Park Jimin was enjoying a gaming paradise in Yanjing. During the day, Park Jimin along with Dai Han and Kim Woo-som went to take photos from Chongqing, Gugong, Yiyuan to famous universities. When night fell, they visited bars, entertainment spots, and even didn't miss out on well-known places for partygoers. While Park Jimin was enjoying himself, Captain Zhang was worried. His face wrinkled as he reminded, "Mr. Park, you have been assassinated twice already. Please don't wander around anymore. Do you know how on edge we have to be to protect you?" But Park Jimin's response left Captain Zhang speechless. "But I think the most dangerous place is actually the safest one." Before he could respond, a subordinate special agent rushed in to report, "Captain, there has been a murder at the hotel." Captain Zhang was startled. "What? The famous manager of Della Hathaway has been assassinated." At this point, things began to get more intense. But Park Jimin remained calm, showing no signs of being connected to the death of Repri. Captain Zhang, with a pale face, listened intently while ordering, "Investigate immediately. Deploy 6 more of my men and 12 security personnel for Della Hathaway." He continued, "Strict surveillance 24/7. Nothing must happen." After learning that Repre was dead, Park Jimin fell into a brief contemplation, his eyes gleaming with thought. So fast to die like that. Immediately, Park Jimin logged into the dark web to check. Indeed, there was a notification confirming the mission's completion, along with a photo of Bloody Rose shot in the head. This assassin works really efficiently. Then, Park Jimin turned to Captain Zhang and suggested, "Captain Zhang, you should take care of that case. I haven't even finished exploring the Imperial Film Academy yet." Captain Zhang hesitated for a moment but eventually decided to leave, reminding him, "Mr. Park, you absolutely cannot expose your identity. It's best if I come back in an hour." As soon as he noticed the Special Forces team was no longer by his side, Park Jimin felt a sense of relief. "Finally, I'm free from those annoying guards. Now all I need to do is leisurely stroll around, enjoying the sight of the girls at the school. But finding a beauty among this crowd might take a while. It won't be easy to encounter a gem. Glancing left and right really is exhausting. Moreover, I have to wear a mask and sunglasses to avoid being recognized. And the more I walk, the more I realize I feel a bit cowardly. But this trip is truly worth it." As soon as he stepped into the Imperial Film Academy, Park Jimin was utterly excited. This is the place where the essence of artistic beauty converges, where all the girls attending are beauties of exquisite charm. Especially in the performing arts classes, there are stunning beauties, with perfect figures and exceptional talents. This academy is indeed a gathering place for national beauties, living up to its reputation as a prestigious institution with top-notch beauty and talent in the entire country. Park Jimin was joyfully speechless, gazing at the girls for a long time, wandering around everywhere to find more fresh faces. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Why not organize a casting call? It would be easy to select, and it would be public and reasonable in every way. As he thought, he pulled out his phone to call Yang Sison. "Are you busy these days? I'm in Yanjing, right here at the Imperial Film Academy. I'm planning to invest in a show, specifically hunting for the top girls from the best schools." Yang Sison did not understand what Park Jimin's purpose was, so he asked again, "Boss, what kind of beauty selection game show are you investing in?" Park Jimin calmly elaborated, "My idea is to invest in an extremely high-quality game show that promises to attract all the top talented and beautiful female students from universities. I will invest 1 billion. The first winner will get a leading role in a movie with an investment of over 1 billion. Not only that, but the female student will also be a representative with a reward of up to 100 million. And the top 10 will have the opportunity to play significant roles in other films, giving them plenty of chances to shine." After hearing this, Yang Sison couldn't help but shudder at the potential benefits the program could bring. "I never expected the boss had planned this far ahead. Signing contracts with artists is not easy. You have to evaluate beauty, acting skills, and talent. If we can attract hundreds of talented beauties to participate in the selection, then we wouldn't have to worry too much anymore, especially with such a huge investment. This selection will undoubtedly bring fame to Cinema City and make Chairman Lim's name prominent in the entertainment industry." Yang Sison thought, just thinking about the fact that the female student winning will immediately receive 100 million for representation fees is enough to be shocking. Not to mention, there's a 1 billion film waiting for her to move up to next level. Truly a bold move. Never has a rookie appeared for the first time and enjoyed a reward that reaches 100 million. If this news leaks out, it will surely explode, guaranteeing that both the entertainment industry and the school will be in an uproar. The more he thought, the more excited Yang Sison became. And then he cheerfully replied, "Great, boss. Do you have any instructions? You will personally choose in the final round, right?" Park Jimin immediately responded, "Of course. Nowadays, there are a lot of game shows with backdoor dealings. If I don't choose myself, how can I be assured? Just focus on the first round, and once it's done, I will personally come to see each person." Hearing this, Yang Sison felt more excited than ever. All right, since the boss wants to go big, it can't be done half-heartedly. I will make this program grand, unprecedented, so that the whole country knows about it. As soon as he hung up, Park Jimin immediately envisioned the scenarios that this game show will unfold. If the new outstanding talents can rise from this competition, Park Jimin thought, I will tightly bind Simp Lord with a promising lineup of young stars. Across the ocean, in a secret underground headquarters, Mr. X sat in a meeting room. On the large screen, the death image of Reparee was vividly displayed. A manager spoke up, his voice tense. "Sir, Bloody Rose has been taken down. It is surprising how dangerous Park Jimin is." Another person added, "There is reason to suspect that the anonymous account that hired the assassin this time actually belongs to Park Jimin. This means he has used our own rules to take revenge. This action can be seen as a direct challenge to the dark web." A senior member boldly suggested, "Issue a global manhunt for Park Jimin immediately. If he holds sensitive data, we cannot allow this threat to exist." Another manager spoke sternly, "A global manhunt from the dark web is something terrifying, completely different from regular bounty notices, which only have one assassin taking the job. A global manhunt is a call to all assassins in the world, with no limits on who can take the job. As long as anyone kills the target, they will be awarded $1 billion immediately, without waiting for evaluation or verification." One manager continued, "This global hunting order has appeared twice before, and each time it left a trail of bloodshed, causing unprecedented fierce hunts. But if we do that, aren't we just bringing disaster upon ourselves? What if he plays it recklessly and releases all the data to the outside world?" Another manager said, "Hesitation will only complicate things further. If we don't issue a hunting order, he can still leak top-secret information at any time. Dealing with him early is the only way." Another manager sighed, "What I worry about is that if Park Jimin hands over all the classified data to Nation H, he will definitely be protected 24/7. At that point, even with a global hunting order, it won't be certain we can kill him. Right now, he hasn't done that, likely because he has his own calculations. He is indeed a man with ambition." Someone else interjected, voice full of indignation. "In fact, if a killer fails for some reason, no one would say anything. The dark web is a place for fair transactions. You take the money, you must eliminate the threat. But this Park Jimin has the audacity to infiltrate the entire top-secret data system. This guy must be dealt with urgently." At this moment, Mr. X finally spoke up. "All right, let's vote. Who agrees to issue a global assassination order? Raise your hand." Everyone responded in unison. "I agree, I agree, I oppose, I agree." In the end, with 9 votes in favor, the global assassination order was approved without the consent of Mr. X. The decision was finalized that the dark web would declare a global assassination order against Park Jimin. Immediately, this announcement would be sent to all operating units of the dark web. Thus, a fierce pursuit was about to begin with the sole objective of eliminating Park Jimin. All the assassins worldwide, from young to old, would receive this news and be ready to plunge into a bloody battle to claim the enormous prize of $1 billion. Shortly after the meeting ended, within 10 minutes, hundreds of thousands of assassins registered on the global dark web received a strange notification that appeared in their inbox, accompanied by a bright red exclamation mark next to a strange string of symbols. Anyone who read it had to widen their eyes and gasped, exclaiming, "Oh my God, something big is happening on the dark web. The dark web has never sent out messages on its own before." Someone said, "If it's sent, it's all the most important news." The interface opened up, and lines of information about the target clearly appeared. Park Jimin, 22 years old, a wealthy individual from Nation H. A reward of $1 billion for anyone who kills him. Immediately, the announcement created a storm of comments on the forum. "I haven't come down from the mountains in a long time. This time I surely have to make a comeback. But what did Chairman Lim do to be hunted by the dark web like this? Did he offend someone? Or did he fall in love with some young ladies and run away with their money? Haha. My friend, there are people from Nation H on the dark web too. How about we make friends? Form a group to hunt Chairman Lim and split the reward. Someone said, sounds good. I've heard a top 5 assassin in the world tried to handle Chairman Lim, but ended up being outplayed. This mission won't be easy. Surely there must be a whole bunch of bodyguards around Chairman Lim. It seems this task is a tough bone to chew. The whole forum was abuzz, words flying back and forth more than ever. Everyone was eagerly preparing, knowing that this time it was a big deal. Those who acted swiftly would win big. Meanwhile, Park Jimin strolled casually through the Film Academy's grounds, his eyes wandering over the beautiful women as if the world around him was perfectly calm. From a distance, a tall woman approached, greeting him. Mr. Park, I am the assistant of Miss Della. She would like to invite you to dinner to discuss a few matters. Park Jimin raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, Della wants to have dinner with me. She replied, yes. After Repre was killed, Miss Della had to stay temporarily in Nation H to cooperate with the police investigation regarding this matter. She has very few friends here, so she hopes to invite you for a meal. Park Jimin nodded. All right, lead the way. Della's assistant smiled professionally and spoke in a friendly tone. Mr. Park, I have heard of you for a long time. Miss Della greatly admires your talent and demeanor. She always speaks of you with respect. We hope today will be a very comfortable meeting. Park Jimin chuckled lightly, slightly smirking in response. Oh really? It seems Miss Della knows how to take care of her acquaintances. The assistant chuckled softly and bowed respectfully. Miss Della always values relationships, especially with those who have special abilities like you. He then gestured towards the car and gently invited, Please, Mr. Park, get in the car. We will go to a quiet restaurant for a more private space. Della, being an artist under Repre, surely knows something about this matter, which seems very suspicious. It's only by meeting in person that we could know for sure. Inside the car, Park Jimin could not sit still, feeling restless. After several moments of shifting back and forth, they finally arrived at the Western restaurant. Although it only took 5 minutes, with the traffic in Yanjing, it was normal for it to take up to 50 minutes. As soon as he got out of the car, Park Jimin immediately saw the restaurant's door tightly close. Outside, there were 2 bodyguards over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, standing guard. It seemed that the place had been fully booked. The assistant bowed politely. Mr. Park, please come in. This restaurant was indeed luxurious, with an elegant and peaceful atmosphere, and only Della was sitting alone at a table waiting. Just then, the staff brought the food out at the right moment. Della smiled and gently said, Mr. Park, the beef here is very delicious. Please try some. Okay, Park Jimin replied. He then picked up the fork, stabbed a piece of beef rib and put it in his mouth. Before he could even chew, the meat melted right away. It truly deserved its reputation as Kobe beef. The price was outrageously high. 1 piece could probably buy a whole cow. But well, it was already brought to his mouth, so he might as well eat it to avoid waste. He nodded. It's pretty good. Then he had a few more pieces, enjoying the Kobe beef in front of him. Della's bright blue eyes glimmered with curiosity, and then she unexpectedly spoke. Mr. Park, aren't you afraid that I might poison your food? She continued. I heard you were once poisoned from a bottle of water. Even though he thought to himself, I have reached a level where toxins cannot penetrate. No poison is effective against me. But Park Jimin calmly replied, using few words yet full of emotion. Miss Della, I never thought of you as Bloody Rose. When I listened to your music, I felt the helplessness and bondage. I know you were just a person, unable to make decisions for yourself. When I asked you if you were a killer, it was just to probe a little. Upon hearing Park Jimin's words, Della froze, her eyes wide open, not blinking. At the final phrase, she instinctively smiled, a look of relief washing over her. Did you really understand those things from my music? Park Jimin maintained his demeanor like a wise old man, his face showing deep understanding, nodding firmly. Of course I did, Miss Della. A person living in the spotlight but with a heart full of darkness is not something everyone can recognize. It's just that I am a bit more perceptive. While ordinary people listen to music for entertainment, I listen to understand the human heart. Park Jimin thought to himself. Actually, during that performance, I didn't hear anything at all. I was just on guard to see if anyone would sneak attack me. Della, as if she had found a soulmate, smiled with a hint of deep emotion. You were the first person who truly understands the feelings behind my music. Many only see the joy and exuberance, but no one recognizes that it reflects the light I yearned for while being lost in the darkness. Park Jimin was surprised to hear this. I thought you were joking, but it turns out to be true. Nevertheless, Park Jimin continued to listen, his expression showing deep emotion. On the other side, Della gazed at him, speaking as if pouring her heart out. Thinking back, it's true that anyone who plays the piano, as well as Mr. Park, must have a profound understanding of music, to the point of hearing those deep hidden feelings. The system notification chimed in. Della Hathaway's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 50 points. After a few seconds of feeling moved, Della suddenly lowered her voice, as if whispering a secret. Thank you for trusting me. But I must say, the assassination attempt you experienced this time is actually somewhat related to me. She continued. This world has organizations that specialize in providing such services, and I'm sure you've offended a few people, so they have put a massive bounty on your head. At this point, Della sighed, her eyes drooping. I know this is just a coincidence. Back in high school, I was frequently bullied by my classmates. No one in the class or the dormitory ever let me be. They hated me because I was of mixed race, called me a bastard, and even hit me. During those days, I was always anxious and scared. I didn't even dare to go to school. After finishing her story, Della gazed into the distance as if reminiscing. Park Jimin sat there, unable to hide his surprise. Who would have thought that an international superstar adored by millions was once bullied during school? But thinking back, it's not too hard to understand. Della is not only beautiful, but also has Asian heritage. So being discriminated against in country M would be strange. Being both stunning and standing out, other girls would find it hard to let things be, let alone the boys who would admire her from all angles. If they weren't going to bully her, who else would they take their frustration out on? Truly, beauty brings misfortune. Park Jimin sat silently, listening intently. Della continued. At that time, I even thought about ending it all. She continued. Then one day, a man appeared, named Repray. On the outside, he seemed kind, but inside, he was a cold-blooded killer. He gave me a colorless, odorless drug, claiming it was just a mild laxative. But then, the friend who used to bully me died from poisoning. From that moment, Repray figured out my weakness, and I couldn't escape from him. Della spoke, her voice solemn. Then, unexpectedly, opportunities began to flood in. I suddenly rose to fame. I love music because it allows me to pour out my soul, but I never imagined I would become an international superstar one day. Repray is indeed a cunning fox, gradually pushing me to the pinnacle of success. After that, he slowly coerced me into shady dealings. Della paused for a moment, her gaze distant. I remember, at the age of 19, when I first fell in love, I met a truly exceptional person. We were perfect for each other, and we promised forever. Yet the next day, he died from poisoning. At that moment, I realized that from the very beginning, Repray had targeted him. He used me to get close and assassinate him. Our entire encounter was a play he orchestrated. Upon hearing this, Della lowered her face, tears welling in her eyes. I have to watch the person I love be killed without being able to do anything, because I am cowardly, because I am weak. But right after that, Della suddenly looked at Park Jimin. Her sparkling eyes contained both sorrow and resentment as she hesitantly asked a question. Mr. Park, does Repray's death have anything to do with you? Della recounted the intertwined story of truth and deception, not knowing which was which. Now, she wasn't even afraid to probe Park Jimin about his connection to Repray's demise. To respond openly would ruin the fun, so Park Jimin maintained an appearance of bewilderment. Miss Della, I do not understand what you are talking about at all. After Della shared her turbulent life story, Park Jimin, with an expression akin to a masked expert, gently dismissed any insinuations that he was the one who sent Repray to meet her ancestors. Della didn't bother to press for more. She merely smiled knowingly and nodded lightly. Anyway, I am very grateful to you, Mr. Park. Perhaps after this incident, I will choose to step away from the stage, no longer letting anyone control me. The truth of Della's story is indeed a mystery. Who could tell what was real and what was not? Perhaps the real part was just a fragment, while the rest was merely her literary creation. Or it could be the other way around. But Park Jimin was not very interested in uncovering the layers of Della's narrative. He just focused on the unfinished meal, savoring a piece of the expensive Kobe beef, then skillfully changed the subject. I must admit the steak here is decent, but the chef's skills are not quite top-notch. Next time, I would like to invite Miss Della to my home for a meal. Consider it my reciprocation. Upon hearing this, Della was surprised and asked back, Mr. Park can cook. Park Jimin confidently replied, then chuckled softly. Of course. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat. It'll be more convenient for contact in the future. Who knows, there may be more collaboration opportunities. Della shyly responded, WeChat? I don't have one. Park Jimin cheerfully answered, that's all right, I'll show you how to create an account. It's easy, not many foreigners use WeChat, they usually just browse other platforms. Della was the same, and this was actually her second time setting foot in this country. Everything was just for the performance. After a thorough and patient tutorial like a teacher, Park Jimin finally helped Della successfully set up WeChat, and as a result, he became Della's only WeChat friend, the international star. Perhaps it was something only he could achieve. All right, now we are friends. After parting ways, Della sincerely reminded him, Mr. Park, it's a pleasure to meet you, but I honestly advise you to be careful. I've heard that there's still some danger around you that hasn't been resolved. In her heart, she was also a bit curious. A top tycoon from Nation H walking around without a bodyguard, is he really out of staff? At that moment, Park Jimin smiled and replied, Miss Della, are you worried about my safety? Della immediately responded, I'm not worried. I'm just a bit curious. After this meal, we will soon part ways. I am about to return to Nation M. Park Jimin feigned regret. Oh, I originally planned to invest in a major film, wanting to invite an international superstar for the lead role, and Miss Della would be a perfect fit. I also prepared a game show and wanted to invite Della to be the master. With both fame and experience, no one can compare. Hearing this unexpected invitation, Della gently smiled and replied half-jokingly, but having me as a master might be a bit pricey, you know. Park Jimin confidently responded, no problem, Miss Della can name her price. No matter how much it is, I can afford it. Seeing Park Jimin's overly confident demeanor, Della didn't hesitate to raise a finger. Pretending to joke around a bit, Park Jimin raised an eyebrow inquiringly, $100 million? Before Park Jimin could finish his sentence, Della was shocked and exclaimed, I meant to say just 10 million would be enough. Della thought, who would have thought that this guy would bluntly state a price 10 times higher, and it's in dollars. Even as an international superstar, my fee is not as high as those Nation E movie stars. Moreover, it would be cut down by the agent, and what comes to me is just a little bit. Park Jimin seriously asked, $100 million is not enough. What about 10 billion? Della could no longer take it and slightly frowned as she replied, Mr. Park, I'm not joking. Park Jimin responded, what joke? I'm very serious. Della's eyes widened, and she was left speechless. $100 million was already too surprising, and 10 billion is just outrageous teasing. After that, Della gently declined. Let's discuss this later. My work has always been managed by my agent, but currently there are some issues. Wait for me to find a new person, and then we can continue our discussion. Okay. Saying that, a slight suspicion flashed through her mind. If making money in the entertainment industry is so easy, it might involve some hidden rules. In this life, I have already eaten the cake that fell from the sky once. I don't want to try that again. Finally, the two stepped out of the restaurant just before 8 p.m. Park Jimin continued to hold on to a sentence. Miss Della, my game show really needs someone like you. Please consider my offer. At that moment, the sky suddenly rumbled. A lightning bolt sliced across the night sky, and the thunder roared fiercely as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. This scene created an ominous atmosphere, causing both to have their own thoughts. As they approached the car, Park Jimin casually remarked, it seems like it's about to rain. Miss Della should head back to the hotel and rest early. But before they could get into the car, a white vehicle came rushing in from a distance at breakneck speed, showing no signs of slowing down. The driver in the car not only didn't hit the brakes, but also pressed the gas pedal even harder, heading straight towards Park Jimin and Della. Behind them, two tall bodyguards, seeing the situation becoming critical, rushed forward to intervene. But before they could do anything, bang! Both were thrown aside like toys. At this moment, the car was less than 3 meters away from Part Jimin and Della. Part Jimin could dodge out of the way. But unfortunately, Della was standing right next to him. If he dodged, she would definitely not have time to escape. Witnessing this scene, Della screamed reflexively, "Ah!" At this moment, the distance between the car and Part Jimin was less than 2 meters. Della was also standing right next to him, with a dangerous situation looming. Part Jimin decided not to dodge, but to go big. As he watched the car hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, his eyes narrowed and a smirk appeared on his lips. "Hit me? Don't even dream." Then, like a wild beast provoked, Part Jimin jumped up. Before his feet had even touched the ground, he raised both hands and slammed them down hard on the car's hood. The front of the car instantly crumpled, distorted beyond recognition. The vehicle jolted violently, bewildered by the harsh treatment it was receiving. By inertia, it flew backward, flipping several times in midair before crashing firmly into a nearby wall, the impact shaking the entire block. While Della was still in shock, Part Jimin nonchalantly waved his arms, as if he had just completed an easy task. His face was cold, and his stance was beyond description in terms of how cool it looked. The little cars were now fainting. A single strike was enough to finish them off. After digesting all the information, Della sat there, her mouth agape, her eyes filled with utter astonishment. "Oh my God, the man in front of me just used his hands to push away the car that was rushing towards him." The more Della looked at Part Jimin, the more she felt that aside from shock, there was only shock left. An unimaginable scene. As soon as the accident happened, people immediately rushed over, their eyes wide open, mouths agape as if they were watching a performance. In Yanjing, with its high population density, there was no need to discuss it further. Everyone jostled for the best view of the shocking crash scene. Before them was a car that had been mangled and twisted to the point that anyone who had once owned it might not even recognize it anymore. Even more curious was the condition of the person inside the car. An uncle passing by took out his phone, recorded the entire clip, and posted it online with the caption, "The scene of a car crash, with no end in sight. Please do not imitate." The young viewers watching the livestream were so excited that they spammed hearts and commented nonstop, turning this scene into the highlight event of the day. Meanwhile, smoke billowed up thickly like a curtain, both hazy and mysterious, creating the effect of a car destruction scene in a blockbuster film without needing any special effects. But the story doesn't end there. From the crowd, a mysterious foreign young man appeared. He wore a bamboo hat that covered most of his face, and donned a long black coat from head to toe, embodying the image of a legendary assassin. This man was the one who had aimed the gun to shoot Part Jimin from the high floor of the restaurant. After Repre was taken down, he did not leave Nation H but lurked in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Now Part Jimin was also being put on a global bounty by the dark web, and if completed, he would receive $100 million. Therefore, the assassin was determined to pull out his gun once again tonight. But how could he escape Part Jimin's sensitivity? With just a glance, he had pinned the assassin tightly in the midst of the crowd. The assassin coldly advanced, standing about 5 meters away from Part Jimin, raised his pistol to aim, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out sharply. At such a close distance, the bullet flew forward, and he was sure this time he wouldn't miss. But then the unexpected happened. The bullet flew towards him. Yet Part Jimin did not move to avoid it. He simply reached out his hand and caught the bullet midair. A plume of white smoke rose from his hand, and the figure of Part Jimin standing motionless in the night like a bronze statue left everyone astounded to the point of breathlessness. Della's eyes widened in disbelief, while those around her stared in a daze. Part Jimin stood there, his eyes blazing red, looking at the assassin before him with a cold gaze as if he wanted to pierce through his opponent. His look said little but was enough to convey the message. "Have you come here to seek death?" The assassin, also in shock, couldn't believe it. Catching a bullet with bare hands? Is this real? But when he saw Part Jimin's eyes flicker, his heart suddenly raced, and sweat dripped down, one drop at a time. He quickly fired another shot, but this time Part Jimin effortlessly turned, flicking the bullet he had just caught, shooting it straight back at his opponent. The bullet flew like lightning, hitting squarely in the forehead, causing the assassin to fall at the spot. Della, standing beside him, looked at him as if he were a superhero from another planet, hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. In fact, the secret lay in the tiny coin that Park Jimin had concealed in his palm. It was this that had reduced the bullet's impact, making his hands completely unscathed. It's true that no matter how tightly he holds hands, he has yet to test the endurance of flesh and skin against a bullet. But one must have extraordinary reflexes. Not everyone can catch a bullet barehanded and throw it back like that. For Park Jimin, everything was merely a small exercise. As for the witnesses, it was indeed a spectacle that defied all laws of physics. The sight of Park Jimin barehandedly tossing aside a car and catching a bullet without a scratch had Della mesmerized. It wasn't that she was a little scared. She was frozen in fear, her entire body stiff as a board. Am I dreaming? Is this a real-life superhero? In Della's eyes at that moment, Park Jimin was no longer just a businessman. He resembled a superhero with the power to wipe out any danger in the blink of an eye. As a true native of Nation M, raised in an environment saturated with superhero imagery from films, she never expected to witness a real-life superhero this time. Images of Superman flashed through Della's mind, leading her to a surprising realization. Park Jimin had not merely survived attacks at the restaurant, or the poisoning incident by luck. It was because he was truly incredibly strong and extraordinary. Nothing like an ordinary person. At that moment, Della looked at Park Jimin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. His absolute strawman demeanor radiated a powerful charm, causing her heart to flutter. The notification system chimed. Della's favorability plus 10. Della's favorability plus 10. Della's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 80 points. The crowd felt the same way. When Park Jimin's identity as the God-richest chairman Lim was revealed, everyone displayed a mixture of awe and indescribable excitement. With just a glance from Park Jimin, each person in the crowd immediately bowed their heads, admiring him as if they had just encountered a deity. At this moment, Della could no longer maintain her image as an international star. She transformed into a little fan, excitedly asking Park Jimin, "You're Superman, right? You're definitely Superman." Park Jimin smiled, responding as casually as possible, "No, I'm not Superman." But Della paid no mind to his answer. Her eyes sparkled as she continued, "You really are. Barehanded you can throw away cars, and you catch bullets in midair. If you're not Superman, then who else could you be? Oh my, so cool and so amazing. I should have realized it from the restaurant incident. But this time, your performance was so grand. Is there really someone so extraordinary in this world?" Park Jimin raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "What do you agree with?" Della was so entranced that she was ready to forget her intention regarding Nation M. She immediately declared, "I accept your invitation to be the master for that talent search program." She continued, "Right now, I am very much looking forward to collaborating with you." After the car accident and Park Jimin's miraculous barehanded bullet catch, just a few minutes later, the scene was overwhelmed with police, fully sealed off. Whether they wanted to or not, Park Jimin and Della still had to go to the station to explain to the police what had just happened. When led to the station, Park Jimin sat neatly across from a police officer, listening to the questions as if he were being told a story. For every question asked, he only received the answer of not knowing, and Park Jimin couldn't fully reveal the truth. If I were to disclose these matters, the police would surely drag me in for research, so I decided to continue playing ignorant for my own safety. However, since this case involved an assassin, and an international superstar, high-ranking leaders also came down to check on the situation. He reminded, "This assassination attempt has caused a lot of negative repercussions. Is there any progress?" Captain Zheng quickly replied, "Currently, Mr. Park and Miss Della are not in any trouble. However, the statements and the death of the assassin are somewhat strange. Someone clearly saw the car speeding directly towards Mr. Park and Miss Della, hitting the two bodyguards, yet both of them remained unscathed." Captain Zheng continued, "According to the testimony, when the car was about to crash into Mr. Park and Miss Della, for some unknown reason, it suddenly surged up, flying over their heads. The police speculate that the car might have skidded or hit something. As for the gunshots, some witnesses claim to have clearly seen an assassin appear after the accident and shoot Mr. Park. However, Park Jimin stated that it was too dark for him to see anything. He only knew to cover his head and dodge back and forth. The assassin fired 2 shots and then suddenly fell down dead. It's likely someone recognized him as the assassin and shot him as well. As for Della, When questioned from start to finish, she just said she was too terrified, with her mind empty. Trying to find clues from these two is no different from searching in vain. He continued. But regarding the assassin, Della's representative, Repre was murdered a few days ago, and from the fingerprints and other traces we've collected, we can identify the culprit as a foreigner named Kenvin. Repre seems to be no ordinary person. In addition to owning dozens of villas in Nation M, he also has real estate all over the world and even his own private island, with a total asset value exceeding 10 billion. He said, Xiao Zheng, all right, no need to elaborate anymore. This is likely a hired assassination. Based on the assets that Repre has, his identity is certainly not simple. Investigate further. Oh, in the coming days before Della returns to Nation M, please reinforce her protection. I do not want a situation like this to occur in Yanjing again. After completing the report, Park Jimin and Della were released. At midnight, Park Jimin leisurely returned to the hotel. As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Qin Wusong and Dai Han seemingly waiting for him. Immediately rushing over, asked, Park Jimin, did you encounter another assassination today? I heard the police say you just had some trouble. Park Jimin remained calm and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing, I'm used to it. Dai Han spoke seriously, her gaze sharp. Park Jimin. This time, Della seems very suspicious. Don't you find it problematic? Today, she just invited you out for dinner, and then the assassin appeared. Last time, it was also at a restaurant with her, when you encountered a sniper. There is definitely something wrong with her. Park Jimin did not bother to respond, only silently asking himself, Repre is dead now. This assassination should have been put on hold. Normally, a professional organization like Bloody Rose would need time to understand their failure and come up with a new plan. Yet less than 24 hours later, there were already 2 assassins sent to kill me, and they executed it in a very clumsy manner. Recalling their amateurish assassination attempt, Park Jimin couldn't help but laugh. No clear plan, no thorough preparation, acting recklessly, and without organization. They couldn't even compare to the first attempt by Team Snake. At least those guys brought a large truck, sniper rifles, and had everything meticulously arranged. This incident is no different from choosing a hard mode without any support gear. Qin Wusong's eyes widened. Dai Han, is there really something wrong with Della? Dai Han shook her head, her gaze contemplative, deep in thought. I'm not sure, but it's highly likely that she intended to approach Park Jimin. Hearing this, Park Jimin opened his laptop while responding. No matter what the issue is, we can find out by checking. Park Jimin started logging into the dark web using an assassin account. Registering for a dark web account is not difficult, especially when Park Jimin has hacked into the system's database. Now accessing any assassin account is as easy as turning over his hand. During the login process, the dark web led him through many different websites. Qin Wusong was looking at the screen with a frown, immediately scolding. Oh my god, they're discussing something important and you're in the mood to watch this stuff. Park Jimin smirked and replied, Shut up, don't bother me. A moment later, a website with a fully explicit interface appeared, causing Qin Wusong's eyes to widen in shock, his face turning red as he shouted, Park Jimin, what the hell are you watching? This again? You really are a lecture. Park Jimin remained calm, continuing his actions and quickly accessing the main interface of the dark web. At this point, Dai Han stared at the screen, curiously asking, What is this? Park Jimin succinctly explained, Dark web. It turned out that behind that dark page lay a secret link leading to the dark web. Immediately, Dai Han exclaimed in amazement, Is it the legendary dark web, the place where people can buy and sell everything from hitmen, guns to money laundering? Qin Wusong also couldn't help but exclaim, Wait, how do you have a dark web account? Are you a hitman too? Park Jimin simply smiled skillfully in response. I'm not a hitman, but I know how to log in. Suddenly, a large red headline appeared, making all 3 freeze. Global Kill Order, also known as Worldwide Assassination Order. Qin Wusong pointed at that prominent headline and asked, What is this? He doesn't know either. It's like a global announcement. Just take a look and you'll understand, Park Jimin replied. When he opened it, a series of information appeared. Target Park Jimin, 22 years old, identified as a person with Wealth Nation age, especially the line, Whoever kills Park Jimin will receive $100 million. Qin Qin Wusong's eyes bulged in shock. Is this for real? Looking at the picture on it, there was no mistaking it. It was indeed Park Jimin. No need for confirmation. Dai Han gazed at the image of Park Jimin displayed on the screen in astonishment. I can't believe it, you are under a global bounty. Park Jimin, do you know how serious this is? Qin Wusong, hearing this, anxiously chimed in. Oh my god, assassins from all over the world will be targeting you. Park Jimin calmly nodded, his composure frightening. It seems so. Now I have a bounty on the dark web for assassins worldwide. Since the dark web was established more than a decade ago, only 2 people have ever appeared on this global wanted list. Both were incredibly powerful figures. We can say they were extraordinary characters. Dai Han, holding his breath, asked, what happened to those 2? Park Jimin, unfazed, replied, they're both dead. The atmosphere in the room was tense as a taut string. Dai Han and Qin Wusong both took a deep breath, their hearts filled with worry. How serious has this situation become? Who can remain calm in the face of a global manhunt? Yet Park Jimin appears completely unfazed, sitting there with a tranquil expression as if the sky could fall, and it wouldn't matter to him. Qin Wusong continued to ask, his voice full of concern. Park Jimin, have you thought of a way to deal with this? Then, 2 plans for survival flashed through his mind. The first was to seek official protection, confess everything, and offer up his assets in hopes of securing military protection. But this method was uncertain, as who could know which members of the military could be bribed. The second option seemed a bit more feasible. That was to flee to a remote place unknown to anyone, hiding deep in the mountains and forests, cutting off all communication to live incognito. Dai Han immediately rebutted. There is no place in the world that is completely inviolable. With such a hefty bounty, as long as a hint of information leaks out, assassins will not hesitate to come seeking. And the hardest part is that assassins are as numerous as ants. Even those closest to you might unexpectedly turn against you out of greed. As soon as he said that, Dai Han felt a chill run down his spine. It is indeed a really difficult problem to solve. Meanwhile, Park Jimin remained calm and collected, responding coldly. There are things I wasn't planning to intervene in so soon. In fact, I was even considering giving the other party a chance. However, this global hunt by the dark web is truly pushing my limits. If they don't know how to keep themselves in check, then they're free to leave here. As Park Jimin finished speaking, his gaze turned sharply cold. The aura he exuded was as powerful as a sharp blade being unsheathed, stopping at nothing, and anything it touched would be eliminated. System, I want to enhance my hacking skills. The system announced. Ting, the master has now reached the peak level of hacker on Earth. If further enhancement is attempted, it will break the current technical limits, achieving Super God level hacker. Note that achieving Super God level requires 60 enhancement points. Would the master like to confirm the enhancement? Hearing the system's notification, Park Jimin was quite surprised. I thought upgrading would be as easy as usual, but I didn't expect it to require a whopping 60 points to reach Super God level. But well, since it's come to this, I have to go all out. Notification system. Confirm enhancement. Ting. Enhancement successful. Remaining enhancement points. 30. As soon as the enhancement was completed, a vast amount of computer knowledge flooded into Park Jimin's mind, leaving him feeling both excited and amazed. It turns out that computer technology is filled with so many mysteries. The highly secure firewalls of major network companies, which seemed so solid, actually contain numerous vulnerabilities. The artificial intelligence that Earth prides itself on still hasn't reached its potential. With the newly acquired Super God level skills, Park Jimin felt like he had stepped into an entirely new dimension, with astonishingly perfect decryption methods and optimization equations. Henceforth, there was no firewall that was absolutely safe, not even the dark web. Park Jimin lightly tapped on the keyboard, his hands swiftly moving, creating a series of afterimages. In an instant, a mini-program written by him had been deployed to attack the dark web's system. After the previous incident, the technicians of the dark web had already been caught off guard and were always on high alert. This time, if we get hacked again, those global hackers won't have any face left to look at the world. But this time, it's a super hacker, so maybe it'll be manageable. Quickly, underground at the global dark web's technical center, a bright red alarm suddenly blared loudly. A technician shouted, "He's here again. He's coming." The tech supervisor said, Really? Just as Mr. X predicted. But this time, the firewall has been upgraded. He won't breach it easily. But before he could finish his sentence, his face froze in shock. Leader, it's bad. The firewall was breached in just 5 seconds. He said, "What? 5 seconds? How did he break through so fast?" Another technician said, "This is bad. He has taken over the last management of the dark web." A technician exclaimed, "Oh my God. We haven't even had a chance to do anything. And he's already fully penetrated our system." At this point, the dark web had officially become part Jimin's playground. He could enter whenever he wanted, exit at will, modify any page, and mess with any site. The homepage, the icons, the interface, all of it was chaotic under his command, filled with provocative lines targeting the rival hackers. Look at the homepage. He's changed it to include insults directed at us. He shouted, "What are we waiting for? Quickly regain control." One technician replied, "Leader, we can't. The entire system has been locked from the inside. The only way is to shut down the entire dark web, fix the vulnerabilities, and reboot." Moreover, on the entire homepage of the dark web, part Jimin declared 10 new global assassination orders, and the names of those 10 people. The entire technical center at that moment nearly wanted to scream in despair, feeling no different from a helpless scarecrow planted before the hacker master. It was a day that no one wanted to recall. The order to hunt part Jimin suddenly vanished, replaced by 10 bounties from the dark web. A bunch of assassins on the forum immediately began to discuss, from surprise to suspicion. Are you kidding? Has the dark web lost its mind? What the hell is this with 10 global bounties all at once? It's spine-chilling. Who in the world would dare to take on these missions? This isn't an assassination mission. It must be a suicide mission instead. Wait a minute, wasn't Chairman Lim's bounty deleted? So in the end, is there really a $1 billion reward for anyone who can eliminate Chairman Lim? Another person chimed in. What reward are you talking about when the mission has been deleted? Let's just stay silent for now, and wait for the dark web to explain. Clearly, the assassin forum erupted with all kinds of questions. If this is true, it would surely shock the entire world. And if it's just a prank, then who is playing such a big joke? Do they consider bounty hunts a game? Beneath the ground, there were also many lamentations from the technicians. One supervisor sighed, his voice full of worry. My heart is weak. What if those assassins can't tell the difference and point their knives at the 10 elders? When that happens, all countries will do everything in their power to wipe out the dark web. I'll be done for. Everyone will be wiped out. The supervisor was no better off, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Hurry up and issue a clarifying announcement. Say clearly that the dark web's backstage has been breached. We never issued any hunting orders like that. This is not a joke. Hearing that, a technician groaned. But supervisor, if we publicize the fact that the dark web has been breached, then the reputation of the dark web will be gone. There will be no turning back. The whole room held its breath, everyone deep in thought. It was truly a difficult situation. Another person asked, have we informed Mr. X yet? The other replied, we've already informed him. Mr. X said he would go online immediately, personally patch the firewall and regain control. Now all we can do is wait for the boss to take action, fix the interface, and hope to salvage it in time before it causes too much damage. And so, all the technicians placed their absolute trust in Mr. X, the legendary hacker, without a hint of doubt. As long as the big boss took action, all security issues would surely be cleared away. However, as soon as Mr. X went online, he immediately discovered something strange. The supreme management of the dark web no longer belonged to him, but to CY. What is this? If read as a playful reference, it clearly refers to part Jimin. Mr. X was a bit startled, and then smirked. This young man truly has the guts, boldly revealing his identity, not even bothering to remain anonymous. Now it's clear as day, he is part Jimin, and he is ready to go head-to-head with the entire dark web organization. It seems part Jimin knows he has been placed under a global manhunt, fully aware he is in the crosshairs of assassins, yet still chooses to play big, risking it all for a fight. Is this not too reckless? But Mr. X, the world's #1 hacker, had never feared such threats. Online, he was the final boss, with no rivals. True to his word, Mr. X's fingers flew over the keyboard, each line of code racing by. Before long, He had regained control of the final part of the system, patching the security holes at a speed only legends could achieve. Every move of Mr. X made the technical team gasp in awe. As for Park Jimin, although he was watching, he regarded Mr. X's actions as if he were dancing an axe past a carpenter's eyes. Not worth his concern. Dai-Han held her breath, her eyes taut as strings, anxiously asked, Park Jimin, your control has been erased. Is the opponent a super hacker who has just emerged? Upon hearing that, Park Jimin just let out a faint smile. There's nothing to worry about. I've secretly implanted a virus in the dark web's backend. This kind of virus they can't possibly detect. With this virus, I can infiltrate again anytime, even crash the website if I want. The last time was probably enough to make them sweat. Now just let them scramble to patch everything up and rebuild properly. When they finish up, I'll return for a little visit again. Attack in waves. Don't rush to give them a moment to breathe. Dai-Han knew a bit about the dark web, but the more she understood, the more she had to admire Park Jimin's cunning. Recently, Park Jimin single-handedly infiltrated the dark web's backstage. While being pursued by 10 top hackers, he managed to turn the dark web's homepage into chaos. Not only that, but he also launched a global manhunt everywhere. His skills are truly 1 in 1,000. Upon hearing Park Jimin respond nonchalantly, Kim Woo-song couldn't help but feel admiration surge within her, switching into full fan mode, silently cheering in her heart. The dark web is the world's leading underground trading platform, and even major security agencies in many countries have struggled to crack down on it. The CIA of the National M has also thrown in the towel, which shows how formidable this website is, undoubtedly protected by the top cybersecurity experts in the world. And yet Park Jimin was able to access it, as if there was no one to stop him, even altering all missions and broadcasting them right on the homepage. As she thought of this, she felt a mix of excitement and thrill. At that moment, Park Jimin stretched, appearing quite tired. Oh, my stomach is growling. I need to order some food for a quick bite before continuing the fight. Kim Woo-song picked up her phone and asked, What do you want to eat so I can order for you? Park Jimin did not hesitate to order an extravagant menu. Give me a serving of braised shrimp, chicken soup, caramelized fish, sour and spicy beef, steamed king crab, deep sea yellow flour, frog hot pot. Add a few bottles of cold beer too. Dai-Han asked in confusion. Ordering all that, can you finish it? Park Jimin replied very calmly. Don't worry, I'll eat slowly. It's not like I'm short on cash. Tonight is definitely going to be a sleepless night. First, let's fill our bellies. Then prepare for the rematch with the dark web. Right. On the other side of the ocean, underground, the secret base of the dark web headquarters was now filled with applause and cheers. Mr. X is truly Mr. X, just made a move, and everything is back on track. The big boss is extraordinary, truly top tier, not just anyone. The manager still couldn't shake off his worries and reminded, the control rights have been regained. Now let's quickly fix the website to avoid causing bigger troubles. At the same time, check the backend server thoroughly to find any lingering viruses. Clean everything up nicely. The group confidently responded, Don't worry, big boss, just leave it to us. While the dark web's backend was being repaired, the Assassin Forum was in an uproar. What's going on? Why has the website interface changed back to the old version? Another user chimed in. I just have one question. Is the assassination order from Chairman Lim still valid? The first user replied, Of course it's still valid. The second user asked again, What about the 10 assassination orders for those elders earlier? Are they still valid? The first user answered, Who knows about that? Anyway, I'm ready to take action. Seeing the chaotic posts on the dark web forum, the senior manager could only put his head in his hands in worry, and quickly responded, We're very sorry, the dark web just encountered a technical error in the backend. It has now been resolved, and we ensure it won't happen again. Comments started pouring in. Wow, the dark web has technical errors too. A global assassination order, and it's just a matter to joke about? A simple technical error, and it's all fixed. Could it be that the dark web was hacked? Another comment read, Oh my God, who could hack the dark web? Even the CIA can't handle the dark web. Yet another comment added, Mr. X is the #1 hacker in the world, so the top hacker in the world is actually the big boss of the dark web. Park Jimin saw the forum in chaos and the assassins bombarding questions. prompting him to come up with a disruptive idea. He put down his chopsticks, started the computer, and accessed the dark web once again thanks to the virus he had previously installed. The technical team of the dark web had just patched the vulnerability when they had barely caught their breath. The firewall system was immediately breached again. This time, control once again fell into the hands of Park Jimin. Hey, why is the supreme management of the dark web now CYE? Hearing that, the administrator immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? Let me see. Not stopping there, Park Jimin decided to make a bold move. He modified the pursuit orders, targeting none other than the legendary hacker of the dark web. This time, the pursuit order clearly stated, kill Mr. X, reward $100 billion. Upon seeing the interface change once again in a chaotic manner, all the online assassins were left dumbfounded. The dark web just issued the global hunt order, and this time it's to kill their own boss, Mr. X, with a reward of $100 billion. Oh my god, what's going on? Is it real, $100 billion just like that? If we can kill Mr. X, can the dark web really pay out that amount of money? On the dark web side, things were no better. More than 10 technicians stood in shock, speechless. Everyone was filled with rage, their scalps tingling in disbelief. What do you mean, we just fixed it, and now there's another hole? The opponent is too powerful. He must have planted a virus in our system. Thanks to this, he opens the firewall and freely takes full control over us. We can't do anything to him. Moreover, he just put a global hunt order on Mr. X, with a reward of $100 billion. Now the assassins on the web seem ready to go insane. What? The head of the dark web technical department immediately spat blood on the spot. He said, "It's truly outrageous, utterly contemptuous. Does he think the dark web is like his backyard? Want to go in, go in. Want to come out, come out. Want to change anything, change it. Want to mess around however he likes, really? Are there no more rules? Hurry up and clean out that virus. Or are we waiting for me to say something before you can do it? A bunch of idiots." He then said, "Manager, this virus can't be deleted, as the traffic on the site has increased. This virus has spread to every assassin account. This means every assassin account can be exploited to deeply infiltrate the backend. If we want to completely eliminate the virus, we will probably have to delete all existing assassin account data." Upon hearing this, the manager could only gape. This virus is indeed despicable. To delete it, we have to also delete all dark web assassin accounts. But if we don't delete it, we let it jump into the backend, breaking things at will and changing things for fun. This is truly a catch-22, and there's no way to deal with it. We are being completely cornered. There's no other choice. I have to call Mr. X to take action once again. But today, Mr. X really couldn't catch a break for even a minute. He was occupied with brainstorming code, then had to attend a strategic meeting, followed by fixing the firewall and regaining control from Park Jimin. Just after managing to kick him out, he hadn't even had the chance to lie down and rest when he was called back up again. Finally, Mr. X had to admit defeat, frustrated to the point of smashing his keyboard due to helplessness. That bastard, losing like this, and now losing again. The dark web is now completely in the hands of Park Jimin. He can modify any part of the website he wants, unless he shuts down the server and turns off the web. Otherwise, there's no way to regain this control. At this point, Mr. X had no choice but to call the headquarters to send an ultimatum. Shut down the server. The website will temporarily cease operations. At this moment, the assassins hiding around the world finally came to their senses. If I'm not mistaken, the dark web has just been breached by some super hacker. The backstage control has been seized. The website has been thoroughly modified, unleashing a whole bunch of assassination orders. This is not an organization's action. It's probably just a prank by an individual hacker. Seriously, how come the dark web doesn't have Mr. X, the world's top hacker, plus a team of skilled technicians? The assassin continued. After this incident, the title of the world's #1 hacker is sure to change hands. I suspect this hacker is connected to Chairman Lim from Nation 8. The whole globe just issued a hunt, and within less than 24 hours, the dark web was completely shattered. Chairman Lim's capabilities are not to be underestimated. The other replied, "Absolutely, it's been said that Viper and Bloody Rose have both fallen to him. There's no way he's just some ordinary wealthy guy. It's already past 5 in the morning in Nation H, and a little tremor from the dark web has sent quite a few fans into a panic. In the end, the dark web had no choice but to close down and suspend operations to avoid further complications. The assassin said again. Park Jimin single-handedly wreaked havoc on the dark web, issuing assassination orders everywhere, to the point that everyone worldwide can only laugh through tears at each other. But would such a large international assassination organization like the dark web easily accept defeat like that? A top-tier assassination organization being taken down by an individual, losing its credibility. Doesn't the dark web care about its reputation? Even though the website was infiltrated, the dark web could easily arrange an assassination to softly check in on Park Jimin. At this moment, in Presidential Room 362, the two girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Woo-song asked with sparkling eyes as she looked at Park Jimin. Park Jimin, you are truly amazing. Even the dark website has been brought down by you. Where did you learn your hacking skills? Though she said this, inside, Kim Woo-song's heart was in turmoil. The more she looked at him, the more she found this man both mysterious and unpredictable. He always had a layer of mystery that no one could peel away. She thought he was just a rich kid who knew nothing but to indulge himself, specializing in flirting and teasing the feelings of female students. But after spending more time with him, she began to understand his extraordinary talent. He was a master of the piano and violin, his proficiency long surpassing that of a grand master. Not only was he skilled in music, but who knew he was also a talented actor, almost a veteran in the artistic world. And on top of that, he possessed extraordinary hacking skills that earned him the admiration of others. Wasn't this person a perfect blend of science and the supernatural? Was there anything he didn't know? Kim Woo-song swore that this was the first time she had admired a man from the bottom of her heart. In this miraculous moment, Kim Woo-song's feelings flowed like an underground stream, silently infiltrating, gradually soaking into her bloodstream and deep into her heart. Happiness is not just joy, but a simmering sensation, like an underground flame igniting and spreading throughout the depths of the heart, impossible to extinguish. Kim Woo-song, current favorability level +1, current favorability, 98 points. The subject Kim Woo-song has been deeply admired by the master due to their extraordinary talent. When the favorability exceeds 98 points, the reward the master receives is a bonus of 10 enhancement points, with the remaining enhancement points being 40. At this moment, a feeling of shame rose within Dae-han. If it weren't for Park Jimin transferring 10 years of cultivation to him, perhaps he wouldn't have faced this risk. 10 years of cultivation is no trivial matter. It has helped him gain additional self-defense strength. Although the immediate issue seemed to have been resolved, Dae-han still couldn't shake the worry about the future. Park Jimin's actions are no different from a slap in the face to the dark web, embarrassing them in front of a multitude of assassins. The reputation of the largest assassin organization in the world cannot be easily tarnished. Park Jimin has not only offended this organization, but has also made the dark web look foolish in front of numerous assassins. This will certainly not be overlooked. Even if the website is hacked, this organization will undoubtedly send assassins to deal with Park Jimin. The next time Park Jimin faces a problem, it might well be a terrifying rage. At this moment, Dae-han's heart suddenly throbbed in waves. A little shame mixed with love made her soul stir. This feeling is truly hard to hide, deep as the ocean, quietly growing larger and wholly devoted to him. Dae-han. Affection level increased by 1. Current affection level, 91 points. Around 10 in the morning, Bella Hathaway just went live in an interview with the media. She clearly stated that she has no intention of returning to Nation M anytime soon, but will stay to collaborate with Chairman Lim. This news was indeed a shock to her fans, the one who holds 2 billion fans worldwide. Netizens immediately buzz. Have you heard? International superstar Bella Hathaway says she has no intention of going back to Nation M lately. Another person chimed in. There are rumors that Bella Hathaway will collaborate with Chairman Lim to create a top-tier show, and she will take on the role of director. Someone else asked, "Oh my, really? Gigi of mine is my idol. She truly is a star with real talent." That person continued. Not only that, it's rumored that Chairman Lim spent hundreds of millions of dollars to invite her over. This show will mainly select talented young people from Nation H, picking out 10 new faces and signing top contracts with all the new stars. The person exclaimed, "Mom, Chairman Lim is indeed a true tycoon. A reporter spoke up. Miss Hathaway, it is said that you do not intend to return to Nation M in the near future. Is that correct? The girl replied, Yes, I have changed my schedule. In the coming time, I do not plan to come back. In the future, I will join Chairman Lim in the game show project, and I will directly take on the role of director for the program. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads in disbelief at Chairman Lim's willingness to play big. This program is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just making it into the top and gaining Bella's attention can lead to instant fame. The film city of Tianmen now shines like the midday sun, a promising entertainment empire. Indeed, Chairman Lim is a talented person. Park Jimin was extraordinarily excited, while Yang Sison was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. Oh my God, has my adoptive father's charm reached Nation M? Is Bella about to become my adoptive mother for real? Around 7 p.m., Park Jimin, Yang Sison, and Della Hathaway met to discuss. Yang Sison asked, Boss, this program needs at least 3 judges. Miss Della and I have taken 2 seats, but who should we invite for the 3rd position? Hearing this, Park Jimin didn't hesitate to suggest, let's invite Oh Young-sil. She's free these days, so she can be the 3rd judge. Yang Sison looked a bit surprised. Boss, Oh CEO is also new. Moreover, the company's movie hasn't been released yet, and she doesn't have any notable works. I mean, there might be artists who don't respect her as a judge, and the public too. They're bound to cause an uproar. Park Jimin laughed heartily and replied confidently, so what if they don't respect her? I'm the one funding this entire program. No one else put in a dime. As long as Miss Della has no objections, Oh Young-sil will take that judge's seat. Nothing to worry about. At this point, Park Jimin's eyes narrowed as he considered the situation. The public. Let them be. If they don't respect her, that's their problem. What can they do about it? He continued. It doesn't matter if the audience doesn't buy tickets. As long as the artists flock to participate, it's lively enough. To be blunt, this show is mainly to recruit beauties, not some serious recruitment seminar. Why so uptight about taking it seriously? Did you think inviting Della was to make a legendary show? Wrong. She was invited just as an excuse to spend money. Faced with Park Jimin's confident demeanor and aura, Della calmly declared, Since Mr. Park has no objections, I certainly have none either. I trust every decision Mr. Park makes. Looking at Park Jimin's handsome face, Della couldn't help but recall his unbeatable gallant aura. Last night, just watching him made her cheeks flush and her heart beat faster. What's happening? This feeling hasn't returned in so long. Back then, the first time I experienced love, I fell for a young man who was both handsome and gentle. He was so remarkable that I couldn't control my heart. But in the end, he was killed. Ironically, I was one of the people who unwittingly facilitated it. That incident has haunted me with regret for 5 years, making me unable to love anyone else. She thought to herself, I'm afraid that the next person I like will once again become a target for evil. Since then, I started to hate Jaffrey, but now, Jaffrey is gone. Finally, I can feel that thrilling heartbeat again. I can confidently pursue my own feelings. Yang Sison stood facing them, with the handsome guy next door on one side and the stunning supermodel on the other. Yet neither of them even acknowledged his presence. He froze for 3 seconds, his face turning bright red, as if someone had dumped a pot of spicy hot pot on him. His mind was in chaos. Wait, what's going on? You two don't have to ignore me so much. All right, I get it. You two go ahead and have your romance. Just leave me out of it, thanks. Park Jimin responded calmly, his tone more familiar. Della, give me your bank account number. All right, Della replied without hesitation, immediately sending her account number to Park Jimin. After all, she thought, it's perfectly normal for the organization to advance a bit of money to invite judges. Ting! Della's phone just received a balance notification. She thought Park Jimin might have accidentally added a few extra zeros, leaving her stunned. What is this? Mr. Park, did you make a mistake? Why would you transfer me a full $200 million? Park Jimin casually replied, no mistake, it's precisely $200 million. $100 million is your payment, and the rest is for you to buy a place to live. Coming all the way here from the distant Nation M, staying in hotels all the time isn't convenient or safe. You should buy a CU1 in Yanjing, something that's both close and fitting for life here. Yang Sison, who was sitting nearby sipping coffee, nearly spat it out, almost choking. He thought to himself, typical Chairman Lim, not only generous, but with a completely unique style of spending. I mean, a basic yuan in Yanjing costs at least $10 million, and that's just for an average one. If it's a larger property, prices often soar into the tens of millions like it's nothing. But Chairman Lim, no doubt, would go for one that's around 1,000 square meters, so the price would certainly hit the $100 million mark. No joke. Della, looking bewildered, asked, Mr. Park, are you serious? Park Jimin nodded calmly and generously, not blinking an eye. Of course I'm serious. There's no need to be formal, Miss Della. If necessary, I even plan to buy out your contract. Compensation fees aren't an issue at all. Hearing this, Della suddenly understood everything. She thought to herself, he's definitely trying to flirt with me. I'm 100% sure. A normal man wouldn't go throwing around money like this without some intention, would he? Giving 100 million for a fee is one thing, but adding an extra 100 million to buy a courtyard in Yanjing is another. In business, all I've ever seen is people driving prices down, but who raises them like this for a partner? And not only that, he even wants to buy out my entire contract. Before Park Jimin's words could even settle, Della, still in shock, carefully explained, Mr. Park, there's really no need for that. I've signed with Winner until this September, and I'm still deciding whether to start my own company or continue with Winner. The contract hasn't been renewed, so no compensation fee is needed. Upon hearing this, Yang Sison was overjoyed, as if a flag had unfurled in his heart. Della Hathaway is currently free, and if we can bring her back to the company, Young Sil will soon rise to fame in the entertainment world, thanks to this international superstar, he thought to himself. Especially since there's no need to pay any contract termination fee. It's like a delicious treat falling from the sky. However, after hearing this, Park Jimin felt even more downcast, his face even falling a little. Without a hefty termination fee from the sky, what's the point of inviting a superstar? He thought in dismay. Lately, it's becoming increasingly difficult to spend money on Simp Lord, Kim Woo-song, and Daihan. Those two don't lack money. And even if I book a presidential suite at the hotel, they end up covering all the costs. This feeling is just so humiliating. Then, Yang Sison immediately stood up and looked at Della with sincere eyes. Miss Della, I know Winner is the world's largest film production conglomerate, so working for such a company, you probably don't pay much attention to a small company like Yongsil Television. But I earnestly invite you to join us. And if you would like shares, we're open to considering that as well. Della listened to the invitation, but did not accept it immediately. She turned to Park Jimin and cautiously asked, Mr. Park, is this also your intention? If so, after this collaboration concludes, I'll consider it further. Withdrawing from the conversation, Della grew more guarded, thinking to herself, I am an international superstar and have learned hard lessons through blood and tears when Repri exploited me, so I won't be easily swayed. Especially since Park Jimin suddenly offered me a large sum of money and raised my value. Surely no one does something like that without an ulterior motive or self-interest. No one gives anything for free, do they? The more she thought about it, Della felt neither thrilled nor grateful. Instead, a sense of caution arose within her. The result was counterproductive, as Della began to feel a barrier building up inside, and her impression of Park Jimin diminished. A system notification appeared. Della Hathaway's favorability decreased by 10, current favorability level, 70. Upon seeing that Della's favorability had dropped by 10 points, Park Jimin was both shocked and incredulous. I transferred $200 million, yet she wasn't pleased. Her favorability even dropped. What on earth is this? Could it be she isn't interested in money? Or did I say something wrong earlier? Through the story, Park Jimin realizes that just because you give money doesn't mean a girl will have a better impression. When getting to know someone without a deep understanding yet, if you give a large sum of money, it might backfire, making the other person be on guard instead. Della also adds, Mr. Park, I cannot accept this money. I only want to receive what I deserve for my work, no extra penny at all. This is my principle. She continues, as for the property, I can buy it myself. To be honest, I have no intention of buying it, because I don't value the matter of having a house. Honestly, I'm a bit puzzled as to why people here are so concerned about real estate. Until now, I've never purchased more than one house. I enjoy living here and there because of my work, which means I never stay in one place for too long. To me, the meaning of life is to travel everywhere, to see as many beautiful sights as possible. Holding onto a house makes me feel bound. Life like that is too dull. Della looks around and continues. Yet you people here prefer to bind yourselves to one place, experiencing an extremely boring life, and even go into debt to buy a house to become a slave for 30 years. She continued, I really can't understand your way of thinking. It's just a few concrete blocks. The world is so vast, and to bind yourself just for a house makes life lose its excitement. After finishing her sentence, Della quickly returned the money she had just received. This perspective was indeed beyond her imagination. But for her, living forever in one house was a complete bondage. She felt like a little bird that needed to fly everywhere. Receiving the money back, Park Jimin looked at Della with disappointment. He thought to himself, not only did I fail to gain any goodwill, but I also couldn't spend a single penny. To him, Della's opinion was the viewpoint of someone with money. Without money, flying everywhere would only bring hardship. After all, Della's profession was somewhat special, not tied to a fixed place of residence. But in this nation, it was different. Not buying a house was not easy. Getting married didn't offer anything for the future, especially for women. This mindset seemed ingrained in their bones. With choosing a boyfriend, they all considered his real estate. Therefore, buying a house became a default mission for young people here. No one could escape it. Then, Park Jimin scratched his head and smiled. All right then, since Miss Della has said so, I won't pressure anymore. Just at that moment, the phone rang. It was Wai Meng Meng calling. As soon as Park Jimin picked up, Wai Meng Meng exclaimed, Brother, I have good news. A famous director just took notice of me and wants me to play the female lead in his new movie. Hearing this, Park Jimin praised her while inquiring, Our Meng Meng is amazing. So what's the name of that director? Which company is he from? Meng Meng replied proudly, Of course, with such an outstanding brother, how could I fall behind? The director is Huang Xing, extremely famous too. His reputation in the entertainment industry is quite good. His company is Jiaolong Film Company, which is a big company as well. Park Jimin smiled, thinking to himself, Huang Xing and Jiaolong, indeed familiar names, reputable, and have had many films that achieved high box office revenue. After all, I can't always keep Meng Meng by my side. The girl also has her own dreams, so let her try her luck. At the same time, at the villa port of Maiyuan, Jin Jia-mu had just been released on bail. However, these days he was truly feeling down and unfocused. After a major uproar, he was mercilessly criticized by the online community. The once famous Jin Young Master had now become the king of scandals of Maiyuan, losing all his prestige. His clan also turned a blind eye, issuing a ban on him, revoking all resources in his possession, and strictly forbidding Jin Jia-mu from causing any further trouble. Kim K-yan was reporting, feeling anxious. The stocks of Giant Group have been ruthlessly cut down. From an original price of 370, it has now dropped to 150. Yuling Shuang is taking advantage of the situation, spending more money than the market price, frantically accumulating shares of Giant Group. Many of his close acquaintances have turned their backs, severing all contact with him. They have even stated outright that the Jin Young Master of Maiyuan, once famous and flattered by everyone, now has completely lost his reputation. It would be weird if they didn't keep their distance. She continued, especially recently, Jin family's listed companies in Nation M are facing unprecedented pressure, with stocks plummeting uncontrollably. 10 companies have lost as much as 300 billion, and the stock market seems on the verge of hitting rock bottom. She continued, not to mention, a series of companies listed on Exchange A have been suspended for several consecutive days. The market value has evaporated by tens of billions. In a short time, the total assets of the Jin family have lost up to 350 billion. Relatives of our companies are all under attack from major financial players. Then she reported an important news. One crucial point is that Yuling Shuang has landed in Maiyuan. She has appeared and clearly announced that in 3 days, she will summon all the shareholders of Giant Group to hold a board meeting. The goal is to propose the dismissal of the current CEO of Giant. She paused, her eyes flashing with concern. This means that Yuling Shuang now possesses shares surpassing the Jin family, possibly even exceeding 50%. The dismissal of Jin Young Master at this point is just a matter of words. Yuling Shuang's strike is indeed like a public slap in the face. She wants to declare to the world that Jin Young Master, From now on, you are no longer the CEO of Giant. From this moment on, Giant does not belong to the Jin family, but to the Chen family. She continued, her voice filled with bitterness. This also means that half of the entertainment industry's territory is about to change hands. Upon hearing this news, Jin Jiamu was so furious that he felt like he was going to explode. Knucklehead, Jin Jiamu continued, angrily. A shoal, son of a bitch. Do you dare to sit on top of me like this? You Ling Shuang, you're quite something. Park Jimin, this bastard is pretty skilled. If I play on the first day of the month, then I will play on the full moon. Secretary Qin, call Wang Dao right away and tell him he has 3 days to arrange Wang Mengmeng's case for me. And also call Wei Young Master. Let him know that Wang Mengmeng is now under my command. Whether he can charm her or not depends on his skills. Qin Kaiyan hesitated for a second, but nodded, answering, understood, young master. Then Jin Jiamu burst into a maniacal laugh. Park Jimin, are you really that cunning? But you will never think that your sister would fall into my trap and be played to pieces by me. Ha ha. Looking at Jin Jiamu at that moment, Qin Kaiyan felt unsure of what to think. Her admiration for Jin Young Master was slowly fading. The difference is too great, truly a world apart. The young master now is no longer the young master of the past. No longer the intelligent planner or the visionary. Now he's nothing but a mad dog, rushing to bite anyone he meets. Where is the refined master image I once admired? She continued. I don't understand when it started, but I have developed a bit of admiration for Yu Ling Shuang. Remembering back to the years when Xiao Shuang and I were both trained together, we studied with similar achievements. Both of us were orphans raised by the Jin family since childhood. Our appearances and physiques were hardly different, and we were both among the best female students in all training sessions. After starting work, I was by the young master's side, holding power even greater than Yu Ling Shuang, always feeling superior to her. And yet now, in less than 6 months, Yu Ling Shuang has control of trillions, single-handedly overthrowing the giant group, while I am still just the CEO's secretary. She continued, moreover, the negative comments about Jin Jiamu online have somewhat shaken me. In the past, his schemes at least had a commercial, competitive nature. Now, to deal with a young girl, he doesn't hesitate to play dirty. It's just too petty. Despite the disappointment, I had no other path and could not betray the Jin family. After that, Qin Kaiyan reluctantly made a call. Huang CEO, the young master has spoken. You can begin now. Thomson Devera is where Zheng Jilu and Wang Mengmeng are living a peaceful life in Maiyuan. They do not trouble anyone, nor does anyone trouble them. But who could have guessed that one day they would get caught in a sweet trap, like honey poured into their ears? As soon as Jin Jiamu signaled for Huang Xing to come on stage, Wang Xing immediately called Wang Mengmeng, playing tricks with a voice sweeter than candy. Wang Mengmeng, gentle and naive, upon hearing it, thought she was genuinely loved. Of course, this news couldn't be kept to herself, and she had to share it with Zheng Jilu right away. Zheng Jilu asked in surprise, Mengmeng, do you really want to go to Zheolong Film Company to act with them? For 3 months, no less. Wang Mengmeng was busy packing her clothes, eagerly showcasing. That's right. Yesterday, I went for an audition, and out of hundreds of actors, I was chosen. This opportunity is truly rare. It's Wang Xing, the director himself, who selected me. Moreover, I have brother's approval too. Zheng Jilu said with a knowing tone. To be honest, Wang Xing is indeed a big-name director. But with a wealthy brother like yours, why do you need to go act for him? Zheng Jilu continued. Tell brother Park Jimin to invest in a movie for you. With his willingness to spend, a few billion is nothing. By then, the entire film crew would belong to you, and you'd be able to have whatever you want. Instead, here you are, begging director Huang Xing. It's truly ridiculous. Wang Mengmeng knew she wasn't really Park Jimin's biological sister, so even if her account had a few billion, she didn't dare spend a single penny. But this secret was something Wang Mengmeng couldn't reveal, so she vaguely explained. It's not easy for brother to make money either. I don't want to keep spending his money. Zheng Jilu couldn't help but retort right away. You say your brother finds it hard to make money? If he finds it hard, then no one in this country would be making money easily. As soon as she finished her sentence, Jung Ji-Lu began to list Park Jimin's billion-dollar achievements. Just the Gyeongbokgung Pharmaceuticals alone has become a global focal point, with its market value currently breaking into the trillions, and it hasn't even been listed yet. If it were listed, it might even rise to tens of trillions. Jung Ji-Lu continued. If we just keep running steadily, then it's definitely a money printing machine, not to mention the Fei Gong Group. And then there's the Cinema City project with trillion-dollar planning, especially thanks to the ability of your brother to turn wasteland into prime real estate. Now your brother owns 3 prime plots of land including Tianmen City, Tuanzhong, and Xiandao, all of which have become hot properties. The land prices there have increased 30 times, enough to make anyone dizzy. Jung Ji-Lu spoke with growing enthusiasm, continuing to lecture her knave friend. Meng, listen carefully. 10 trillion is an amount of money that would last for several lifetimes, and yet you dare to say your brother finds it hard to make money. If brother Park Jimin doesn't make it to the Forbes list next year, then who could possibly do it? She went on. Moreover, Big Cat TV has recently developed rapidly, and the global Vanova app has surpassed 100 million users, along with its international version. Not to mention Jun Sun, who has also established an e-commerce platform. All of this is thanks to your brother's investments. Jung Ji-Lu continued. She even told me that it's not easy for her brother to make money. Truly crazy. Saying this, Jung Ji-Lu didn't forget to press her forehead and tease her. At this moment, Wang Meng finally came to her senses. So it turns out that every project brother Park Jimin invests in is reaching peak success. Once all of his plans are completed, how much will his wealth amount to? By then, the top 10 richest people in the world might not even compare to brother. Jung Ji-Lu thought Wang Meng had forgotten her dream of independence. But Wang Meng firmly asserted, even if he makes money easily, that's his hard work. I also need to be independent. I can't keep relying on brother forever, right? Upon hearing this, Jung Ji-Lu felt hopeless, tilting her head, unable to hide her smug expression, raising her eyebrows proudly. Oh, come on. Why suffer so much, girl? Look at me. Now I'm happily the deputy general manager Fei Dong. That Fei Dong is quite popular. Wherever he goes, people treat him like delicate eggs. Just mentioning me has more clout than being Miss Jung family. Jung Ji-Lu continued. Meng, since you're labeled as the little sister of Chairman Lim, just imagine how many people would hold you in high regard. I guarantee that by then you'll be even more illustrious than I am. As Jung Ji-Lu spoke, she winked, full of confidence. Wang Meng blushed and shook her head repeatedly. No, I don't want that kind of attention. Please don't mention anything at school. Just help me out this once. Jung Ji-Lu pouted and teased. All right, I know you're sensible. Wang Meng tried to say something but stopped herself. In her heart, she thought, it's not that I'm being sensible. It's just that this identity isn't real. I'm not really the biological sister of brother Park Jimin. If I went around bragging about it, I feel so embarrassed I wouldn't even be able to speak. But Jung Ji-Lu didn't let up. Hey, going into a complex drama group can be tough, and you're so naive that you might get bullied. Do you need me to lend you a bodyguard? Wang Meng shook her head vigorously. No, I'm just a newcomer. Bringing a bodyguard into the drama group would be like flaunting my wealth. How would I ever hold my head up after that? At the same time, at the global dark web headquarters, Mr. X looked pale. The atmosphere in the meeting room was stifling. Everyone was silent, not daring to even breathe heavily. I never expected this Age Nation guy to be this tough. I thought the global bounty was impossible for him. Yet he not only shows no fear, but even hacked directly into the dark web to play around. His skills are truly unpredictable. Even Mr. X was completely overwhelmed by him. This move of pulling the rug from under us is a slap right in the face of the dark web. Mr. X asked, his voice hoarse and filled with frustration. All right, let's hear from our big shot. What should we do when we encounter this Age Nation guy? Immediately, one person in the crowd replied, their voice tense. Sir, the current situation is indeed critical. He has taken full control of the dark web and can modify the website as he wishes. If we don't deal with him, every time we go online, he will jump out making wild claims. At this rate, we will lose all credibility with the international assassin community. Someone else said, that's right, the only way to handle him first is to give the dark web a chance to go online again. Somebody spoke up, the problem is how to kill him now. A person voiced their concern. The target has escaped from our assassins twice, and he's become even more vigilant. I've heard that lately security control in Nation H is extremely tight. Customs checks are 10 times more rigorous. The smuggling routes have been cleared, making it difficult to get weapons in. Another added, Part Jimin has escaped from Viper and Bloody Rose. He's not just anyone. It's likely that our assassins will find it hard to take him down. All right, everyone take a look at this. Mr. X said, then press the remote to play a video. The images in the video were quite blurry, but everyone was breathless watching. The pitch-black night made the footage even more indistinct, barely revealing anything. However, upon closer inspection, they saw a white car speeding like a bullet, tossing aside 2 hulking bodyguards dressed in black. The viewers were left stunned, their eyes wide open as they watched a man effortlessly push the 1.5-ton vehicle away with his bare hands. The drama didn't stop there. A young assassin in black suddenly drew a gun and aimed to shoot. Just as the gun fired, the bullet shot towards them at terrifying speed. But the unbelievable continues as the man reaches out as if to catch the bullet in midair. It goes without saying that everyone in the room was utterly shocked. They saw the man seemingly catch the bullet, or at least it looked that way, and then throw it back toward the shooter with unimaginable speed, causing the head of the black-clad assassin to explode. The video was too blurry for anyone to clearly see the bullet's trajectory, but after watching, everyone was speechless, believing it to be a scene from a movie rather than real life. A few people even murmured in horror. If this isn't edited, then what? A car crash that doesn't kill, and someone catching a bullet with their bare hands and throwing it back. This must be beyond human. To affirm the truth, Mr. X slowly replied, not edited digitally at all. This is a real video, shot live at the scene with a phone. Suddenly, one person recalled something and stammered, before assigning Bloody Rose this mission, I had also sent End of Days Reincarnation to observe Part Jimin. Waiting for that mission to fail, then they would step in to handle things. One person continued, but after witnessing Part Jimin like this with my own eyes, End of Days Reincarnation had to change the entire plan. End of Days Reincarnation made it clear that even with all their might, they would only have a 3 out of 10 chance when directly confronting Part Jimin, while the 7 parts likelihood would be sent back. Unless Part Jimin decided to cross over to Nation M on his own. Only then could they mobilize their forces and rain down projectiles from the sky, which might give them a chance. As soon as the words ended, the room fell into a terrifying silence. The high-ranking members of the dark web appeared pale, and no one dared to say another word. At that moment, Mr. X proposed a sinister plan. He may be strong, but he is not invincible. Does everyone forget? Even heroes must bow down to emotions. Instead of confronting Part Jimin directly, we should target the people around him. From his parents, friends to his lover, there must be weaknesses somewhere. As soon as Mr. X finished that statement, the entire room went quiet. The high-level meeting room saw everyone freeze, their mouths agape as if turned to stone, horrified by this deep and malevolent scheme. Someone said, although this game is cowardly, it's really cool, I like it. The meeting had just ended, and several high-ranking members of the dark web immediately jumped in to investigate Part Jimin's feelings and personal life down to the smallest detail. The results of the search became clearer with each step, as if peeling away all the layers of a mask. Who has been close to Part Jimin? Who he has dated? How many times he has met someone? Nothing can be hidden. Target 1. Jung Hoseok. She was Part Jimin's ex-girlfriend from back in the day, head over heels in love, pursuing him for 3 years. After their breakup, she still quietly worried about and cared for him. When Jung Hoseok's mother fell seriously ill and couldn't afford surgery, Park Jimin pretended to donate a light 10 billion for her mother. It seems this is an easy card to play. Better catch it hot. Target 2. Jisoo. The beauty of Havert. Now the president of Big Cat TV, Park Jimin once bought a villa, a supercar, and even gifted her a whole piano worth 100 billion. Perhaps she is the trump card in this game, needing to be caught quickly before it's too late. Target 3. Yang Guibai. The beauty from high school. Now the daughter of the tycoon, Lee Hee-jun, her family's company once went bankrupt. Park Jimin has indeed put in 500 billion to rescue, and then bought a 20 billion villa to help out as well. The potential for making a move is looking very bright. Target number 4. Suk-won, the president of CI Charity, is closely connected to Park Jimin. However, Particularly because Suk-won is involved in national affairs, he is a challenging target. Disturbing him could easily cause international complications, making it quite uncomfortable. It's best to leave him alone. Target number 5, Kim Hae-won, a university student, is Park Jimin's distant one-sided crush. She is still a girl full of emotions. But in the eyes of the conference, she holds no investment value. Consider that a quick pass. Continuing the endeavor to scrutinize Park Jimin's relationships, the conference's spirits were increasingly high. Everyone absorbed the information as if they had just caught a dragon scale. The list of targets kept extending endlessly. Upon hearing each name, the higher-ups exchanged glances, smirking with cunning delight. Target number 6, Jun Sun, the CEO of an e-commerce platform, is the main manager in the e-commerce sector that Park Jimin has invested in. Their relationship is rather dull. Whether to capture him or not is dependent on the mood. Objective 7, Park Min-young, the beauty queen of Harvard and now the vice president of the Nova app, has a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Park Jimin. In general, this objective is quite eye-catching. Grab it quickly before it's gone. Objective 8, Jung Ji-lu, the young lady of the Jung family, is currently the vice president of Feidong. The relationship with Park Jimin is also ambiguous. Meets the criteria, sees it. Objective 9, Dai-han, eldest miss of the prominent Dai family in Manhwa, has a reputation that reaches the ceiling. Park Jimin is always shadowing her wherever she goes. No matter how ambiguous it is, the Dai family is not to be taken lightly. Consider carefully before making a move. Objective 10, Kim Woo-song, the young lady of the Kim family also in Manhwa, has an ambiguous relationship with Park Jimin. But the Kim family is extremely powerful. Like Dai-han, whether to catch her needs careful consideration. Objective 11, Yu Ling-shuang, the CEO of Feidong Capital, is the eldest sister holding trillion-dollar assets. She dominates the stock market like a deity and is also a powerful ally of Park Jimin in Cinema City. Quick summary before it's too late. Target 12, Oh Hyung-sil, CEO of Yongsil Television, has just released a film that Park Jimin has heavily invested in. The ambiguous relationship and the overly bright target leave no room for hesitation. Let's dive right in. The analysis has reached a critical point. Looking back, it's dizzying. Who knows what is true love and what is just a fleeting breeze? Oh my goodness, why are there so many young women lingering around Park Jimin? Who should he choose now? Oh heavens! It turns out Park Jimin is not an ordinary person. He has an entire distribution table allocating resources to each woman, ranging from the beautiful CEO to the powerful heiress. Each young woman is graciously showered with wealth from Park Jimin, without a moment's hesitation. Luxury cars, villas, entire skyscrapers, and even tens of billions invested in business ventures, including high-rise buildings. Delving into Park Jimin's strategic love life, the more we discuss, the more baffled we become. No matter how one analyzes it, no one can truly ascertain whether Park Jimin is genuinely sincere with anyone, or if it's all just a game for him. Finally, the emotional experts on the council concluded, no matter who you catch, it won't faze Park Jimin, simply because he is always ready to spend money on everything. Everyone started to panic intensely. Based on the gathered information, it seems that Park Jimin must have gone through a massive emotional shock, which is why he is transformed into a true trap boy. This kind of trap boy will never particularly care about anyone, so even if you capture those ladies to threaten him, it would likely have no effect. Park Jimin has enough money to easily replace anyone, and changing partners is as easy as changing clothes. So capturing those women wouldn't serve any purpose. Someone said, that's right, to threaten Park Jimin, one must find someone he is willing to sacrifice everything for. According to the learned theory on wounded hearts, the ideal target would be a family member. For example, Wang Mengmeng, Park Jimin's half-sister, is currently a freshman at Manhwa and just turned 18. The girl certainly holds a special place in Park Jimin's heart, far different from those fleeting romances. Another person said, then I suggest adding Wang Mengmeng to the priority capture list. A sister always has unique value for leverage. Agreed, perfect. Alan's analysis never misses the mark. The meeting was filled with nods of agreement, as everyone seemed to have found the ultimate weapon to win the heart of the trap boy. Moreover, this Jung Ho-seok seems to be entirely different from the other girls around. Park Jimin, usually quite generous with his money, and not particularly paying attention to anyone, has never formally acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend. Yet with Jung Hoseok, it's a different story. Park Jimin has pursued her for 3 long years, and even after their breakup, he secretly offered his help. This kind of entangled love and hatred surely means this girl occupies a significant place in his heart. Everyone began to wonder. Jung Hoseok may have decent looks, but clearly there are several other girls more beautiful than her. Why does she make Park Jimin so infatuated? Alan quickly explained. Eastern people have their own tastes. The simple, pure beauty of Jung Hoseok in Park Jimin's eyes is truly peak perfection. Upon hearing this, the whole group nodded vigorously. So, to sum up, Jung Hoseok and Wang Mengmeng will be prioritized on the list for capture. The others will have to wait for now, as capturing too many at once may cause a stir, and many of them still hold significant social influence. Some people said, if things go awry, the military might get involved, and then all plans could unravel. I agree with this concern. The conference concluded, and the dark web immediately sprang into action. High-level orders had been issued. This mission had to be completed swiftly and efficiently. At the same time, Wang Mengmeng, Park Jimin's precious younger sister, had just joined a large theater troupe and was experiencing the feelings of a new star. Upon arrival, she was personally welcomed by Huang Xing. Miss Meng, you have finally arrived. The film crew will begin shooting in a few days, and here is the assistant who will support you. The film crew not only provided accommodations, but also offered exceptional service, with an impressive support team for makeup, a driver, and even 2 bodyguards for her protection. Wang Mengmeng was just a newcomer, yet she was treated like a treasure, leaving her both delighted and anxious. Director Huang, she said, I will perform excellently to meet the expectations of the director and the crew. At first, Wang Mengmeng was a bit cautious, because she didn't know much about the film crew, especially with Wang Xing, the notoriously strict director. However, after getting in touch, she realized Wang Xing is indeed what he appears to be, a towering figure with no ulterior motives at all. He is very meticulous and serious like a respected teacher, extremely dignified, not at all involved in any ambiguous relationship with female actors. The entire crew is friendly and dedicated to their work. Slowly, Wang Mengmeng felt reassured and poured her heart into her role, believing that this was a valuable opportunity to prove herself. Just as she was leaving to rest after a tiring day, unexpectedly, director Huang Xing suddenly revealed an entirely different face. The gentle expression he had moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by sharp eyes and a sinister smile. Wang Xing turned to secretly call Qin K Yan, his expression gleeful as if he had just set a trap into which Wang Mengmeng had fallen, saying to Jin Young Master, the plan has gone smoothly. Wang Mengmeng has officially joined the film crew. Time flew by just like that, and in the blink of an eye, a week had vanished. Throughout that week, the film crew's life remained peaceful. Wang Mengmeng diligently worked on the set, showcasing her incredible acting skills every day. Meanwhile, director Huang Xing meticulously cared for every detail, watching over everyone like a parent guiding their child, holding their hands and showing them the way. But 2 days later, an event occurred. The film crew would have a party to meet a big-time producer. Wang Xing immediately chose to reach out, finding Wang Mengmeng and urging her. Mengmeng, there's a banquet today. You should attend. I will introduce you to some powerful people. This is a golden opportunity for you to shake hands with A-list producers. Afraid that Wang Mengmeng might refuse, Wang Xing added more temptation. Mengmeng, you're just starting out in the industry, so make sure to come and greet them, toast and all. The future of becoming a major star isn't far off. Wang Mengmeng, a little worried, said, I can't drink alcohol. Can I just hold a can of Coke instead? Upon hearing this, Wang Xing looked at Wang Mengmeng with an expression that said he was too exasperated to respond. Coke? My dear eldest miss, are you really going to play it that way? He continued, the machine startup is serious and important, yet you're planning to toast the producer with Coca-Cola. People might misunderstand and think you're being overly pretentious. Wang Mengmeng, upon hearing this, suddenly felt timid but still insisted. But I really don't know how to drink. Can't I just drink a little less? Huang Xing's expression immediately transformed from a gentle demeanor to one of authority as he coldly ordered, listen, You must give it your all this time. Just a sip of the drink is enough. The key is to show respect to them. The opportunity to appear right from the start is not easy to come by. Outside, so many people are lining up for your position. Meng Meng. How could Wang Meng Meng dare to argue back? She could only hesitantly nod. All right, I will try my best. When Huang Xing left, Wang Meng Meng looked at herself in the mirror, wondering, is this really the true world of the entertainment industry? Beyond the dazzling glitz on the surface, inside lies a dense landscape of socializing, endless drinking, and parties. Just stepping out of the room, the corners of Huang Xing's mouth curled into a cold smile. This foolish girl, do you think just attending the party will let you escape all of this? Don't dream. Even without drinking, you won't be able to get away. When it was time to sit down for dinner, Huang Xing poured the wine while urging, come on, Meng Meng, as a newcomer, shouldn't you raise a glass to toast the directors and producers just for appearances? As soon as Huang Xing finished speaking, curious eyes around Wang Meng Meng turned towards her, some scrutinizing, some challenging, as if waiting to see how she would react to this coercion. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, an invisible pressure weighing down on Wang Meng Meng's shoulders, forcing her into an awkward corner that she wanted to avoid but couldn't escape, especially with Du Young Master still waiting. To make matters worse, Wang Meng Meng appeared in a simple white long dress, looking as graceful as an orchid in the early morning dew, causing him to yearn for her even more. Caught in the hands of the illustrious young Master Du, the renowned heir of HA, not everyone would want to escape. When talking about the Du family and the Jin family, one must mention the family ties like a spider web. The mother of the Yu Young Master is the second aunt of the Jin family, which makes the two of them cousins. That's not all. The Du family is not only linked through business with the Jin family manhua, but also has entanglements with the Jin family nation HK through in-laws. Although the Jin family manhua and the Jin family nation HK are not the same family, they have been relatives for many years. In the past, the Jin family nation HK was a prestigious family, once on the list of the world's top wealthy families, rich enough to impress anyone who heard about them. Yet as times changed, the Jin family manhua today seems to be somewhat better off than the Jin family nation HK, but still maintains their humility, refraining from ostentation. The more Huang Xing pondered, the brighter he smiled like a flower. Wang Meng Meng felt a bit nervous, holding the cup of Sprite, and shyly stepped forward to greet the Yu Young Master. I toast you. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the Yu Young Master snatched the Sprite cup from Wang Meng Meng's hand and smirked. This isn't wine. Huang Xing, please change it to wine for her. Huang Xing responded with a tone that was both authoritative and demanding. Come on, Meng Meng, raise a glass to the Yu Young Master. He continued. You must remember that getting this leading female role is also thanks to young Master Yu's assistance. Meng Meng heard this and turned pale, looking at Huang Xing and refusing. I really can't drink alcohol. This made Huang Xing frown, his gaze fiery. Do you know what you're doing? Do you think a grand theater troupe like this is a playground for you? Eldest miss, this is the hard work of many people. Don't think just because you're beautiful, you can be arrogant. You need to know where you stand. With a spirit of not needing to flatter, Wang Meng Meng was determined to uphold her principles and confidently replied, Director Huang, I'm sorry. I no longer need this role. I thought I was chosen for the leading female role based on my abilities. But today, I've realized that my selection was influenced by others. That is unfair to me. I want to prove myself by my talent. Otherwise, this role means nothing. I'm sorry, I want to leave the troupe. Hearing this, young Master Yu merely sneered and immediately warned, Do you think the theater is your home? You can come and go as you please. Grab her. Immediately, 4 bodyguards sprang into action. They rushed in to block her path, arms outstretched to prevent her from moving. You're not getting away, girl. Wang Meng Meng stepped back, her face paling slightly but still trying to struggle. What are you planning to do? Are you going to keep me here? This is illegal, you know. In the face of her somewhat childish and naive resistance, Yu Young Master stepped closer to Wang Meng Meng. With a smug look, he grinned wickedly and boldly declared, Actually, I wasn't planning on doing this, but you act as if you have a grudge against me. I don't understand. A person like me, wealthy and good-looking, the heir of the Du family conglomerate, so many people envy me. Yet Wang Meng Meng, you look down on me. For what reason? Don't worry, Meng Meng, tonight I will specially indulge you. Wang Meng Meng continued to struggle, shouting in panic. You young master, don't do anything reckless. My brother will not let you get away with this. In the midst of Du Shuwai's speech, Wang Meng Meng struggled to maintain her composure, her sharp eyes responding. Don't act rashly. My brother knows about this, and he won't let you off the hook. Hearing this, Du Shuwai simply laughed loudly, unfazed, and retorted mockingly, Who do you think you're threatening? Do you really think you can scare me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched Wang Meng Meng's chin tightly, forcing her to drink the glass of wine in her hand. For him, such antics were nothing new. At first he trembled slightly, fearing being reported, but then he realized the truth. As long as you throw enough money around, everything can smooth over. Forced to drink, Wang Meng Meng tried to shout, but her voice faltered under the pressure. She was filled with rage. Du Shuwei, you bastard! Only at this moment did she truly grasp. Life is not as simple as you think. Some people care nothing for ethics or the law, and the boundaries of their morality are indeed limitless. Sometimes, just taking a step back can lead to unimaginable consequences. She sighed in regret, thinking to herself, I should have listened to my brother. Wang Meng Meng was engulfed in feelings of regret and guilt. Her eyelids gradually grew heavy, and her mind became hazy. Everything around her seemed to sink into a thick fog. The more she thought about Park Jimin, the more despondent she felt. A tear rolled down uncontrollably. I'm sorry. If I really am dishonored tonight, what face will I have to confront you? A few minutes later, Wang Meng Meng fell into a deep slumber. Seeing this situation, Du Shuwei smiled smugly. All right, carry her away. After that, he did not forget to turn to Huang Xing, expressing his gratitude. It's a success. My young master will have his own rewards. Huang Xing replied with a knowing smile. Shu Wei, have fun. While Wang Meng Meng was lost in her stupor, a group of international assassins from the mysterious dark web organization suddenly appeared. They did not sneak their way into the theater without reason. They had come here on orders from higher-ups in the dark web organization. What was even more frightening was that this team of assassins was divided into two tiers: regular assassins and special assassins, those referred to as trash collectors. While assassins are usually just hired hands who complete a job and then collect their payment before disappearing, the cleaners are loyal enforcers who handle more complex issues for the dark web. They are akin to a formidable special forces unit ready to eliminate anyone who violates the rules or poses a threat to the organization. Once the dark web has issued an order, the cleaners will pursue the target relentlessly, leaving no one able to escape. According to gathered information, Wang Meng Meng has left Mado University and is currently at Jiaolong Film Company, preparing for a new movie. Upon hearing this, a voice from the other end of the line commanded, the higher-ups have ordered that Wang Meng Meng must be captured alive. She must not be harmed under any circumstances. This is an extremely critical target, understood. Set out immediately. If there are any obstacles, deal with them firmly. After that, the leader turned back, signaling his subordinates to cut throats with a decisive motion, his eyes sharp as a knife. Begin the operation. The timeline for this mission is only 3 days, and 2 days have already passed. The plan must be expedited, as there is only 1 day left before the deadline. Wang Meng Meng was being carried by 2 bodyguards into the largest tent. Xu Wei stood waiting, watching Wang Meng Meng, in a daze, his heart burning with desire. After chasing away the 2 bodyguards, he could no longer restrain himself, moving closer with determination to seize the moment he had long awaited. Meanwhile, Wang Meng Meng was still somewhat dazed from the effects of the drug, but her strong will would not allow her to easily succumb. She silently thought, no, I can't. Du Wei smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. You don't want it? Women, they say no with their mouths, but in their hearts, they must be waiting, right? Everything seemed to reach a climax. On one side was Du Wei, full of excitement and ambition, while on the other side was a team of assassins on a mission to complete it that very night. Thus, an unplanned confrontation was awaiting both sides, as the darkness outside the tent grew thicker with the appearance of shadowy figures surrounding the area, ready to strike. Wang Meng Meng, though unintentionally the center of this event, was caught up in a major upheaval that she herself did not fully understand. Inside the tent, Du Wei began to turn on the camera, adjusting the angle. His expression was full of self-satisfaction. Meng Meng, don't be afraid. At first, it might hurt a little, but soon you'll see that you'll like it. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, and his breath quickened. Wang Meng Meng could only lie there, like a little white rabbit, helplessly unable to resist the calculating gaze of the gray wolf. Just when Wang Meng Meng was in a precarious situation, a group of men in suits burst into the tent, deftly handling Du Shuwei's two bodyguards outside. Du Shuwei was startled, furious, still not having pulled up his pants when he suddenly turned pale. The feeling of anger surged within him as he shouted, "Who are you? Dare to interfere in my business? Get the hell out!" Before he could finish his yell, the leader of the assassins promptly gave him a hard slap to the face. Du Shuwei was sent flying to one side, his face swollen. He was both pale and furious, stammering, "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" Seeing that the crowd did not respond, Du Shuwei continued to shout, his face contorted in anger. "Damn it! What are you all trying to do? Wang Meng Meng is mine. Who dares to touch her?" But just when Du Shuwei was about to rush over to intervene, a cold sensation spread through his abdomen, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. The leader said nothing, moving like a flash, and drove a knife straight into Du Shuwei's stomach. His eyes were as cold as ice. In just 10 short seconds, Du Shuwei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his vision blurred, a sense of death creeping closer. He wanted to scream, but no words could escape his lips. Thus, under the bright moonlit night, Du Shuwei had to pay for his actions. Even sitting in front of the hospital, it would be hard for him to get saved. The leader paid no attention to him, gradually moving towards Wang Meng Meng, scrutinizing her closely. Then, he pulled out a photo, compared it with Wang Meng Meng, nodded in confirmation of the target, and ordered to take her away. Just a moment later, the news of Du Shuwei's death sent shockwaves through the film crew. The police quickly arrived at the scene, and after the forensic team conducted their examination, it was confirmed that Du Shuwei, the famous young master from Nation D, had been stabbed to death on the spot in a gruesome manner. The two bodyguards accompanying him were also taken down swiftly with a single knife strike each, unable to fight back. The scene was eerily quiet, with no signs of a fierce struggle, indicating that the assailant was someone with highly developed skills. Since the last person to see Du Shuwei alive was Guang Xing, he too was interrogated by the police. The initial assessment by the authorities was that the murderer was not only a professional assassin, but also extremely dangerous. The perpetrator likely planned meticulously and acted decisively, not working alone, but possibly as part of a well-organized team that subdued all 3 individuals within seconds without making a sound. Upon hearing this, Guang Xing felt both shocked and terrified. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness I left early, otherwise it would have been hard to keep my life. But where has Wang Meng Meng gone? What has happened?" What complicates the situation further is that Du Shuwei, who was just murdered, is the only son of Du Tianwen, the head of one of the 6 wealthiest families in Nation D, with assets worth hundreds of billions. The death of the sole heir of the Du family is not only a criminal case, but also poses a risk of causing a major storm among the tycoons, signaling a series of bloody days to come. In a skyscraper in Nation D, right after finishing the morning meeting, Du Tianwen suddenly received the grim news. His assistant rushed into the room with a panicked expression, sweating profusely. "Chairman, the young master has been murdered." Upon hearing this, Du Tianwen stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. "What did you say? Repeat that to me." The assistant stammered. The young master has been murdered. Here are the crime scene photos." Du Tianwen glanced through a few pictures, his face pale and his mind spinning. Unlike other great families like the Li family or the Zheng family, the Du family has only one heir. He mournfully thought to himself, "In the past, I dedicated all my time to my career, and it wasn't until I was 39 that I got married and had a child." He thought to himself, "Du Shuwei is only 23 years old, while I am over 60. My health is declining, and I can no longer have children. Furthermore, I only have a single child, and now my only son is gone. Who will inherit this 100 billion empire?" Upon thinking this, Du Tianwen suddenly felt bitter. What good is having so much money if, in the end, no one will inherit it? Just as he was about to sway and fall, his secretary hurriedly supported him. "Chairman, are you all right?" Du Tianwen gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, growled like a wild beast. Who did this? Who dares to touch my son? His rage sent shivers through both the assistant and the secretary, making it feel as though they were facing an enraged beast. After the shock of receiving the news of his son's murder, Du Tianwen's anger intensified as the assistant continued to report the details of the situation. According to information from director Vuong Xing, before he was killed, the young master was preparing to make an underground deal with a new actress named Wang Mengmeng. However, after the incident, Wang Mengmeng disappeared without a trace. It is likely that the death of the young master is closely related to this girl. In a fit of rage, Du Tianwen roared out an order. Find out everything. No matter the cost, we must locate Wang Mengmeng. Investigate every piece of information about her family and background. I want that bitch to pay a proper price. As news of Du Shuwei's murder spread, Wang Mengmeng was abducted by a group of men in black. Meanwhile, another character, Jung Hoseok, was unexpectedly swept into this event. Recently, Jung Hoseok's life revolved around two places: school, where she tirelessly prepared for the graduate program entrance exam, and the hospital, where her mother was receiving treatment for leukemia. For Jung Hoseok, passing the entrance exam was a major plan to bridge the gap to the boy of her dreams, Park Jimin. She expressed her emotions to her mother, saying, "Mom, Chairman Lim has quietly helped countless struggling families through his charity fund. There was a little girl with the same illness as you who was helped by the relief fund and is now back to living a normal life. Seeing that girl embrace her family in happiness makes me realize how great Chairman Lim truly is. If we get the chance to meet him, we must definitely thank him." Still overwhelmed with emotion, her mother asked a question that made Jung Hoseok's heart ache. "Oh, Jung Hoseok, what happened to Park Jimin? The boy who used to visit our home for the past 3 years. I haven't seen him in a while. Is there something going on between the two of you?" Jung Hoseok replied, her voice tinged with sadness. "We've broken up, Mom." Upon hearing this, her mother could only sigh. "You could have been with him. Park Jimin is a good and responsible young man, but perhaps you two just weren't meant to be." Her mother's words deepened Jung Hoseok's sorrow, and she quickly sought an excuse to leave. "Mom, I need to step outside for a moment." After experiencing so many emotions and admiration for Park Jimin, Jung Hoseok grew increasingly determined to hold on to that love. Even knowing that her feelings might never be reciprocated, she reminded herself, "Whether it's 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, I will always silently love and cherish him. I am ready to do anything, the one I dream of, as long as he says just one word." At that moment, a group of people from a dark web organization began to take action. "Are you Jung Hoseok, a classmate?" Hearing a deep male voice inquiring, Jung Hoseok looked up and saw a handsome young doctor gazing at her. Without hesitation, she responded, "Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help with?" As soon as they identified the personalities, the dark web task force took just a few minutes to neatly abduct Jung Hoseok. Capturing this girl was as easy as turning over a hand, without encountering any obstacles. Report, the second target has been captured and is en route to Nation M. Should we set conditions for Park Jimin? With the successful capture of both key figures, Wang Mengmeng and Jung Hoseok, the dark web now held a strong card for negotiations with Park Jimin. However, the organization was in no hurry. The higher-ups had a plan in place. One member of the group coldly smiled, showcasing absolute confidence in the meticulously prepared strategy. "Very well, let Park Jimin gradually realize that both are missing, so he can become anxious, and then we'll proceed with the negotiations. When both hostages are abroad, particularly in Nation M, Park Jimin will have to personally come there if he wants to save them. At that point, the dark web will hold considerable leverage in the negotiations. If the negotiations fail, heavy weaponry is already ready to deal with Park Jimin. Is it possible that he is so skilled that not even artillery can take him down?" After how many days, Yu Ling Shuang returned to the place that was once her cradle. Half a year ago, Xiao Yu was just a small employee, ignored by everyone. Perhaps the people in the company only remembered her through the fragmented rumors about the car accident, thinking she had ruined her looks or disappeared without a trace. But that was not the case. This return, Yu Ling Shuang had become significantly more formidable. After 6 months, she had risen to the position of CEO of Feed Dun Corporation, holding a fortune worth thousands of billions, and the ability to make it rain and call a wind. Now, as she returned to the very place that had oppressed and looked down upon her, Xiao Yu not only stood in a higher position, but also powerfully acquired the entire company. At this moment, a manager who understood the situation immediately stepped forward, warmly welcoming her. CEO Yu, welcome back to Star Group. The shareholders meeting will begin at 10 a.m. Currently, Star Group has more than 30 shareholders, but for some reason, only a dozen people are present. Yu Ling Shuang smiled calmly and replied, "It's okay, I'm just here to decide to dismiss Jin Jiamu from the position of general manager. Whether it goes through or not no longer matters. It's only natural, since Yu Ling Shuang's stake in the board has exceeded 50%, making her the one in control of the entire group. Just a single word of dismissal is all it takes. Not to mention Jin Jiamu has never shown any interest in working, so it's easy to remove him from his position without a second thought." Seeing Yu Ling Shuang, the former colleagues couldn't help but murmur, "Oh, isn't this Xiao Shuang? It's been a long time since we last saw her. I heard she had an accident, and her appearance got damaged before she went on leave. Who would have thought that now she looks even more beautiful than before?" Someone else reminded, "But hey, don't call her Xiao Shuang anymore. She's now the CEO of Feedum Corporation, so we should be calling her CEO Yu. CEO Yu has just become the largest shareholder of our Star Group. The board meeting today is to shake up the leadership. 3 months for He Dong, 3 months for He Xasi. Don't underestimate this poor girl." Upon hearing this, the old employees felt like they had been electrocuted. Yu Ling Shuang's transformation was a surprising blow, leaving everyone who had once looked down on her in amazement, unsure whether to admire her or be afraid. Right after the conference, the first thing Yu Ling Shuang did was to clean up the old machinery, preparing to eliminate Jin Jiamu's entire entourage one by one. Just then, Qin Kyan happened to walk by and was called back. "Hey, Secretary Qin, go make coffee for CEO Yu." Qin Kyan did not appreciate the idea of serving CEO Yu, and immediately retorted, "What did you say? Who gave you the right to order me to make coffee? I am the secretary of the young master. I only serve the young master. You have no authority to command me." The manager, hearing this, just sneered and said, "Whether I have the power or not is for me to decide. I'm your superior, and right now Jin Jiamu has lost his position as CEO. You are no longer Jin Jiamu's secretary. Go make coffee for CEO Yu right now." It's easy to understand. Before, when Jin Jiamu was the CEO, Qin Kyan held a respectable position as his secretary. But now, in the blink of an eye, she had fallen from a high position to being just a small fry, no longer anyone to be feared. At that moment, Qin Kyan's face flushed red with anger, and she was on the verge of tears out of indignation. Frustrated, she thought to herself, "If I don't do it, so what? Who cares?" Hearing that, the assistant sneered, "Oh, then get lost. Don't think you're still the imposing Qin secretary as before. If you can't make coffee, then get out." Qin Kyan was so angry that he gritted his teeth in response. "Fine. So what if Star Group is bought? The Lei family is still the third largest force in manhwa. Remember this attitude of yours today, and you'll know what I'm capable of." After hearing that, the manager just shrugged and gave a casual smile, as if trying to offer empty comfort. Hey, Qin secretary, why get so angry? It's just a matter of being out of control. When the company changes hands, if you don't choose to side quickly, you'll be out in the street. Times change, you know. People get rich and change friends and wives, and some even completely change their entire staff. Qin Kyan, hearing this, lifted his chin and walked away without looking back, exuding a determined aura. If you like it, stay. If not, leave. At exactly noon, shocking news hit like lightning. Duke Xuwei was killed. Jin Jiamu, upon hearing this, lost his composure, bewildered and dazed, stammering, "Do you what? Did Park Jimin do it? Did he dare to do that?" He held his head. "Oh my God, that is the only son of the Du family. My original plan was simply to scare Park Jimin a bit. I had devised a scheme for Duke Xuwei to harm Park Jimin's sister. If the plan succeeded, the Du family and Park Jimin would definitely become bitter enemies. And if it failed, it wouldn't matter. At most, the Du family would unleash their fury on Park Jimin. Who would have thought that things would spiral so far out of my control? Duke Xuwei was truly killed. If the Du family learns the entire truth and traces the clues from beginning to end. The one who will bear the brunt of their wrath will certainly be me. Just thinking about this made Jin Jiamu break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he heard sincere advice from Qin Ke Yan. Young master, CEO Yu is now as powerful as a god. We won't stand a chance even with our eyes closed. We should stop this. Getting involved will only bring disaster upon ourselves. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu puffed out his cheeks, his voice full of resentment and indignation. Stop? How do you expect me to stop? Today, Yu Ling Shuang took control of Star Group and kicked me out of the CEO position. How can I possibly stand by and take it? He was furious. She, a girl picked up from the street, dares to defy me now. Truly ungrateful. I have nurtured her and taught her everything. Yet as soon as she becomes independent, she turns around and betrays me, colluding with outsiders and even acquiring Star Group. I should have dealt with her long ago. As he spoke, Jin Jiamu cursed without holding back, as if the entire world owed him something. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Ke Yan couldn't help but feel exasperated. Instead of finding a way to resolve the situation, Jin Jiamu was no different from those who love to clap online, rambling on, while his composure was long gone. While Qin Ke Yan furrowed her brows, still trying to comprehend his intentions, Jin Jiamu suddenly caught her attitude and coldly declared, "You must stay at Star Group." Hearing that, Qin Ke Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Young master, are you joking?" Jin Jiamu responded with a confident tone. "Listen to me. You and Yu Ling Shuang grew up together. You were once close sisters. Even if there's a bit of competition, she won't outright dismiss you." He continued, "Moreover, when people have succeeded, they often need familiar faces beside them to validate their pride. Therefore, you need to return and act as my insider. Staying at Star Group, you will have a very important role." Hearing this, Qin Ke Yan turned pale, feeling as if she had just been electrocuted, unsure of how to respond. 2 hours ago, I left Star Group with an air of confidence, even dropping a few finishing remarks to my colleagues. Now, returning means not only having to make coffee for Yu Ling Shuang, but also having to bow my head and apologize to the HR department to be reinstated. This situation makes me feel like I want to hide anywhere to avoid the embarrassment. It's truly mortifying, no different from running backward with my slippers. This thought made Qin Ke Yan feel that returning to the company at this moment was a considerable humiliation. But Jin Jiamu had spoken. How could she dare to argue? "Young master, just a few hours ago, I was in a heated argument with the manager. Now if I return, he will surely hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiamu immediately offered sincere advice. "You must understand, this return will undoubtedly involve enduring a bit of humiliation. But right now, I have no one around me whom I can trust." He spoke sweetly. "You are the person I trust the most. I believe that even if the whole world betrays me, you will not." Faced with Jin Jiamu's sweetness and trust, Qin Ke Yan, after a moment of internal struggle, finally compromised. "Young master, rest assured, no matter what I have to do, I will sacrifice everything for you." He said, "Oh, and as for Du Chuai, absolutely do not leave any loopholes. If I am cornered by Part Jimin and the Du family, it will be extremely dangerous." Hearing that, Qin Ke Yan swallowed hard and reluctantly returned to the company. But as soon as she stepped in, her colleagues immediately teased her. "Oh, Secretary Qin is back? Or are you planning to resign? You just said you were leaving this morning." Hearing that, Qin Ke Yan felt like she was ready to explode with anger. But she still forced a smile and replied, "Manager Fang, I was just a bit impulsive this morning. I wonder if I can start over now." Manager Feng didn't hold back, sneering and looking at Qin Ke Yan with pity, immediately delivering a cold statement. "Oh, did I hear that wrong? The great Secretary Qin, who used to be so fierce in kindergarten, even dared to confront CEO Yu without bothering to brew coffee anymore. But the position of Chief Secretary has already been filled, you know. If you want to come back, you'll have to start from the bottom up. Can you handle that?" Before Qin Ke Yan could respond, Manager Feng added another remark out of spite. "As for the 2 secretaries, I won't make things difficult for you. The company is currently undergoing significant changes. It's a stroke of luck that I still have my seat, let alone anyone else. The company is like a boiling pot of water. Whoever can hold on to their position will hold on. If you don't like it, you can just walk out, turn left, and come back again." Being mocked and dismissed without any compassion, while being a former secretary, Kim K-Yan stood frozen for a few seconds, truly at a loss for her dignity. But because she wanted to stay at the company and prove herself worthy of Jin Young Master's trust, she gritted her teeth and lowered herself to accept. I'll do it. Seeing this, CEO Feng immediately assigned a noble task. Well then, please clean the restroom. Kim K-Yan was furious, but restrained herself and gritted her teeth to ask back. Huh? Isn't that the job of the cleaning staff? Manager Feng scoffed and replied, Today the cleaning staff is on leave, so this basic task is assigned to you. It's simple. Just grab a broom and some towels and get to work. A lump of anger stuck in her throat. Kim K-Yan had to suppress her feelings and promised. What a drag, I was a splendid secretary. And now I become a toilet cleaning warrior. Truly a wretched fate. I swear, one day I will rise up spectacularly and make this Feng person pay the price. Who pushes me to clean the restroom? Meanwhile, Park Jimin had arrived at the airport, preparing for his journey to Manhwa. This trip, aside from dealing with matters related to the game show, Park Jimin also wanted to personally meet Jiang Manying to discuss cooperation again, and conveniently visit Zheng Ji-lu and Wang Mengmeng. In particular, he felt a bit worried about Meng Meng, who had gone off to film. He wasn't sure if she would behave well on set. As soon as he stepped onto the plane and hadn't settled in yet, Yu Ling Shuang called. Yes, I'm listening. On the other end, Yu Ling Shuang's voice came through urgently. Boss, the Star Group has been successfully acquired, but we haven't found anyone suitable for the CEO position yet. Do you have any suggestions? Hearing this, Park Jimin replied without hesitation. No one suitable yet, then you should just take it on for convenience. At this moment, Yu Ling Shuang exclaimed, Boss, I'm already handling several roles, including project manager for the Cinema City development, running Feed Dumb Corporation, and managing the charity fund for the school. If I take on more, I might as well set up a bed in the office. Park Jimin, upon hearing this, had to say, All right then, this afternoon, I'll personally go to the superstar to survey and see if there's anyone worthy. Just as Park Jimin hung up, Della, who was right beside him, immediately asked, Mr. Park, where are we going? Park Jimin calmly replied, Just passing by the company a bit. I just acquired a small company. Now I'm going to take on the CEO position to make it less lonely. But after sitting for a while, Park Jimin felt restless in his heart. Why does Meng Meng make me feel so uneasy? I need to go to the Jeolong Field Crew to check the situation soon. Kim K-Yan, who was in the restroom, couldn't find any peace, eavesdropping on conversations. She overheard Seoju and Lai Lai whispering about a shocking rumor. Lai Lai, do you think this makeup looks good today? Is it too heavy? I think the eyeshadow is a bit too bold. She said, Oh my gosh, you look so beautiful already. Everyone knows you're the beauty of the company. All the Liu CEO and Y CEO are crazy about you. Lai Lai, have you heard? This afternoon, Chairman Lim is supposed to come to Manhwa. The position of CEO at Group M still has to wait for Chairman Lim to personally approve it. Lai Lai replied, Chairman Lim. Xiaoju, don't tell me you have feelings for Chairman Lim. I've heard rumors that Chairman Lim comes from the most mysterious tycoon family in Nation H. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but at just 22 years old, he's so talented that he can dominate half of the entertainment industry in an instant. Lila continued, I have to say this is not the typical rich family kind, but rather a prime example of the ideal child of the rich from legends. Some people struggle to make ends meet, while others have endless money to spend. While she was touching up her looks and chatting, Lila caught sight of a familiar face in the mirror, so she immediately stepped on it without mercy. Hey, Xiaoju, have you heard? Kim K-Yan is now being managed by Feng and is stuck cleaning toilets. Can you believe it? It's hilariously sad. Never thought she would have a day like this. Haha, she used to act like she was someone special, just because she was with Jin Young Master. Now look, she deserves it. I want to see what she looks like while cleaning toilets, haha. Needless to say, both of them laughed heartily, showing no signs of hiding their delight. Their laughter pierced deeply into Kim K-Yan's heart, making her suddenly realize a profound lesson about life. When I was at the top, they all competed to flatter me. They called me sister and spoke sweetly. Now just because of one downfall, they flipped faster than flipping a pancake. Life is indeed ruthless. Kim K-Yan thought bitterly to himself. The young master asked me to stay, but now my job feels no different from that of a lowly employee. I guess I have to temporarily submit and find a way to win over Park Jimin before figuring out my next move. Heaven does not disappoint those who try, for I still possess my ultimate weapon. My first advantage is my stunning beauty. Beautiful, with a perfect figure and a memorable face. This is why Jin Young Master once kept me by his side. Yet beauty is just a small part. The core is that I hold many secrets of Jin Young Master. There are things that are not suitable to speak of in the light, and even Yu Ling Shuang doesn't know them. Just by casually hinting at a few details, I can easily attract Park Jimin's attention. After all, if Yu Ling Shuang can be undercover, why can't I? Park Jimin, just wait. Once I take action, everything will fall into place. My Yuan, with its winding roads like noodles, where tall buildings reach for the sky, it wasn't until evening that Park Jimin brought Della to the Global Finance building. Della had just stepped out of the car, looked up at the skyscraper, and nearly dropped her jaw in shock. Wait a minute, Mr. Park, is this the small company you were talking about? As far as I know, Star Group is the leading media company in Nation H, famous everywhere, at a world-class level, with a market value of over 300 billion. Don't tell me you acquired this company. Park Jimin simply replied, yeah, this must be the building, no doubt about it. Not long after parking in front of the global building, Yu Ling Shuang led a team of senior management to welcome him as if he were a head of state. Boss, you finally made it. I have a ton of things to report to you. Park Jimin waved his hand, calmly responding, yeah, let's go inside and talk more. Just a few steps in, Park Jimin received countless sidelong glances from the girls, as if he had wandered into a paradise. The girls showed no hesitation, boldly throwing compliments. Chairman Lim, hello handsome. Hello Chairman Lim. May you remain handsome forever. In that lively atmosphere, Park Jimin simply smiled subtly and continued walking, but inside, he couldn't help but feel proud of his impeccable charm today. Nearby, a girl in a yellow dress couldn't restrain herself, and shouted, Chairman Lim is truly the Lord of Handsomeness. Not only that, a few girls even pushed and jostled each other just to catch a fleeting glance from Park Jimin. One girl in a blue dress bit her lips secretly and murmured, seemingly pouring out all her heart, if Chairman Lim glanced my way, I would probably faint right there. At the exact moment Park Jimin greeted them, the girl in the yellow dress collapsed onto her friend, breathlessly saying, oh, that smile is undoubtedly the ultimate weapon. How can he be so perfect? As soon as she stepped into the CEO's office, Xiao Yu eagerly rushed forward, holding a thick stack of documents in her hand, ready to report, as if she had thoroughly prepared beforehand. Then, she cleared her throat with determination and began to speak nonstop. Director, here is the overview of all the work I have completed recently. Following your instructions, I have taken a decisive stance against the 12 subsidiaries of the Li family conglomerate. After applying pressure for 3 days, they began to stagger, but another funding stream appeared to obstruct us. However, they are unaware of our true strength. With the bank loan and the 500 billion you provided, we currently hold a mountain of money, totaling over 1,000 billion. In this financial battle, we are completely in control. The opponent can't withstand a single blow and has already fallen flat. As of now, just in the stock market, we have pocketed over 200 billion. Park Jimin glanced at the stack of documents and already felt dizzy. But the more he listened to the report, the more he felt exasperated. Initially, he thought this aggressive attack would incur some losses, at most a few hundred billion. To his surprise, not only did they not incur any losses, but they also gained more than 200 billion. Then, Park Jimin asked directly, how much money does Fei Dun have left after this incident? Xiao Yu, hearing this, had eyes shining with pride, and immediately reported, not only has the Star Group been successfully acquired, but I have also dispatched a team to sweep up several other businesses of the Li family, from 5-star hotels, bar chains, beverage companies, to KTV chains, and new energy car companies. All are now within our control. It is expected that within 2 months, everything will entirely belong to Fei Dun. The Li family will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses this time. According to current estimates, the visible assets are around 5 trillion, but the company has not completed auditing yet. Before Yu Ling Shuang could finish speaking, Park Jimin was already overwhelmed. My goodness, so making money can be this easy. Immediately after, Xiao Yu shifted to a serious attitude, with a heavier tone. However, director, you need to be cautious. Legally, Fei Dun is not under your name, and the shares do not belong to you. You have invested a mountain of money to nurture the company to this extent, and if anything goes wrong, it could all easily become futile. She continued. As time goes by, the financial plate of Fei Dun is now divided as follows. I hold 80% of the shares, with a market value of about 16 trillion. Wang Meng modestly holds 10%, equivalent to about 2 trillion, and Zheng Ji Lu also owns 10% with the same value. In summary, Fei Dun now has a total value of up to 20 trillion. Therefore, I have prepared a share transfer document. All you need to do is sign it, and Fei Dun will officially return under your control easily. Oh, and don't worry, I have already asked Lulu and Meng. They both nodded in agreement, no objections at all. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin immediately switched to pink mode, his voice calm yet full of implications. Xiao Yu, do you know that with the enormous asset of Fei Dun right now, the share transfer will incur quite a hefty tax? And I see no reason to do that. Whether you hold it or I do, it's the same, isn't it? But Yu Ling Shuang was determined not to give up, patiently persuading, Director, don't worry, our company can bear this tax. Not to mention, when our Film City project goes into operation in the future, the transfer tax will increase by hundreds of billions. The sooner we do it, the less we lose. The longer we wait, the more painful it will be. However, Park Jimin also refuses to back down, speaking firmly and resolutely. There's nothing more to discuss. Whether I hold it or you hold it, what's the difference? Let's focus on developing the company and stop exhausting ourselves over this. With that, he clearly demonstrates his determination by tearing the transfer document without saying another word. But inside, Park Jimin is full of cunning thoughts. How can the system allow the money to be swayed for girls to come back? Isn't that just digging one's own grave? Luckily, I tore it quickly. Otherwise, when the system finds out, I'd definitely be penalized. Yu Ling Shuang, who is extremely perceptive and comes from a psychology background, can understand the thoughts of others just by observing a single action. Park Jimin's actions, this time, deeply moved her. Working with a director like him is definitely worthwhile, no matter what. In comparison to Jin Jia Mu, a name that is always nitpicking and calculating everything down to the smallest detail, Park Jimin is completely different. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. One is up in the clouds and the other is down in the sewer. He is confident, extremely arrogant, yet shows no sign of worry at all. And what stands out the most is his legendary statement. We are no different from each other. Xiao Yu thought, what does he mean? It's so clear. He treats me like family, without any distinction. Because of that thought, Yu Ling Shuang made a bold decision. Even if I have to sell my house or land, I am willing to dedicate myself entirely for this director. The story of a loyal person dying for their close friend is right here. After that, Xiao Yu, the spirited younger sister, declared in an incredibly cool manner. The director just needs to call out. Even if the whole world stands against me, I am ready to roll up my sleeves and fight to the end. I am not afraid of going up the mountain of knives or down into the sea of fire. In the face of Park Jimin's strong trust and full determination, Xiao Yu, who was an orphan, involuntarily felt that she finally had a true home. That happiness came so unexpectedly, like sunlight piercing through the darkest corners of her soul, flooding her with intense emotions like a volcano erupting. The system sounded a ding signal. Yu Ling Shuang, affection level +1. Current affection level, 100 points. Detected second level dog-licking target. Loyalty level, extremely high. This target will be absolutely loyal and will never betray. Finally, the system continued to announce, Congratulations, Master, on completing the reverse dog-licking ambush mission. Ding. Notification system. The subject has extremely high prestige. Rewards doubled. Ding. Rewarding the owner. Basic attributes. All attributes +10. Reward points +20. Current personal information of Park Jimin. Full name, Park Jimin. Age, 22. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Attributes. Strength, 145. Constitution, 195. Spirit, 145. Agility, 145. Average value of an adult, 10. Status, has broken body limits. Remaining lifespan, 80 years. Remaining enhancement points, 110. 1 second later, Park Jimin's whole body felt as if it were soaked in warm water, a comfort spreading that made him want to scream in delight. Not only was it pleasant, but his body was also being powerfully enhanced. All attributes increased by 10 points, making Park Jimin feel as if he had just been upgraded. To describe this feeling, it was like walking in the rain when suddenly receiving an umbrella. Perfectly timed and just right. But the most surprising part was not over yet. Suddenly, a brand new item appeared on his attributes panel, lifespan. Upon looking closely at the stats, Park Jimin was so astonished that he almost fell backward. Huh? What is this? Damn it, there has never been anything like this before. He muttered, his fingers trembling as he checked the stats again, both curious and unable to believe his eyes. The text on the notice board clearly states, lifespan, 80 years. This means that this year Park Jimin is 22 years old, and he could live up to 102 years. He was stunned for a few seconds, then curiously asked, System, can I upgrade this lifespan? The system replied nonchalantly, yes. Every 100 enhancement points will increase your lifespan by 1 year. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin was taken aback, his eyes immediately shining like stars. Oh my, that's quite a hefty price. But wait, if I work hard to earn points, living to 200 years old isn't impossible, right? After a few seconds of contemplation, he continued to monologue. What thinking about it? Young people are the ones who hesitate to spend points, while old people just want to extend their lives. So whether it's 100 or 1,000 points, it's all worth it. Time is priceless. There's no measure that can quantify it. If I earn enough points, 10,000, to live an additional 100 years, wouldn't that become a legend? This sudden idea made Park Jimin extremely excited. Unable to contain his emotions, he suddenly turned and hugged Xiao Yu tightly, his face beaming with joy. Xiao Yu, you are truly my lucky star, haha. Xiao Yu was taken aback by the unexpected attack, standing frozen for 3 seconds, her face bewildered as if she didn't understand what had just happened. Although I have secretly liked Park Jimin for a long time, even dreaming of a beautiful day like this, when reality struck, Xiao Yu became utterly confused. She stammered, her eyes filled with astonishment. Director, what are you planning to do? Without saying a word, Park Jimin leaned down and unexpectedly gave her a deep kiss, as intense as a scene from a long drama. This kiss was clearly memorable enough to remind one of the next episode. After that bold move, Park Jimin chuckled teasingly. Xiao Yu, the heavens have indeed bestowed upon me a delightful gift. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was nearly frozen in place. Her face flushed bright red. Her heart raced wildly, much like a festival drumbeat. At that moment, all her thoughts became chaotic, like a spring field full of flowers, with a bewildered little deer running around unable to find the way out. She felt shy with her vague thoughts. Park Jimin. How could he do that? I'm so embarrassed. But I also kind of like it. Just thinking about that, Xiao Yu felt her whole body heat up as if it were on fire. In a panic, she quickly ran out of the office, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Park Jimin stood watching her reaction and couldn't help but smile. Goodness on the outside, she looks like a strong woman that anyone would admire. Even the Lei family must concede defeat. Yet just a kiss and she gets flustered like that. Does she really need to be that adorable? Yu Ling Shuang ran out into the corridor, attracting the attention of several employees. Seeing her flushed face, they began to whisper, Wow, why is Yu CEO so red? It's all the way up to her neck. One colleague, with an air of wisdom, nodded and remarked, She must have done something with Chairman Lim in the office earlier. Another chimed in, Of course, it's been rumored for a long time that Yu CEO is in a relationship with Chairman Lim. Whenever she's in trouble, he's always the one to lend her money. Who could be closer than that? The gossip grew livelier. Is that true? This is the first time I've seen Yu CEO flustered. She really looks adorable. Amidst the bustling chatter in the office, a woman dressed in janitorial attire quietly entered. She held a steaming cup of coffee, her eyes darting around nervously, as if she were looking for an opportunity to do something. Just place the coffee cup down. Kim K-Yan's voice immediately rang out, sweet as rock sugar. Chairman Lim, here's your coffee. Park Jimin frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. Oh, I've not ordered coffee since this morning. Who let you in here? Kim Kagan stammered, her eyes darting. It was you, CEO, who told me to bring the coffee in. Park Jimin pointed at the coffee cup, his tone both serious and amusing. You're lying again. You CEO clearly knows I don't drink coffee, I only like juice. You can't fool me with this. Feeling cornered, Kim K-Yan decided to take a risk and unexpectedly declared, Sorry, Chairman Lim, I love you. The entire room seemed to freeze, and the one who froze the most was Park Jimin. In my life, I haven't lacked for women admiring me, but someone declaring it so openly like this is truly the first I've encountered. Afterwards, Park Jimin began to question himself. In this company, most women have long been infatuated with me. It's understandable, really. I'm a tall, rich, and handsome type overall, with a radiant aura. Every time I walk by, hearts seem to drop like ripe fruit, reaching maximum impact. Everyone looks at me with sparkling reverence. Park Jimin looked a bit taken aback, then tilted his head back and scoffed. You like me. So you're saying you've risked everything to break in here, because you secretly harbor feelings for me. Kim K-Yan flustered and waved her hand, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded and spoke decisively. That's right, I have been infatuated with you for a long time. I have watched all your videos of playing the piano, playing basketball, pulling the violin, or even when you go jogging, over and over again. But how could a lie escape the system? Ding! The dog-licking action has been activated. Full name: Kim K-Yan, age 25, height 167.2 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, appearance 9.3 points. In front of the host, negative affinity 80 points. Relationship severing behavior of dog licking. This girl, towards the host, has an affinity exceeding 95 points. Reverse strike successful. Identity transformation. The other party will become the dog licking of the host. Reverse strike completed. Reward: 10% of dog licking expenditure. Reward enhancement points: 50. Skill rewards: fluent English, proficient psychology, proficient business management, integrated enterprise resource management, proficient accounting, proficient law. Park Jimin laughed, his eyes showing a hint of surprise mixed with amusement. You certainly know a bit too much about me, don't you? Kim K-Yan, quick-witted, responded immediately. Well, I'm your fan. I know you're good at martial arts, have a great voice, and act amazingly. That movie you starred in is coming out next month. I'm sure among all your fans, no one is as sincere as I am. Park Jimin felt an intense conflict listening to her, but his expression remained relatively unchanged. He wondered, it's strange, people who dislike me usually stay away. So why are you here and even confessing your feelings? And it's true, this information isn't something everyone knows. Ordinary people would just think I'm a wealthy CEO. Who would have guessed I'm a mobile talent powerhouse like that? He realized he had genuinely encountered a true fan. Yet this girl was entirely different. If all the goodwill from other girls was at a positive level, she was almost at rock bottom. In other words, she didn't look like a fan, but more like a sworn enemy. Just as Park Jimin didn't know how to handle this difficult situation, Yu Ling Xuan had already stabilized her mood. She took a deep breath, adjusted her dress, and stepped back into the office once more. But upon seeing Kim K-Yan, Xiao Yu's expression immediately turned serious, her tone a mix of probing and annoyance. Hey, why is it you, Kim K-Yan? What are you doing here? Park Jimin, who was curious about this person, immediately asked, Is she someone you know? Hearing this, Yu Ling Xuan replied gently, Oh, right, let me tell you. Since we were little, I've known her. We were both strategic pawns trained by the Lee family. Kim K-Yan has been an outstanding student since childhood, studied abroad in Cambridge, earned 2 master's degrees, and then came back to the country to be the top assistant for Jin Jia-mu. No need to say, she truly is a rare talent. Park Jimin nodded slightly, his expression thoughtful, as if he had just solved a tough puzzle. Oh, so she's from the Lee family. No wonder her face already looks unpleasant. It's no surprise that her affinity for me is so deeply negative. This is getting interesting. How to raise this girl's affection from -80 to 95 degrees is the challenge. But just at that moment, Park Jimin suddenly had an idea. That's right, this girl hates me to the core, and if I hand the entire star group over to her, It would only take 3 days for this billion-dollar company to become a burden. But I actually like people like this. The more fierce, the more fun. The most important thing is that she used to be Jin Jiamu's secretary, so she definitely understands everything inside and out. Plus, she graduated from Cambridge, holding 2 master's degrees, and yet she only works as a secretary. What a waste, such a waste. Thinking it over, Park Jimin waved his hand, speaking in a domineering tone. Well then, from now on, you will be the CEO. With your understanding of the business, I believe you can do it. Having made the decision, he didn't discuss it any further. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire office seemed to freeze. Kim K-yan listened, her eyes wide and mouth agape. What is this? What kind of power play is this? What did Chairman Lim just decide? As Kim K-yan was still in shock, Yu Ling Shuang was so confused that she had to murmur in her head. What is the director thinking? Kim K-yan is indeed very familiar with every nook and cranny of the corporation. But the problem is she is not one of us. If she isn't spying for the Lee family, then I might as well crash my car. It's obvious to anyone. Then, Yu Ling Shuang cautiously raised the paper, her eyes full of concern. Director, this is the list of candidates for the CEO position. Do you want to reconsider it? Park Jimin raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce through her soul. Are you questioning my decision? Yu Ling Shuang quickly shook her head, her voice trembling like autumn leaves. No, Director, I would never dare. Park Jimin glanced again at Kim K-yan, his tone nonchalant. All right, let's go with that decision. From now on, all matters related to Star Group, you report directly to me. No need for lengthy discussions. Kim K-yan stood there, feeling as bewildered as a fish stranded on land. Yes, understood. But before the words could fade away, a wave of doubt surged in the mind. Wait, what's going on? I didn't ask for anything. Yet suddenly I'm being called up. The CEO. No, that can't be right. This must be a trap. He can't trust me that easily. Yu Ling Shuang began to feel anxious. What's up with Park Jimin today? Why is he casually announcing a promotion to CEO? But then she suddenly thought, hold on, has he ever made a wrong decision? No, not even once. There must be some deeper reason behind this. It has to be right. The director has always been a master strategist, farsighted, weaving schemes and plans that no one can match. A person like him. How could he not see that Kim K-yan is a snake? But if he knows and still acts this way, then surely he has some plan in mind that exceeds my shallow understanding. This is precisely the difference between the director and me. I only know to observe the superficial, while the director can penetrate to the core of the issue. After a moment of mental wandering, Yu Ling Shuang turned to Kim K-yan, her voice full of gravity. If the director has made his decision, then from now on, CEO Kim is officially the CEO of Star Group. Congratulations. Kim K-yan stood there, her mood indescribable. But after the shock, she began to think further. Well, if that's the case, as long as I win his trust, this company will become my world, right? However, Kim K-yan frowned, thinking carefully. Wait a minute, the issue is how to make him trust me completely. If I let my guard down, I would be kicked out of the CEO chair immediately. And what if I could grab some shares from him? That would definitely be much safer. All right, to gain trust, I need to pull off something really big. Surely the only way to prove that I have completely betrayed the Lee family is for him to believe it. As the idea flashed in her mind, Kim K-yan felt excited. Let's do it. I will play this betrayal role superbly. I need Park Jimin to see that not only am I no longer associated with the Lee family, but I am also their implacable enemy. Kim K-yan took a deep breath, stating clearly, Director, I admit that I used to work for the Jin Jiamu, but starting today, I officially transfer my household registration to your team. She continued, You may not believe me right now, but I am ready to use actions to prove it. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Lee family anymore. It's over. After saying that, Kim K-yan pulled out a stack of documents and pushed it across the table with a decisive tone. This is the thing that will prove I am not just talking. Park Jimin frowned and asked, What is this? Kim K-yan immediately explained, her voice full of impact. This is a list of all the employees of the Lee family who have infiltrated Star Group. Detailed information from names, backgrounds to the jobs they are doing. With this list, You can wipe out all the people from the Lee family in the company. Not only that, but this document also contains clear evidence about some leaders of the corporation. Those who exploit their positions for personal gain, money laundering, embezzlement. All the evidence is complete. Holding this, you just need to clean up the company. Easier than eating a bowl of porridge. After hearing this, Park Jimin's lips curled into a slight smile. At the same time, Yu Ling Shuang's eyes also became intrigued. It seemed she was not to be underestimated. Such a bold move surely aimed to gain trust. Park Jimin opened the document, scanning through a few lines. Each line he glanced at made his eyes light up. He thought to himself, "Wow, that's impressive. The document is meticulously detailed, down to every single hair. Who did what, where, with whom, at what time, everything's covered. If this document were sent up to the heavens, it would surely be approved in no time." Then, Park Jimin replied with no emotion, "All right, I accept. But remember, you have just stepped into a major game, and I am the one holding the cards." Kim K-Yan confidently responded, her voice firm. "Exactly, this is your pass for me and your team. From now on, whenever the Lei family hears your name, they will turn blue with anger." Yu Ling Shuang, upon hearing this, nodded to herself, her heart filled with admiration. "Oh my director truly has unmatched vision. Appointing Kim K-Yan as the CEO is undoubtedly a masterstroke. To gain trust, she must take the initiative to make a strong entrance. For instance, that staff list proves that she has completely turned her back on the Lee family. And with this list, everything will be much easier. Those lurking spies will be picked out cleanly, saving a lot of effort." Thinking to this point, Yu Ling Shuang couldn't help but bow down in admiration in her heart. Park Jimin is indeed someone I increasingly revere. Intelligent as a deity, strategic like that. I just need to learn from him, and I am sure it will never be a waste of effort. At this moment, Park Jimin stood up, gave Kim K-Yan a few strong pats on the shoulder, and concluded, "Very good, you haven't disappointed me. From now on, you are the CEO of Star Group. Tomorrow, I will have Xiao Yu organize the board meeting to officially put you in the chair. Just rest easy doing your job. If there are any issues, I've got your back." Kim K-Yan felt both happy and nervous, but her mind rapidly spun with a series of questions. Wait, does he really trust me now? Why is everything so easy, like eating cake? He didn't even doubt the authenticity of the pile of documents I provided. So strange. Even Xiao Yu didn't stop him. Something must be off. Could it be that this is a test and the real trial hasn't even started yet? I must not let my guard down. I have to be extremely careful, absolutely not to let Xiao Yu catch me off guard. Kim K-Yan told herself, her heart growing more tense. After that, she adjusted her mentality, took a deep breath, and spoke up. "All right, Director, there's one thing I want to report to you." Park Jimin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" Kim K-Yan immediately recounted hurriedly, "It's like this. Recently I heard that your sister just signed a contract with a television company called Jiaolong Film Company. This is a fairly well-known film company that has collaborated with Star Group on several projects. But this afternoon, a shocking incident occurred. Du Shu Wei, the heir of one of the 6 major families of Nation D, who invested in a film by Jiaolong, was stabbed to death on the spot. And your sister, Miss Wang Mengmeng, is now nowhere to be found." This news made the atmosphere in the room drop several degrees. Park Jimin's expression darkened, resembling the sky before a powerful storm. At that moment, when the atmosphere was so tense that it felt like even a drop of sweat would have to line up, Yu Ling Shuang suddenly bowed her head and took the blame. "Director, it's my fault. I shouldn't have taken care of finding a bodyguard for Meng Meng earlier. But she wouldn't accept a male bodyguard, so I was looking for a female one. You know it's not easy to find a female bodyguard who has both skills and is approachable. As a result, everything got delayed and unexpectedly led to this situation." Park Jimin sat there, his face expressionless, showing no signs of emotion. He responded in a calm voice, "This has nothing to do with anyone else. Even if we find a bodyguard, it would be useless. They are not targeting Meng Meng. They are targeting me." Having said that, Park Jimin quietly sank into thought, activating his sharp intellect. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and quickly answers flashed in his mind. The dark web, right? Do you all think I can't figure out these tricks? The problem is, what is the motive? These people are not only targeting me, but also crossing into forbidden territory, my family and friends. It's ridiculous. You all are playing dirty here. Why not come directly to me instead of causing trouble for Meng Meng? Part Jimin was boiling with rage as he thought about it more. He was not someone who shied away from confrontation, having faced a global manhunt just for infiltrating a few light websites. But this time, they had resorted to such despicable and dangerous tactics that he could hardly bear it. The fury raging within Part Jimin was no longer just a flickering flame. It had transformed into a raging storm. Just then, the tense atmosphere was cut through by the sudden ring of his phone. A strange number appeared on the screen. In his irritation, he answered, placing the phone against his ear, coldly uttering one word. Who? Before he could even hear the person on the other end clear their throat, a self-satisfied voice rang out. Chairman Lim, allow me to introduce myself a bit. I am the dark web garbage collector, the one in charge of the Nation H area. After a brief pause, the person continued. I regret to inform you that your sister, Wang Meng Meng, along with your first love, Jung Hoseok, are currently in our hands. Part Jimin was momentarily stunned. What? Immediately, a flurry of question marks erupted in his mind. Damn it, I can understand the kidnapping of Wang Meng Meng. But what does Jung Hoseok have to do with this? It's been years since my first love was nothing but dust, and now they're pulling it out to make a scene. But Part Jimin did not beat around the bush, stating directly, let's cut to the chase. What do you want? What tricks are you trying to pull? On the other end, Mr. X also did not want to be around the bush, responding bluntly. All right, since that's the case, I'll be direct. The high-ranking headquarters wants to invite Chairman Lim for a visit to Nation M. As for what specifically, I'm sure you understand perfectly well. Right, for now, rest assured we won't do anything to Wang Meng Meng and Jung Hoseok. But afterwards, we'll send you an interesting video. Having said that, the other person did not forget to hang up decisively, leaving Part Jimin no chance to respond. Less than a minute after the call ended, Part Jimin unexpectedly received a friend request from a strange WeChat account. Before he could accept, the first message was a video. Opening the video, Part Jimin was immediately drawn into the images within. The two girls in the video looked relatively fine, not bound or gagged, and were even eating and drinking normally. The video was brief, only 15 seconds long, but it was enough to make Part Jimin's head ache. The footage took place on a plane, seemingly in the early morning. Given the time that had passed, it was very likely that the two of them had already set foot in Nation M. This also meant that the organization had even mobilized a private aircraft to carry out the mission. The sense of danger and pressure grew increasingly evident in Part Jimin's mind. After watching the challenging video from the dark web, Part Jimin remained unfazed. On the contrary, he maintained the calm and cool demeanor, as if everything was just a fleeting breeze. Part Jimin murmured, his sharp gaze flashing with contemplation. What exactly do they want? You guys from the dark web really know how to poke the right spots. At that moment, Yu Ling Shuang spoke up, her voice filled with worry. Director, should we report this to the police? But before she could finish, Part Jimin waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. No need, reporting to the police would be useless. How can those officers make it to Nation M in time to rescue anyone? I'll go myself quickly, and maybe I'll stop by the Statue of Liberty and buy some local specialties as gifts. His words, though casual, conceal a chilling determination. In his heart, he had already formulated a plan. You guys just wait. I'm not going to Nation M just for tourism. I'll also teach you what it means to play foolishly against an opponent. While Part Jimin was discussing with Yu Ling Shuang, Qin Keiyan stood beside them, tuning into the conversation. In her mind, she replayed the information she had just heard, beginning to analyze. What? Wang Meng Meng was kidnapped all the way to Nation M. This can't be a joke, right? Qin Keiyan swallowed hard, feeling a whirlwind of emotions inside. But on the outside, she tried to maintain her composure, waiting to see how things would unfold. Qin Keiyan secretly thought, then immediately refuted her own idea. Could it be that the kidnappers are the ones who killed Duke Shu Wai? But wait, they kidnapped Meng Meng just to threaten Part Jimin. This is truly a tangled mess. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she mused to herself. Oh, if Part Jimin comes to Nation M this time, will he even get the chance to return safely? Well, if he doesn't come back, that's even better. If the corporation falls into my hands, won't I profit even more? A little sabotage would be quite an interesting distraction. This thought brought Qin Keiyan a sense of delight. She began to conjure up a plan in her mind. It's hard for the Star Group to make money, but burning through cash is extremely easy. If I just create a few financial mishaps, the corporation will soon drown in debt. By that time, Park Jimin's tears will be well-deserved. But all these calculations were kept hidden within her. On the surface, she maintained that gentle demeanor, silent as if she knew nothing of the situation. Just then, the cold voice of Park Jimin cut through the atmosphere. "Xiao Yu, please step outside for a moment. I need to talk privately with CEO Qin." Yu Ling Shuang was a bit surprised, but quickly nodded in agreement, complying. "Yes, Director." When the door closed, the large room was left with only the two of them, Park Jimin and Qin Keiyan. The space suddenly became tense, and Park Jimin's gaze was sharp as a knife, making Qin Keiyan feel somewhat uneasy. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and Qin Keiyan's heart raced as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. "Huh? Why did you call me to stay back alone? What are you planning to do?" Thinking about this, her face grew slightly pale. Dramatic scenarios flashed through her mind like a fast-forwarded movie. The boss must have some conditions for promoting a subordinate from the lowest position to CEO. What if Park Jimin wants to play some under-the-table tricks? That can't be possible, right? I may be beautiful, but not everyone has the right to do whatever they want. Qin Keiyan felt flustered. If he really does something, what should I do? Resist? But resisting would cost me my position. Fail the mission assigned by the young master and embarrass myself. Not resisting? Oh my, that would be like digging my own grave. While Qin Keiyan was spiraling with these dark thoughts, a calm voice broke through the chaos in her mind. "CEO Qin, what do you think about the company's development direction in the future?" That question hit Qin Keiyan like a sudden jolt, and she froze, feeling both flustered and relieved. Turns out, it's just work-related. Qin Keiyan looked up, feeling embarrassed about her recent wild thoughts. It turned out that Park Jimin only wanted to discuss work. Trying to regain her composure, she cleared her throat, although her face still bore a hint of confusion, and began to present. "Here's the thing, Director. Our company has been somewhat stifled lately, unable to move forward, and even showing signs of regression. The management structure has grown so large that it's hard to control, and it incurs continuous losses each year. In my opinion, if we want to escape this situation, we must decisively eliminate the redundant and ineffective departments. That's essential. But more importantly, we need to break out of our current rut and establish a corporate culture with global influence. Simply put, we need to turn the company into a symbol, like the superhero of Nation M, the idol of Nation HQ, or the N9 culture of Nation NB. We must be able to achieve that too." The more Qin Keiyan spoke, the more engrossed she became, even veering slightly off practical matters with a few ideas that seemed out of this world. However, the most surprising response came from Park Jimin. He did not object. Instead, he smiled and applauded. "Very good. I find it very reasonable. Qin CEO, I trust you. No matter how much money it takes, I am ready to invest." Those words left Qin Keiyan momentarily stunned, but right after that, she felt as if she had been given a tremendous boost of motivation. Could it be that I just changed my boss's perception of me? Qin Keiyan stood frozen, eyes wide and mouth agape. "Huh? What's going on?" Park Jimin really agreed. "Huh?" In her mind, she replayed every word she had just said. Wait, did I say something wrong? The idea does sound a bit far-fetched. Was I just joking with Park Jimin? Who would have thought he would actually agree? Huh, am I the one who's confused, or is he? But how could these ideas that are so far-fetched even be implemented? Realizing the situation, Qin Keiyan quickly adjusted her tone, trying to sound humble. "Director, actually, what I just said is still a bit idealistic. It won't be easy to implement. And if we aggressively cut back on less effective departments, the entire corporation might end up shaken." But Park Jimin maintained his composed demeanor, his calm voice suggesting he had anticipated her every reaction. "It's all right, you can proceed boldly. If I've chosen you to be the CEO, it means I have complete confidence in you. You have full authority over personnel management within the corporation." The more she listened to Park Jimin, the more shocked Qin Keiyan became. "Huh, What kind of trust is this that allows such freedom? Is he challenging me to bury the company? Her mind was in a jumble of thoughts, feeling the weight of pressure while also questioning everything. Yet, looking into Park Jimin's cold yet confident eyes, she knew there was no turning back. All right, you want a challenge. I'll show you who the real player is here. But before she could regain her composure, Kim K-Yan's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification from the bank. She glanced at the screen, her gaze quickly stopping in its tracks, and then she froze. Wait, what is this? Why are there so many zeros? Unable to believe her eyes, she started counting the numbers over and over. When she realized the truth, she screamed in her head, "This is 100 billion." Kim K-Yan's feelings at this moment could be summed up in 3 words: utterly stunned. Who would have thought that Chairman Lin would carelessly transfer such a colossal amount of money, as if throwing a lump of gold straight into her hands without a second thought? In her confusion, she exclaimed, "Director, is this really 100 billion? But should we organize another meeting with the board to discuss the details? What if some shareholders disagree?" Park Jimin's response almost knocked her off her feet once again. "If they disagree, kick them out. Whoever doesn't agree can sell their shares back to us at market price. Simple as that. Do you really need to ask me about this?" After hearing that, Kim K-Yan felt like she was drowning completely. Before she could fully digest Park Jimin's words, she sensed a heavy pressure from his bold decision. 100 billion. Oh my God, who can handle a move like that? A myriad of overlapping thoughts surged through her mind. I have never encountered a boss who was so decisive and formidable. In just a few brief moments, Park Jimin had handled the entire major plan without needing any meetings, disregarding the opinions of others. He even had a prepared plan to gently eliminate shareholders, much like swapping out an old cup of coffee for a new one. Kim K-Yan's gaze remained fixed on the bank account, her mind a chaotic mess. Chairman Lim is indeed the kind of boss that everyone dreams of meeting at least once in their lifetime. He is truly worthy of being the one who made Yu Ling Shuang abandon the young master to follow him. Not only is he exceptional in terms of wealth, but his power is as vast as the ocean, allowing for endless spending without the constant fear of what tomorrow may bring. The young master has always valued me, but in the end, I am merely a shadow, needing to seek his permission for everything. Here, I feel like a carp transforming into a dragon, free to fly and take charge of my own life. Kim K-Yan quickly snapped back to reality. No, I must not be dazzled by shiny things like gold. I have to remain professional and alert, not let greed push me into a corner. Although Park Jimin seems simple and carefree, in reality, he is keenly perceptive to even the smallest details. He doesn't just throw money around, but knows how to strategize, making it impossible for others to back out. This time, he's playing as if he's placing all his trust in me. But in truth, everything is under his control. Never mind, disappearing without a trace isn't my style. To try to outsmart Park Jimin? Just thinking about it feels like writing my own epitaph. Young master, don't even think about challenging Chairman Lim anymore. The disparity in strength between the two sides is like a chasm in the distance. Thinking of this, Kim K-Yan felt a little shaken, but in the end, she still didn't dare to stray from the path. Park Jimin, indifferent, just waved his hand dismissively. All right, go get to work. Kim K-Yan forced a smile, clasped her hands, and stepped out. The alert bell rang incessantly. Yes, Chairman. Just as she poked her head out the door and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw someone waiting. And that someone was none other than Yu Ling Shuang, her sworn rival. The atmosphere was tense, like a drawn bow, and one could smell the burnt gunpowder in the air. Kim K-Yan coldly shot a remark, her tone devoid of any respect. "Oh, is CEO Yu waiting for me? What an honor!" Yu Ling Shuang frowned with authority, stepping closer as she spoke. "Not exactly, but I know you won't easily betray the Li family like I did before. However, let me remind you, don't take unnecessary risks. The chairman is not someone you can easily figure out." That statement was not only a warning, but also a psychological jab that forced Kim K-Yan to think very carefully. Yu Ling Shuang continued, her voice full of implication, but the hint was extremely strong. "Do you think the Li family is powerful? Sorry, in the chairman's eyes, the entire Li family is nothing more than a speck of dust. Soon enough, the Li family will be wiped out. I don't care whether you're genuinely following the chairman or just pretending. but I sincerely advise you not to do any tricks behind the scenes. What you think is obscure, the chairman sees through completely, so take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu turned and walked away, leaving Qin Keiyan standing there with her heart tangled. "Xiao Shang, please say less. I can still see the road to breathe. But whatever is said, I understand. This place is not easy to climb." In the room, Park Jimin slumped down into the chair, his face showing a satisfied expression. 100 billion spent and still no change in Qin Keiyan's feelings. Indeed, a difficult piece to tame, but with great potential for my money-making. I hope she continues to maintain that haughty and untamed demeanor. The more she makes it hard for me, the easier it will be to earn. After that, Park Jimin quickly turned on his computer and began to implement his super plan. He was doing something while thinking. Believe in the loyalty of the kidnappers? Oh, come on, that whimsical idea is only for fairy tales. If they had even the slightest opportunity to take advantage of me, I would be led around for the rest of my life. Taking the initiative to attack is the true essence. Park Jimin quickly logged into a super special account. In an instant, he gained control over the top 10 private satellites in the world. This was his trump card, a secret power that no one knew about. Once everything was said, he pressed a few keys, a confident smile forming on his lips. With this, finding Wang Mengmeng is a piece of cake. Without waiting long, he executed a bold hack into the transportation network of Nation M. The so-called cutting-edge technology they had seemed like a joke to him. It took just a few seconds to simulate Wang Mengmeng's face, setting up a global manhunt through AI from the satellite. This was even easier than taking a high school exam. He was confident. Meng, wherever you hide, you won't escape. No matter how well you conceal yourself, you can't evade my watchful eyes. Since you took a flight, let's hack into the airport system of Nation M, pull up all the surveillance cameras, and scrutinize every detail. Step by step, like picking up every single hair, I'll surely uncover your whereabouts. 3 hours passed, and the only sounds in the room were the clattering of the keyboard and Park Jimin's sighs. But there was still no sign of Meng. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes caught a segment of a video. A familiar figure made him quickly hit the pause button. He looked closely. Hold on, this is... On the screen, a girl appeared, but her face was completely covered by a hat. The facial recognition system seemed completely helpless. But Park Jimin didn't need high technology. Just a glance was enough for him to recognize. Wait a minute, that light pink jacket and this watch, isn't that the one I painstakingly bought 6 months ago for Jung Hoseok? I remember at that time I was harshly criticized. What are you buying? This is such a fashion disaster. It was quite annoying, but after begging him so much, she reluctantly accepted it. Even though she looked like she was being forced to eat bitter melon. And that watch, I bought it with all my heart, yet was directly criticized as cheap, saying that wearing it was worse than not wearing it at all. At that moment, Park Jimin's gaze suddenly stopped at the corner of the screen, quickly reading the information. Las Vegas. Wow, it turns out they're playing tricks. They claim to have kidnapped me to negotiate in New York, but in reality, they're dragging everyone to Las Vegas. They think they can deceive me. Not a chance. Thinking this through, he began to connect the dots. If Jung Hoseok is in Las Vegas, then there's a good chance Wang Mengmeng is there too. These two boarded the same flight. There's no way they would separate now. All right then, who are you playing hide and seek with? If it's with me, you might as well consider it a loss. Just wait, I'm on my way. After using 10 satellites to wipe Las Vegas clean, Wang Mengmeng and Jung Hoseok ultimately disappeared into a casino. To ensure that no one knew about the plan, Park Jimin created a smokescreen, pretending to announce that he would not be heading to Nation M for a few days, but in reality, he was prepared to depart that very night. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Park Jimin headed straight for Las Vegas. As the plane took off, Park Jimin wasted no time, immediately pulling out his disguise kit. With a swift and skillful maneuver, under the astonished gazes of the flight attendants, he transformed into a man over 50 years old. A few flight attendants stood frozen, their eyes wide, mouths agape as if they had just witnessed magic. Chairman, wait, what's going on? My goodness, is this a disguise technique? Truly incredible. Park Jimin was delighted, wearing a mysterious smile. Listen carefully, this time in Las Vegas, my identity must be kept absolutely secret. Upon arriving in the gambling city, one of you will play the role of my mistress whom I support, while I will operate quietly. Your task is to cooperate and perform convincingly. If successful, each of you will receive a 5 million reward. Who will join me?" After finishing his words, Park Jimin couldn't count to 3 before the flight attendants rushed out, standing straight like soldiers awaiting orders. "I agree, Chairman. I'll do it right away." Park Jimin raised his hand, pointing directly at Xiao Lai. "Good, it's Xiao Lai, right? The decision is yours." Park Jimin had to admit that Xiao Lai was a gem. She possessed stunning beauty, with a score of 8.7 out of 10 for looks, and a figure like a beauty queen. Don't think that Xiao Lai is just beautiful. To win this job, she had to surpass over 100 outstanding candidates. Hearing this, Xiao Lai leaned into Park Jimin's embrace, sweetly smiling, her cheeks slightly flushed. 5 million? Oh my gosh, don't say you're pretending to be the mistress. If it's real, I'm totally okay with that too. The other flight attendants, upon hearing this, all clamored, filled with regret. "Chairman, I agree too. Chairman, give me a chance. Chairman, I promise I can perform even better than Xiao Lai." One flight attendant hesitated. "Wait, but Xiao Lai has a boyfriend, yet she isn't bothered by it." Another one echoed. "Yeah, Xiao Lai isn't pretending to be the mistress. If she wants to be a real one, she definitely can." After that, Xiao Lai not only wrapped her arms around Park Jimin, but also hugged him tightly, her grip becoming firmer, as if she never wanted to let go. Wasn't he the dream lover of thousands of girls? Although on the outside, he transformed into an old man, inside he was still a famous handsome CEO. This time, it was truly a win-win situation. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Flying from Hanchang straight to Las Vegas, it took roughly about 15 hours. Park Jimin departed at 10 o'clock in the evening from here, and arrived at noon, the next day according to Nation X's time. But it was off due to the time zone difference in Nation M. Coincidentally, it was now 10 o'clock at night, and the city was just beginning to come to life in the literal sense. Las Vegas, just hearing the name evokes the smell of money. Nestled in the state of Nevada, this place is known as the city that never sleeps. Anyone who is poor here is indeed worse than a dog, while someone as rich as Park Jimin is hailed as a true king. Here, money can buy not only joy but everything. As soon as Park Jimin set foot in the airport, he immediately pulled Xiao Lai into a taxi, heading straight to a place known as the soul of this city. The taxi stopped in front of the largest casino in the city. Park Jimin stepped out and was immediately overwhelmed by the scene before him. Luxury cars lined up for miles, beautiful women blossoming like flowers in spring, the atmosphere both bustling and extravagant, nothing short of a year-round festival. Entering the casino lobby, the first sensation was one of opulence and glamour. Unlike anywhere else, this was a place where bright lights and lively sounds blended perfectly, creating an ambience that made one forget the passage of time. Park Jimin pulled Xiao Lai close, beginning to play the role of a wealthy man taking a mistress in a completely natural manner. Xiao Lai, with her top-tier beauty among flight attendants, seemed to have no trouble slipping into the role, walking confidently and sweetly beside him. An older gentleman, over 50, accompanied by a beautiful young woman, a scene too common as long as you have the money. Inside, the sound of chips clinking, the cheers of people celebrating their wins, and hopeful glances fixed on the gaming tables all combined to hypnotize anyone who had just set foot inside. However, Park Jimin wasn't here to just wander around. You have a clear goal, and every step has been carefully planned. Jung Hoseo came in here and disappeared behind that door. Is there perhaps a hidden chamber or some secret tunnel inside? Could it be that all of Las Vegas is under the control of the dark web? The dark web makes a ton of dirty money every year, so casinos, besides the beautiful girls, are also extremely suitable for money laundering. The first goal upon arriving in this nation is to completely clean out this casino. At that point, the dark web will surely have to make an appearance. Thinking is acting. Park Jimin took Xiao Lai to the exchange counter. Immediately, a service staff bowed deeply in great respect and asked in a flattering voice, "Sir, would you like to exchange for gambling chips?" Park Jimin nodded without hesitation, curtly responding, "I need it." But at the very moment he touched his pocket, a shocking realization hit him. Damn it, I forgot to bring money. Rushing out of the house, I not only forgot to bring cash, but also left my bank card at home. Right now, I'm in secret operations and I can't contact the home country. With no other choice, Park Jimin turned to Xiao Lai and asked to borrow money with a pleading expression. Xiao Lai, do you have any cash? Just heard Park Jimin ask to borrow money. Xiao Lai's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. The legendary Chairman Lim, so dashing in the tales she had heard, was now lowering himself to borrow money from her. Xiao Lai was stunned for a few seconds, before rummaging through her wallet to pull out $1,000, the amount she had intended to spend on a few fancy local specialties to bring home as gifts. As she handed the money to Park Jimin, her face couldn't disguise her regret. I have it, but it's just US dollars. Only 1,000. I was saving this to buy souvenirs to take back. Park Jimin was unembarrassed, swiftly grabbing it with a grateful expression. 1,000 is enough. I'll borrow it temporarily and pay you back right away. Thus, Xiao Lai's $1,000 for souvenirs officially became a temporary investment fund for Park Jimin. He exchanged the entire amount for gambling chips, but of course, only chose the cheapest kind. Xiao Lai stood by, unsure whether to cry or laugh. In her mind, the legendary Chairman Lim, who spent money like water, should at least exchange several $1,000,000 to live up to his reputation. But no, the current total only played with a mere $1,000. Right at this moment, Park Jimin exuded an impressive charisma and began to summon the system. System, I want to enhance my gambling skills. The system replied in a mechanical voice. Because the master does not yet possess this skill, to reach the level of winning wherever you play, 10 enhancement points are required. If you want to become the legendary poker god, sweeping through the casinos, 50 enhancement points are needed. Do you wish to activate? Upon hearing the term poker god, Park Jimin's eyes lit up like headlights in the dark. Without hesitation, he shouted in his mind, System, take me straight to the poker god level. The system announced, Ding. The system is enhancing. Enhancement successful. Immediately, a vast amount of knowledge about gambling flooded into Park Jimin's mind like a turbulent wave. Not only that, but he was also equipped with the top-secret techniques that only master experts possessed, such as reading opponents' facial expressions, guessing cards through their eyes, and sneaky tricks to bend the rules in critical situations. Now, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Park Jimin had become a living encyclopedia of gambling. Games like blackjack, poker, and roulette seemed no different from sample exercises for an outstanding elementary school math student in his eyes. Gambling isn't really difficult. What's important is talent. Not only stopping at basic games, Park Jimin has also been taught extraordinary skills and a series of complex mathematical probability formulas like mazes. His brain now resembles a quantum computer, missing only the engraving, Made in Nation C, beside it. Park Jimin wrapped his arms around Xiao Lai's waist, feeling as if he held the entire gambling universe in the palm of his hand. At that moment, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Just $1,000. Enough to stir up this world. Seeing Park Jimin so confident, Xiao Lai couldn't hide her confusion. She cautiously asked, her voice filled with worry yet trying to maintain politeness. Chairman, are you really sure you'll only use $1,000 to gamble? Park Jimin replied firmly, his expression filled with confidence, as if he was about to win the entire world. Don't worry, just playing for fun. Are you afraid I won't pay it back? Xiao Lai hesitated, wanting to explain. No, Chairman, that's not what I meant. Park Jimin waved his hand to cut her off. Forget the explanations. From now on, don't call me Chairman anymore. Call me husband, got it? Hearing that, Xiao Lai's face flushed, almost wanting to bury her head in the ground. She didn't know how to respond to such an intense performance. She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Husband. Ha. Park Jimin chuckled, waving his hand confidently. That's right, a little sweeter. Darling, today your husband will take you to a big win. We'll take the whole casino. After strolling around like a seasoned player, Park Jimin stopped at the dice table. The numbers and betting ratios inscribed on the table made his eyes shine brightly, yet his expression remained poised as he calmly placed a bet of 1,000. On the table, the betting rules were clearly stated. Bet on big/small. Win double. Predict the total of the dice rolls. 4 or 17 points, win 50 times. 5 or 16 points, win 18 times. 6 or 15 points, win 14 times. 7 or 14 points, win 12 times. 8 or 13 points, win 8 times. 9, 10, 11, or 12 points, win 6 times. Most special of all is to predict the exact numbers on all 3 dice. Win 24 times. Park Jimin glanced over the betting ratios, sneering slightly. Big/small is the easiest game to play. The odds are nearly 50-50. Losing is just because fate isn't on your side. But today, Park Jimin is not just taking a big gamble, he's playing for life. Xiao Lai stands beside him, filled with worry, silently praying. Please, gods protect my husband. Don't let me lose the money meant for buying local specialties. Instead of betting on high or low as usual, Park Jimin boldly takes the betting chip and places everything on 17 points. As expected, the dealer opens the dice cup. The 3 dice show 5, 6, 6, a total of 17 points. Congratulations, you've won. Immediately, the casino staff hands Park Jimin a stack of shiny betting chips. In his hands now are 5 chips, each worth $10,000, in addition to the lone chip worth $1,000 from before. At the gambling table, silence hangs in the air for a moment before erupting into cheers, along with some curses. Damn it, it really is like catching a fly while yawning. Xiao Lai can hardly believe her eyes, clutching the stack of chips as if holding a treasure. She trembles and exclaims, "Oh my God, 1,000 turning into $50,000 in the blink of an eye. Honey, are you really the god of wealth?" Xiao Lai looks at Park Jimin, her voice pleading and filled with anxiety. "Darling, maybe we should cash out and stop playing. My heart can't take it." But Park Jimin confidently replied, as if this was nothing to worry about, "It's just our luck, darling. Now is the time for me to show my reading skills." The dealer quickly started shaking the dice, the clinking sound echoing as the whole table watched in suspense. While everyone was still hesitating, Park Jimin boldly placed the entire $50,000 on the 13 points. This daring move immediately attracted the attention of the other players. Some began to think he was a gambling master pretending to be poor. Others scoffed, showing disdain. Even if he's good, he's just a reckless lucky gamble. Does this guy think he's a god or something? But as soon as they finished speaking, they were immediately slapped in the face. The dealer opened the lid of the dice cup. In the moment the lid was lifted, the whole table fell silent. The 3 dice revealed a total of 13 points. Congratulations, you have won the bet. The entire table erupted. All eyes were on Park Jimin. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief, regardless of whether they were white, black, or yellow. Damn it, he hit it again. Is this guy a superhero or what? A man with yellow skin couldn't help but exclaim, "No way! This must be a real master." After correctly guessing the scores twice in a row, the entire casino became lively. The crowd began to jostle closer. Some were discussing. Others were curiously peeking, and all eyes were focused on Park Jimin. By the 3rd and 4th rounds, a tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Everyone held their breath, watching every betting move made by Park Jimin. Then suddenly, the entire table erupted with cheers. "Oh my God, did he really win again? How is this possible?" The consecutive correct numbers appeared, leaving everyone astonished. Hitting the jackpot like this is harder than winning the lottery. Could this man have the ability to see through the dice or something? Before long, the crowd swelled like a hive of bees disturbed. Park Jimin became the center of attention at the casino, surrounded by 3 layers of people, packed tightly as if a movie star were strolling through the streets. The number of onlookers reached into the hundreds, all eagerly waiting to see what Park Jimin would do next. Some even started betting alongside Park Jimin, hoping to get rich by sharing in his luck. Meanwhile, backstage at the casino, a man with white skin, his eyes sharp and cold, stared intently at the surveillance screen. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his face revealing a mix of suspicion and subtle danger. On the monitoring screen, Park Jimin's image sitting there casually, as if he were about to conquer the entire casino, was vividly clear. The white man furrowed his brow and turned to his assistant, sounding somewhat annoyed. "Have you found out who the hell this Asia guy is yet?" The female assistant quickly replied, "Yes, I've found out everything. According to the registration information at the airport, he comes from Nation H. His name is Huang Batian, 50 years old. His occupation is the chairman of the organic fertilizer company Dun Tian, with an estimated fortune of 1 billion yuan. The reason for coming to Las Vegas is to take his mistress on vacation." Upon hearing this, the man raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. "Wait a minute, how did you get such detailed information?" The passport doesn't contain all that data. The female assistant calmly responded, "Well, I found it in the registration records. But this guy, sneaking off with his mistress for a trip while publicly posting such a detailed biography. Doesn't that just scream hidden secrets?" The man took a drag from his cigar, sighed, and waved his hand. "All right, keep an eye on him for me. This dude is definitely up to something shady, but I just haven't figured out how he's doing it." His gaze ponderously fixed on the screen. In his mind, thoughts were swirling. Consistently hitting the exact points of the dice is completely abnormal. Could this guy have some tricks up his sleeve that are more sophisticated than our monitoring equipment? This name is Rockefeller, a real estate tycoon in Las Vegas, and he is no ordinary person. He is a member of the Rockefeller family, a name that evokes a strong scent of money just at the mention. Outside, Xiao Lai looked at the stack of chips in her hand, trembling uncontrollably. She leaned in close to Park Jimin, anxious. Thousands of dollars. This isn't a dream, is it? Honey, if we lose this time, I might just lose my heart out. I've heard that in casinos, if you win too much, you'll get noticed. When you go out, you might even face retaliation. Park Jimin maintained a calm demeanor, responding in a tranquil tone. "Don't worry, darling. This is just the warm-up. Besides, in such a big casino, losing a few tens of millions is just pocket change for them. This is a legitimate casino. You can rest assured, no one would dare do anything to us. Just relax. Let your husband take care of everything." After saying that, Park Jimin flashed a cold smile. A sharp thought flickered in his mind. "I have deployed 10 satellites to scan the entire Las Vegas area around the clock, but have found no trace whatsoever. Therefore, I had to resort to a backup plan. Win all the casino's money first and figure things out later. Dark web, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I can't find Wang Meng Meng, I'm willing to buy all of Las Vegas. Winning just a little casino is nothing worth worrying about, right?" About 10 minutes later, the assistant quickly spoke up, her expression serious. "Boss, there's another hot piece of news here." Rockefeller frowned in annoyance. "What now?" "We just received a report from the DNET headquarters. There's a report that a private plane registered under the name Park Jimin has landed in Nevada. Mr. X suspects that Park Jimin has picked up a lead on the 2 hostages. He is very likely currently in Las Vegas. For safety, the headquarters has ordered the immediate relocation of the 2 hostages, as well as tight surveillance on all routes. They believe Park Jimin has infiltrated the transportation system of all of Las Vegas. Be careful, this person is extremely dangerous." Rockefeller was not pleased to have to resort to this special measure, but given Park Jimin's overwhelming presence, he had to be cautious. He then waved his hand decisively, commanding while his gaze remained fixed on the screen. "All right, then use the tunnel. Move the people first. No need for any grand tricks." The assistant nodded, immediately turning to take care of things. In the secret basement of the casino, there is a tunnel system running a full 10 kilometers. This road leads directly out of the city, where a private subway line is waiting. It only takes exactly 10 minutes to get someone out of Las Vegas as if they had never been there. Another 10 minutes later, it's 11 o'clock p.m. Instead of being empty, the casino is busier than during rush hour. Park Jimin sits at the baccarat table, appearing at ease, but it is clear that he is the center of attention in the entire casino. When the clock strikes midnight, the total value of Park Jimin's gambling chips reaches $2 billion. The table is stacked high with chips worth $1 million each, forming a small mountain. From a distance, it looks no different from a miniature mountain of fortune. The gamblers standing around the table dare not make a sound, but inside, they are extremely anxious. Damn, starting with a capital of $1,000 and then winning straight up to $2 billion. This is truly a gambling god. I swear, this isn't gambling anymore. This is just hacking the casino. Who can compete with that? At this moment, the casino staff has to remind them multiple times. "Sir, you've already won $2 billion. Don't you think you should consider taking a break for a moment?" Park Jimin merely curled his lips and calmly replied, "No rush. Let's play through the night and then think about it. Can it be that such a large casino isn't capable of paying out $2 billion? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the casino became more tense than ever. The casino staff were so nervous their faces turned pale. Yet they still calmly replied, "Of course, we have the ability to pay out $2 billion. But please don't let anything happen to you." Upon hearing this, Park Jimin maintained the faint smile that made anyone who looked at him feel both uncomfortable and bewildered. If I continue to win, Las Vegas will no longer be the gambling capital, but will become the first place to go bankrupt. The casino can do nothing to me right now. Their reputation still needs to be upheld, at least on the surface. So even if they want to take action, they will surely wait until I leave before saying goodbye. Thinking it over carefully, Park Jimin unexpectedly stepped away from the baccarat table. He walked up to a burly man who looked as if he had just lost all his money, his head hung low, a face full of regret. The large man clearly looked like a gambler who had burnt through his money, his expression forlorn, as if he had just lost all his wealth. Park Jimin silently reached into his pocket, pulled out a $1 million gambling chip, and threw it in front of this man. This action left everyone watching in shock, jaws dropping in disbelief. The large man, agitated, stared at the chip, and then looked up with a confused expression, asking, "Sir, what are you doing?" Park Jimin sat down at a nearby table and replied with a statement that made people unsure whether to admire him or be afraid. "Losing everything is no big deal. From now on, follow me, and this million will serve as your capital to start your life anew." This statement was not just a handout, but also a declaration of Park Jimin's absolute control over everything around him. He not only won at gambling, but also won over people's hearts. This act sent another wave of shock through the entire casino, sparking whispers among the crowd. Wait, is this guy playing the charity game, winning a mountain of money, and still going out of his way to save others? The man named Santong was initially so stunned, he didn't know what to do, but just seconds later, he regained his composure. $1 million was not just a figure, it was a beacon of light in the dark night of human existence. For someone who has lost everything, even fallen into debt, this amount of money is no different than winning the lottery. Santong immediately knelt down, without hesitation proclaiming, "Boss, from now on my life belongs to you. Whatever you say, I will do." Park Jimin maintained his calm demeanor, as if he had planned everything from the beginning. He gently asked, "What's your name?" Santong quickly replied, "Boss, my name is Santong." Park Jimin slightly curled his lips, a smile filled with meaning. "Good. From now on your task is to gather more underlings for me. Anyone who comes, I will give them $100,000 in silver cards. How much you want to keep for yourself is up to you. I won't interfere, but remember, I only need people who aren't afraid of trouble. Understood?" After hearing this, Santong's eyes sparkled as if he had won the lottery again. He nodded vigorously, his face full of excitement. "Boss, rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission, ensuring my underlings are numerous as ants on the ground, and the kind that doesn't shy away from troubles." Although he is just a low-tier thug in Las Vegas, thanks to his wide connections, Mael can summon a crowd with just a few phone calls. For him, $100,000 is an incredible bargain, and $1 million need not even be mentioned. It is a dream that anyone would gladly trade in exchange for a bit of loyalty. Then, Santong took out his phone and started calling out to his brothers. "Where are you guys? Come here quickly. Money is falling from the sky. No need to think. From now on, follow me. Your life will soar high." Meanwhile, the managers of the casino, from top to bottom, all had faces as dark as charcoal. Tonight, not only did they want to win money, but they also aimed to seize people. Surely, he intends to build an army to break the casino, right? In a matter of moments, Park Jimin had gathered more than 20 loyal followers. Notably, these individuals were not only loyal but also extremely proactive. After receiving money from Park Jimin, they immediately called their friends and acquaintances. One person brought 10 brought 100, and gradually, a network following Park Jimin began to take shape. In Las Vegas, known as the gambling capital of the world, gambling chips are almost treated like cash. Park Jimin took full advantage of this, spending money freely and not turning away anyone. As such, with every passing minute, his entourage grew larger. In just half an hour, the number of people following Park Jimin swelled to over 1,000. Not only that, some individuals in the crowd were even armed, turning the scene in the casino into one of extreme volatility. From a distance, this crowd resembled a dark, red army standing behind an Asian man with a demeanor like a sovereign. Around 5 a.m., while it was still dark outside, the casino was in a chaotic uproar. Park Jimin was hardly concerned. His voice remained calm as water. "The sky will soon brighten. Let's make a bet that decides everything. If I lose, I will return the $2 billion I won tonight, so you need not worry. But if I win, The stake will be multiplied by 36 times. Are you willing to play? At this moment, the assistant emphasized, her eyes filled with concern. Boss Juan Betan had thrown down $1 billion to assemble 5,000 followers. This army packed the area tightly, their momentum roaring as if they wanted to take over the casino. If they dared to play tricks and default on payments, the casino would likely close for good that night. Do we really have to hand over a full $2 billion? One anxious voice from the crowd asked. Juan Betan erupted in anger upon hearing this. A bunch of rabble. Once we deal with that guy, the followers will disperse on their own. He called for someone and waved his hand as a signal. From the corner, a burly one-eyed man walked forward, carrying a long sniper rifle, his gaze icy cold. Although he knew this action would tarnish the casino's reputation, failure to act would only allow this Asian man to turn Las Vegas into a joke. The one-eyed man swallowed hard, fully aware of what was about to happen. Yet, under orders, he could only obey. Understood, boss. As the one-eyed man left, Juan Betan sat in the surveillance room, his face flushed with anger. His whole body seemed about to explode when he saw Park Jimin sitting calmly in the midst of the crowd. This guy not only wanted to ruin the casino, but also aimed to destroy my reputation. But just wait and see, I won't let you walk out of here alive. Outside, the air was so thick that each breath felt heavy. All eyes were on Park Jimin. Anyone could understand that with $1 billion on the line, the dealer couldn't afford to make any rash decisions. One wrong move, and your life could vanish like a gust of wind. After receiving the order from him, the dealer took a deep breath, tried to maintain a professional demeanor, and turned back to Park Jimin. All right, sir, we accept your bet. Upon hearing this, Park Jimin's gaze became challenging. Calmly, he said, $1 billion. I bet it all on number 13. With that, Park Jimin pushed all the chips onto the betting table, with a payout ratio of 36-1. If I win, they might have to sell the entire casino in Las Vegas to cover it. Upon hearing this, the dealer's face turned tense, forcing a smile. While the crowd grew more and more excited, everyone charged with adrenaline. Meanwhile, from a distance, a sniper with a long-range rifle had targeted Park Jimin's forehead. This guy smirked. Whether this kid wins or loses doesn't matter. Once the game is over, he'll be dead for sure. After listening, Park Jimin's gaze became filled with defiance. In an unnervingly calm tone, he said, $1 billion. I bet it all on number 13. With that, Park Jimin pushed all his chips onto the betting table, with odds of 36-1. If he won, they might have to sell the entire casino in Las Vegas just to pay him back. Upon hearing this, the dealer showed a tense expression, forcing a smile. The crowd around them grew increasingly lively, everyone filled with fervor. Meanwhile, from a distance, a sniper with a long rifle had trained his sights directly on Park Jimin's forehead. The man smirked, thinking to himself, whether this guy wins or loses, it doesn't matter. Once the round is over, he's going to die anyway. While everyone was chatting animatedly, the roulette on the table had started to spin. The sound of clack-clack echoed steadily, as if it were pulling the heartbeat of everyone present along with it. The atmosphere was tense as a tightened string. Whether standing close or far away, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the fateful wheel. Lalisa Manobin tightly wrapped her arm round Park Jimin's, feeling so nervous that her hand was drenched in sweat, and her face was pale as if she had just climbed down a mountain and into a river. While everyone else was holding their breath, watching the destined spin, Park Jimin remained calm, as if nothing were happening. Don't worry, this casino belongs to HB Group, Park Jimin said. In Las Vegas, they own 12 casinos, 7 5-star hotels, and even a 7-star hotel. Particularly notable is a 10-star hotel, all the way in Dubai, worth no less than $30 billion. Hearing this, Lalisa Manobin looked at him in confusion, like a chick caught in a feather. 10 stars? I haven't even seen a 6-star hotel, let alone a 10-star one. Park Jimin continued to disregard her, maintaining a composed expression as if all of it were trivial matters. Moreover, HB Group also invests around the world. Their total asset value amounts to $150 billion. Here there are 21 shareholders, each owning a portion of the shares. If today this casino faces risks, they will have to bear the burden together. Roughly calculated, Each person could contribute enough to cover the $150 billion in debt. Lalisa Manobin listened, her heart racing in fear. What is this? She wondered. Part Jimin walked into the casino with only $1,000 in loose change, yet he could calculate the total assets of his opponents. Not stopping there, he also intended to sweep through all the corporations, taking everything from the casino, hotels, to their other assets. This man was not only reckless but also extremely dangerous. Did he want to completely annihilate his competitors? However, when she saw Park Jimin's calm expression, there was an unmistakable glimmer of admiration in Lalisa Manobin's eyes. Was it the lie of personality, or was it the power of money? Park Jimin is not only a skilled gambler, but also a top-notch strategist, someone who can scheme and plan from 1,000 miles away, determining victory and defeat without any hesitation. The wheel slowly began to decelerate, as if mocking the entire casino. Each clack of the spinning wheel echoed, pulling along the heartbeats of everyone in the room. Someone shouted as the wheel just grazed by. Number 9. Number 10. The atmosphere became suffocating. Number 11. Breaths began to quicken. Number 12. All eyes were glued to the wheel, not daring to blink. And then, number 13. The wheel stopped, motionless. It hit. The entire casino erupted. A collective wow resonated throughout the space, as if a bomb of emotions had just been detonated. Thousands of people screamed, holding their heads, jumping up and down, unable to believe their eyes. A person who started with $1,000 had just won an astonishing $30 billion, a figure that one could never even begin to imagine accumulating in a lifetime. This was no longer a miracle, but a vivid myth unfolding right before their eyes. Park Jimin not only won big, but also shattered every rule, every belief in probability and logic of all who witnessed it. Yet he remained as calm as ever, waving his hand with a faint smile. It's quite inconvenient. Today I have a bit of luck, he said. Behind him, a crowd of 5,000 followers cheered loudly. Even Santum popped champagne to celebrate right there, turning the casino into a stage for a sovereign. The atmosphere was lively and energetic, but the joy did not last long. The dealer shouted angrily, "No way! This cannot be happening. There must be cheating involved." The entire room fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Park Jimin. Without giving Park Jimin a chance to speak, he raised his hand to signal. Immediately, a gang of thugs, who had been waiting, swiftly approached. Each of them brandished weapons, ready to handle any disagreement on the spot. But Park Jimin's expression did not change. He calmly replied, "Don't slander me. I never touched the wheel. How could there be any cheating?" The atmosphere in the casino was already tense, but now it became even more suffocating. The group of henchmen behind Park Jimin was numerous, yet upon seeing the gun, they began to shrink back. Yet when receiving money, they were very enthusiastic, all shouting loudly, "Boss, let me take care of it." But now their faces were pale, no different from mice seeing a cat. Casting a glance at the crowd that was slowly retreating, Park Jimin couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it, a bunch of useless henchmen. I still have to take matters into my own hands. One guy stepped forward, speaking coldly, "Follow me, don't resist in vain." But before he could do anything, he felt a sharp pain. Park Jimin twisted his hand, wrenching it until a dry crack echoed. Immediately, that guy screamed as if he were crushed under a truck. Ah! This scene was like lighting a fuse on a powder keg. The other gangsters, not needing to hear orders, pulled out their guns and fired from all directions. But just when everyone thought Park Jimin would go down, he smoothly spun the iron rod in his hand, effortlessly deflecting the bullet. Clang! But it wasn't over. The gunfire continued to ring out. 5 or 6 others immediately drew their weapons and aimed at Park Jimin, shooting frantically. Bullets rained down, yet he stood firm, unafraid. Each bullet that came hurtling towards him was swatted away by Park Jimin's metal staff, leaving not a single scratch on him. Seeing this scene, many people feel as if they are watching a superhero movie, with Park Jimin as the unbeatable main character. The entire casino seems frozen. Thousands of people only able to stand still, hearts pounding, eyes glued to him. Even the gangsters watching this scene cannot help but be amazed, and even begin to feel fear. Is this a person or a superhero? He's not a person, he's a monster. Run, there's no way to fight back, he's a demon. And so the gangsters, who initially rushed in fiercely like a pack of hungry tigers, now scatter in panic like a flock of ducks being chased. But the story goes even further. On the upper floor, the single-eyed man with an M24 sniper rifle was ready to take aim. When he saw Park Jimin standing still for a moment, the sniper did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet flew forward with terrifying speed, heading straight for Park Jimin's head. Boom! The sound of gunfire rang out like the firecrackers welcoming Tet, but no one had time to eat benchung. Upstairs, a M24 rifle was aimed straight at Park Jimin's head. If the bullet hit, it would surely mean saying goodbye to his brothers on the other side of the world. But the unbelievable happened. Park Jimin did not move away. Instead, he held 2 coins in his hand. As the bullet flew towards him, it was blocked by the 2 coins, falling to the ground as if it had lost its will to continue flying. Of course, such a cool display could not lack supporting characters to set the scene. First was the flight attendant Lalisa Manobin, startled like a sparrow frightened by firecrackers. Then Keg Sun Tung, wide-eyed in astonishment. Even the thousands of younger fans below all dropped their jaws, staring in disbelief. Wait, did he just catch a bullet with his bare hands? Is this a dream or for real? Someone whispered, "It must be Eastern magic." Another joined in, "Yeah, these moves only exist in legends." A voice rang out, filled with admiration. "What Eastern stuff at this point? I swear this is supreme martial arts. If swords and blades can't harm him, what more can there be?" Someone still skeptical said, "But I feel like something's a bit off here. How could this world have such an absurdly unrealistic character? It's truly unbelievable, and science certainly cannot explain it." While the crowd was still in amazement, Sun Tung stepped into the center, his sharp gaze sweeping over each person, and he shouted boldly, "Where are my brothers? We took money from the boss, so we must work for the boss. Do you think a few thousand brothers here are just going to sit back? If we don't get our money back today, our honor is practically gone." The gang members, upon hearing this, were also unwilling to be outdone and rallied together. "That's right. This gambling house dares to play dirty. We must definitely force them to cough up the money. When we take money from someone, we must eliminate their troubles. This rule, anyone who doesn't follow it is truly a coward." Park Jimin stood to one side, arms crossed, watching the crowd while secretly laughing to himself. These gang members are just a mixed pot of ingredients, not resembling anything in particular. They sway with any wind that blows, but I have to admit, they do have their own merits. After hearing Sun Tung's encouragement, the gang members charged forward with fervor, as if they had just been empowered by Park Jimin. But the interesting thing here isn't just about money. Money can buy people, but it cannot buy sincerity. Park Jimin, with his earlier divine performance, had captured the very hearts of the younger ones. Meeting someone as strong and formidable as him, these guys suddenly respected him from their guts out, especially those who live at the bottom of society, used to settling laws with their fists. For them, whoever's stronger, that person is right. "What do you want to say, you dog?" The whole gang, filled with fervor, shouted in unison. "Opening a casino and still can't accept the loss, huh? Brothers, today we must get back every single penny for the boss. If we can't get it back, then they can close shop." Park Jimin, with a domineering aura, needed no loud shouts. He simply smirked. His deep, cold voice echoed, "Listen up, you guys. Gather everyone in this casino here. Today, anyone who dares to run, I'll personally grab by the collar. And also, anyone who catches the casino owner, I'll reward them immediately with 100 million. Spend it all you want." Hearing this, the whole gang replied in unison, "Let's do it. Boss, we can handle it." The dealer nearby, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. He crawled over, clutching Park Jimin's leg, tears welling up. "Boss, please spare me. I know where the casino owner's office is. Please spare my life." Meanwhile, Han, the casino owner, was sitting in the surveillance room. He stared intently at the security screens, his face ashen. The images from the cameras showed a chaotic scene. Staff, gamblers, and the gang were all in revolt, each heading in different directions, but with one goal: to catch him in exchange for 100 million. Han panicked and shouted in desperation, "Quick, call the police. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." The assistant girl standing next to Han was equally frantic, hurriedly chiming in, "Boss, the situation is a mess right now. The people in the gambling den are coming up, If you don't run away now, it will be too late. Hearing that, Han didn't need to think much, immediately nodding vigorously. Okay. Let's find a place to hide for now. We'll figure it out after the police arrive. Right after that, Han and the remaining group hurriedly ran through the secret passage to hide. But before leaving, he still cursed angrily. That damn Asian guy, just wait for me. While the gambling den was in disarray, Park Jimin didn't miss the opportunity. He led his men, searching for Wang Mengmeng's whereabouts. The first destination was the management room. Without hesitation, Park Jimin coldly kicked the door open. This was the place that held the secrets of everything. Just by checking the cameras, he could uncover the clues. Focusing on rewinding the footage, it didn't take long for the familiar figure of Wang Mengmeng to appear on the screen. Park Jimin nodded, his eyes shining brightly as if he had struck gold. Aha, here she is. But just as he was examining the images, the door to the room was forcefully pushed open. San Tong burst in with a group of his men, his face pale, sweat pouring down as if he had just encountered something terrifying. One of the guys in the group quickly reported, "San Tong boss, the police are coming. What do we do now?" Park Jimin waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "How is that a problem? The casino owes me 30 billion. If they're short, they have to pay it back. What law forbids that?" However, Santon and the gang were still worried, hurriedly explaining, "Boss, this casino has connections with the police. The governor also has shares. They won't side with us." As soon as he said that, Santon looked like he was about to cry, but Park Jimin waved his hand as if it was nothing serious. "Shares are shares. The governor is the governor. So now I'll just pull him down and put one of my own in that seat." Everyone was taken aback, but he continued, his tone cold and decisive. "No need to choose anyone from now on. You are the new owner of this casino. I remember HB has 12 casinos, all to be shared evenly with the brothers. Each one of you will be the owner of one casino. Shares? Each of you will keep 10% as a gift. If they don't have the money to pay, just take the entire casino as collateral, plus the HB Corporation and its assets. We'll settle things when they've paid up." One of the group, trembling with fear, asked, "What about the governor, boss?" Park Jimin narrowed his eyes. A mocking smile appeared. "Oh, by the way, whatever they promised the governor, we just play double. Money isn't an issue." The whole gang of underlings stood there in a daze for a few seconds, not knowing if Park Jimin was being serious or joking. But right after, they all shouted in unison, "Boss is truly divine. Following you means no worries about hunger." In an instant, they transformed from lowly henchmen into the big boss of the casino. Truly, meeting a competent leader could turn one's life around in a heartbeat. Shortly after, Park Jimin paid no mind to who would rule Las Vegas. In his mind, he had only one goal, to find his lost sister, Wang Mengmeng, at all costs. As for Las Vegas or the entire world, who cared? He thought to himself, "To be honest, today I am home Bei Thin. Tomorrow I will again be Park Jimin. Whoever dares to challenge me, even the heavenly king must yield." No sooner had he finished speaking than suddenly, a ringtone blared out. After a minute, Park Jimin's phone unexpectedly vibrated as if it were reminding him. Of course, Park Jimin didn't use a regular phone, but rather a super gadget he had developed himself. Connecting to as many as 10 private satellites, this phone, if it went to a technology competition, would undoubtedly leave the rest of the world far behind. And then, the beeping was not just a ringtone, but a signal from the satellite that had locked onto Wang Mengmeng's location. Regarding Wang Mengmeng and Jung Hoseok, the two girls who have gone from strangers to close companions are now truly sharing their hardships together. No one knows the reason for their abduction. They only know that at 2 a.m., while they were sleeping, they were awakened and forced to move to another location. During the move, Wang Mengmeng accidentally overheard a conversation between their kidnappers. They spoke of an urgent relocation and mentioned that Park Jimin had not caught up yet. It was this dialogue that led Wang Mengmeng to understand everything. So it turns out it's all because I am close to Park Jimin. They intend to use me as bait to control them. The more she thought, the more her heart ached. She blamed herself. Why didn't I listen to him? I just dove headfirst into filming and making money, only to fall into this trap. I was on the verge of losing all my dignity. Just when I escaped the tiger's mouth, I fell into the wolf's, being taken to another place. If he encounters danger trying to save me, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself even if I died. But who is this girl? Why is she also being taken with me? Thinking for a moment, Wang Meng turned to look at Jung Hoseok, who was also in a similarly dire situation, only able to gaze at his companion with eyes full of emotion, mixed with helplessness. In the end, Wang Meng decided to ask, her voice so small it was barely audible, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Sister, are you someone he cares about too? Those foreigners must have taken you because you are very important to him. But unexpectedly, among the group of kidnappers, there was one special individual, assigned to eavesdrop and decipher their words. He gleefully took notes on everything, without the two of them realizing it. Wang Meng and Jung Hoseok thought that the foreigners didn't understand Nation 8 language, so they freely conversed. I am Wang Meng, right? I know you. You are the biological sister of Park Jimin, the one he cares about most in his heart. I am sure he will come to rescue you. That comforting statement actually hit a truth that only Jung Hoseok fully understood. I know that if Wang Meng weren't here, and it was just me who was kidnapped, Park Jimin wouldn't care at all. Those foreigners must have made a mistake or investigated some incorrect data, she thinks. After everything that has happened, I understand clearly that Park Jimin no longer has any feelings for me. The last time he helped me was merely out of convenience, not because he still harbors any lingering attachment. This realization makes Jung Hoseok feel sad, but he can't place the blame. However, given the current situation, she can't help but worry, because if Park Jimin no longer cares, what are the chances of her survival? While she was lost in her own thoughts, Wang Meng suddenly whispered, Sister, let me tell you a secret. This is a secret I've never shared with anyone, not even my best friend, Jung Ji Lu. I'm actually not the biological sister of Park Jimin. My mom and his dad ran away together, and then they discovered that I am not his biological child. I am the daughter of Uncle Park Salbak. To the kidnappers, a heart without value is no different than a self-imposed death sentence. Thus, upon hearing this, the kidnapper was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. Jung Hoseok suddenly raised his face, but before he could say anything, Wang Meng continued, That's why Park Jimin thinks of me as a half-sister. But the truth is even more complicated. His biological mother couldn't have children, so it's very possible that Park Jimin isn't actually Mr. Park's biological son. Between me and him, there's really no blood relation at all. Hearing this, Jung Hoseok sat there, his mind twisting like a spring, secretly thinking, Wait, so what's this family tree swirl about? I guess I'll need to borrow another notebook to take notes. But not long after, Jung Hoseok suddenly remembered something important. Everything suddenly made sense. So this is it. Park Jimin's parents are so poor, they definitely can't be his biological parents. And now it turns out he's the heir of some tycoon family. Oh my gosh, no wonder he suddenly changed his life so quickly. In the front, the whispers that seemed to be the two girls' secrets had now been completely absorbed by the kidnapper. He quickly relayed the information back to the dark web headquarters. A highly tense meeting is taking place. Sir, Han from Las Vegas just reported a serious issue at the casino. An old man named Huang Beitian suddenly appeared at the casino. In just one night, he won a staggering $30 billion. Mr. X gaped in disbelief, his expression frozen for a few seconds before he exclaimed, What? How is that possible? Are the people at the casino all idiots? How could they let him win such a fortune without stopping him? The subordinate nodded slightly, both worried and ashamed. Sir, the situation is even more serious. Not only did he win 30 billion, but Huang Beitian also won people over incredibly fast. In one evening, he recruited more than 5,000 brothers, and not only that, he spent lavishly to bribe the casino. Most of the staff, including the managers, have been swayed by him. And that's not all. He even took out $5 billion to bribe the police. From top to bottom, even the chief has been thoroughly bought off. At this point, Mr. X was left speechless, then roared in anger. What kind of business are you running over there? Mr. X said, We have a 30% stake in that casino. Recently, we even transferred a large sum of money through the casino system to launder it, and that money is now sitting in the casino's financial fund. So all of our laundered money is now in the hands of that old man. The entire meeting room fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, then Mr. Yi shouted loudly, Get away to retrieve that money immediately. If not Hai, the head of the casino management team, will pack up and leave. After a while, Mr. X began to feel anxious. The bank account could be scrutinized by the CIA or FBI at any moment, but putting it in the casino means no one would suspect a thing. Who would have thought that a place presumed to be impregnable could be swept clean in the blink of an eye by an old man? Not only did he win a staggering 30 billion, but he also swayed people's hearts and manipulated the police system, even posing a threat to the casino and potentially sabotaging the grand plans of the darknet. Who is Huang Batian to be this terrifying? Thinking nervously, these events made Mr. X consider his next move to deal with a person he had never anticipated in his scenario. Right at that moment, another member of the dark web burst into the meeting room, his face pale as a ghost, shouting like he was in a nightmare. "It's bad, sir. We just received news from Han." Mr. X frowned, his tone filled with suspicion. "What news?" He replied, "He has uncovered extremely important information. Wang Meng Meng is not the biological sister of Park Jimin." As soon as this was heard, the dark web meeting room erupted like firecrackers on New Year's Day. So it turns out, we have been calculating for days, exhausting our minds, only to end up with a counterfeit. The person continued, calm in tone, but with content that was tense. According to Han's sources, Wang Meng Meng is the illegitimate daughter of Park Jimin's father. But it doesn't stop there. Park Jimin himself is also not the biological child of that family. Wait, so what does that mean? Where did Park Jimin come from? Upon hearing this, Mr. X seemed to have an epiphany. Ah, so that's it. I said it before. A kid from the countryside suddenly brings home a fortune. Who would believe that? This confirms that Park Jimin's identity is a descendant of an incredibly ancient and mysterious family. Moreover, that guy Huang Batan surely also belongs to this secretive clan. But no matter who he is or where he comes from, in our eyes, anyone daring to mess with the dark web can consider themselves on a guaranteed ticket to meet their ancestors. Not to mention the crime of stealing top-secret documents and disgracing the dark web's honor. He would certainly be dealt with swiftly, no debate needed. Another person in the meeting room spoke up. "Sir, does that mean Wang Meng Meng is Park Jimin's biological sister?" Actually, that doesn't matter now. What's more important is that we hold the trump card Jung Hoseok in our hands. He continued, "Who is Jung Hoseok? Just my first love, of course. Who wouldn't remember their first love? Park Jimin must have invested all his emotions and dedication into this girl. So rest assured, he won't dare to take any risks." But that's not all. Mr. X also warned beforehand, playing his decisive card. "Immediately report to Han. Emphasize once again. Jung Hoseok is a VIP hostage. Keep a close watch on Jung Hoseok for me. I'm serious. If we lose her, the whole team won't have a chance of living." Meanwhile, Park Jimin sat in the helicopter, gripping the controls, his eyes glued to the screen. After about an hour of flight, the position signal began to blink, indicating that the target was right in front of him. Park Jimin whispered, his eyes blazing, as if he were on a mission to save the world. "Almost there, almost there. Wait for me. Don't you dare run away." Sure enough, in the distance appeared a convoy of 7 SUVs, driving in a line that looked just like a trail of ants marching along. The coolest part is the 2 military vehicles at the back, clearly on a protective mission. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around the convoy is quite tense. The leader of the group suddenly yells, "Hey, there's a helicopter approaching." Another member excitedly responds, "It's probably just flying by. Why are we so tense?" But the leader, unwilling to lose his position, immediately snaps back, "Fly by. Who dare fly that low on this road? Stop being naive. They're coming to interfere." Without further ado, the leader gives the order, "Shoot it down for me. I don't care who's on board. I don't care whose helicopter it is. Just bring it down." The headquarters has issued the directive to protect Jung Hoseok at all costs. "We won't let anyone get close to her." As Park Jimin's helicopter approaches the convoy, 2 burly figures step out from behind. These guys are not to be underestimated. Their maneuvering suggests they have received substantial training, possibly as professional mercenaries. Without saying a word, each of them takes aim with a bazooka, directly targeting the helicopter before firing away with a loud blast. Park Jimin cursed as he drove. "Damn it, people usually only hold a gun, and that's already scary. Why are these guys pulling out bazookas? Flying in the sky and getting shot at like a target down below. Who could stand that?" Without thinking too much, Park Jimin quickly yanked the control stick, making the helicopter swerve like a snake. With his top-notch piloting skills, honed both in games and real life, he maneuvered to the point where 2 incoming shells missed and exploded in the sky, the flames lighting up like a festival. Seeing that Park Jimin was still safe without losing a single hair, the leader yelled in fury, "Don't let it live! Keep shooting!" Hearing the order, a few more burly guys from other vehicles showed up, each carrying a bazooka. This time, without hesitation, they all fired simultaneously into the sky. At this moment, Park Jimin was indeed in a tense situation, like a string pulled tight. To be frank, he wasn't bad at all. The physical capabilities of Park Jimin had been enhanced dozens of times. Yet for the first time, he felt a dangerous threat lurking that made him sweat. In Park Jimin's mind, 2 scenarios immediately sprang up. Option 1, fly high and fall fast. But flying high is like presenting the aircraft as a target for them to shoot at. And if I run away, then all the effort spent searching for this target would go to waste. No way I'm doing that. Option 2, stay and play with them. But doing that is no different from voluntarily eating fireworks up close, and it might even risk blowing myself up. After thinking it over, Park Jimin decided to jump down, muttering, "All right, let's go big." So he gently pulled the controls, lowering the height to about 20 meters. At this altitude, jumping down would be just right, not high enough to break bones, and also not waiting around to get shot. But it also meant the helicopter would face a more intense rain of fire from below. And just as predicted, from the ground, 5 to 6 bullets shot straight up into the sky. The helicopter exploded right in midair, flames blazing fiercely. From the midst of the flames, Park Jimin jumped out like a superhero erupting from smoke, with an M416 slung on his back. Even though the helicopter was more than 20 meters high, he didn't seem to care, and instead took the opportunity to land in a cool jump. Meanwhile, the mercenaries thought he had turned to ashes, clapping and celebrating without end. But before they could rejoice for even a second, Park Jimin firmly grasped the M416, jumping and spraying bullets everywhere. The armed men below hadn't even realized what was happening, when they were methodically taken down one by one. 5 of them disappear in less than a second. It must be said that this was a heavenly ambush in midair that only Park Jimin would dare to attempt. The leader witnessed this scene in shock. What the hell is this? The plane exploded in midair and he's still alive, jumping down and taking out 5 of my men in an instant. Is he a human or a god? He then immediately issued the command, suppressing fire, shoot to kill. Immediately, over 20 gunmen simultaneously opened fire, each aiming directly at Park Jimin. Bullets whizzed past as he had to sprint at full speed to evade them. After that, Park Jimin took temporary refuge in a small slope, panting, his mind taut like a drawn string. Above, more than 20 guns, including heavy machine guns, fired like pouring rain, debris flying everywhere. Damn it, what's with this outrageous firepower? Shooting like this, who would dare to stick their head out? Park Jimin squinted, feeling as if he were in a game where the difficulty had skyrocketed. With no other options, he decided to use a hack. System, I need to enhance all attributes. The mechanical sound echoed in his head. Ding! The master currently has 60 enhancement points, capable of increasing each attribute: strength, physique, spirit, and agility, by 15 points. Do you confirm the enhancement? He replied, confirm immediately. No more questions, hurry up. The system announced, ding, enhancement complete. Park Jimin did not hesitate. Confirm how much I can play. Why hold on to points if I'm going to die? The system announced, enhancement complete. Immediately, Park Jimin felt each cell in his body explode with power, his muscles tightening, his speed as if he were given the ability to chase the wind. This time, he would go all out. The system reported, name, Park Jimin, age, 22, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 78 kilograms, strength, 160, constitution, 210, spirit, 160, agility, 160. The average adult only reaches a median level of 10. Body status, breaking the physical limits. Remaining lifespan, 80 years. Remaining enhancement points, 0. Meanwhile, the leader, standing at a distance, shouted into his radio, continue firing, throw grenades as well. That guy dares to come here and kill my 5 brothers. Let's blow him to bits. Instantly, A serious-looking guy, holding a grenade pin in hand, turned and made a dramatic throw. Boom! Debris flew everywhere. It seemed like he would be blown to pieces. But don't even think about defeating Park Jimin. He managed to leap like a superhero, his hair still intact without a single strand missing. But as soon as he poked his head out, Park Jimin immediately faced several dozen guns pointed straight at him. In a life-or-death situation, Park Jimin pushed his speed to the extreme, his body darting forward so fast it looked like a shadow. Bullets whizzed past his head, with one even managing to make his hair shift. But thanks to his godlike reflexes and his impeccable situational awareness, he could even see the trajectory of the bullets and dodge each one accurately. At this moment, the M416 in Park Jimin's hands was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. One magazine was emptied, and a few mercenaries fell without even a note played. While running, he reloaded, each movement smooth, dodging bullets and attacking amidst the chaos of bombs and bullets without getting hit. Seeing Park Jimin play around while shooting, one mercenary clumsily pulled out a grenade, probably planning to show off for his teammates. But before he could make his grand display, Park Jimin shot him in a way that sent him to meet his ancestors. The whole group was stunned for 5 seconds, before finally exclaiming, "What, are you throwing grenades to wipe us out together?" So, the teammates experienced a moment of reunion with ancestors. But with so many bullets flying, dodging them wasn't really a solution. Park Jimin quickly took cover behind the car, thinking of a plan. At that moment, his mind had only one goal: to save the 2 girls from this place, no matter how difficult or dangerous it would be. But just then, Jung Hoseok, like a melodramatic figure, exclaimed, "I don't deserve him to sacrifice so much for me. I really don't deserve it." The turmoil in his heart grew more intense, as the feeling of being a burden tormented him. And then, in Jung Hoseok's mind, a series of memories began to replay like a slow-motion film. Ever since I met Park Jimin, I have never done anything to help him. Park Jimin has always been there, always worried, protected, and sacrificed for me, while I could only take. When it came time to part, I couldn't change anything. Now, when Park Jimin is facing a sky full of bullets and bombs, all on his own to save me, I realize my heart feels like it's being crushed. Jung Hoseok crouched down on the ground, tears falling like rain. I was wrong, truly wrong. But then, Jung Hoseok reminded himself, his eyes gleaming with a trace of determination. I can't continue like this anymore. I have to do something, even if it costs me my life. I will prove that I can love too, that I can sacrifice. If I need to trade everything to earn his forgiveness, I will do it. Just wait, Park Jimin, this time I won't let you be alone anymore. So while all the mercenaries were shooting like a rainstorm at Park Jimin, no one paid any attention to him. Jung Hoseok climbed into the driver's seat with determination. I have to do something. Taking a deep breath, she told herself, "Stay calm. I just got my driver's license last month. I mustn't have forgotten how to start the car." After a while of fumbling, the car finally roared to life. She slammed the gas pedal mercilessly, aiming straight for the group of mercenaries. Park Jimin, hiding behind the car, had a grim look as he saw Jung Hoseok's golden hands. But her driving skill was still at a beginner level, her hands trembling, the car swerving like it was dancing. Driving in an unstable manner, she said, "Oh no, don't crash into them." While still caught off guard and unsure of what to do, Jung Hoseok unexpectedly crashed straight into the shielded vehicle. Park Jimin was taking cover and shooting accurately. Park Jimin looked up, seeing the shielded car before him being smashed away, and shouted, "Jung Hoseok, do I have some kind of grudge against you? Why can't you help me instead of making my life even harder?" While Park Jimin was still reeling from the shock, the mercenaries on the other side immediately seized the golden opportunity. Over 20 guns pointed straight at him without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of bullets as if the bullets were pouring like rain, with nothing left to shield him. At that moment, Park Jimin found himself in an extremely dangerous situation. They exclaimed, "What the hell? Is he a human or a ghost that he won't die? A plane crashing doesn't kill him, a grenade exploding doesn't scratch him, falling from the sky doesn't break a bone. Does such a person exist in this world?" The leader, whose veins were bulging on his forehead, shouted loudly, as if wanting to burn his throat, "No way, if you want to live, capture a hostage. Only with it in hand can we hope to escape. Without a hostage, everyone is doomed to meet their ancestors thanks to this monster." Hearing the command, a few soldiers reacted quickly, immediately shifting their targets. Park Jimin also swiftly dodged a barrage of bullets and jumped into a nearby vehicle to take cover. The mercenaries are now anxious. If I corner them, there's a high chance they will act recklessly, dragging Jung Hoseok and Wang Mengmeng, along with them, to the other side. While the mercenaries were in a state of panic, the leader tried to maintain his composure to give orders. He knew, if this continued, their entire team would certainly be wiped out by Park Jimin. He shouted into the radio, "Capture the hostage. If we can't get the hostage, we will all die. The hostage is our only hope for survival." Hearing the command, the remaining soldiers immediately changed course, shifting their target from Park Jimin to Jung Hoseok. It didn't take long for them to quickly subdue her. Her vehicle was blown up, forcing her to jump out in a state of utter confusion. Before she could do anything, Jung Hoseok was dragged in front of them, a gun pressed to her head threateningly. "Park Jimin, move again and I'll kill the hostage." At that moment, Jung Hoseok's heart raced, not from fear of death, but from an ambiguous worry about what would happen to Park Jimin. Although she knew for certain that he wouldn't betray her, in this moment, with the cold gun pressed against her head, all her reason and feelings intertwined in her expectant gaze. Nevertheless, she still appeared resilient, not shedding a single tear, afraid that showing weakness might lead Park Jimin to think she was exploiting his pity. But with Park Jimin having lost interest, he didn't care about Jung Hoseok's presence. The hostage-taking tactic only applied to Wang Mengmeng, but if it were Jung Hoseok, it would only make him more unbending. "All right, anyone who plays this game with me is bound to lose." He didn't even pause, continuing to fire as if he were playing a game. Just as one magazine ran out, he sent 3 mercenaries off to vacation in the afterlife. Everything was happening so fast that the mercenaries couldn't even think. Why is it that holding a heart hostage still leads to being killed like this? At this point, there were only 3 mercenaries left, their faces pale as if they had just seen a ghost. The remaining 3 dared not look back, grabbing Jung Hoseok as a human shield, and then frantically climbed into the vehicle, hitting the gas to flee. Park Jimin, meanwhile, had no time to chase after them. The reason was very simple. At this moment, he was no longer concerned about the 3 fleeing mercenaries. His only target was Wang Mengmeng. As for Jung Hoseok, if he gets caught, then whatever, her life and death have nothing to do with him. Not only that, Park Jimin gazed at the gunshot wound on his leg, feeling angry as he thought, "Jung Hoseok got caught? Whatever, that girl almost killed me. This pitfall nearly cost me my life." At that moment, the sobbing voice of Wang Mengmeng rang out from the SUV. "Brother, who?" She finally emerged from the car, her eyes filled with tears, her face pale from fear. Then she dashed out of the vehicle and ran frantically toward Park Jimin. With a leap, she threw herself into his chest, her tears and snot soaking his shirt. Park Jimin gently stroked Wang Mengmeng's head, reassuring her. "It's as if it's all just a small matter. It's nothing. It's all fine now." His words were as solid as nails, but Wang Mengmeng couldn't find peace in her heart. She clung to him even tighter, as if to confirm that he was truly alive, and that everything was just in the past. Suddenly, Wang Mengmeng noticed the blood on Park Jimin's leg. She shouted in worry, "Are you injured?" Park Jimin maintained his calm voice. "It's just a small wound. Nothing to worry about." But she wouldn't accept it. Her eyes red as she stared at the injury. Filled with regret and self-blame, she said, "A bullet wound is small. Look at you. You're all bruised. It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have to suffer like this." Park Jimin didn't seem too concerned. He bent down, using his hand to pull the bullet out of his thigh, sweat pouring down like rain. The bullet was lodged in the muscle, fortunately not too deep. It had only penetrated half an inch before being stopped. Even with the system, Park Jimin grimaced and cursed softly. "Damn it, are these guys trying to turn me into a sieve or what?" Once he finished, he looked up at Wang Mengmeng and smiled. "See, it's just a small wound. Don't worry too much." But for Wang Mengmeng, this was anything but normal. In her mind, everything rewound like a film, stirring up indescribable emotions. The image of Park Jimin piloting the helicopter, braving the hail of bullets that exploded around him. Despite the heavy rain of gunfire, he charged in to save me. He never took a step back or thought about running away. All he did was to protect me. This wasn't just a simple act of sacrifice. It was a feeling, A bond that transcended the boundaries of life and death, something even blood siblings might not be able to achieve. That thought made Wang Mengmeng feel even more heartbroken and regretful. Looking back, I can't help but feel how utterly useless I am. Park Jimin has endured countless dangers, even coming close to death, just to get me out of the clutches of those ruthless enemies. And what about me? All I do is make him worry, unable to do anything other than cry. He has sacrificed so much. From now on, I will definitely not let him protect me like this anymore. I will become stronger. I will no longer be a burden to him. This thought kept swirling in her mind, making Wang Mengmeng's feelings for Park Jimin even more tangled. Just seeing affection, just seeing love, along with a bit of an indescribable burning sensation, the heart pounding wildly in the chest, heartbreakingly warm in a strange way. The system notified. Wang Mengmeng's affinity increased by 1. Wang Mengmeng's affinity increased by 1. Current affinity is 99 points. The Simp Lord Wang Mengmeng, who is moved by the owner's selfless efforts, heroic and undefeated acts, and sacrifices everything for love. Affinity has broken through 99 points. Reward of 20 empowerment points. As soon as the system sounded in Park Jimin's mind, he widened his eyes, wanting to smash the system for its nonsensical remarks. Shut up, this crazy system. I'm doing this for brotherhood, not for love or anything. Got it. The system coldly ignored his objections and continued updating. There were still 20 empowerment points left. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng quickly escaped from Park Jimin's embrace, suddenly remembering and asking, "Wait a minute, where's Sister Hoseok?" The unexpected question made the atmosphere somewhat strange. Park Jimin casually replied, "She was taken away." Seeing the displeased expression on Park Jimin's face, Wang Mengmeng felt something odd. But instead of probing further, she chose to remain silent, not wanting to make Park Jimin more uncomfortable. You must be really upset. 3 years of feelings between him and Hoseok is no small matter. But bringing it up now is like putting salt on his wounds. Let's leave it. He'll handle it himself. Meanwhile, Park Jimin stood watching the mercenaries flee in panic, his mind full of questions. Are these thieves stupid? Why did they leave Wang Mengmeng behind and take Jung Hoseok? Who's more important? The issue is so clear, yet they can't tell the difference. Never mind, that's not important anymore. We need to figure out how to get out of here first. But remember this, sooner or later, I will settle the score. In a land full of wrecked cars and things as shattered as the mood after a breakup, Park Jimin finally found an off-road vehicle that still worked. He jumped in, started the engine, and drove straight to Las Vegas. In another corner, the 3 surviving mercenaries let out a sigh of relief, as if they had just returned from the brink of death. The whole bunch was on the verge of tears, partly from gratitude, and partly from fear. Oh my God, this is too terrifying, too horrifying. Over 30 people, armed to the teeth with heavy weaponry, enough to throw a party, and yet one person took down nearly our entire team. This isn't fighting. It's a nightmare. I swear he must be injured. Didn't I see blood running down his thigh? I'm not imagining it. So he's hurt. Then there's hope. If I had known he was injured, maybe if we had held our ground for a few more minutes, we could have won. Win what? Are you out of your mind? That guy's speed is like the wind. Every shot he fires hits its mark. If we stay put, we're getting a one-way ticket straight to hell. Finally, the whole group comforted each other, saying, "At least we still have the hostage and can call the headquarters to report the situation." As for Jung Hoseok, even though she was tied up, her mind was flying on another planet. Hearing some mercenaries talking in English, and thanks to her luck in having a level 4 English certificate, she understood a crucial detail. Park Jimin is injured. It turns out he didn't abandon me. But because he was hurt, he couldn't make it in time. Just that one sentence caused thousands of thoughts to burst into Jung Hoseok's mind. Since we met, I've discovered a truth. Park Jimin doesn't need to make promises or act romantically. Just his actions are enough to warm my heart. Park Jimin, I love you. Regardless of whether you forgive me or not, no matter how many other girls are around you, I don't blame you because I'm not worthy. But that wasn't all. Suddenly, a surprising determination ignited in Jung Hoseok's heart. She vowed, if I had to choose again, I would still love Park Jimin, even live or die for him. Because of this madness, the system kept ringing continuously. Ding! The Simp Lord Jung Hoseok, conquered by the invincible, unparalleled strength of the master. In light of his selfless efforts, moving to the core, He has evolved into the ultimate Simp Lord. The ultimate Simp Lord can forgive all the bad traits of the master, even when the master makes serious mistakes. No principles, no limits. He'll always find a reason to defend. The master only needs to say a word, even if it's to pluck stars from the sky. He's ready to climb the ladder, rewarding the master with a 50-point boost. At that moment, Park Jimin was driving when suddenly he heard the familiar voice of the system in his head. He jumped in surprise, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "Damn it! What is this? Oh my gosh, so people can simp lord to this extent? I thought 100 points of goodwill was the maximum. Yet I didn't realize there was a promotion. It turns out that being a simp lord is a bottomless, borderless realm, not unlike the universe out there. If being a simp lord can reach this level without tiring out, then I have to accept that. Hosyeok, you truly never let go." Finally, after a tense 6-hour journey, Park Jimin arrived in Las Vegas, secretly delighted. He quickly called Xiao Lai to instruct, "Xiao Lai, prepare a hotel room for me so I can catch up on some sleep." Upon receiving the call from Park Jimin, she immediately started making arrangements. Of course, it wasn't just a regular room she booked. Xiao Lai swiftly arranged for Park Jimin to have the presidential suite, the most luxurious and high-end room the hotel had to offer. However, the problem was that a complex array of emotions began to stir within her. Receiving the order was one thing, but in her mind, Xiao Lai started concocting a series of scenarios. The boss asked me to prepare a room. Does he want to? You know, with me. Oh my gosh, I'm so shy. But then she scolded herself. I can't refuse. If I turn him down and the boss gets angry, I might lose all my current privileges. The more she pondered, the more tense she became. She recalled her current boyfriend, a Jiao, who was no ordinary guy either. He drove a luxury car, coming from a family worth billions, but when compared to Park Jimin, it was truly like comparing a domestic cat to a wild lion. Then she wondered, actually, a Jiao is nice, but if we compare, she is really far behind. Should I seize this opportunity to change my life? And so, while Park Jimin was excitedly preparing to head to the hotel for a long-deserved sleep after 2 sleepless days and nights, Xiao Lai had completed everything. Her mood at this moment was a chaotic mix of excitement, anxiety, and a hint of curiosity. I wonder if the boss plans to do anything beyond the mission. But one thing was certain, Park Jimin was completely unaware of these thoughts, and simply wanted a good night's sleep in the presidential suite that had just been arranged. After booking the presidential suite, Xiao Lai was ready for the final step of her plan. First, take a thorough shower, using the most fragrant shower gels, ensuring that every step leaves behind a lingering scent. Then she chose the sheer and seductive nightwear that would guarantee every glance from the boss would linger for a few extra seconds. After completing all the preparations, Xiao Lai sat on the bed, her spirit a mix of excitement and determination, like a warrior ready for battle. She confidently thought, tonight, all I need to do is please the boss, and the investment I made will pay off many times over. She thought to herself, this is an opportunity to change my life. I can't let it slip away. And so, with sharp eyes and a determined spirit, Xiao Lai waited for Park Jimin to arrive, her heart filled with hope for a bright future. At 9:30 p.m., Park Jimin stepped out of the car, holding the room card from the reception counter and heading straight to the presidential suite, looking quite exhausted. Beside him was Wang Mengmeng, who was continuously chattering away in worry, self-reproaching. Brother, does your wound hurt? Let me help you. Don't push yourself too hard. If I had known, I would have gotten my driver's license long ago. If I could drive, you wouldn't have to be behind the wheel for 6 hours in this condition. Park Jimin simply waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. It's fine, it's just a small injury. It's nearly healed now. As they reached the door of the presidential suite, Wang Mengmeng hurriedly swiped the room card. As the door swung open, Xiao Lai had prepared everything meticulously and instantly beamed the charming smile that she had practiced all evening. Boss, glancing at Xiao Lai's cosplay outfit, with a mesmerizing transformation that was simply stunning, Wang Mengmeng shouted as if she had discovered an alien. Sorry, we must be in the wrong room. Before Xiao Lai could fully display her charming demeanor, her gaze froze when she saw the person who walked in with Park Jimin. It was a girl with messy hair and dirty clothes, looking as if she had just been swept in from some sandstorm. Despite that, there was an indescribable elegance and purity about her. Xiao Li's mouth dropped open, unable to hide her embarrassment as she had not prepared for this situation. Her face turned bright red, and her whole body felt hot. Boss, I. Then, Xiao Lai began her internal thoughts. Boss, why is he bringing along this girl? Has his taste suddenly changed? All the plans, all the effort I put in, have now gone to waste because of this unexpected appearance of that girl. Just when Xiao Lai was at a loss for how to explain, Park Jimin also looked at her from head to toe with a peculiar gaze. Xiao Lai, why are you in my room, and dressed like that? But he couldn't let Xiao Lai explain. Park Jimin waved his hand. All right, you could go outside. I'm tired today, and want to rest. Hearing that, Xiao Lai became even more flustered, fidgeting with her hands and feet, and as she embarrassingly ran out, she didn't forget to shout, "Ah, boss, I'm sorry." After Xiao Lai left, Park Jimin didn't think much about her feelings. He just shook his head and wondered, isn't she supposed to have a boyfriend? The last time we got off the plane, I saw her on the phone, sweet-talking as if she were in heaven. Their relationship seems really good. Why is she acting like this now? Could it be that Xiao Lai is so deep into her role that she can't come out? Thinking of this, Park Jimin shook his head and sighed again. For him, all these antics really weren't worth worrying about, especially when his body was tired and needed a long sleep. But just because he wasn't concerned didn't mean others wouldn't be. Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but ask, "Brother, is that Shaolin girl the flight attendant from the plane last time? I saw you two looking quite close. Could it be that you have something going on?" Park Jimin sighed at that and dismissively waved his hand. "There's nothing between me and her. She already has a boyfriend. Yesterday at the casino, I only asked her to pretend to be my love rival for a bit to elevate my own stature. Who knew she got so deep into the role that she still hasn't come out of it?" Meng Meng nodded upon hearing this. Oh, so that's how it is. But in her mind, she couldn't help but wonder, if there's really nothing, then why is it so complicated? Nonetheless, Wang Mengmeng chose not to ask more, as the exhausting journey had drained her energy. The next morning, Las Vegas gradually returned to its usual glamorous appearance after a tumultuous night. However, beneath that surface, the entire city had undergone a significant shock. A series of casinos changed ownership overnight, and the name of the poker prodigy, Huang Baitian, became the center of attention. The story began when a man of H descent, with merely 1,000 in capital, unexpectedly won consecutively at the casino, accumulating as much as 30 billion. This news quickly spread across the globe, causing a surge of disbelief among netizens, with a plethora of incredulous reactions. After half a day, the legend of the card deity, Huang Baitian, grew ever more widespread, with each country adding their own embellishments and twists to the tale. In Nation M, it was said that this card deity learned to play cards from a young age, regarded as the rural genius. In Nation H, rumors circulated that Huang Baitian was a disciple of a hidden master who came down from the mountains. Meanwhile, Nation K went all out, promptly declaring Huang Baitian as one of their own. As a result, netizens erupted into a heated debate. Hey, since when did the original card deity from Nation H change citizenship so quickly? You guys from Nation K are claiming everything now, even the card deity. As the name Huang Baitian became famous, Park Jimin and Wang Mengmeng, like any other ordinary people, quietly returned to their hometown with a standard ticket. In fact, Park Jimin had meticulously planned to ensure that he left Nation M without drawing attention. To do this, he chose not to use his private jet. Instead, he instructed Santung to handle the arrangements. Within just a few hours, Santung had quickly prepared 2 sets of fate passports. Meng Meng, your school is about to start the new semester. Don't think that just getting into university is enough. You still have to study properly. Meng Meng lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Brother, I already know. Then Wang Mengmeng also spoke as if it were true. Brother, I won't run around anymore, and I won't cause any trouble for you. But in reality, Wang Mengmeng wanted to ask something else. She hesitated, deciding against speaking, while her heart was still anxious. The dark web has laid out a whole series of traps waiting for you. Who would have thought you would pass through so quickly? What about Jung Hoseok? She is still in the hands of the kidnappers. Last time they used guns, this time they might not even hold back on their firepower. Over 30 mercenaries couldn't do anything to you. Do you think they'll call in several hundred to completely surround you? The more she thought about it, the more Wang Mengmeng felt. This situation is too dangerous. And indeed, this time the dark web had prepared a force that only heaven could withstand. They mobilized a band of mercenaries with more than 200 people, equipped with everything from firearms and tanks to heavy fighter jets. To make matters worse, they even brought along 2 retired fighter jets and a heap of surface-to-air missiles. As soon as Park Jimin shows his face, he's guaranteed to never return. The plan was settled, and the dark web began sending messages to Park Jimin negotiating. Mr. Park Jimin, if you want to save Jung Hoseok, come to Nation NY for negotiations. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Unfortunately for the dark web's grand play, Park Jimin read the message without a hint of concern. Oh, I wasn't planning on going to save anyone, so why are you all making such a fuss? Beside him, Wang Meng Meng shot a glance at Park Jimin with a look of half worry, half hope. What are we going to do now, brother? That said, Wang Meng Meng's heart was also in turmoil. She recalled how Park Jimin had thrown himself into danger to save her and almost lost his life. This time, if he goes to save Jung Hoseok, it will definitely not be easy. On the other side, the high-ranking members of the dark web were indeed restless, waiting all day for news from Park Jimin. But what they received in return was a terrifying silence. Everyone felt uneasy in their hearts. A normal person would be worried and frantic to rescue someone they care about if they knew that person had been kidnapped. Why is this guy so cold as ice? So, has that guy from Nation H responded yet? A henchman mumbled. It hasn't even been a day and a night yet. Hearing this, Mr. X angrily slammed the table and immediately ordered, "All right then, send him the hostage video. Increase the pressure and see how he reacts." The henchman heard the command and promptly began sending the video via WeChat to Park Jimin. The video recorded Jung Hoseok tied up, accompanied by some threatening words. "If you don't come, you'll bear the consequences." Once that was done, they all sat waiting for a response. But less than a minute after sending the video, the whole room erupted in surprise as the screen displayed a bright red exclamation mark. The henchman turned pale and stammered, "Do what's going on? We've been blacklisted." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone stared blankly as if struck by lightning. Mr. X, on the other hand, could do nothing but pound the table repeatedly, then yelled, "That Park Jimin dared to block our account. Doesn't he care about the hostage? Isn't he afraid we'll kill someone?" One person cautiously retorted, "This Park Jimin is truly a tough nut. If he kills the hostage, they'll release top-secret documents, and at that point, the entire organization and those high-profile investors behind the scenes will surely become targets for every assassin in the world. How can they withstand that?" The high-tier dark web was indeed caught in a comical situation. What to do with this Jung Hoseok? The enormous question lingered in their minds, like a chronic toothache. Killing him won't work, keeping him isn't useful, and releasing him would be like slapping ourselves in the face. This Park Jimin really knows how to make people tear their hair out. While the dark web frantically tried to contact Park Jimin, he and Meng Meng had just landed from their flight. Since the phones had to be turned off during the flight, it was only now that he turned on his phone. It wasn't a big deal that he hadn't turned it on earlier. But as soon as he did, dozens of messages flooded in. While the dark web is going crazy trying to call Park Jimin without success, a ruthless purge is taking place at manhwa. As soon as Kim K-yan officially takes office as the president of Star Group, her debut does not disappoint. She immediately sets out to dismiss the general director of the Human Resources Department, but she doesn't stop there. A series of other high-level personnel are also successively eliminated by her. Anyone closely affiliated with the Jin family, no matter how cleverly they hide, cannot escape this purging storm. Initially, Kim K-yan intended to go easy and retain a few people to maintain balance. However, after hearing Yu Ling Shuang's warning, "Don't play both sides with the Jin family. To survive, you must cut ties completely." Thus, Kim K-yan was enlightened and realized, to survive in this world, especially under someone like Park Jimin, half measures are not allowed. As a result, the entire group immediately fell into a state of dismay. No one knew when they would be called out on the list of expired personnel. This is because Kim K-yan's pace of purging was too quick and the frequency too high. The upper and middle levels, those with stable positions, are now as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof, because they don't know if they'll be the next to go. Every time Kim K-yan announces a meeting in the HR department, the list of those being laid off grows by a few more pages. making the atmosphere in the group feel like they are sitting on a pile of fire. Oh my god, is CEO Kin really going that big? Receiving a termination email first thing in the morning. How can anyone survive this? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. This is CEO Kin's decision. Afterwards, you can collect your salary and go home. At this point, the office felt like it could explode. Everyone looked at each other, faces pale, and some were even agitated. What? What? How can this be happening? My contract is still valid. In response to the panicked faces, the HR director merely waved his hand, his voice full of authority. What are you panicking about? Is such a trivial matter enough to make you all jump like this? Fine, if you want to terminate your contract, go through the proper procedures. But remember, you'll have to pay the full penalty for breaching the contract, not a single cent less. Kin Kagan is indeed creating a purge that is shaking the Star Group to its core. But not everyone understands her true intentions. From the outside looking in, people think she is playing foolishly for fame as she continuously disrupts the company, firing everyone from top management to lower-level employees, and even exerting pressure that causes a series of people to voluntarily leave. Many even spread rumors that if this continues, the group will soon collapse, splitting into pieces, and Park Jimin's investment will certainly be lost. And indeed, the losses are substantial. The group has lost a multitude of personnel. Many projects are stalled. Stock prices are plummeting, and shareholders are restless, wanting to pull out their investments. But if looked at from a broader perspective, this is precisely an opportunity for the group to shed its old blood. Everything Kin Kayan is doing is directed towards a single goal: to be worthy of Park Jimin's trust. If I don't dare to act decisively, Park Jimin will not believe that I have severed all ties with the Jin family. In Kin Kayan's office, her assistant keeps rushing in with reports, sounding as if there is a fire. CEO Kin, Director Feng has just sent a notice to terminate the contract. CEO Kin, Director Zhang has also submitted his resignation. The assistant continued. CEO Kin, Manager Wang not only resigned, but also wants to take along more than a dozen of her artists. CEO Kin, Liu Lun's film investment has also been cancelled. CEO Kin, the group's stocks dropped significantly today. The shareholders are losing patience and want to withdraw their capital. As the assistant reported, Kim K-Yan remained calm, his expression unchanged, as if nothing were amiss. "Oh, let them go. Whoever wants to stay can stay, and whoever doesn't, well, let them go. I'll just give them a financial farewell." Hearing this, the assistant leaned in closer to report, his face tense. "CEO Kin, the situation is very severe now. People are resigning continuously, investments are being withdrawn en masse, and projects are at a standstill. What should we do?" Kim K-Yan stood up, casually dismissing the assistant while declaring, "If anyone wants to resign, just go through the procedures. Quick and clean for resignations. If they want to terminate their contracts, then they should compensate for the breach. As for the shareholders wanting to withdraw their capital, we can settle that at the current stock price for buyback." After hearing this, the assistant was still bewildered. "But CEO Kin, too many people are resigning. They are also taking the company's resources with them and dragging along partnerships and investments." She continued, "Some film projects that are currently in production also have to stop. The damage is countless." After hearing this, Kim K-Yan waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. We'll be able to compensate for everything. Let things get a bit chaotic, nobody's going to die from it." When the room was quiet and undisturbed, Kim K-Yan encouraged herself. "A little chaos means an opportunity to sweep away all the excess. After the rain, the sun will shine again, and at that time, I will be the only one standing at the top. Just think about it. If this group stays peaceful, wouldn't I betray Park Jimin's trust? Creating a little chaos and cutting off the excess aligns better with his expectations, doesn't it? Let's stir things up just a bit more. Don't only look at the negative side. A large group like this benefits from occasionally trimming down. Right. This group has been too bloated in the past, overweight to the point of illness. And now, a single cut may be painful, but it gets rid of the excess fat and makes us healthier." But just then, the phone in Kim K-Gan's office unexpectedly rang. Ding ding. "Hello, who is this?" The familiar voice on the other end made her break out in a sweat. "Oh, CEO Kin, you don't recognize my voice anymore." Kim K-Yan cautiously replied, young master, what do you need from me? Why are you calling the company directly instead of my mobile? If I get exposed because of this, what will happen? Hearing this, Jin Jiamu's voice on the other end had a teasing tone. Oh, so now I need to make an appointment just to call you. That's quite impressive. Well, let me ask directly. Zhao Gang, Fang Hualong, Jin Meng Yun, those people were dismissed by you, right? You didn't know they were mine. Dismissing them all like that. What are you planning to do? Or are you planning to become the CEO, and then step over me? Qin K Yan swallowed hard and honestly responded. Yes, I did dismiss them, young master, but that was not my intention. I just thought they were not suitable for the internal cleansing plan. If I kept them around. Hearing this, Jin Jiamu interrupted. I don't care about the reasons for your chaos. Are you trying to clear a path for yourself? Knowing that Jin Jiamu was angry, Qin K Yan hastily explained, Young master, just let me explain. I expelled Zhao Gang, Fang Hualong, and Jin Meng Yun. Not because I betrayed you, but simply because they are too close to you, and everyone in the company knows that. If they stay, Park Jimin will never trust me. Moreover, Yu Ling Shuang will definitely find out about this. If we wait for her to act, things will become even more complicated. So I decided to take action before anyone else tries to clear a path to show their loyalty to you. Young master, you must trust me. After all these years, how has my loyalty to you not been clear enough? I am not Yu Ling Shuang. You understand that. Jin Jiamu was silent for a few seconds, then said with a threatening tone, All right, for now, I will trust you, but remember whom you are working for and why. If one day I find out you have betrayed me, the consequences will certainly not be just a warning letter. That threat made the whole room seem to drop a few degrees. Qin K Yan stiffened, not daring to argue even half a word. Yes, young master, I absolutely don't dare to disappoint you. But deep down, Qin K Yan couldn't help but feel heartbroken, tears uncontrollably falling. What have I done wrong that the young master doubts me like this? So many years of loyalty have been seen by everyone, yet now I am the one being monitored. It's truly incomprehensible. The young master used to trust me so much. Why has it changed now? I'm not a stranger who needs to have their loyalty checked every week. That thought kept circling in Qin K Yan's mind like a small cut, but it hurt profoundly. Even her trust was gradually wavering, and she remained unaware of it.